Chapter 1. My transformation into an infant after death. At First High School in City A, there exists a rather formidable pair of desk mates. The male, named Su Wen, is a prodigy in Taekwondo, possessing a black belt, handsome features, and hailing from a wealthy family. He is the object of affection for many beautiful girls in high school, yet he remains solely focused on the financial sector, currently managing several companies and amassing a fortune worth billions. The female, Tang Xi, is the top scholar at First High School, having won numerous scientific research awards and graced the pages of newspapers. She is not only beautiful, but also charming, earning her widespread popularity that on her way home from school, Tang Xi hummed a little tune, having heard several rumors about herself, and Su in the school was abuzz with gossip regarding their supposed romance. Frustrated, Tang Xi lamented that despite being desk mates, they had virtually no interaction. One diligently listened in class while the other slept, one focused on problem sets, while the other monitored stock prices, resulting in minimal conversation throughout their school days. Unbeknownst to her, she wandered to a traffic light, lifting her gaze to see Su Wen ahead, casually slinging his backpack over one shoulder while engrossed in his phone. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, his profile was striking, particularly his prominent nose, and Tang Xi couldn't deny that she had felt a fleeting pang of affection for him. In the past, as Su Wen moved forward, Tang Xi lowered her head and followed suit, her youthful infatuation bold yet subtle, her gaze repeatedly drawn to his retreating figure, though they were destined to remain in entirely different worlds. Beep beep. A large truck sped toward Su Wen. By the time Tang Xi realized the danger, she instinctively lunged forward, pushing him aside. Run! Startled by the sudden shove, Su Wen turned with irritation. Bang. The truck collided with Tang Xi, sending her flying 5 meters away, blood instantly staining the pavement. The shocking scene rendered Su Wen momentarily paralyzed, and upon seeing Tang Xi's pale face, he was struck dumb. In that same instant, a car skidded and crashed into Su Wen. Covered in blood, he collapsed on the road, casting one last glance toward Tang Xi. Fool! If you hadn't pushed me, you wouldn't have died. In her final moments, Tang Xi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn you, Su Wen. I hope I never encounter you in my next life. Meeting you is such bad luck. Meanwhile, in the Douluo Continent, within the Douluo forest, Tang Xi's consciousness had been in slumber for an eternity. She felt her soul being drawn by an inexplicable force, and when she regained awareness, she realized she had been reborn as an infant. Surrounded by towering trees, she was swaddled in a layer of white cloth beside a flowing river. Yo. As she attempted to speak, only the sounds of a baby emerged. It dawned on her that she had reincarnated with her memories intact. Yet a sharp pain gripped her heart, as if a colossal hand were squeezing it tightly, leaving her breathless. The cries of the infant persisted, driven by the excruciating ache in her heart, until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. In the divine realm, a gentle green-haired woman and a dark purple-haired man with crimson eyes gazed with keen interest into a water mirror, observing the scene of Tang's eyes. Transformation into an infant.It is indeed the divine rulers of life and destruction. The god of life lamented, "Originally, I intended to summon our successor from another realm, but unexpectedly, this young girl sacrificed herself to save our heir. Her soul followed him to the Douluo Continent after her death. Regrettably, the reincarnated body has suffered heart damage and will not survive beyond this day." With a hint of melancholy, the god of life lowered his head, recognizing this as their oversight. Contemplating this, he channeled a thread of divine power through the water mirror into Tang Xi's body. The divine essence enveloped Tang Xi's lifeless heart, merging with it and instantly radiating a spectrum of colors. Gradually, the heart was transformed into a transparent, exquisite 7-hued heart, pulsating back to life. The god of destruction smirked slightly. "Since you wish for this soul from another world to live a few more years, I shall bestow upon her a measure of divine power as compensation." Dark mist spread from the fingertips of the god of destruction, flowing through the water mirror and entering Tang Xi's body. In the Douluo forest, Tang Hao cradled an infant in his arms as he navigated through the woods. Suddenly, he sensed a faint yet potent force, imbued with formidable divine energy, prompting him to alter his course. That he soon spotted an infant swathed in white cloth by the riverbank, with a faint glow emanating from its heart. Instantly, Tang Hao recognized it as the 7-hued heart, astonished that this child would not live beyond 25 years on the Douluo Continent. The 7-hued heart held little significance, yet its rarity equaled that of a 100,000-year soul ring, merely extending the life of those with heart ailments by 25 years. In the presence of soul masters with long lifespans, 25 years was inconsequential, and the seven-hued heart was elusive historically. Only 3 individuals had possessed it, each living a mere 25 years before passing away. Tang Hao gazed at the petite infant, whose fair face and peaceful slumber evoked a sense of tenderness within him. He thought to himself, well, having an additional adopted daughter does not seem to be a burden. Note before reading. This narrative features a beloved group dynamic with subtle elements of conflict, centering on 2 protagonists, one aligned with Tang San and the other. With the spirit hall, no romantic pairings will be dismantled, nor will the master be revered at Su Wen's objective is to rescue the spirit hall, eliminate Tang San, and seize opportunities. Tang Xi is dedicated to protecting the protagonist group while remaining passive. Su Wen and Tang Xi represent a couple, with their opposing emotional arcs complementing the central theme of the beloved Tang Xi. Su Wen inherits 2 divine legacies, while Tang Xi, lacking any, creates her own divine position. Su Wen's cultivation speed surpasses Tang San's by over 5 levels, whereas Tang Xi maintains a steady pace. Her first soul ring will not be alarmingly formidable, beginning as a 1,000-year or 10th-year soul ring, gradually evolving in color over time. That if this does not resonate with you, feel free to exit by clicking the top left corner. We may regard each other with mutual indifference, however. I kindly request your support in collecting and voting. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 2. I became Tang San's sister. On the outskirts of Notting City lies a small village named Holy Soul Village. In a grassy clearing, a 6-year-old boy with blue hair and blue eyes sat in meditation, and this boy was none other than Tang San. With his left hand outstretched, a blue lotus blossomed momentarily before dissipating, sending ripples of purple light swirling around him. Tang San opened his eyes, his purple gaze instantly transforming to blue as he mused, my Xiantian skill has stagnated at the first realm for 3 months without any progress. Subsequently, Tang San cast a helpless glance at Tang Xi, who was leisurely lying on the grass, chewing on a dogtail grass, and sighed, "Little Xi, I did not invite you to practice martial arts with me, just for you to laze about." Upon hearing this, the girl with playful, short dark brown hair stirred, yawning sleepily. She was indeed Tang Xi. Tang Xi nonchalantly replied, "Brother, since I won't live past 25, why should I exhaust myself practicing?" Tang Xi lamented her fate. Ever since Tang San learned from Tang Hao that she was destined to live no longer than 25 years, he had begun imparting his Xiantian skill and purple extreme demon eye to her, fearing that she might perish prematurely. However, Tang Xi dreaded fatigue and ultimately only practiced the purple extreme demon eye. Irritated by her response, Tang San playfully tapped Tang Xi on the forehead, expressing his discontent. "Don't speak nonsense, I will find a way to ensure you live to 26. Seeing Tang San brimming with determination, Tang Xi felt guilty about dampening his spirits. Fearing that he might drag her into rigorous training, she simply pouted and suggested, "Brother, let's hurry back for a meal." It was only 2 months after Tang Xi arrived in this world that she discovered she was in the realm of the popular novel Douluo, having reincarnated as an abandoned infant. Adopted by Tang Hao by a twist of fate, she became the sister of the protagonist, Tang San, who revealed to her at the tender age of 3 that she was destined to perish before her 25th birthday. Nevertheless, Tang Xi maintained a positive outlook, feeling grateful for the chance to live an additional 25 years. For now, she merely desired to follow Tang San and bask in leisure. But under her elder brother's relentless encouragement, she had no choice but to begin her physical training. In the 6 years since her arrival, Tang Xi had come to regard Tang San and Tang Hao as her family, as she had been an orphan in her previous life. She frolicked along the paths of Holy Soul Village. Her curiosity about this new world remained unquenched. At the end of the path stood a 3-story house, somewhat dilapidated, which had been her home for 6 years. Upon entering, Tang San naturally began to prepare a meal, while Tang Xi took it upon herself to tidy up the house. Once the porridge was ready, a scruffy man emerged, clad in a snug brown leather jacket that accentuated Tang Hao's powerful physique. The trio shared a harmonious meal at the table. Yet Tang Xi felt a pang of despair since arriving in this world. She had not tasted meat, lamenting over her daily porridge. With this thought, she cast a reproachful glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao paused, a subtle smile tugging at his lips as he announced, "Today's weight training is increased to 300 pounds, and you will run 5 extra laps around the village." Tang Xi lowered her head. Her expression darkened, yet when she looked up, her large eyes glistened with moisture. She pleaded, "Dad, let's negotiate and skip practice today." With her exceptionally perceptive mind, Tang Xi possessed a physique unlike any other, remarkably strong, albeit with a slightly fragile heart as long as her heart remained unharmed. She could live well until the age of 25. In unison. Tang Hao and Tang San firmly stated, no. Upon hearing this, She felt utterly disheartened. Tang Hao pondered to himself. If someone were to inadvertently harm Xiao Zai's heart, it would be catastrophic. Only by cultivating one's strength can one avert the root of such troubles thus. Practice is indispensable. That moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Village Chief Jack leaned on his cane, waiting outside. Tang Hao, I have come to take Xiao Xi and Xiao San to awaken their martial souls. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up with excitement. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Xiao Xi gazed at Tang Hao with sparkling eyes. With an impassive expression, Tang Hao nodded. Remember to return by noon to prepare the meal. In the next instant, Xiao Xi dashed toward the door, exclaiming joyfully, oh yeah. Xiao Xi is about to awaken her martial soul. Tang San followed closely behind, chuckling, slow down. Xiao Xi Point 3, awakening the martial soul. Under the guidance of Grandpa Jack, Tang San and Xiao Xi arrived at a stone house, where several children curiously surveyed their surroundings. Su Wen, clad in a light purple uniform of the Spirit Hall, stood atop the stone house, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Village Chief Jack remarked, our village is named Spirit Village because we have once produced a soul sage. Now, children, this master is here to help you awaken your martial souls. Xiao Xi earnestly regarded the 29th-level Grand Soul Master Su Wen, who was known in the novel for his disdainful attitude. Su Wen, with a hint of exasperation, stated, I have traversed 6 villages, and not one has produced a child with soul power. The group of children was then led inside, where Su Wen activated his martial soul, the lone wolf, casting 6 small stones to form a luminous circle. He then retrieved a crystal ball to begin measuring their soul power. Sickle? It possesses some offensive capability in soul power. Next, another without soul power. Blue silver grass, a useless martial soul next. When it was Tang San's turn, blue silver grass sprouted from his left hand, while a small hammer emerged, concealed behind his back. Xiao Zai's eyes brightened. It was indeed just as described in the original story. Without even a glance, Su Wen recognized it as a useless martial soul and called for the next. Wait, you haven't measured my soul power, Su Wen scoffed. Blue silver grass is a useless martial soul. What more is there to measure? Xiao Xi, indignant, retorted. What do you know? There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Seeing the determined gazes of the two, Su Wen reluctantly nodded for Tang San to measure his soul power. Tang San placed his hand on the crystal ball, which erupted in a radiant glow. Su Wen exclaimed in astonishment, Incredible! It is a full innate soul power, but alas, it is a useless martial soul. Xiao Xi silently added in her heart. In less than 6 years, he could surpass your useless martial soul. Next was Xiao Zai's turn, and her excitement soared. It was finally her moment. Standing within the luminous circle, Xiao Xi slowly began to levitate, soon feeling a warm force surging within her, as if 2 energies were striving to break free from their restraints. Thump! Xiao Xi felt her heart race violently, her eyes widening as a wave of sharp pain coursed through her chest. Ah, my heart hurts so much. Xiao Zai's complexion turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably as strands of light enveloped her arms. Tang San looked at Su Wen in a state of panic. Master, what has happened to my sister? Why is she in such agony? Su Wen, drenched in cold sweat, found himself confronted with a situation he had never encountered before. Tang Zai's face was contorted in pain. Her left hand was bursting with a force that shattered the restraints, giving rise to a magnificent white peony. From her right hand emerged a long, delicate white thread. In her discomfort, She was hardly in a state to conceal the existence of another martial soul. The names of her martial souls flashed in her mind: Bloodthirsty Peony and Lifeline. With the last remnants of her strength, she reached out to touch the crystal ball, which radiated with brilliance, nearly matching the intensity seen during Tang San's assessment. Su Wen was utterly astonished, murmuring to himself, could it be a twin martial soul? It is worth noting that the current Pope, BB Don, also possesses a twin martial soul, and furthermore, it boasts a full innate soul power. Before long, Su Wen lamented, alas, one is a mutated worthless peony, and the other possesses no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Both martial souls are effectively useless. As the awakening concluded, Tang Xi fainted and fell from the air, but Tang San was quick enough to catch her. She was indeed a bit heavy. Tang San, his heart filled with concern, glanced at Tang Zai's pale face and immediately thought of their father. rushing out in search of him. Village Chief Jack, seeing Tang San emerge carrying Tang Xi, wore a puzzled expression, soon followed by Su Yuntao stepping out as well as he Yuntao sighed. Those two children, one with worthless blue silvergrass, the other with the twin martial souls of a useless peony and thread, what a shame, both endowed with full, innate soul power. Jack's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Master, can they both become soul masters? Su Yuntao nodded. They can only reach the rank of soul master at most, but that girl is somewhat special. This situation must be reported to the martial soul hall. He retrieved a token from his soul guide and handed it to Jack, saying, "This is an enrollment token for the martial soul hall. With it, she can gain admission to a good academy. It is meant for that girl. Point 4. Bloodthirsty peony." Tang San hurriedly carried Tang Xi home, kicking the door open with a resounding bang. Tang Hao, who was forging iron, turned irritably. "Who is it?" Upon seeing Tang Xi's pale visage, he was immediately startled and rushed over to embrace her. As a titled daw, he quickly discerned the faint glow emanating from her heart. Tang Hao channeled his soul power into Tang Xi's body. Frowning in confusion, how could two conflicting powers reside within her? These two forces were clashing violently within Tang Xi, endangering her delicate heart and causing the chest pain she was experiencing. Gradually, Tang Xi's complexion improved, and as she weakly opened her eyes, it felt as though all her strength had been drained. She feebly asked, "What has happened to me?" Tang San, filled with concern, inquired, "Sister, are you feeling any better?" Tang Xi's expression grew serious as she looked at both Tang Hao and Tang San, who were in a state of alarm. I suddenly feel very hungry," she said with a cheerful smile, prompting Tang Hao to suppress his urge to scold her. This girl truly had a carefree spirit, making him worry for nothing. "Tang San, go prepare a meal," he instructed. Reluctantly, Tang San lamented his fate of having such a sister. Tang Hao suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, what martial souls have you awakened?" Just as Tang San was about to respond, Tang Xi interjected, "Big brother awakened the blue silvergrass." Tang San nodded and summoned the blue silvergrass. Tang Hao's reaction was subdued, as though it fell within his expectations. "Dad, I also awakened a hammer-like weapon," Tang San added. Tang Hao gazed at the other hammer in Tang San's hand with astonishment. It was the Haotian hammer. With utmost seriousness, Tang Hao instructed Tang San, "Remember, during your cultivation, do not affix any soul rings to this hammer, nor should you wield it in front of anyone. Always use the hammer in your hand to protect the grass in your grasp." Tang San nodded, though he was uncertain about his father's reasoning behind these instructions. Tang San looked at Tang Xi and said to Tang Hao, "But Dad, my sister's twin martial souls have been revealed." Tang Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What did you say?" Tang Xi lowered her head with a look of having made a mistake and murmured, "Awakening my martial soul is really painful. I didn't think about it that much." Then, Tang Xi used her mind to unleash her two martial souls, a white peony and a thread. Tang Xi wanted to cry. As a twin martial soul, why did her martial soul seem so weak? Tang Hao helplessly touched Tang Xi's head and said, "Don't worry. No one cares about a useless twin martial soul." After Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang Xi felt even sadder, her eyes glistening with tears as if she were about to cry. Tang Hao thought to himself that he had said something wrong. "Dad, you're so bad. I don't want to talk to you anymore, unless there's meat to eat tomorrow." Tang Hao helplessly rubbed his forehead and quickly agreed. Okay, Dad promises you." He really had raised a little ancestor. The next morning, Tang Hao went out early. When he returned at noon, he was carrying a wild boar on his back. Tang Xi was overjoyed and surrounded Tang Hao when she saw him. "Dad is so amazing. Dad really brought back the meat." Tang Xi's drool leaked out, and when she heard Tang Hao calling Dad, her heart softened. Having a little cotton-padded jacket was indeed nice. After that, Tang San skinned the wild boar, and blood flowed everywhere. The bloody scene stunned Tang Xi. A flash of red light flickered in her eyes, and she instinctively summoned the bloodthirsty peony. The white peony bloomed on the wild boar's blood-soaked flesh, sucking in the boar's blood. Visible soul power gathered into blue threads and surged toward the peony. Surrounded by domineering black mist, the peony became increasingly vibrant, with a faint pink hue appearing at the edges of its petals. 5 into the academy. Tang San was about to speak when he was stopped by Tang Hao. After a long time, the blood of the wild boar was completely absorbed, and the black mist from the peony invaded the wild boar, instantly corroding its dried-up body, causing the black mist to grow stronger. Tang Xi felt a continuous stream of power surging in her body, and she used her will to retract the bloodthirsty peony. Tang Hao murmured to himself, "Xiao Shi is already an 11th level soul master." Tang Xi stood in place, Looking at Tang Hao in confusion, "I'm sorry, Dad. We don't have any meat to eat today." Tang Hao shook his hand and said, "What do you feel when you use your martial soul?" "Well, I can't control myself when I see blood. By the way, Dad, my martial soul is called Bloodthirsty Peony." Tang Hao understood a bit and turned to Tang San, saying, "You go cook first. I have something to say to your sister." Tang San nodded. No matter how his sister changed, she would always be his sister. Tang Hao brought Tang Xi into the house and said, "This bloodthirsty peony probably need to rely on sucking blood and soul power to enhance your soul power level. You must remember not to use this move in front of outsiders. Otherwise, it will be treated as a secret evil martial soul and dealt with accordingly." Tang Hao's eyes were somewhat complicated. Why did such a martial soul have to exist? Tang Xi obediently nodded and said, "Don't worry, Dad. It's nothing more than death. After all, I'm going to die sooner or later." Tang Hao couldn't help but slap Tang Xi's forehead hard. "Tang," she cried out in pain. "What nonsense are you talking about? Dad will protect you." Tang Hao took out a brooch embedded with a sapphire from his pocket and pinned it onto Tang Xi's collar. Tang Xi was wearing a light green bubble dress, which looked of very good quality at first glance. Looking at Tang Xi's hazy appearance, Tang Hao explained, "This brooch is a soul guide device. It contains a space of 50 square meters. I have also stored 5,000 gold soul coins inside. Little Xi, your physical condition is different, so remember not to push yourself too hard while cultivating." When Tang Hao looked up again, he saw Tang Xi staring at him with teary eyes. She suddenly jumped into Tang Hao's arms and exclaimed, "Dad, it turns out our family is so rich." "Tang Hao, child, shouldn't your focus be on something like that? I'm so touched." For a while afterwards, Tang Hao taught Tang San how to hammer, while Tang Xi stood aside lifting weights, running, and exercising. Soon, Tang San and Tang Xi packed their bags and followed village chief Jack to attend school at Nodding Academy. In the bustling city, there were many high-end buildings, crowds of people coming and going, and vendors shouting on both sides of the street selling fruits, vegetables, and some unusual items. Tang Xi bought bedding and other items on the street in advance. Tang San asked in confusion, "Sister, where did you get the money?" Tang Xi said proudly, "Of course it's from my dad." Tang San's expression darkened. He instantly felt that he was just picked up. When they arrived at the entrance of Nodding Academy, the guard in front directly blocked their way. The guard said arrogantly, "This is Nodding Academy, not a place for you country bumpkins to come." Tang San lowered his head and clenched his fists, while village chief Jack took out the list given by Su Wen to provide proof. Before Jack could speak, he saw Tang Xi throw a punch that knocked the guard away and casually said, "Noisy." Tang San was also taken aback and walked over to touch Tang Xi's hair, helplessly saying, "Little sister, let your big brother handle the fighting next time. If your body can't take it, don't get involved." The gatekeeper, exasperated, wanted to say something, but then he heard a round of applause. Indeed, very nice. A man in a dark blue long robe with short hair walked over. This person was Master Yu Xiaojing. "Xiaowu, you don't follow martial ethics." Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang Xi and Tang San and said, "I'll take these two to report." Jack took out the personal profiles of Tang San and Tang Xi and handed them to Yu Xiaojing, saying apologetically, "I'll leave it to you." Jack looked at the two with satisfaction. "Xiao San, Xiao Xi, you both must study hard." Tang Xi nodded happily. "Little Xi can do it." Then the two followed Yu Xiaojing and after glancing at Tang San's personal profile, said, "You also have twin martial souls, right?" Tang San glanced at Yu Xiaojing warily, thinking to himself, how does he know? Being well-versed in the plot, Tang Xi could completely predict what Yu Xiaojing was about to say next. Yu Xiaojing listed a bunch of reasons for discovering that Tang San had twin martial souls, and then he asked the two of them, "Do you want to become my disciples?" Tang San was overjoyed to hear this and knelt down, saying, "Teacher, please allow me to pay my respects." Yu Xiaojing quickly helped Tang San up and said, "A man kneels to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. You only need to bend down and call me teacher." After that, Yu Xiaojing turned his gaze to Tang Xi, and Tang San looked at his sister as well, hoping she would also take Yu Xiaojing as her teacher. Tang Xi shook her head and decisively refused, saying, "Sorry, Master, I don't want to become your disciple. My constitution is very special, so I want to dual cultivate my martial soul." Yu Xiaojing felt it was a bit of pity, but still advised, "I suggest you cultivate one martial soul first, so that the first soul ring of your second martial soul can have better quality." Tang Xi shook her head. She did not intend to cultivate this way. Her intuition told her that dual cultivation of martial souls was the right path. "Tang," she said casually, "it's okay. Xiao Xi is just practicing for fun anyway, since Xiao Xi won't live long." Before Tang Xi could finish speaking, Tang San tapped her on the forehead. "Tang Xi, hiding in the corner and touching the bump that had formed on her forehead. Wanted to cry, but had no tears. I haven't finished my sentence yet. Tang San angrily said, "Little sister, don't talk nonsense." Yu Xiaojiang was full of questions, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Having a disciple like Tang San was enough. Yu Xiaojiang took Tang San and Tang Xi to the academy to report in, and then the siblings directly went to the dormitory to pack their things. The 7th dormitory was a mixed-gender dormitory. Tang San was suddenly attacked by a boy as soon as he entered, but he quickly knocked Wang Sheng down. Wang Sheng patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "You beat me, so from now on, you are the boss of our 7th dorm." Everyone immediately bent down and shouted, "Hello, boss." The next moment, a little girl with scorpion braids, dressed in pink and wearing 2 rabbit ears on her head, walked in from outside. Xiao Wu, holding a pink lunchbox, began to introduce herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Xiao Wu, the dancing." Tang San was pushed by Wang Sheng behind him, who shouted, "The new person in the 7th dormitory wants to fight the dorm leader, and he is our dorm leader." Then, Tang San was successfully knocked down by Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng glanced at Tang Xi, who was eating melon nearby, and said, "She is also a newcomer, and she hasn't fought yet." Tang Xi, innocently caught in the crossfire. Xiao Wu squinted her eyes, then quickly lunged forward with a sweeping kick aimed at Tang Xi. Tang Xi narrowly flipped backward and landed steadily on the ground. Xiao Wu used her hands to support herself and performed a series of aerial flips, leveraging the floor's bounce to wrap her legs around Tang Xi's neck. Just as it seemed she would be thrown to the ground by Xiao Wu, Tang Xi had no choice but to close her eyes and tightly pinch Xiao Wu's waist. A strange itch came from Xiao Wu's waist, and unable to exert strength with her legs, she loosened her grip and fell on her bottom. Xiao Wu's face turned red as she muttered, "You're not following the rules of martial arts. How can you just pinch a girl's waist like that? It tickled me to death." 7 Su Wen's martial soul. Tang Xi made a funny face and chuckled. "A loss is a loss." Xiao Wu, in a fit of anger, stomped her feet and said, "I don't care. I'm the boss of this dormitory. You have to call me Sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xi turned her head away, secretly complaining, "What a childish person." Glancing at Tang San next to her who was watching the show, Tang Xi's mischievous side kicked in, and she teased, "The only one who can cure me is my sister-in-law. Unless you want to be my sister-in-law?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she leaned over, saying, "All right, call me sister-in-law quickly." Tang Xi obediently called out sister-in-law and revealed a sweet smile. The people in the 7th dormitory looked at Tang San with a strange expression, as if to say, "Oh, I understand," which was quite perplexing. Tang San almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his inner anger rising. This sister was clearly here to target him. In the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, a woman was sitting with her eyes closed, cultivating her energy. She was not tall, dressed in a luxurious robe with silver and gold patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and holding a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless jewels. This person was Pope Bibi Dong. Su Wen, with dark purple shining silver hair, was dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, covered by black and purple leather armor. Su Wen arrived at the Pope's hall under the guidance of the chrysanthemum-Da, saying, "Your Majesty, I have brought the Holy Sun." Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes and softly responded with an then gestured to the ghost Da beside her to begin the soul awakening process. Su Wen was the abandoned child that Bibi Dong personally picked up 6 years ago. She immediately sensed an aura from the divine realm emanating from Su Wen, so she took him back to cultivate him personally. The ghost Da threw 6 small stones that formed a glowing circle around Su Wen, and a warm power surged into Su Wen's body. Ever since Su Wen became conscious, he knew he had crossed into the popular novel Douluo Continent, where he was picked up by Bibi Dong to be cultivated as her direct disciple. At the same time, he was well aware that the future protagonist, Tang San, would flatten the spirit hall, and that Xian Rinchue's divine position would shatter, leading to Bibi Dong's downfall. Since he was born in the spirit hall, he would not let go of Hao Yian's sect, Tang San, or Shrek Academy. He would not leave any opportunities such as the Eye of Ice and Fire, the champion of the elite competition, Sea God Island, and the Killing God Realm, to Tang San. A murderous intent flashed in Su Wen's eyes, and in that instant, a domineering black mist erupted from his left hand. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and said seriously, "It is a rare top-tier martial soul, and it has a dark attribute. Among many martial souls, those with attributes are extremely rare. Wind, space, dark, light, and so on are all top-tier martial souls, and the power they unleash is terrifying. This type of attribute martial soul can adapt to many different types of soul rings, being able to attack, defend, and assist. Then, Su Wen touched the crystal ball, and in an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly, revealing that he possessed innate full soul power. Bibi Dong smiled a satisfied smile and slowly said, Su Wen, your talent is quite good, even better than that of your teacher. Su Wen's expression was calm as he replied, Teacher, I want to start obtaining my first soul ring and begin cultivating tomorrow. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement with Su Wen's decision, saying, It's good that you have the desire to become stronger. I wonder how the talent of that girl with twin martial souls compares to yours. Su Wen was taken aback upon hearing twin martial souls. Girl? Twin martial souls? Seeing Su Wen's confusion, Bibi Dong explained. The first person with twin martial souls died during cultivation, the second is me, and the third is a little girl named Tang Xi. Unfortunately, she has two useless martial souls. Bibi Dong then turned to look at the martial soul on Su Wen's left hand. But your martial soul is quite good. Su Wen muttered to himself, Tang Xi. When Bibi Dong mentioned the name Tang Xi, Su Wen's heart was struck hard. Wasn't that the name of his deskmate in his previous life? Su Wen gradually had a suspicion in his heart, feeling excited, expectant, and also a bit afraid. Was he afraid she would have some connection with Tang San? Or was he afraid that person might not be her? Su Wen was unclear about what he was really thinking. Tang Xi en gao meets phone. Tang Xi stretched lazily and pitifully said to Tang San, Brother, why do I have to go? I still want to continue my nap and enjoy delicious food. I've been eating porridge for the past 6 years. The food at Notting Academy is just too delicious. Tang San patiently taught Tang Xi, Sister, if you want to become stronger, you need to obtain soul rings. So you can better protect yourself. Tang Xi silently complained. Here we go again. The daily chanting of the old brother is really annoying. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but smile when he saw the good relationship between the brother and sister across from him. He didn't expect Tang San to be such a little adult at such a young age, even teaching his sister. Tang, she felt very frustrated. Accompanying Tang San to obtain the soul ring meant being chased and attacked by the Mandra snake, and then being suffocated by Master S. Martial Soul, the little dog. Luo Sanpao. M. Here, 10,000 words describing Tang San's process of obtaining the first soul ring are omitted. Tang, she was exhausted and panting as the plot reached the moment Tang San began to absorb the first soul ring. Tang, she was bored, chewing on a dogtail grass. Feeling extremely upset, it was really exhausting to be out. She estimated that with Master S limited soul power, he couldn't obtain the first soul ring. At that moment, a crane suddenly entered Tang Xi's line of sight, and she found herself staring eye to eye with the bird. Yu Xiaojiang saw this and shouted, Quick, get out of the way. That was a white-winged flying crane around 1,000 years old, and its beak was very hard and aggressive. Perhaps Yu Xiaojiang had shouted too loudly, as the white-winged flying crane, which had intended to rest there, suddenly got startled and crazily attacked Yu Xiaojiang. Tang, she was suddenly startled, no? Her brother was still absorbing the spirit ring. He couldn't be affected. Yu Xiaojiang summoned Luo Sanpao with his mind, and Luo Sanpao let out a fart in front of the white-winged flying crane. The white-winged flying crane was infuriated and kicked Luo Sanpao 10 meters away at the fastest speed. Then it flashed in front of Yu Xiaojiang and pecked him hard with its beak. Yu Xiaojiang was knocked against the tree trunk by this immense impact. Seeing the white-winged flying crane looking at Tang San, who was still absorbing the spirit ring, Tang Xi instinctively rushed in front of Tang San, drawing the dagger that Tang San had given her from her belt, which was coated with poison. In the blink of an eye, the white-winged flying crane appeared in front of Tang Xi. Tang Xi activated her purple extreme magic eye, her eyes instantly turning purple, and everything around her seemed to slow down several times. The white-winged flying crane was about to attack Tang San, and Tang Xi seized the moment to grab the white-winged flying crane's neck fiercely. Feeling its throat being grabbed, the white-winged flying crane became enraged and went wild. Tang Xi jumped onto the back of the white-winged crane with a powerful leap using the elasticity of her heels, forcefully pulling the crane's neck back. Note, Tang Xi has a special physique and has been training her strength since childhood, so she's strong enough to lift 500 pounds. The white-winged crane let out a long cry, swinging its white wings in anger as it flew into the sky. Tang Xi, still on the crane's back, was also carried away into the air. When Tang San finished absorbing the soul ring, the first thing he saw was Yu Xiaojiang knocked down against a tree trunk, but there was no sign of Tang Xi. Tang San felt an unprecedented panic in his heart. Where is Xiao Xi? Tang San hurriedly rushed in front of Yu Xiaojiang and anxiously shouted, Teacher, where is my sister? Tang San's face flushed with anxiety, and his eyes were red. Yu Xiaojiang forced himself to open his eyes and said in a weak voice, "Your sister was taken by a 1,000-year-old white-winged flying crane to protect you." Each word struck Tang San's heart, and he took a step back in disbelief. Yu Xiaojiang felt deep guilt inside. It was his inadequacy. "No, teacher, you must have another way. My sister is fine, right?" Tang San was on the verge of collapse. Yu Xiaojiang also felt distressed, but still spoke the harsh reality. "Tang, she had been taken deep into the forest, where there are higher-level soul beasts. I'm afraid your sister is in great danger." At this moment, Tang San was red-eyed and couldn't care about anything else as he turned and ran into the depths of the forest. That was his sister. Although she often asked for a beating, she was still a family member he held dear. Yu Xiaojiang shouted from behind, "Don't go, Tang San. If you go, you'll only be sending yourself to death. We need to find reinforcements first. Otherwise, do you want your sister to see her hard-won brother lose his life for nothing?" This statement successfully made Tang San stop. His brows furrowed, and his blood-red eyes were filled with tears. "Sister, I will definitely find you." Jin en gao bibi zong ah. The white-winged crane flipped several times in midair, trying to shake off Tang Xi, with powerful winds hitting Tang Xi's face, making her suffer as well. Tang Xi's dagger was thrown away as it flew into the air. Angrily, Tang Xi used her fingers to poke at the eyes of the white-winged crane. Screech! The white-winged crane screamed in pain and instinctively activated its soul power to fly away quickly for 100,000 meters. The strong winds made it impossible for Tang Xi to hold onto the crane's neck, causing her to fall from a height of 100 meters. Tang Xi felt a chill in her heart. When she saw two people below, she panicked and shouted, "Get out of the way, aw." The wind was blowing Tang Xi's hair all over the place, and she had her hands out in front, ready to meet her fate. Su Wen, who was walking behind Bibi Dong, suddenly paused when he heard the shout and curiously looked up. Tang Xi happened to meet Su Wen's gaze, and she was momentarily stunned, unable to help but feel infatuated with the adorable little boy. As she approached closer, Su Wen couldn't think much and instinctively raised his hand to catch her. With a loud slap, Su Wen caught Tang Xi but was also knocked down to the ground. When Bibi Dong heard the noise and turned around, she saw this scene. Tang Xi was lying on Su Wen's body in an extremely ambiguous position. You can imagine it yourself. Tang Xi's body felt like it was falling apart, aching all over and feeling dizzy. Su let out a muffled sound of pain. Tang Xi got up and rubbed her eyes to see clearly the person in front of her, a small boy with dark purple silver hair and red eyes. For some reason, Tang Xi thought of her past life deskmate, Su Wen. "How much longer are you going to lean on me?" Su Wen looked at Tang Xi with a complaining expression, and only then did Tang Xi realize how ambiguous their posture was, quickly standing up in embarrassment. Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. These two really did look like a couple. Following Bibi Dong's laughter, Tang Xi looked over and saw a woman of short stature, dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown and holding a long staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless gemstones. "Wow, isn't that Pope Bibi Dong?" Tang Xi blushed, feeling nervous and not knowing what to say for a moment. She could only awkwardly say, "I'm so sorry. I was just thrown down by a white-winged crane." Then Tang Xi's eyes lit up, and she bounced over to Bibi Dong, showcasing her best smile from the best angle. "Hello, beautiful sister. My name is Tang Xi." Tang Xi had no idea how much shock her name brought to the two of them. Although Su Wen still maintained a calm expression, he was turbulent inside. Could it really be her? The one who fell in a pool of blood to save him. Bibi Dong was not so easily deceived. Was it really Tang Xi, the one who possessed 2 martial souls and innate full soul power? And she felt a hint of fear in her heart. Could it be that she was going to kill her to silence her? But Tang Xi quickly adjusted her smile and looked at Bibi Dong with admiration, thinking how amazing the beautiful sister was for guessing correctly. Bibi Dong was pleased with Tang Xi's sweet words and asked, "Little one, would you like to be my student?" Tang Xi felt a sense of shame inside. It's over. It's over, this deadly question and answer. If she doesn't become Bibi Dong's student, she will be erased by her. If she does become Bibi Dong's student, she will be erased by the protagonist. What a difficult choice. "Teacher, why don't you show your sincerity first before letting this sister make a decision?" Su Wen stepped forward to help Tang Xi out of the predicament, and Tang Xi looked at Su Wen with gratitude. What a great person. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Exactly. Bibi Zonggung said Tang Xi, sensing that her soul power was only at level 11, but she couldn't feel any fluctuation of soul power, probably because she hadn't obtained her first soul ring yet. "Then let's go together to obtain your first soul ring." Tang Xi was stunned for a moment, but inside she was already bursting with joy. She immediately nodded and followed behind Bibi Dong, praising, "Pretty sister is the best." 10 First Spirit Ring 1. Along the way, Tang Xi teased Bibi Dong and couldn't help but show a delighted expression, while also thinking about how to refuse Bibi Dong. Tang Xi looked at Su Wen with a smile and said, "By the way, I haven't asked her name yet." Su Wen replied, "Su Wen," and then looked at Tang Xi with great anticipation for her reaction. Tang Xi was taken aback when she heard the name, but soon she let it go. It must be a coincidence with a common name, right? What are the odds that it would be that person? It's a very nice name, quite similar to that of an old friend of mine. Tang Xi reacted lightly, completely not considering Su Wen as her deskmate from a previous life. Su Wen, with a head full of black lines, silently thought, "How can this woman be so stupid? Isn't she a top student?" Tang Xi suddenly stopped halfway and said to Bibi Dong, a bit embarrassed, "Pretty sister, there's soul beast nearby that Xiao Shi wants." Bibi Dong became interested. "Oh, how do you know that is the most suitable soul beast for you?" Tang Xi summoned her martial soul, the bloodthirsty peony. The bloodthirsty peony on her left hand emitted a faint white light and suddenly flew away to a sleeping black Xian floating turtle under the bushes. Tang Xi explained, "It seems that my martial soul can choose suitable soul rings by itself." Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised, as this was unprecedented. Bibi Dong tapped her staff, and a wave of pressure surged towards the black Xian floating turtle, which was instantly awakened and dared not move. Su Wen drew the dagger from his waist and handed it over, explaining, "Soul rings must be obtained personally, so you have to kill it yourself." Tang Xi caught the dagger without hesitation and decisively stabbed towards the head of the black Xian floating turtle. Blood splattered onto Tang Xi's face, but her eyes didn't blink even once. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. This child's temperament was quite good. Around the black Xian floating turtle, light spots emerged, gathering into a yellow halo that floated up and down at Tang Xi's waist. A surge of energy filled every meridian in Tang Xi's body, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she entered her own consciousness. Anyone who obtains a soul ring must accept the spiritual impact of the soul beast here. Around Tang Xi, many white peonies were in full bloom. The spiritual entity of the black Xian floating turtle launched an attack on Tang Xi, but was blocked by the peonies. A mass of black mist emerged from the peonies, attacking the spiritual entity of the black Xian floating turtle. The black Xian floating turtle let out a mournful cry, seemingly unwilling to die so easily. The black mist eroded the spiritual entity of the black Xian floating turtle until it completely dissipated, and only then did the yellow halo steadily settle around Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi brought too many surprises to Bibi Dong. The 600-year-old black profound floating turtle has far exceeded the limit by too much. This child is probably a prodigy. Tang Xi opened her eyes and looked at the yellow halo around her waist, feeling extremely happy. Bibi Dong asked, "What is your first soul skill?" Tang Xi explained obediently, "My first soul skill weakens the opponent's speed by 25. The bloodthirsty peony can transfer this speed back to one person, with a speed limit of 100. Moreover, for each additional soul ring, I can further weaken the speed by 5. Bibi Dong was very surprised by this soul skill. If this skill were an area damage attack, and if it exploited the speed of agility-type soul masters and transferred it to another person, what would the effect be? Tang Xi thought for a moment and said, "Beautiful sister, I want to add a soul ring to my second martial spirit." Bibi Dong asked in confusion, "Why? Do you know the consequences of doing so?" Tang Xi nodded and said seriously, "Xiao Shi knows that the first person with twin soul rings in Douluo Continent had a dual cultivation martial soul and ended up dying from exploding his body. However," Tang Xi changed the subject, her expression showing a hint of sadness. "My physique is quite special, and my intuition tells me that this path is the most suitable for me." Bibi Dong hesitated a bit, while Su Wen, not overthinking it, advised like a little adult, "Teacher, this is her path." Eventually, Bibi Dong reluctantly agreed. "So have you thought about what kind of soul ring you want to add to your second martial soul? It's best to choose a hard, poisonous soul beast." As Tang Xi spoke, she unleashed her martial soul, the line of life. The line of life emitted a faint glow, the thread about 10 centimeters long. The line of life seemed to have a life of its own, looking around before flying off towards the north. Tang Xi was chasing behind the line of life. Su Wen was very curious about Tang Xi's physique. She said her physique was very special, but what exactly is her physique like? Tang Xi followed the line of life to a large tree, where the line pointed to a beehive on the tree before returning to Tang Xi's hand. Tang Xi picked up a large stone nearby and accurately smashed it towards the beehive. The beehive fell and rolled into the grass. The queen bee flew out angrily and glanced at the three people. Tang Xi, scared, hid behind Bibi Dong and said pitifully, "Beautiful sister, they are so scary." Su Wen, feeling a bit exasperated, replied, "Is it really okay to hide behind someone just because you can't fight back?" Bibi Dong found this dependence quite endearing, especially since Tang Xi resembled her daughter Qianrenxue, who had always had a cold relationship with her. Thinking of Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong's resentment towards the Angel clan, she felt an additional pang of bitterness. Bibi Dong tapped her staff, and a tremendous pressure forced the Bee King to the ground. The Bee King was 8 centimeters long, and Bibi Dong estimated it to be around 800 years old. Bibi Dong looked at Tang Xi with some concern and reminded her, "This Bee King is 800 years old. Are you sure you want it to be your first spirit ring?" Tang Xi looked at the lifeline in her hand, which emitted a faint glow and pointed towards the Bee Queen with great spirituality. Then Tang Xi nodded solemnly, "Yes, beautiful sister." After that, Tang Xi used her dagger to end the Bee Queen's life, and a deep yellow light point gathered to form a soul ring that fell onto Tang Xi. Tang Xi's consciousness was immediately pulled into the realm of spiritual awareness, ready to face the attack from the Bee Queen's spiritual body. One white peony after another bloomed in the place where Tang Xi meditated within her spiritual awareness. The Bee Queen angrily emitted a series of shrill sounds and then raised the stinger at the end of her tail, aiming it at Tang Xi. The stinger struck Tang Xi's spiritual body with undeniable force, causing her to show a pained expression as if ants were gnawing at her entire body. The toxin spread to every part of Tang Xi's spiritual body, and she instantly felt cold and began to shiver. If the spiritual body were damaged, it could potentially lead to her becoming demented in reality, or her meridians might not withstand this overpowering force, resulting in her body exploding and perishing. The white peonies continuously provided life force to Tang Xi, but the petals wilted in an instant. Suddenly, a black mist emerged, slightly smaller and slower than the previous one. However, as soon as the black mist touched the Bee Queen's spiritual body, the queen's soul was instantly annihilated, and the shattered fragments fell onto the peony flowers, allowing them to regenerate and bloom once more. Tang Xi opened her eyes again, and the deep yellow soul ring had firmly settled around her waist. Tang Xi felt that her current physical condition was terrible, with a metallic taste rising in her throat. 12 unconscious. Tang Xi knew that some things had to be said, so she turned to look at Bibi Dong with a smile and said, "Pretty big sister, you asked me a question that I haven't answered yet." Bibi Dong felt a strong anticipation for Tang Xi to become her student. "Pretty big sister, I can't be your student." Oh, upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat stiff, and she seemed to be on the verge of anger, but Tang Xi quickly added, "Because Xiao Xi won't live past 25, so there's no need for pretty big sister to waste her time on me." At this moment, Tang Xi's smile was radiant. But when Bibi Dong raised her head in confusion, blood unexpectedly flowed from the corners of Tang Xi's mouth, and her face turned pale, as if she were about to faint at any moment. Su Wen was the first to react, catching her just as Tang Xi was about to collapse. Tang Xi, holding on to her last breath, said regretfully, "My constitution is special because my heart is inherently damaged. Being a talented and capable student who can assist the beautiful older sister is truly admirable, but unfortunately, I cannot become such a person." Tang Xi tightly closed her eyes after speaking. She was so tired and just wanted to rest. Bibi Dong bent down, looking complicatedly at Tang Xi, and when she probed her soul power into Tang Xi's body, she discovered that what Tang Xi said was true. Those who possessed the 7 treasures Linglong heart were destined not to live past 25 years old, and Tang Xi's meridians were severely damaged, almost endangering her heart. That was why Tang Xi couldn't bear the pain and fainted. Bibi Dong was filled with guilt. She regretted having that moment of wanting to kill this little thing, unwilling to let her be her student, and if she couldn't be used by her, then death was the only option. Bibi Dong transferred her soul power to Tang Xi. Su Wen, worried, asked, "Teacher, is she okay?" Bibi Dong's expression was serious. Her condition was too bad, and it would be better to take her back first. In the dead of night, the soul beasts in the soul beast forest were lurking with danger. Tang San resolutely entered the soul beast forest to search for Tang Xi despite Yu Xiaojiang's objections, with Xiao Wu by his side. "Xiao Xi," Tang San shouted anxiously, and at that moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward, grabbed Tang San, and advised, "Hey, don't go any further. It's very dangerous ahead." Tang San shook off Xiao Wu's hand, his eyes reddening and fists clenched tightly, his whole body trembling slightly. "You don't understand. Xiao Xi went missing because of me. I'm really useless. I can't even protect my own sister." Seeing Tang San's dejected expression, Xiaowu didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her rabid ears twitched, and she immediately grabbed Tang San's hand, pulling him towards the small river ahead. Tang Xi weakly collapsed near the small river, completely unconscious and pale. Tang San's pupils widened the moment he saw Tang Xi, and he immediately rushed forward to help her up. He checked her breath and couldn't help but feel relieved, thinking, fortunately, she still has a breath. Then, in a hurry, Tang San carried Tang Xi on his back and headed towards Nodding Academy. Not far away, Su Wen silently observed everything, accompanied by a level 78 soul saint. Bibi Dong had left due to other matters, leaving a branch hall master of the spirit hall to protect Su Wen. The soul saint respectfully said, "Holy Son, it's time for us to leave." Su Wen reluctantly looked at Tang Xi's silhouette, his expression melancholic as he pondered something. What exactly happened to Tang Xi? Why hasn't the teacher said anything yet? However, my dear deskmate, I look forward to seeing you again in 6 years. Since you have chosen to stand with Tang San, we will be enemies when we meet again. 6 years later, in a guest room at Nodding Academy, Tang Xi lay unconscious on the bed, her complexion still pale with no trace of color, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, clearly suffering from some kind of pain. Yu Xiaojiang stood helplessly at the bedside, shaking his head, with her meridians severely damaged. She probably wouldn't be able to cultivate her soul power anymore. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Tang Hao strode in, anxiously looking at Tang Xi on the bed. Yu Xiaojiang immediately recognized the person before him as the legendary Hao Qian of Tang Hao. Yu Xiaojiang's face lit up with joy, as Hao Qian Douluo had always been his idol. Tang Hao continuously infused his soul power into Tang Xi, only to discover that her meridians were being nourished by another source of soul power. With this realization, Tang Hao felt reassured and slowly said, "Tang Xi's meridians are damaged and need a year of recovery. During this time, she is not allowed to cultivate her soul power. Tell her to focus on restoring her health first." By the end of his statement, Tang Hao's tone had become somewhat uncontrollable. Heaven knows how anxious he felt when he received a message from the third party, stating that Tang Xi had fainted and was unresponsive. However, it seemed that Tang Xi had already been treated by someone else, and her injuries would surely heal within a year. Yu Xiaojiang tentatively asked, "You must be Lord Hao Qian, right?" Tang Hao nodded in agreement, and then said, "Thank you for taking care of my children these days." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and quickly replied, "Tang San is also my student, and Tang Xi has a connection with me as well. It's only right to take care of them." Tang Hao then said, "I will be leaving now, and I entrust my children to your care." Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback and instinctively said, "What? You're leaving? Why?" Tang Hao de luten gelang set at Tang Xi. He wanted to stay by the children's side, but if he followed them, their enemies would take out their anger on them. After I leave, they can grow better. I am currently wanted by the Spirit Hall, and it is not a good choice for them to be with me. Please do not tell Tang Xi my identity." As for Tang Xi, Tang Hao vaguely felt that this clever little girl had already known his identity. After listening, Yu Xiaojiang solemnly promised, "I will." 6 years later, on the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, a young girl was frantically hunting soul beasts. Second soul skill, flexible spider silk. She continuously shot spider silk from her hands, sticking the hooves of the rampaging wild boar to the ground, rendering it unable to move. First soul skill, poison bee needle thread. Dozens of long, poisonous needle threads erupted from the girl's hands, piercing through the head of the rampaging wild boar, which died instantly. The girl was Tang Xi, wearing a light blue dress that reached her knees, with 2 low ponytails that reached her waist. The bangs on either side of her forehead curled up, and her wet, innocent-looking eyes appeared extremely pure. At the age of 12, she began to show pure and charming beauty. Tang Xi smiled slightly, and 2 soul rings steadily descended. 1 yellow and 1 purple. Bloodthirsty peony. As soon as Tang Xi's voice fell, the ground was instantly covered with pale pink peonies, which bloomed on the raging wild boar. Sucking its blood, Tang Xi felt that she had successfully broken through to level 29. Next, she needed to report to Shrek Academy, and the real plot was about to begin. Sigh. Tang Xi sighed, feeling exhausted. Ever since her meridians were damaged nearly 6 years ago, almost costing her life. During that year of recovery, her older brother Tang San forced her to learn Xianyu Hand, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, and Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Just thinking about it made Tang Xi want to cry. Tang San said, "Little sister, you need to practice hard, or you won't even know how you died." However, Tang Xi was also training very diligently. Her martial soul, bloodthirsty peony, needed to be nourished with fresh blood to continue her cultivation. so she had to hunt soul beasts in the Douluo forest every once in a while. She made an agreement with her older brother Tang San to report to Shrek Academy in 3 days. Tang Xi stretched and yawned before setting off on her journey. 14 Shrek Academy. Tang Xi finally arrived near Shrek Academy after traveling for 3 days and nights. She was dazzled by the delicious food around her. Looking this way and that. Boss, I'll have a candied hawthorn. 2 servings of grilled sausages. Thank you, Andy. Wow, boss, I want a serving of sweet tofu. Before she knew it, her hands were already piled high with various snacks. Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had been waiting in front of Shrek Academy for a long time, brightened up when they saw Tang Xi. Tang San was just about to step forward to embrace his sister when Xiao Wu beside him rushed up a step ahead, crying out, Xiao Xi, I miss you so much. Tang Xi waved the hand holding the grilled sausage excitedly and said, Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu hugged Tang Xi tightly and lifted her head to take a bite of the grilled sausage in Tang Xi's hand, munching on it deliciously. Tang Xi was instantly petrified, thinking that I was fake but thinking that my food was real. Tang San couldn't help but laugh at Tang Xi's speechless expression. It had been a long time since he had seen that funny look on the girl, wanting to hit someone but not daring to do so. Xiao Wu heard Tang San's laughter and shot him a glare, shouting angrily, Don't laugh. Tang San felt embarrassed and then began to care about Tang Xi. Sister, did you get hurt when you went to the Douluo forest this time? Does your heart hurt? Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, Third brother, how can you let Xiao Xi go to the Douluo forest alone without my permission? Then, Xiao Wu looked at Tang Xi with concern and kindly asked, Yes. Xiao Xi, did your heart hurt at any point? Tang Xi said helplessly, All right, Sister Xiao Wu, you and brother are too concerned about me. My heart is not a big deal. My physical condition is pretty good. Tang Xi confidently patted her chest. Xiao Wu exchanged a glance with Tang San and said helplessly, Who was it that, at the age of 7, started feeling heart pain while running and then lay in bed for a whole day and night? I don't even know which little fool it was, practicing all night long and ended up with a heartache for an entire day. Tang Xi felt increasingly lacking in confidence as the conversation continued. Seeing that the two still had the desire to keep talking, she quickly pulled them away. All right, Sister Xiao Wu, brother, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Let's go sign up first. Tang San was amused by Tang Xi's adorable appearance and gently touched her hair, but he still felt very upset inside. Little, she had only started to experience heart pain after being rescued 6 years ago. Every time he saw Tang Xi rolling back and forth in pain on the bed, a deep sense of guilt surged in his heart, especially since her body had been perfectly healthy before she turned 6. This only strengthened Tang San's desire to become stronger. It was all because of his weak little sister that she had to endure so much suffering. Xiao Wu turned her head to glance at the gate of Shrek Academy in front of her. The gate was not a proper door, but rather built from thatch and wood, surrounded by wooden fences, giving it a very desolate and dilapidated appearance. Xiao Wu was somewhat speechless. Was this really a Soul Master Academy? It was even worse than Nodding Academy. Tang Xi agreed beside her. Tang San chuckled lightly. Since we're here, let's take a look first. In front of the long queue was a small tent, where a white-haired old man was checking the pulse of a boy. Not qualified next. The boy's mother shouted in confusion. My child's first spirit ring is a 100-year spirit ring. Why can't he enter your Shrek Academy? The old man, hearing this, said, Do you know the meaning of Shrek Academy? The old man stood up and released 6 spirit rings, which startled everyone, and they exclaimed, He's actually a spirit emperor. The old man retracted his spirit rings and slowly said, Shrek is a kind of monster. We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Many people saw this and stopped in their tracks, shaking their heads and going home. Excuse me, can I sign up? A girl in a blue dress elegantly walked up to the old man. This person was Ning Rongrong. The old man touched Ning Rongrong's innate talent and nodded, saying, The talent is suitable. Then, Ning Rongrong displayed her martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and with a faint smile, she said, So, can I pass? The old man was slightly taken aback and asked, Child, does your family know you are here? Ning Rongrong smiled and replied, as the saying goes, There are no distinctions in teaching. Just because of my martial spirit, I can't sign up. The old man nodded and signaled Dai Mubai next to him to take her down to participate in the second round. Next, it was the turn of Tang Xi and the other 3, 15 displaying martial spirits. Tang San stepped forward and paid 30 golden soul coins, which was the registration fee for the 3 of them. The old man nodded and touched Tang San's wrist, frowning when he didn't find any root bone. Finally, he asked Tang San to lift his calf and felt it, saying, Bone age is suitable. Then it was Xiao Wu's turn. Bone age is suitable. So release your martial souls. The two of them then released their martial souls. Tang San's was blue silvergrass, and Xiao Wu's was softbone rabbit. 200-year soul rings spiraled up from their feet and steadily settled at their waists. What surprised the old man the most was Tang San's blue silvergrass. It had actually cultivated to such a level, making him a monster. Tang San smiled and glanced at Tang Xi, saying, "There are people even more monstrous than me." He. Seeing Tang San looking at her, Tang Xi shyly smiled back, and the old man instantly became interested. Tang Xi stood in front of the old man, who nodded and said, "The bone age is suitable. You can release your martial soul now." Tang Xi deeply, with a thought, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, spiraled up from her feet and settled steadily around her waist. Tang Xi's hands were entwined with many white threads. The old man exclaimed, "The second soul ring is actually a 1,000-year soul ring." Dai Mubai also looked over, feeling a bit unbalanced inside. This little girl seemed so young, yet her second soul ring was already 1,000 years old. Tang Xi felt a bit shy. She owed her abilities to her twin martial souls. She had added soul rings to both of her martial souls, and with each additional soul ring, the years she could endure increased. After adding a 100-year soul ring to both martial souls, the years she could bear for her second soul ring had already reached 1,000. The old man couldn't help but laugh heartily upon seeing this. "You are all very outstanding. Mubai, take them directly to the 4th round." Dai Mubai nodded, and in a moment of distraction, he felt a strange sensation and glanced back at the end of the line. A black-haired, curvaceous woman stood elegantly in the back. If one ignored her youthful face, they would probably think she was an adult. When Dai Mubai came back to his senses, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to test, and she released her nether cat. Dai Mubai was slightly startled upon seeing this martial soul. Could it be his fiancée? When Zhu Zhuqing approached Dai Mubai, she glanced coldly at him and turned her head away in displeasure. The old man behind said, "Mubai, this girl also passed the test. Take her and a few others directly to the 4th round." Tang Xi followed behind the crowd, looking around. Speaking of which, Oscar should be out selling sausages by now. Why haven't I seen him yet? Tang Xi thought of the grilled sausages from earlier and couldn't help but salivate, her stomach audibly growling at an inopportune moment. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to Tang Xi. Xiao Wu burst out laughing. "Haha, Xiao Xi, I remember you just ate so many delicious things. How are you hungry again now?" Tang Xi pouted her cheeks in an expression of not wanting to talk to anyone. Tang San couldn't help but poke her puffed-up cheeks, covering his mouth with one hand to stifle a laugh, while saying, "Good sister, I'll go buy you something to fill your stomach." Ning Rongrong beside them also smiled, feeling that the bond between the siblings was really good. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile slightly. Tang Xiwu. Her image is gone. Tang San walked over to the sausage vendor. The sign read, "Specializing in sausages," and the seller was a bearded uncle. In fact, this person was Oscar. Oscar was calling out nearby, "Come take a look, just 5 copper coins for one. The quality of the sausages is guaranteed to be absolutely delicious." Tang San handed over a copper coin and said, "Uncle, I want 2. Thank you." Oscar looked at Tang San in surprise. "What? You call me uncle?" Oscar was very sad. Clearly, they were the same age, yet he was called uncle by a peer. "Come on, I'm still a student. I just have a bit more facial hair. We're the same age." Dai Mubai saw this and quickly stepped in to stop Tang San. "Hey, brother, I advise you not to buy sausages." Oscar cried out, "Big brother Dai, don't." Dai Mubai glanced at Oscar and said, "Why don't you show us how your sausage is made?" Under the pressure from Big Brother Dai, Oscar had no choice but to activate his soul skill to make sausages. First soul skill, restoring big sausage. "I have a big sausage." Oscar's hands glowed yellow, and a sausage appeared. Tang San felt a bit resistant when he heard the incantation. He raised an eyebrow and said awkwardly, "No thanks, I don't need it." Tang Xi saw that Tang San was about to refuse, so she stepped forward and snatched the sausage to eat it. While eating, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, this sausage is pretty good. Why aren't you accepting it?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise as he saw Tang. She had already eaten it. Tang San's hesitation made Zhu Zhuqing, who was watching from behind, chuckle. Tang San hesitated for a moment and quietly whispered to Tang Xi about what had just happened. Tang Xi was momentarily stunned and swallowed hard. Although she had known about the nature of Oscar's soul skill incantation, hearing it in person was a different matter. Tang Xi hesitated for a moment, but still happily started eating the sausage, muttering to herself, "I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything." Tang San finally helplessly rubbed his forehead. After that, Dai Mubai led a few people forward, explaining as they walked, "The sausage vendor we just saw is a student of our school. There are a total of 3 students in our school." Xiao Wu exclaimed, What did you say? There are only 3 students in Shrek Academy now? Well, counting me, there are a total of 3 students, Dai Mubai slowly said, in the entire Douluo Continent. We are the only academy where there are more teachers than students. The academy has been established for 20 years and has only recruited 42 students in total. Everyone was very surprised. Tang San thought for a moment and voiced his doubts. On average, it seems that only a little more than 2 students are recruited each year. How does your academy survive? Without students, there should be no income, right? Dai Mubai chuckled lightly. Otherwise, do you think the academy would be in such a small village? It's because of a lack of funds. If my family hadn't sponsored some, the academy might have closed down last year. If we can't recruit anyone this year, the 3 of us studying here will be the last batch of students in Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong was also curious and leaned in to ask, then why doesn't the academy relax the entrance exam requirements? I saw that there weren't a few applicants. Hearing this, Dai Mubai stopped and said arrogantly, the dean has said that we would rather have none than have poor quality. Even if Shrek Academy closes, we absolutely won't accept waste. Only monsters. Want to know what the graduation requirements are? Xiao Wu became interested and asked, what are they? Dai Mubai explained. You must exceed level 40 in soul power before the age of 20, reaching the level of soul master to be allowed to graduate. As everyone walked onto the small bridge, they were somewhat surprised by Dai Mubai's words. Dai Mubai then added, our academy has graduated a total of 12 students, and the most outstanding one is now the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Tang San's eyes sparkled, and he secretly thought to himself, I've really come to the right place. Tang Xi followed behind the team, listening and nodding, while thinking to herself, then you generation of the Shrek 7 monsters all became gods. As they spoke, everyone arrived at an open space where a tall man with well-defined chest muscles was sitting and drinking tea. Dai Mubai introduced him to everyone. This is Teacher Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin glanced at the 5 of them and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that he didn't expect 5 little monsters to arrive all at once this year. Teacher, they have all reached level 25 or above, Dai Mubai added beside him. Zhao Wujin nodded and said, in this round, your opponent is me. As long as you can stay within my attack range, if one of you lasts until the end of an incense stick, then I will consider all of you to have passed. Zhao Wujin said to Dai Mubai, explain my characteristics to them and give them some time to get to know each other. 17. The unmovable king, Zhao Wujin. Dai Mubai explained to everyone. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the diamond mighty bear, with extremely strong defense. Xiao Wu scoffed. So what? Can't we, a bunch of over level 20, last for an incense stick's time? Tang Xi patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and stood up. Sister Xiao Wu, don't say that. Tang, she looked at Zhao Wujia, who was leisurely drinking tea, with a curious gaze and said, I'm just afraid he is already a soul sage at level 70 or above. At this moment, Ning Rongrong remembered who Zhao Wujia was. He was the unmoved king, Zhao Wujia. He had once offended the Spirit Hall and was hunted down by 16 soul emperors. But in the end, he vanished without a trace during the conflict. She never expected that he would be a teacher at this academy. Everyone except Tang Xi and Dai Mubai was astonished. And at this moment, they finally realized how powerful their opponent was. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, then stepped forward and said, I am Tang San, a level 29 control system soul master, with a martial soul blue silvergrass. I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 attack system soul master, with a martial soul rabbit. Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agility attack system soul master, with a martial soul nethercat. I am Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support system soul master, with a martial soul 7 treasure glazed tile. Tang San was surprised to find out that she was a disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong shyly said, it's nothing. I'm just an ordinary person. At that moment, Tang Xi stepped forward with a smirk. Tang San's sister, Tang Xi, was a 29th level Great Soul Master specializing in both support and control systems, with dual martial souls, Bloodthirsty Peony and White Line. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia nearly spat out his tea in shock and stood up, exclaiming, what did you say? Dual martial souls. The others were also taken aback, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were quite accustomed to it. Ning Rongrong muttered to herself, there have only been 3 dual martial souls in the Douluo Continent. I didn't expect her to be one of them. Tang San stepped forward and quickly said, everyone, let's discuss our battle strategy. Xiao Wu, you'll be the main attacker. Zhu Qing, you will assist from the side. Rongrong, you just need to support us from behind. Xiao Xi, you could just watch from the side. Tang San ruffled Tang Xi's hair, and Tang Xi asked in confusion, why, brother? Be good. Your heart isn't well. What if you hurt your heart? Tang San spoke very firmly, not allowing Tang Xi to refuse. Xiao Wu also nodded beside her. Yes, Xiao Xi. Just don't make me worry, okay? Tang Xi wanted to cry, but had no tears. She really wanted to say, I'm strong too, okay? I'm not weak at all. After everyone discussed the tactics, they all took their fighting stances. Zhao Wuji stood up and threw a stick of incense into the ground. The fight began. Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass on the ground to entangle Zhao Wuji, while Xiao Wu stepped forward and attempted a split kick on Zhao Wuji's shoulder. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't land the hit. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to lift a nearby thatched cottage and smashed it fiercely toward Zhao Wuji. Dai Mubai helplessly held his forehead and said, Are you guys demolishing the house? Ning Rongrong floated in the air, holding the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. First, strength. Second, speed. The others immediately felt filled with energy. Xiao Wu charged forward to attack again, while Tang San activated his first soul skill, bind. Zhu Zhuqing, on the side, used her first soul skill, phantom piercing. Zhu Zhuqing's nails instantly became sharp and long, stabbing forward towards Zhao Wuji. However, Zhao Wuji remained as steady as a mountain and activated his second soul skill, Great Strength Vajra Palm. A huge transparent palm surged towards Xiao Wu, and Tang San quickly picked her up. Seeing Zhao Wuji about to attack Tang San again, Xiao Wu pushed Tang San away and used her second soul skill, Charm. But due to the significant difference in spiritual soul power, Xiao Wu was backlashed and let out a scream. Ah? Sister Xiao Wu. Tang, she hurriedly caught Xiao Wu, while the others were also injured by the Great Strength Vajra Palm and unable to retaliate. The charm skill is good, but our soul power difference is too great. She just suffered a backlash and will wake up by tomorrow morning, Zhao Wuji explained from the side. 18 Zhao Wuji was beaten. Tang San was angry. Xiao Wu was a close relative he valued, and he could not tolerate seeing her being bullied. Therefore, Tang San activated his second soul skill, Parasite. The blue-silver grass emerged from Zhao Wuji's body, restricting Zhao Wuji's actions. Tang San activated the purple extreme magic eye and used the Xianyu hand to launch numerous hidden weapons at Zhao Wuji. At the moment Zhao Wuji let his guard down, Tang San immediately moved forward and used the hidden weapon, Dragon Whisker Needle. Zhao Wuji was instantly pierced like a hedgehog, and at that moment, the incense stick had burned out, leaving Zhao Wuji with a dark expression throughout. Tang Xi couldn't help but laugh out loud, as Zhao Wuji's bruised and battered appearance was just too funny. Dai Mubai shouted, Oscar, we have business. Upon hearing this, Oscar rushed over, but when he saw the weak Ning Rongrong lying on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up and his heart raced. Zhao Wuji shouted to Oscar, Oscar, quickly bring me a sausage and a salami. Oscar obediently handed the sausage to Zhao Wuji, who felt quite annoyed, especially when he saw Tang San, and said displeased, Mubai, arrange accommodations for a few people. School starts tomorrow. At night, Zhao Wuji was resting and recovering in his room. Zhao Wuji, come out. At the call, Zhao Wuji followed out. A man wearing a tattered cloak and a straw hat appeared before Zhao Wuji. This man was Tang Hao, who directly revealed 9 soul rings. Zhao Wuji was shocked. It turned out to be a title Douluo. Your Highness, why have you sought me? A wave of pressure rushed toward Zhao Wuji, and at that moment, Flender descended from the sky and pleaded for Zhao Wuji. Your Highness Hao Yin, please spare Zhao Wuji. Tang Hao snorted coldly and said to Zhao Wuji, you enjoy bullying those kids during the day, so I'll give you the time it takes to burn an incense stick. If you can't withstand my attack, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Tang Hao released his pressure, causing Zhao Wuji and Flander to stagger back a few meters. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer fiercely at Zhao Wuji for the length of 1 incense stick. Flander, unable to bear the sight, clicked his tongue in sympathy. After finishing, Tang Hao said a few words before planning to leave, but after taking a few steps, he remembered Tang Xi. He turned back and continued, that child Tang, she has a special physique. Just train her as a support type. Also, don't be too harsh on her. Yes, Your Majesty. After Tang Hao left, Flander finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Wuji collapsed from exhaustion, muttering, that title Douluo is too ruthless. Flander also hadn't expected that the 2 siblings were actually the children of His Majesty Haotian. The next morning, Tang Xi sleepily arrived at the Academy Square for the gathering. Her tousled hair causing Ning Rongrong to chuckle as she looked down. Xiao Xi, you really can sleep, can't you? Ning Rongrong had been training all night, while Tang Xi had slept through the entire night. Later, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai arrived. Tang Xi blinked her sleepy eyes and noticed the tense atmosphere between Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun. Recalling a scene where they fought because Ma Hongjun had broken up with his girlfriend, and Xiao Wu stood up for him. Then Oscar also arrived, leaving Tang Xi a bit dazed because he had shaved his beard, looking quite nice, though his gaze was glued to Ning Rongrong. When the head of Shrek Academy, Flander, arrived, Tang Xi instantly woke up. Flander, wearing a brown leather coat and glasses with gray hair at the temples, looked quite stern. Welcome to Shrek Academy, a place that accepts monsters but not waste. Flander spoke too much, Tang Xi thought, but seeing everyone listening attentively, she couldn't help but yawn. Flander's sharp gaze turned to her, and she instantly woke up. Flander was somewhat angry that someone dared to yawn under his watch. Clearing his throat, he said, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Tang Xi, as support-type soul masters, the most important thing on the battlefield is to escape. Oscar, run 20 laps. Oscar slumped his shoulders in disappointment. Another 20 laps. Tang Xi, you run 30 laps, Flander called out specifically. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Xi with some concern, but Tang Xi gave her a reassuring look. Running had always been her strong suit since childhood. Tang San was quite at ease. 30 laps were nothing for his sister Tang Xi. In fact, it was a result of someone being pressured by their dad and older brother to train. Tang, she stood up and shouted, yes. I promised to complete the task. Flander nodded and said, come back here to assemble for class in the evening. After that, Tang Xi followed Oscar and started running. Along the way, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had some interactions that Tang Xi did not participate in. Tang, she was solely focused on her running. Her speed was not just a couple of times faster than Oscar's. By the time Oscar finished, Tang, she was only just catching her breath. Oscar was stunned. Tang, she must have already run 30 laps, yet she showed no sign of wanting to stop. Oscar Juliat mit Tang Xi. This kind of physical fitness probably required training from a young age to develop. Huh. Tang, she ran briskly, not using any soul power during the process. She slightly opened her mouth, relaxing every part of her body. She felt that she could run about 10 more laps. Tang, she ran for an unknown amount of time until her thigh muscles were sore and aching. Tang, she felt a heaviness in her chest, her heart pounding violently, and her consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. All she knew was that she had to keep running forward. Her thighs gradually weakened, and she didn't even have the strength to lift her arms. The more it got to this point, the more Tang, she forced herself to stay awake. It was time to sprint, and she began to accelerate, recklessly pushing forward. Her awareness faded further, and she managed to run 3 full laps before slowing down to a jog and eventually stopping. However, Tang Xi's face was pale, and her body was already soaked with sweat. Flandra, who was secretly observing from the shadows, was very satisfied with Tang Xi's performance. Not only had she completed the 30 laps he had set, but she had also run an additional 32 laps, showing signs of exhaustion. Yet, the more Flandra watched, the more something seemed off. Tang, she was crouched by the roadside, clutching her chest tightly, her face appearing to be in great pain. Tang, Xi's heart pain struck again, and she broke out in a cold sweat as she rested in place for a moment. Then, trembling, she stood up, her hands shaking. Flandra watched as Tang Xi, with a face full of pain, returned to the dormitory to rest. It seemed he understood why His Majesty Hao Yin mentioned her special constitution. Tang, she has been holding her chest, which means there is something wrong with her heart. Thinking of this, Flandra feels a bit guilty towards Tang Xi. Perhaps he shouldn't have let her run. At dusk, Tang San and the other 6 have been waiting at the Academy Square for a long time. But Tang, she has yet to arrive. Just as Flanders was about to speak, Tang Xi appeared before everyone with a pale face and weakly apologized. I'm sorry I'm late. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, sickly mistype. I like it. Hearing this, Xiao Wu got angry, gave Ma Hongjun a slap, and quickly walked over to Tang Xi, asking, Xiao Xi, what's wrong with you? Tang San was also a bit flustered, with only the others staring blankly at each other, bewildered and unsure of what had happened. Ahem, what are you doing? Flanders shouted. Tang Xi smiled and said, Sister Xiao Wu, I'm fine, don't worry. In Tang San and Xiao Wu's eyes, Tang Xi's words seemed very forced. Tang San stepped forward to pull Xiao Wu, indicating that Flander was still up there. Xiao Wu could only stand beside them in frustration, but her gaze never left Tang Xi for a moment. Today, I want to commend a student, and that is Tang Xi. The audience at the Great Soul Arena, including Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Daimu Bai, were all astonished, as those who knew Flander understood that he wouldn't easily praise anyone. Flander explained, I set a requirement for Tang Xi to run 30 laps today, but she ran 62 laps, which is 32 laps more than I required. Tang San almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 62 laps. He suppressed the urge to beat up Tang Xi, but his heart was filled with pain. No wonder his sister looked so weak. The most surprised were the other four, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing. They knew that, as powerful attack and agility soul masters, it was also difficult for them to complete so many laps. Flinter was also pleased with everyone's surprised expressions. Tang Xi's spirit of becoming braver in battle was something we all should learn from. Ning Rongrong felt more and more guilty as she listened, her head lowering. As Flinder continued speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, asking, "What do you think, Ning Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong, called out by name, stood up feeling guilty. Flinder asked, "Did you complete the assignment I gave you this morning?" "Yes." In front of everyone, Ning Rongrong certainly wouldn't admit it. Flinder snorted coldly. "You left halfway to buy snacks and go shopping, and you still say you ran." Ning Rongrong shouted angrily, "Did you follow me? So what if I didn't finish? Do you have a right to control me?" Flinder frowned, "Just because this is my school. If you're not happy, you can leave the academy." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "No one has ever spoken to me like that since I was young. You're just a little soul sage." Flinder's gaze sharpened. "Even if I'm just a soul sage, my soul power level is much higher than yours. You're just a little soul master. So what? I'm an auxiliary soul master, and I play the biggest role in the team. Mubai is already at the Soul King level. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xi are all 29th level great soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing, while not far behind you, is determined to become stronger. Ma Hongjun possesses the continent's top beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. And you are the weakest." Ning Rongrong clenched her fists tightly, unwillingly pointing at Oscar. "What about him?" Flinder disdainfully replied. "Although Oscar is a food system soul master, he has innate full soul power. His future achievements may even surpass your 7 treasures glazed tile school. If you don't want to stay, you can leave." Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red from what was said, her whole body trembling. She glanced at the others and turned away, crying as she ran. This was her most embarrassing moment. Flinder smiled slightly, thinking, "I still can't deal with you? Oscar, go comfort Ning Rongrong." Suddenly called upon, Oscar responded, "Okay." Flinder glanced at the 6 people below and then said, "Come with me to class. I will take you to a place next." On the east side of Soto City, the Great Spirit Arena. It was a building with 100-meter size, with a sign reading Great Spirit Arena, and next to it stood a massive statue similar to the Statue of Liberty. Dai Mubai hesitated. "Dean, is it too early to bring them to the Great Spirit Arena?" Flinder glanced at Dai Mubai and slowly said, "The best way to improve is through actual combat. Mubai, take them to register." Dai Mubai wanted to say something more, but seeing Flinder's determined gaze, he ultimately said nothing. Flinder's gaze swept over the 6 below. One of the graduation requirements is that you must obtain a Silver Spirit Arena badge before the age of 20. That place is where martial souls are tested. And even if you are the heir of a prominent family, there are dangers everywhere. 21 Dual Dai Mubai led everyone inside and continued to explain some matters. When your points reach a certain level, you can obtain the corresponding badge. "Here, you earn 1 point for every victory." Tang Xi asked, "What types of battles are there here?" Dai Mubai replied, "There are gambling fights, betting fights, and life-and-death fights. The latter two require signing a life-and-death contract, while the gambling fight is purely a competition of martial souls. The gambling fights you will participate in next can be 1-on-1, 1-on-many, 2-on-2, or group battles." As the 6 of them entered the interior of the Great Soul Arena, they clearly saw its grandeur. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled as she looked ahead. The exterior of the Great Soul Arena is oval-shaped, with a large fighting platform in the middle that is several dozen meters wide. It has a main arena and 24 sub-arena areas. Above are transparent glass VIP boxes, and below, surrounding the ring, are tens of thousands of spectators. The Great Soul Arena. The front stage. Tang San and Xiao Wu handed over 10 gold soul coins to register and formed a trio. After the 2 finished registering, Tang Xi secretly glanced at Tang San and quietly walked to the front desk, softly saying, "I want to register for a 1-to-many match. Thank you." While speaking, Tang Xi quickly handed over 10 gold soul coins. The front desk looked at Tang Xi with confusion. The petite girl didn't seem very bright, as 1-to-many matches typically had few individuals who could win against multiple opponents. However, the front desk still processed the registration, tossing the Iron Soul Fighting Badge to Tang Xi and saying, "It's done." The speed of earning points in 1-on-1 matches was too slow. So Tang Xi thought of fighting in a 1-to-many format, as winning would yield double points. The announcement rang out, "Please, Iron Soul Fighter Tang Xi, participate in the 1-to-many duel." The other 5 were surprised and looked at Tang Xi. Tang San directly knocked on Tang Xi's forehead in annoyance, saying, "Sister, how could you hide from me and register for such a dangerous duel?" Xiao Wu chimed in, Yeah, we're going to worry about you like this. Ma Ongjun, unable to hold back, interjected, "Hey, you guys seem overly worried. This is just a game and won't endanger her life. What are you afraid of?" Xiao Wu angrily retorted, "What do you know, you fatso?" Xiao Xi, just as she was about to continue, Tang Xi quickly stepped forward and covered Xiao Wu's mouth. Tang Xi apologetically said to Ma Hongjun, "It's nothing, I just haven't been in good health since I was young, and Sister Xiao Wu is just worried about me." Ma Hongjun snorted, "Just keep pretending. If you can run 62 laps, how can you say you're not in good health?" Dai Mubai spoke up, "All right, since it's Xiao Xi's decision, we should respect her." Tang San, Xiao Wu looked very worried, and Tang Xi confidently patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu, brother. As long as I can't win, I'll admit defeat right away." Tang Xi exhausted her efforts to reassure the two, and then she went to participate in the duel. In the spirit arena, Tang Xi stepped forward, facing two burly men wielding iron hammers. "Hello, audience. Next, please welcome the rare dual spirit Master Tang Xi to the stage. Her martial spirits are White Line and Peony. The two great spirit masters Zhang Yi and Zhang Er both wield the Haotian hammer." The audience was very excited, as it was indeed a rare dual spirit. They all shouted, "Tang Xi! Tang Xi! Tang Xi!" Zhang Yi looked at Tang Xi's fragile appearance with disdain, saying, "Little sister, you might as well give up early. My Haotian hammer won't show any mercy." Tang Xi made a funny face and said, "I see you're just too scared, aren't you?" Tang Xi's provocation ignited Zhang Yi and Zhang Er's fury. The one versus many duel began. Zhang Yi swung the Haotian hammer and shouted, "Haotian Thunderbolt." The lightning emitted by the Haotian hammer shot straight towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi used the purple extreme magic eye, and everything appeared to be slowed down several times in her eyes. She could even clearly see the stripes on the other person's clothes. Tang Xi perfectly jumped to avoid the lightning. In the VIP box, Xiao Wu looked at Tang Xi with deep concern, and Tang San patted Xiao Wu's shoulder to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, Xiao Xi will be fine." Xiao Wu shook her head and said, "Brother San, you don't understand. Every time Xiao Xi completes the devil training, her heart hurts for several hours. It's just that you haven't noticed it." Tang San was stunned when he heard this, clenching his fists and feeling quite uncomfortable. Ma Hongjun was shocked. "What did you say? Tang Xi's heart will hurt?" Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, who were standing nearby, were also drawn in by the attention. Dai Mubai asked, "Tang San, we are classmates. There are some things you shouldn't keep from us, right?" Tang San saw that everyone was so eager to know, so he had no choice but to explain. Xiao Xi was born with a damaged heart, but by a stroke of luck, she obtained the 7 apertures Linglong heart, which allowed her to survive. However, those who possess the 7 apertures Linglong heart do not live past 25 years old. "What?" Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. Tang San trembled slightly as he spoke, and Xiao Wu, holding on to Tang San's arm, wore a worried expression. As a result, if Xiao Xi's heart were to receive a heavy blow, the 7 treasures glazed heart could easily shatter, leading to death. Even with just some training, Xiao Xi might develop cracks in the 7 treasures glazed heart due to excessive fatigue. In the soul arena, behind Tang Xi, a huge phantom of a bloodthirsty peony blooms, which is a delicate light pink peony. Tang Xi shouted, "First soul skill, stumbling steps." A light pink glow shone on Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. Their speed immediately became sluggish. Tang Xi smiled and said, "This is my first soul skill, staggering walk. It can deprive you of 30 of your speed, and with each additional soul ring I gain, I can deprive you of an extra 5 speed." While speaking, Tang Xi had already reached behind the two of them, and the speed deprivation can be applied to one person, with a maximum limit of 100. This means I have now increased my speed by 60. Tang Xi delivered a side kick to Zhang Yi's face, and then kicked toward Zhang Er beside him. However, it only caused the two to retreat 5 meters. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er exchanged glances and then shouted, "Haotian Burning Shadow." Zhang Er picked up the Haotian hammer, and 10 illusions of the Haotian hammer appeared in front of it, accompanied by blazing flames. Tang Xi narrowly dodged, and then felt Zhang Yizhao attacking from behind. Tang Xi raised her eyebrows and activated her first soul skill, Soul Attack, Be Venom Needle. Tang Xi's eyes instantly turned black and white, but she could see the blue souls behind Zhang Yi and Zhang Er. Dozens of threads suddenly shot out from Tang Xi's hands. Each thin thread was only 10 centimeters long, and in an instant, they shimmered with silver light and transformed into needles, piercing the ribs, wrists, and meridians of both Zhang Yi and Zhang Air. In reality, Zhang Yi and Zhang Air suddenly let out a scream and fell to the ground in unbearable pain. Tang, she felt secretly pleased. Her venom threads were divided into reality and soul attacks. The reality attack threads were highly toxic and could instantly kill an enemy. But that person had to be of similar strength. Once the opponent exceeded level 50, her attacks would be nearly ineffective. The soul attack, on the other hand, could inflict the pain inflicted on the soul back onto the body, but it was not poisonous and had a strong effect on those below level 60. Unlike reality attacks, soul attacks could bypass all physical defenses and directly inflict pain on the opponent. Little Witch Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise when she saw Tang Xi easily win the duel. Xiao Xi is the best. Tang San beside her was also pleased. His sister was indeed strong. The other three looked on in shock. As it was their first time witnessing Tang Xi use her soul skill, they didn't expect that with just her first soul skill, she could subdue her opponent so thoroughly. This further strengthened Zhu Zhuqing's determination to become stronger, and Ma Hongjuan's perception of Tang Xi changed as well. The once delicate girl turned out to be so formidable. Dai Mu Bai secretly thought, if her first soul skill is already so terrifying, what would her second soul skill be like? In the soul arena, the host exclaimed as he looked at the two people lying on the ground. This match is won by Grand Soul Master Tang Xi, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses, earning 2 points. Tang Xi's delicate and charming appearance was displayed on the big screen. After Tang Xi went down to register her points, she was suddenly hugged by Xiao Wu, who rushed over, saying, "My little Xi is really amazing." Tang Xi said with a smile, "I told you I'm really amazing, right, Sister Xiao Wu?" Tang San's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. As Tang Xi's brother, is he also related to Xiao Wu? After the group finished their matches at the Grand Soul Arena, they returned to Shrek Academy. The next evening, after Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xi finished shopping and returned to the academy, they saw Dai Mu Bai and Ning Rongrong arguing at the entrance. Ning Rongrong, this is the academy, not your home. If you don't want to stay here, then get the hell back home. Dai Mu Bai shouted angrily. Ning Rongrong, who had never been treated this way, retorted furiously, Dai Mu Bai, do you believe I'll kill you? Dai Mu Bai was infuriated by her words and immediately released 3 soul rings. The powerful pressure sending Ning Rongrong flying 3 meters away. Ning Rongrong, do you dare? Don't think that just because you're the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, I'm afraid of you. Dai Mu Bai glared at Ning Rongrong, seemingly ready to take action at any moment. Tang Xi smiled and stood in front of Ning Rongrong, saying, "We're all classmates. Why hurt each other's feelings?" Tang San also grabbed Dai Mu Bai's left hand, which was about to strike. He looked at Dai Mu Bai and shook his head, signaling him not to be impulsive. Dai Mu Bai snorted coldly and said to Ning Rongrong, "For the sake of Xiao Xi and Xiao San, I won't hold it against you this time. If you provoke me again next time, I won't be so easy to deal with." After saying that, Dai Mu Bai walked away without looking back. Ning Rongrong, filled with resentment, grabbed Tang Xi and said, Tang Xi, go kill Dai Mu Bai for me. As long as you kill him, I'll give you 10,000 gold soul coins. And from now on, you'll be a distinguished guest of my 7-treasure glazed tile school." Tang Xi glanced at Ning Rongrong and said coldly, "Haven't you figured it out yet? No one likes your difficult and domineering personality. No one here will obey you. If you don't fit in, you can leave." Tang Xi glanced at Ning Rongrong with a faint expression. She wouldn't indulge the little witch's personality. If she wanted to stay, she needed to change her bad temper. Tang San said to Ning Rongrong with a complicated expression, "Xiaoxi is right. If it's not suitable, you can choose to leave." In the end, it was Oscar's disappointed gaze, which was completely different from the way he looked at Ning Rongrong when they first met. Ning Rongrong also felt very uncomfortable inside. She had grown up in pampering and had never been opposed by anyone. At that moment, she wanted to cry out loud. She wasn't a little demoness, and she didn't want things to turn out this way. The next morning, everyone gathered at the Academy Square, and Ning Rongrong arrived early, remaining very silent. Tang Xi came over and patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, feeling a bit shy as she turned her head away. "So, how were you yesterday?" "I didn't mean to sound so serious. Actually, everyone really likes seeing you so quiet for the first time." Ning Rongrong, who was originally feeling quite down, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh at Tang Xi's awkward consolation. Then, she lowered her head and quietly said, "But still, thank you. You reminded me of what I need to do now." At the Tsanghui Academy, Flinder transformed into an owl spirit and flew down steadily above the square. Looking at the insufficient number of people, he asked, "Where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping in?" As Flinder finished speaking, Oscar excitedly ran from afar, waving to everyone. Dean, I've broken through to level 30. Flender nodded in satisfaction and then had Oscar release his spirit to conjure sausages and dried sausages. Next, you all need to go to the Douluo Forest with Oscar to obtain his third spirit ring. This is a trial for each of you. Flender paused and added, next, each of you must eat one of Oscar's sausages. The group was quite resistant, but only Ning Rongrong clenched her fist and stepped forward. She walked up to Oscar, snatched the sausage from his hand, and bit into it fiercely. She wanted to stay. Flender nodded in satisfaction, noting that Ning Rongrong's domineering nature had finally improved a bit. Tang Xi silently raised her hand. Oscar, can you make 10 sausages? They look really delicious. Tang Xi hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Oscar was stunned. It was the first time he encountered such a demand. Ma Hongjun secretly thought to himself, how can she eat more than me? The others helplessly rubbed their foreheads, unable to do anything about Tang Xi. The 8 of them were preparing to set off for the Douluo Forest. Zhao Wuji walked over and said, I will accompany you to the Douluo Forest. I won't make a move unless we encounter a 1,000-year soul beast. Mubai, you lead the team. Dai Mubai nodded and started assigning tasks. Tang Xi, Tang San, you two will stand at the front to observe ahead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you will follow Tang San. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun will protect the 2 of them. Zhu Zhuqing and I will be at the back of the team. Let's proceed in this formation. The journey was filled with fragrant flowers and singing birds, and the scenery was beautiful. Tang, she was enjoying it very much. She really wanted to break away from the group and play around. Seriously, she had been to the Douluo Forest so many times and still had to be so cautious. She wasn't afraid of those 100-year soul beasts at all, and she could take on 1,000-year soul beasts too, but Tang, she wisely kept that to herself because she was afraid of getting ganged up on. Everyone was quite tired. Dai Mubai ate a sausage from Oscar and said, if we run for another hour, there will be an inn ahead. We can rest there. Late at night. At the inn, Xiao Wu was so exhausted that she practically collapsed on the table, her rabbit ears drooping with fatigue. Why am I so tired? Tang, she stared at the delicious food on the table with bright eyes, happily eating a drumstick in each hand, exclaiming, so delicious. Tang, she had greasy lips, and a stray hair was sticking up, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Oscar was secretly laughing beside her, saying, little Xi, your mouth is all oily, huh? Tang, she pouted in anger, thinking, what are you laughing at? I also need an image. Ma Hongjun laughed uncontrollably, saying without restraint, you have an image? Oomph. Tang, she coldly snorted and didn't want to speak. Soon, a group of people in red school uniforms walked in, arrogantly kicking the nearby chairs. And the waiter nearby didn't dare to say anything. When Ma Hongjun saw one of the beauties among them, his eyes widened. Lauda, those guys are from Sanghae Academy, right? Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow and arrogantly said, it's just a small Sanghae Academy. What are they showing off for? Dai Mubai deliberately spoke loudly so that the group could hear, and the people across from them looked over in exasperation. Tang, she also became interested and retorted, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? While speaking, Tang, she even made a funny face. Oscar was quite excited, saying, hey, this is going to be a good show. Tang San asked, what good show? This is also part of our cultivation. The dean saying, a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. Oscar replied. Xiao Wu immediately understood and nodded, while the others exchanged smiles. A man in red deliberately walked over and tripped the waiter who was serving food. Tang San quickly supported him, saying, don't waste the food. The man in red arrogantly said, I'm really sorry. Then he kicked Dai Mubai, but why was this man's leg so hard? The people around sensed that the atmosphere was off and quickly ran away, while the people across stood up one after another. Which academy are you from? 25. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Sanghae Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to? The mentor across stood up and inquired. Ma Hongjun proudly said, we are from Shrek Academy. Yi Zhiqiu immediately showed a proud smile, saying, Shrek? I haven't heard of it. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, saying, I haven't heard of it either. It seemed that these little monsters were not from any major sect, so he could bully them with peace of mind. Yi Zhiqiu stepped on the floor, revealing his 5 soul rings, and instantly, a green tortoise shell enveloped him, with a green light rising from the ground. A Soul King level above level 50. It seems I need to use a hidden weapon to deal with this, Tang San thought. At this moment, Tang, she stood up, saying, if we want to fight, let's go outside. We can't show our true strength here. Tang Xi's attitude was extremely arrogant. Yi Zhiqiu frowned and huffed. I'll wait for you outside. I can be sure he is a defensive type soul master, and we might not necessarily lose. Mubai, Zuqing. And I can quickly hold him back while Xiao Wu supports us from the side. Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun, Water can extinguish fire, and fire can overcome water. You will launch the attack from the outside, while Xiaoxi controls the person's actions. Oscar can support the fatty. We have the numbers, and we will wear him down in a war of attrition. Tang San, what about me? Ning Rongrong felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She was being overlooked. Tang San's gaze flickered a bit. Well, your martial soul is quite special, so just adapt to the situation. Ning Rongrong lowered her head in disappointment. In Tang, she stepped forward to comfort her. You should assess the situation and provide support for everyone. Support can sometimes play a significant role. Tang Xi's words helped Ning Rongrong regain her confidence. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up as she nodded and said, outside, the white tiger's radiant wave. The first soul skill. Bind. A beam of golden light rushed towards Yi Zhiqiu, and the blue-silver grass rose from the ground, tightly wrapping around Yi Zhiqiu. Tang San shouted, Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun circled around the eaves, activated his martial soul, and found a good spot to unleash his flames. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, Impressive. Dai Mubai puzzled asked, Is that it? Ma Hongjun proudly retracted the flames, having roasted the turtle. Tang Xi's purple extreme demon eye flickered. No, it's not over yet. Yi Zhiqiu's lips curled up as he activated his first soul skill, Xiangui Protection. In an instant, a chill surged forth, freezing the bound blue-silver grass into ice blocks that shattered. Second soul skill, Flexible Spider Silk. Tang Xi instantly shot out hundreds of strands of spider silk from her hands, tightly wrapping around Yi Zhiqiu's hands and feet. Yi Zhiqiu struggled with all her might, but found that she couldn't break free no matter what. Tang Xi explained, My second soul skill, Flexible Spider Silk, come from a 1,000-year soul ring. Its greatest characteristic is its extreme flexibility, with stickiness and strong acidity. Over time, your arm will turn a pus, and soul masters below level 60 will find it hard to break free. Yi Zhiqiu was astonished by Tang Xi's strength at such a young age. Her second soul ring was already 1,000 years old. Yi Zhiqiu unwillingly shouted, Second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng. A column of water sprayed from Yi Zhiqiu's mouth, instantly freezing and carrying strong attacking power. Tang Xi narrowly escaped. It was frustrating that they could immobilize him and still launch an attack from the same spot. Zhu Zhuqing immediately stepped forward to activate her first soul skill, Phantom Piercing. Zhu Zhuqing's nails transformed into hard cat claws and attacked from the side, but were repelled by Yi Zhiqiu's defensive power. Tang Xi noticed Yi Zhiqiu's lips slightly curve into a smile and thought to herself, Yi Zhiqiu is about to unleash the third soul skill. Behind Tang Xi, a giant peony flower bloomed, and the second soul skill, Soul Power Devour. A peony blossomed at Yi Zhiqiu's chest, constantly absorbing his soul power. Yi Ziyu shouted. Third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. In the next moment, a strong explosive force pushed everyone around him back a step. But in an instant, the explosive force disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Yi Zhiqiu widened his eyes in shock and said, How is this possible? How did my 30 soul power suddenly vanish? With insufficient soul power, he couldn't trigger the third soul skill. Dai Mubai quickly stepped forward and used the third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Ning Rongrong quickly took this opportunity to use the 7-treasure glaze tile, saying, First, strength, second, speed. A beam of light shone on Dai Mubai, and he instantly felt an endless supply of strength, and his speed increased significantly. Dai Mubai delivered a heavy punch towards Yi Zhiqiu, who was caught off guard and sent flying 10 meters away. 26 Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake, not bad. Zhao Wujia leisurely walked out from the doorway and glanced at Ning Rongrong, saying, Very good. Your support was just right. Ning Rongrong smiled happily at the compliment, but humbly replied, It's nothing. It's all thanks to everyone. Her words instantly raised everyone's goodwill. All right, everyone go to sleep. Zhao Wujia said. Yi Zhiqiu struggled to stand up and said, Wait a minute. You are their teacher, right? Your academy insulted our school. Shouldn't you give an explanation? Zhao Wujia looked disdainful and said, Explanation? What is there to explain? Songhui Academy has always bullied the weak and feared the strong, stirring up trouble. Zhao Wujia's tone shifted provocatively as he said, In my opinion, it's just a trash academy. Tang Xi chimed in, That's right, Teacher Zhao, I haven't fought enough yet. How can I let him off so easily? Zhao Wuji helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, Girls shouldn't always be thinking about fighting. Just go back to sleep. Tang Xi pouted and murmured, If you're not going to hit me, then don't be so fierce. The silver-haired boy who had been watching from the window upstairs couldn't help but laugh. Long time no see, Tang Xi. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. After a while, a sound of someone getting beaten came from outside the door. As Zhao Wujie grabbed Yi Zhiqiu by the collar and gave him dozens of slaps. Zhao Wujie stretched his muscles and bones, enjoying the feeling of hitting someone without using his martial soul. Yi Zhiqiu was being hit so hard that he saw stars and fainted beside them. Zhao Wujie pushed the door open, and those who had been peeking immediately lined up. Zhao Wujie said with satisfaction, "You guys really made me proud. Well done. However, you must undergo special training once you go back." But everyone still looked at Tang Xi, and Dai Mubai was the first to speak. "Actually, we were able to defeat Yi Zhiqiu this time largely thanks to Tang Xi's second soul skill from her peony martial soul. If Yi Zhiqiu had used his third soul skill, whether we could have one is still an unknown." Everyone thought the same in their hearts. Tang Xi shook her head apologetically, saying, "It's nothing. We are all students of Shrek Academy, so we are one whole. It's only right for me to help everyone." Zhao Wujie agreed. Tang Xi is right. "All right, let's go back to sleep." The crowd shouted, "Yes, Teacher Zhao." The next morning, several people headed to the Stardow Forest, with Zhao Wujie leading the group. Suddenly, he stopped. "Everyone, stay alert." The crowd became vigilant, while only Tang Xi leisurely looked around. "Is it coming soon?" she wondered. "Be careful. Something is approaching quickly," Zhao Wujie reminded them. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Zhu Zhuqing quickly jumped up to a tree to observe. "Can you see clearly?" Zhao Wujie asked. "It seems to be a flying snake, with a bright red, fleshy crown on its head," she replied. "What does its tail look like?" Zhao Wujie continued to ask. It's fan-shaped," Zhu Zhuqing answered. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie seemed to recall something and raised his head. "It's a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." "Haha, Oscar, you're in luck. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake matches all your attributes." After that, Zhao Wujie looked at the others, fixating on its direction, preparing to hunt. Tang San wanted to ask how long the snake was, but he saw Tang Xi leap quickly to the tree, locking onto the position of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Using the elasticity of the tree, she swiftly reached the area around the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. The snake swayed its tail, trying to escape quickly. But Tang Xi directly used the first soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony, staggering steps. A light pink peony instantly bloomed behind the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, causing its flight speed to slow down significantly, and its speed was transferred back to Tang Xi. Tang Xi's palms were filled with many strands of spider silk. Flexible spider silk. Thousands of strands tightly wrapped around the phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake, while the other ends were entangled with 4 or 5 large trees. The first soul skill, Poison Bee Needle Thread, shot out from behind Tang Xi, and over 20 needle threads pierced the snake's 7-inch spot. The phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake let out a mournful cry and then instantly lost its strength, no longer moving. Tang Xi used a bit of poison, but it was not fatal, while the phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake has become so weak that it has no strength left. Tang Xi steadily landed under the tree roots. After retracting the silk, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake fell onto the bushes, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tang San glanced at the length of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and said, "This is a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake with a cultivation age of 1,300 to 1,800 years." The others were shocked. 1,000 years? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. "Tang, she can already kill a 1,000-year-soul beast in an instant?" Zhu Zhuqing murmured, "Such strong power." Oscar was startled, and Ma Hongjun looked distressed. "How could someone be so monstrous? Are we still going to have a way to survive?" Ning Rongrong beside them exclaimed. "Xiaoxi, you are amazing." Dai Mubai nodded. At this moment, he truly admired Tang Xi, but it was a pity that beauty often meets with misfortune. Tang San thought to himself, "This probably isn't my sister's true strength." Only Xiao was feeling down, wondering if they really had to kill the soul beast. Tang Xi felt the change in her soul power. She had already broken through to level 30, but she did not share this with anyone. Tang Xi used to comfort Xiao Wu, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu, one day spirit beasts and spirit masters will be able to truly live in harmony." Ma Hongjun seemed to have heard a huge joke and replied, "Xiaoxi, that's not how you comfort someone, right?" Tang San asked with interest, "What does Xiaoxi think?" Xiao Wu also looked at Tang Xi, her eyes filled with sadness. Tang Xi slowly said that soul masters hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings and gain stronger powers. But obtaining soul rings does not necessarily require killing soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly became spirited and asked, "Really?" Tang Xi nodded. As long as they can obtain the soul power corresponding to the soul beast and convert it into a soul ring, that would be fine. But this will require the next generation to explore on their own. Tang Xi is stating a fact. As this method has been mentioned in the subsequent series of Douluo Dalu, Tang San secretly noted down this idea and sighed. I didn't expect you, Xiao Shi, to have such rich knowledge about this kind of thing. Hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a bit better and nodded, saying, yeah, I believe this day will come. Tang Xi smiled and said, not at all. At that moment, two old women holding snake staffs and a young girl approached. Excuse me, can you return this phoenix tail, chicken-crowned snake to my granddaughter? The old woman was the snake woman of the legendary dragon snake, and the girl beside her was her granddaughter, Meng Iran. We were the first to discover it, and there are marks on the belly of the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake where I injured it, the snake woman said. Tang San stepped forward to take a look, and indeed there were 3 marks from being hit. Tang San nodded at Zhao Wuji to indicate that this matter was indeed true. Meng Iran chimed in from the side, saying, if we hadn't injured this snake, how could you have caught it? Tang, she said irritably, even without you, we can still catch them. Who needs your help? 28 seeking votes you. Meng Iran said in exasperation. Zhao Wuji suddenly thought of something and said, but the snake lady from the legendary dragon and snake and the heavenly fragrance pavilion? It is rumored that there is a well-known couple in the soul master world, the legendary dragon and snake. The soul fusion technique used by the dragon lord and snake lady can reach the power of a tidal Douluo. Tang Xi yawned beside them, secretly finding a place to sit down and plan a short nap. The following plot involved the snake lady proposing a duel for the location of the phoenix tail, chicken-crowned snake. The older brother replaced Oscar to challenge Mangaran, and after the older brother's victory, he successfully broke through level 30, while Oscar obtained a soul ring in the story. Tang, she held a large tree leaf over her face. With teacher Zhao Wuji by her side, Tang, she didn't have to fear any danger, so she successfully fell asleep. Just as Tang San was about to duel with Mangaran, an inappropriate snoring sound came from under the nearby tree. Who zzz? Xiao Wu curiously pushed aside the leaves covering Tang Xi's face. Tang, she was sleeping soundly, drooling, with her silly hair slightly sticking up. The scene was suddenly quiet for 3 seconds, and Snake Lady couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking what a strange little girl, able to sleep in such a situation. Xiao Wu was at a loss for words, and seeing Tang Xi sleep so peacefully, she decided not to wake her. However, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the usually cold Zhu Qing chuckled. After the duel, Tang San sat down to adjust his soul power, and as agreed, Snake Lady allowed them to take the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Oscar began to absorb the soul ring from this phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Teacher, I'm afraid I still need a soul ring. I've broken through level 30. After Tang San woke up, he spoke up, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is it okay? Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Not bad, Tang San, you've actually broken through to level 30. Everyone congratulated him, and at that moment, Oscar had successfully absorbed his soul ring and opened his eyes. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai leaned in to take a look. Oscar, what soul skill did you awaken? Show us. Oscar hesitated and resisted. Say maybe not. Ma Hongjun, puzzled, suddenly thought of something and grinned. Did you unlock some new spell? Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit shy, and said, all right then, but you mustn't laugh at me. In the end, Oscar activated his soul skill, Mushroom Sausage. 3 soul rings emerged from beneath Oscar's feet and spiraled around his waist. A flash of golden light appeared in Oscar's hand, and a yellow sausage was ready. The aroma of the sausage wafted into Tang Xi's nose, causing him to wake up groggily, recalling the delicious taste from earlier. It seemed like the sausage smelled so good. Tang Xi's word attracted everyone's attention. Tang San couldn't help but knock on Tang Xi's forehead, and Tang Xi exclaimed, it hurts. Brother, how can you sleep so soundly? You wake up the moment you smell food. Tang Xi was immediately awakened by the food and jumped up. Seeing the sausage in Oscar's hand, she immediately ran over and snatched the sausage from him. Tang Xi was about to speak and enjoy the sausage when Zhao Wuji behind her gave her shoulder a hard pat. Are you still a girl? How can you eat and sleep so much? Zhao Wuji rubbed his forehead helplessly. Tang Xi looked innocent and said with a hint of grievance, life is short, so we should enjoy it while we can. Zhao Wuji's expression turned dark. Only you would say that, right? Ha ha ha. Tang Xi's words made others burst into laughter, especially Zhao Wuji, whose face was darker than ever. Tang Xi was about to eat a sausage when she suddenly remembered something and put away. At that moment, the ground shook and the surrounding soul beasts instantly fled outward. Zhao Wuji shouted, everyone be alert, run. The ground was trembling and the trees were swaying. Many soul beasts had long since escaped from this place of chaos. A large gorilla, or rather the king of the forest, the titan giant ape, rushed over. The Titan giant ape approached the crowd, and Zhao Wujia blocked Dai, Mubai, and Tang San, while Xiao Wu hid behind Tang San, her eyes darting around with a hint of unease in her heart. Zhao Wujia was drenched in cold sweat and exclaimed, "It's the Titan giant ape. This is the outskirts of the Star-Do forest. How could a forest overlord like this come to the outskirts?" Tang Xi looked at the anxious Xiao Wu. This Titan great ape was Xiao Wu's little brother before she transformed, known as Erming. Soon, Xiao Wu would be captured, and Tang San would frantically search for her. Along the way, he would obtain his third spirit ring, but Tang Xi didn't want to be involved in all this. She planned to sneak away during the chaos to hunt soul beasts and acquire her own soul ring. Her martial soul was special, and she didn't want others to see her absorbing a soul ring. The Titan great ape roared angrily at the crowd and reached out to grab Xiao Wu. At that moment, Zhao Wujing shouted, "You all go. I'll buy some time." Zhao Wujing launched an attack, and the others followed suit, while Tang Xi pretended to be frightened. The group's attacks had no effect on the Titan great ape, which easily grabbed Xiao Wu and ran deep into the forest. Tang San ran forward anxiously. "Xiao Wu." At that moment, Tang Xi quickly ate Oscar sausage, and wings instantly grew from behind. "Brother, I'm going to chase after sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xi left this sentence and flew away, but halfway through, Tang Xi changed direction. Oscar's third soul skill, the sausage, has the ability to fly with a speed matching that of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, but it only lasts for 1 minute. Tang Xi landed in an open space, stretched lazily, and finally didn't have to follow the plot anymore. It felt great. Tang Xi glanced at the person behind her, her tone suddenly turning cold. "You've been following me for so long. Why don't you come out?" Upon hearing this, Su Wen stepped out from behind a tree, his silver hair and red eyes evoking memories for Tang Xi. At the age of 6, the boy beside Bai Dong, Tang, she instinctively said Su Wen. This name. Su Wen smiled lightly and replied casually, "It's been a long time, Tang Xi." Tang Xi also smiled and said, "It's been a long time indeed, my deskmate." Tang Xi figured out Su Wen's true identity shortly after meeting her at the age of 6. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to live up to her status as a top student in real life. "How about we chat, Tang?" she said first, and Su Wen was stunned for a moment before nodding. They really needed to have a good talk. "How did you end up in this novel?" Tang Xi asked curiously, unknowingly closing the distance between her and Su Wen to only 10 centimeters. Tang Xi's heart raced slightly. She really enjoyed this feeling. The sensation of her heart speeding up was wonderful. Su Wen's face showed no expression, cold as usual. "After you were hit by a car, I was killed by another small car. When I opened my eyes again, I was already a baby. Later, I was picked up by Bibi Dong, who was out, and then adopted as her student." Tang Xi, is that it? However, Tang Xi found it a bit hard to believe. "No way. I finally saved you with great difficulty. How could you die again?" Su Wen pursed her lips and didn't speak. But Tang Xi felt that Su Wen's expression seemed a bit aggrieved. Tang Xi silently complained that Su Wen was still the same topic ender as in her previous life. No matter how hard she tried to find a topic, Su Wen always responded coldly and silently. "So what is your martial soul, and what is your level?" This was the question Tang Xi was most curious about. Su Wen stood up, and 3 soul rings spiraled up from his feet and settled steadily at his waist. The colors of the soul rings were yellow, purple, and black, and a wave of energy blew Tang Xi's bangs. Level 36 Assault Systems Soul Master. Martial soul is of the dark attribute, Su Wen said. Tang Xi was left in a state of confusion in the wind. "What? 30 kisses?" Tang Xi curiously looked at Su Wen's soul ring, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Why am I a twin martial soul, but only at level 30, while you've cultivated to level 36? And I'm training with 2 martial souls together." Su Wen remained silent. Could he really say it was because of the rewards from the divine assessment? Of course, Su Wen wouldn't say that. It was his trump card, and he wouldn't reveal his secrets to anyone, including the person in front of him. "What about you?" Su Wen asked, noticing that Tang Xi looked even more refined than before. The 2 low braids seemed to have a life of their own, moving slightly, while the silly hair on her head hadn't changed. Su Wen's expression was filled with tenderness, something she was unaware of. "Don't mention it. I've been so unlucky. I woke up as an abandoned baby, then was picked up by Tang Hao and taken in as his adopted daughter, and now I'm studying at Shrek Academy." Tang Xi lay on the grass, watching the clouds drift by in the sky. "Do you think we will become enemies in the future?" she asked. This was an unspoken truth. She was on the team of the protagonist Tang San, while he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, and they were destined to be enemies. Su Wen nodded. This was beyond doubt, but he hoped she wouldn't get involved in his plans against Tang San. Su Wen spoke sincerely. He didn't want to turn against his desk mate of 3 years. Come to the spirit hall, and I can protect you. Su Wen's light-hearted words floated into Tang Xi's heart, making her feel a flutter inside, and her face turned slightly red. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Tang, she said quietly, lowering her head, even though Su Wen already knew the answer in his heart. Hearing Tang, she say it out loud still made him feel a bit upset. Su Wen's aura instantly turned cold as he stood up expressionlessly. Then there's nothing more to say. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Seeing Su Wen about to leave, Tang, she hurriedly grabbed the corner of his clothing. Wait. Tang, she just stood up and tripped over a stone on the ground, accidentally falling onto Su Wen. Oh no. Su Wen is pupilsvident. And Tang Xi's mouth accidentally bumped into Su Wen's mouth. Su Wen's face instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp. Tang Xi recalled what Su Wen had said earlier. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. These words cut into her heart like a knife. She liked Su Wen. Ever since the day she first met her, she had quietly developed feelings for this deskmate. Now, with just a light-hearted remark, Su Wen wanted to draw a line between them. Su Wen, you really are something. Tang Xi intensified his restraint on Su Wen. In that moment, Su Wen's heart raced wildly, feeling extremely hot all over and dizzy. His mouth felt soft, with a tingling sensation that was sweet like cotton candy. After a long while, Tang Xi let go, and in that instant, Su Wen felt a slight disappointment in his heart as the two sat awkwardly back to back. Tang Xi blushed and lowered her head, saying in silence, "Since I saved you, can you help me with one more thing?" Su Wen's face turned crimson as he was filled with thoughts of kissing. "Help me hunt a 10,000-year soul beast." Tang Xi quietly tugged at Su Wen's clothes. Her martial soul, lifeline, needed a third soul ring of 10,000-year level, but it would be impossible for her to hunt it alone. Su Wen nodded, blushing, and said, "Okay, I agree." Tang Xi secretly glanced at Su Wen's reaction and couldn't help but smile. "It's the first time I've seen you blush." Su Wen, my mind is filled with the scene of our kiss just now, and now my face is even redder. 31 hunting the third soul ring. The scene shifts, and Tang Xi and Su Wen are running in the Stardew forest. Tang, she controlled the lifeline with her left hand, which glowed faintly and floated in the air, excitedly searching for a suitable third spirit ring. This is the special aspect of Tang Xi's martial soul. The two martial souls seem to have their own consciousness and can choose the spirit rings that suit them. The lifeline pointed towards a distant iron rhinoceros bull. Tang Xi glanced at its horns, which were about 1 meter long, indicating it had 10,000 years of cultivation. Su Wen was the iron rhinoceros bull in front of them. Tang Xi said to Su Wen, "Su Wen nadith," quickly formulating a plan to deal with the iron rhinoceros bull in her mind. "You go and restrain it. I'll destroy its limbs." "Okay." After Tang, she responded. A thought crossed her mind, and a huge light pink peony appeared behind her, staggering as she walked. Peonies bloomed one after another on the back of the iron rhinoceros, causing its speed to slow down significantly. At that moment, it realized that danger was approaching and began to run wildly beneath its feet. Tang Xi's hands manifested hundreds of threads, and her first soul skill, Soul Attack Poison Bee Needle Threads, was unleashed. Dozens of poisonous threads transformed into poisonous needles, attacking the limbs of the iron rhinoceros bull, causing the pain in its soul state to reflect onto its physical body. Roar! The iron rhinoceros bull howled in agony, as if its limbs were being pierced by needles. Her second soul skill, Flexible Spider Silk. Hundreds of spider silks activated simultaneously, wrapping around the iron rhinoceros bull, with the other ends tightly sticking to 4 or 5 large trees. The iron rhinoceros bull roared in anger, and a massive wave of energy broke through the flexible spider silk. Its horns instantly became incredibly hard, and it looked at Tang Xi with fury as it charged at her. "I exploited its speed by 30, yet it can still run this fast," Tang Xi thought as she quickly jumped to another large tree. Seeing this, the iron rhinoceros bull angrily rammed its horns into the tree where Tang Xi was. The ancient tree shook violently before the trunk snapped and began to fall, forcing Tang Xi to switch to another large tree. Su Wen watched with great interest from the side and then began to take action. Dark mist swirled around Su Wen's hands, and his first soul skill, Corrosion, was activated. A large area of black mist excitedly rushed towards the iron rhinoceros bull, attaching itself to its body. Roar! The iron rhinoceros bull howled in pain, revealing patches of blood red where it was corroded by the black mist. Tortured by pain, the iron rhinoceros bull began to thrash wildly. Tang Xi manipulated hundreds of spider silk to tightly bind the iron rhinoceros armor bull. Second soul skill, Devours Soul Power. Tang Xi unleashed the second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony. The peony bloomed rapidly on the blood-red back of the iron rhinoceros bull, draining its soul power. The force of the iron rhinoceros bull's charge diminished significantly because it no longer had enough soul power to maintain its previous state. However, the pain it had just experienced filled it with hatred towards the two individuals before it. It erupted with its last bit of strength, breaking free from the web's constraints once more. The iron rhinoceros bull charged forward, targeting Tang Xi and Su Wen. Its defensive power was extremely strong, and the encroaching black mist could only erode its surface. Su Wen furrowed his brow and activated his second soul skill, Poison Mist. Su Wen's second soul skill, Poison Mist, could obscure the opponent's vision, and the toxic mist was highly poisonous, capable of directly eroding the internal organs through the body. Tang Xi ran forward and activated the first soul skill of the lifeline, Poison Bean Needle. Dozens of needle threads pierced through the blood-red back of the iron rhinoceros. Roar! The iron rhinoceros let out a painful howl, no longer having the strength to resist. 32 soul bone dropped. Su Wen retracted the poison mist, and seeing this, Tang Xi quickly took out a dagger from the sapphire, soul guide, on her chest and fiercely stabbed it into the iron rhinoceros's head, instantly staining her dress with blood. Su Wen clicked his tongue, truly ruthless. The iron rhinoceros unwillingly closed its eyes, and black light spots gathered from its body to form a black soul ring that fell onto Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi closed her eyes and entered the sea of consciousness, where she was to accept the soul impact of the iron rhinoceros bull. The soul state of the iron rhinoceros bull looked at Tang Xi with resentment and charged at her, stabbing its horn into her chest. Blood spilled from the corner of Tang Xi's mouth, and for some reason, her heart ached when she looked at Su Wen. In the sea of consciousness, Tang Xi couldn't use any soul techniques. She could only keep running and continually be attacked by the iron rhinoceros bull. A massive energy was colliding chaotically within Tang Xi's body. Tang Xi's face was pale, and her meridians were once again damaged in multiple areas. In Tang Xi's consciousness, pale pink peonies bloomed one after another, and even on the body of the iron rhinoceros, peony flowers blossomed. The petals of the peonies were surrounded by a domineering, blood-red black mist. The blood-red black mist enveloped the soul state of the iron rhinoceros, causing its soul to shatter with a bang. The black soul ring steadily landed around Tang Xi's waist, indicating that Tang Xi had successfully absorbed it, which relieved Su Wen. Tang Xi opened her eyes again and felt very dizzy. There was a taste of blood in her mouth, threatening to make her vomit, but Tang Xi held it back. At least she couldn't appear too embarrassed in front of Su Wen. Su Wen asked worriedly, "Tang Xi, how are you?" Tang Xi smiled, but her face was a bit pale. Fortunately, it was just that her body was relatively weak. Her heart still ached from time to time. Tang Xi just wanted to leave quickly and said, "I should go now, Su Wen." Su Wen was a bit silent. After looking at Tang Xi for a long time, he finally spoke, "From now on, I will seize all of Tang San's opportunities. Tang Xi, you and I are from the same world, and I don't want us to become enemies." Tang Xi looked at Su Wen with some surprise, not expecting him to have this idea. Tang Xi smiled and said, "There will always be a way for us to coexist peacefully." Su Wen looked at Tang Xi with a complicated expression and replied, "Tang Xi, you are still too naive. Xiao Wu's mother was killed by my teacher, and Tang San's mother was forced to be sacrificed by the spirit hall. This deep-seated hatred cannot just be set aside." Tang Xi fell silent as well. Yes, they were destined to stand on opposing sides. Seeing Tang Xi remained silent, Su Wen understood that Tang Xi would not stand on the same line as him, so he turned to leave. Before leaving, he said, "Tang Xi, I don't want to hurt you. As long as you don't interfere with my killing of Tang San, the spirit hall will never act against you." After Su Wen left, Tang Xi looked up again, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Tang Xi gom fought Jose. Thinking that there are so many men in the world, why obsess over just one flower? Suddenly, a blinding light forced Tang Xi to squint her eyes. Changing her angle, she opened her eyes and discovered a shining object on the chest of the iron rhinoceros armored bull. Tang Xi's eyes lit up. Could it be a soul bone? The chance of a soul bone erupting from soul beast is extremely low, as it can only occur with soul beasts that are at least 100,000 years old, or when a soul beast feels an extreme sense of fear. Tang Xi, it seems that I tightened the iron rhinoceros armor too much just now. Tang Xi dug out the soul bone, which was an external soul bone. Without thinking, Tang Xi began to refine the soul bone. After completely absorbing this external soul bone, Tang Xi felt a refreshing sensation. The function of this soul bone is to resist 70 of attacks from opponents of the same rank. If the opponent's soul power level is higher, the percentage of attack resistance will decrease accordingly, while the resistance effect will be better against opponents with a lower soul power level. This external soul bone also has another effect. It enhances strength by 200, and the soul bone has the potential to grow. Tang Xi had a thought, and a cluster of light pink peonies bloomed on the back of the iron rhinoceros, sucking up blood. It was time to feed her little peony some blood. Once the bloodthirsty peonies completely absorbed the blood, the color of the petals deepened a few shades, which was a characteristic of her bloodthirsty peonies, a secret that must not be revealed to others. This trip felt worthwhile for Tang Xi. Her soul power had risen to level 32, and she had obtained an external soul bone, plus she had fed her little peony some blood. However, her heart was still in pain, and her meridians were slightly damaged. Next, she needed to meet up with Tang San and the others. 33 Special Physique. Tang San here. Tang San encountered an attack from the face demon spider while searching for Xiao Wu. After successfully killing the face demon spider, he met Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. Seeing that Tang San was a disciple of Master Yu Xiaojing, Chao Tianxiang gave the soul ring from the face demon spider to Tang San. With the help of Erming, Xiao Wu also obtained her third soul ring and then successfully reunited with Tang San. Tang San looked a bit worried. Xiao Wu had been found, but Tang Xi was still missing. Xiao Wu felt very sad and said, "I'm sorry, brother. It's all because of me that Xiao Xi went to look for me." Ning Rongrong came over to comfort Xiao Wu, saying, "You don't need to blame yourself. Tang Xi is so strong. She will definitely be fine." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang Xi's strength. Zhao Wuji spoke up. "Let's look for Tang Xi a little longer. If we can't find her, we should head back to the inn to rest." Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his face full of self-blame. "Teacher, I won't go back until I find Tang Xi." Xiao Wu also said, "Me too." The others followed suit, shouting, "Us too." Oscar's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead. "Isn't that Tang Xi?" Tang Xi weakly leaned against the tree trunk, and with each step, her heart ached greatly. The crowd rushed forward, and Tang San was the first to dash out to support Tang Xi. "Xiao Xi, how can you have so much blood on you?" Tang Xi's light blue dress was stained with the blood of the hunted iron rhinoceros, and there were also some traces of her own blood. There were bloodstains at the corner of Tang Xi's mouth. Xiao Wu was so anxious that she was about to cry. "I'm sorry, Xiao Xi. I'm really sorry." Tang Xi weakly touched Xiao Wu's head and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, I don't blame you." Oscar quickly took out his recovery sausage and handed it to Tang Xi. But Tang Xi could no longer hold on. Her body felt as if all its strength had been drained, and she collapsed to the ground, her heart racing and her face pale. She had only encountered a 10,000-year-old beast and had fought with it. As she spoke, Tang Xi closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Tang San was very anxious. "Xiao Xi, what's wrong with you?" It felt like he had returned to that day 6 years ago. Zhao Wuji transferred his soul power to Tang Xi, but his expression suddenly stiffened, and he said in disbelief, "Her meridians are severely damaged. We need to take Tang Xi back to Shrek Academy to show the dean." At Shrek Academy, Tang Xi lay weakly on the bed, a faint glow emanating from her heart. A green light traveled through Tang Xi's meridians, repairing them wherever it passed. Tang Xi groggily opened her eyes, got up and stretched lazily, looking around and thinking, "Isn't this the dormitory of Shrek Academy?" A fragrant aroma wafted over, and Tang Xi sniffed carefully, unable to help but exclaim, "It smells so good. Could this be made by the master?" During her 6 years at the Noting Academy, Tang Xi had become very familiar with the delicious flavors of the meals prepared by the master. Tang Xi squinted her eyes. Could it be that the master has also arrived? Tang Xi quickly put on her clothes and rushed to the cafeteria as fast as she could. When she opened the wooden door, she saw Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, and Zhu Zhuqing sitting there having breakfast. As soon as Xiao Wu turned her head and saw Tang Xi, she immediately threw away the steamed bun in her hand and ran over to hug Tang Xi. "Wu, it's so great that you're okay, Tang Xi." Tang San's eyes slightly reddened upon seeing Tang Xi lively and energetic. "It's good that she's fine." Tang Xi was still in a dazed state, asking, "What's wrong with you all? Why does it feel like I've been in a coma for a long time?" Dai Mu Bai, seeing that Tang Xi was fine, replied with relief, "You've been in a coma for a week." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, while Yu Xiaojing brought the freshly prepared dishes to the table. "Your meridians were damaged, and your heart wasn't good to begin with. After being attacked by a 10,000-year-old beast, I thought you wouldn't make it through a month. Yet in just a week, your meridians have miraculously healed." Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, pouted in dissatisfaction. "Master, what do you mean by Tang she wouldn't make it through a month?" Look, she's standing here just fine. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled softly. That's why her constitution is special. Tang Xi's vitality is incredibly strong. Even I am amazed. Tang San smiled upon hearing this, relieved that his sister was okay. Tang Xi chuckled and said, sorry to worry everyone, but don't worry, my physical condition is absolutely fine. You just like to show off, Xiao Wu teased. In the 1 versus 3 battle, Yu Xiaojiang looked at this warm scene and thought it would be better not to reveal the true situation. He was afraid Tang San wouldn't be able to handle it. Then Yu Xiaojiang quickly said, hurry up and eat. You still have training waiting for you later. After a pause, he looked at Tang Xi and asked, can your body still handle training now? Tang Xi confidently patted his chest and said, don't worry, master. I can take on 100 by myself. Tang San hesitated and looked at Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, Xiao Shishi. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and said, all right, you come over for training later. Xiao San, I know you're worried about Tang Xi, but you must believe in your sister. She is not as fragile as you think. Soon after, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun came to eat as well, and they were surprised to see Tang Xi lively and energetic. The 8 of them chatted happily for a while, and then went to the square, lining up to prepare for Yu Xiaojiang's training. Yu Xiaojiang thought for a moment. He knew a bit about the strength of each student, but he knew very little about Tang Xi's strength. He then said, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, you guys will battle against Tang Xi. Tang Xi, use your twin martial souls and give it your all. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Dai Mu Bai looked a bit troubled and said, but master, Tang Xi has just recovered, and she's only at level 29. This is unfair. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled lightly. Who said she is at level 29? She is already at level 32. If I'm not mistaken, her 3rd spirit ring is at the 10,000-year level, right? What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. How is that possible? Ma Hongjuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. A 10,000-year spirit ring. Tang Xi stood up and explained, because of my twin martial souls. I have absorbed a total of 5 soul rings stacked on my 2 martial souls. Each time I absorb a soul ring, the limit of the soul ring's age I can surpass increases. You can also understand that I have absorbed a total of 5 soul rings. But the 5th soul ring is of the 10,000-year level. Tang San patted Tang Xi's hair and said helplessly, but you can't forcibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. It's not good for your body. Yu Xiaojiang said, since there are no problems, let's start the duel. The group arrived at the center of the square, and Tang San was the first to use blue silver grass, entangling. The ground was covered with the roots of blue silver grass, and the thick roots spread out, seemingly ready to entangle Tang Xi. Tang Xi's white threads surged, activating her 2nd soul skill, flexible spider silk. Hundreds of spider silks tightly surrounded each blue silver grass, preventing them from entangling around Tang Xi. The white threads and blue silver grass intertwined, neither side yielding to the other. During Tang San's interference with Tang Xi, Dai Mu Bai had already arrived behind Tang Xi and activated his 1st soul skill, White Tiger Protection Shield. Dai Mu Bai's speed and strength instantly doubled, and he swung a punch towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes and activated the purple extreme demon eye to quickly dodge the attack. The 1st soul skill, Soul Attack, Be Venom Needle. Tang Xi directed the threads to pierce into Dai Mu Bai's limbs, while Tang San quickly manipulated the blue silver grass to wrap around Dai Mu Bai and pull him over. In an instant, hundreds of spider silk strands wrapped around Dai Mu Bai's feet, and Tang Xi successfully pierced the limbs of Dai Mu Bai's soul state. The pain reacted back to Dai Mu Bai's body, causing him to let out a muffled sound. Oscar immediately rushed over, transforming a sausage and handing it to Dai Mu Bai. Tang Xi, with sharp eyes, quickly manipulated the spider silk to snatch the sausage back and took a bite first. Yu Xiaojiang, watching the scene from the side, felt quite satisfied. The auxiliary soul master replenishing soul power for teammates is a crucial point on the battlefield. Tang San frowned, activating his 3rd soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. Above Tang San, hundreds of blue silver grass roots were launched, forming an intertwined scene of blue silver grass. Behind Tang Xi, the peonies bloom, the 1st soul skill, Staggering Steps. Dai Mu Bai and Tang San's speed instantly becomes much slower. Their speed is reflected back onto Tang Xi, who quickly passes through the web of blue silver grasses bindings. Tang San smiled slightly and activated his 2nd soul skill, Parasite. Tang Xi suddenly found blue silver grass growing on her body, tightly wrapping around her and restricting her movements. Dai Mu Bai unleashed his 3rd spirit skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. After consuming the mushroom sausage given by Oscar, he grew wings and could fly for 1 minute. Dai Mu Bai's 3rd spirit skill allowed him to double his attack, Power. In defense, his arm muscles bulged, and his hair changed from golden to silver, interspersed with strands of black. Seeing Dai Mubai about to attack her, Tang Xi had no choice but to activate her third spirit skill, steel wire form. Tang Xi's third soul skill can transform silk into a steel wire form and possesses the attack power of an iron rhinoceros bull for 5 minutes. With a strength enhancement of 200, a surge of immense energy allowed Tang Xi to break free from the restraints of the blue silvergrass. Tang Xi manipulated the steel wires, tying them into sticks one by one. With a swing of the iron rod, a tremendous force cut through half of the blue silvergrass's web restraints in front of her. Oscar, frightened, hid away, trembling in fear. Damn, Tang Xi's third soul skill is just too terrifying. Tang Xi swung her iron rod fiercely at Dai Mubai, who was immediately startled and used his first spirit skill. White Tiger Golden Body. Crash. The shield in front of Dai Mubai was instantly shattered, and he was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by the force of the impact. In that moment, Tang Xi retracted the activation of her third spirit skill and landed steadily on the ground, her light blue dress fluttering in the wind. However, Tang Xi's strength left everyone in shock. This seemingly weak girl was able to unleash such terrifying, explosive power. Even Yu Xiaojiang was astonished. Did you obtain your 10,000-year spirit skill from the Iron Armored Bull? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Tang Xi honestly said, yes, my third soul skill turns silk threads into steel, giving me the attack power of steel rhino for 5 minutes. Yu Xiaojiang understood, but quickly suppressed his inner shock. Could it be that this 10,000-year soul beast was really killed by Tang Xi alone? It's likely that the soul ring Tang Xi obtained is from a steel rhino that is around 15,000 to 18,000 years old, with an attack power comparable to a full-strength strike from a level 50 Soul King. Tang Xi smiled apologetically, saying it wasn't that scary. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, noting that the most terrifying part was that Tang Xi's peony martial soul still hadn't had its soul rings added. If the soul rings were added, the limit of the soul beast cultivation would definitely be over 20,000 years. Yu Xiaojiang spoke up, saying, in this round, Dai Mubai made a serious mistake. You didn't protect Oscar well enough, giving Tang Xi the chance to snatch the recovery sausage. Tang Xi should not have rushed to restore the big sausage, but instead should have immediately used spider silk to bind Oscar. However, Tang San did not go all out. He could have easily added poison to the blue silvergrass to restrict Tang Xi's actions. Tang Xi stood obediently over there, being lectured by Yu Xiaojiang. With a wrong blink of her eyes, Tang Xi said, I know I was wrong, master. Next, it was Ma Hongjuan's turn, followed by Oscar battling Dai Mubai. And then a few more matches. Yu Xiaojiang said, today, each of you has made a serious mistake. I will punish you by running 10 laps around Suatawa City, and you must finish before noon. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, 10 laps? Isn't that going to kill us? Yu Xiaojiang nodded. There are bamboo baskets at the school gate that you need to carry while running, and you cannot use your soul power. You are a team, and if even one person doesn't finish, you won't get to eat. The 8 of them groaned in distress, but had no choice but to obediently go to the school gate. Next to the school gate were 8 bamboo baskets, each containing a different amount of stones. Tang San and Dai Mubai had the most, followed by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun had the third least, and Tang Xi and Ning Rongrong had the least. Ning Rongrong saw this and happily said, the master is quite humane. He knows Tang Xi has just recovered, and I am a support type, so he gave us the least amount. Dai Mubai nodded and picked up a bamboo basket, moving closer to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, let's run fast. However, Zhu Zhuqing distanced herself from Dai Mubai in disdain. Dai Mubai felt embarrassed, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun lamented, complaining about having to run 10 laps with such heavy bamboo baskets. This master is even scarier than the dean, they thought. As the 8 of them began their journey, Yu Xiaojiang and Flander watched from a distance. Flander asked, isn't this punishment too severe? Without turning his head, Yu Xiaojiang walked away, believing that only by sharing hardships together could they truly understand the meaning of companionship. After running 50 kilometers, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were exhausted, as support-type soul masters. Their physical condition was not as good as that of Tang San and the others. Tang San placed a stone from Oscar's bamboo basket onto his own. Perhaps this was the true meaning of the master's instruction for us to run with the bamboo baskets. Once someone could no longer bear the weight, that person's share of the stones would be taken on by another, which is also the best way to train the camaraderie among companions. Dai Mubai placed a stone from Ning Rongrong into his own bamboo basket, while Xiao Wu took on the weight of Zhu Zhuqing's stone. After 100 kilometers, Yu Xiaojiang had already prepared salt water at the school gate for the 8 of them to replenish their energy. 7 people were drenched in sweat, while only Tang Xi appeared relaxed. Yu Xiaojiang squinted his eyes. It seemed he had underestimated Tang Xi's physical endurance. Tang Xi suddenly have a bad premonition. 256 kilometers. Tang Xi put the stones from Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong's bamboo baskets in her own bamboo basket. Tang San asked with concern, Xiao Xi, can you hold on? Ma Hongjun collapsed on the ground. Third brother, do you see that look on Tang Xi's face? Does it seem like she's worried about anything? Tang Xi smiled and said, Brother, I've been training since I was young. This level of punishment is nothing to me. Everyone, damn, it's infuriating. 350 kilometers. Tang, she was already sweating profusely from running, while the others were so tired they didn't want to speak. 483 kilometers, the muscles of the 8 were sore, and Ning Rongrong took back her stone voluntarily. While Tang, she helped Tang San and Dai Mubai carry some stones. 598 kilometers, the muscles of the 8 were sore. Each of them was struggling to walk while holding their waists. 700 kilometers, the 8 were crazily drinking salt water to replenish their strength, and every bone in their bodies ached as if it were falling apart. 835 kilometers, running around Soto City. There was one last lap left. Tang Shiju's bamboo basket was already filled with stones, and she was so exhausted that she was gasping for breath. The others were even less willing to move. Tang Shiju pretended to take Ning Rongrong's stones and put them into her own basket. Ning Rongrong shook her head and said, Shiju, you have more stones in your basket than Tang San and Dai Lao to trust me. I can still hold on. There were only 5 meters left to go after 850 kilometers. The 8 of them supported each other, and every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife, making it extremely difficult, and their consciousness gradually became hazy. The sight of the 8 of them supporting each other through thick and thin deeply moved Yu Xiaojiang. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. After reaching the finish line, 7 of them collapsed, and Tang Shiju stood in the middle, looking around. It seemed like she was the only one still standing. Tang, she glanced at Yu Xiaojiang apologetically and immediately pretended to faint. Yu Xiaojiang, 37 Shrek's 8 monsters. Tang, she woke up already soaking in a medicinal bath, her body aching terribly. Tang, she is lamenting endlessly. How much longer will these days continue? Sob, sob, sob. Tang, she looked around. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were still soaking in the medicinal bath. Tang, she was mesmerized. Wow, Zhu Qing's figure is amazing, so impressive. Tang, she looked down at herself. In the following time, the 8 of them continuously fought, ran, and climbed mountains. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing for conversation each time, but Zhu Zhuqing ignored him every time. Ning Rongrong's heart would always race whenever she got close to Oscar. Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship has become more ambiguous, but the other 6 are tacitly aware of it. Thus, 3 months passed. Yu Xiaojiang led the 8 of them to the Grand Soul Arena, entering the VIP box inside. You are now going to start the second phase of your training, and the goal is for each of you to obtain a Silver Soul Badge. Training will end as soon as you each obtain your Silver Soul Badge. Oscar's eyes lit up. He could finally end his physical training, which was simply too easy. Yu Xiaojiang continued, saying that not only do you need to obtain individual Silver Soul Badges, but you also have to participate in team competitions to obtain a Team Silver Soul Badge. Moreover, I require each of you to wear a mask so that your enemies cannot recognize your voices or ages. Each of you must have a code name, and the team will be called the Shrek 8 Monsters. Tang, she felt emotional. The plot had finally reached this point. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Ning Rongrong asked in confusion, Master, do I also need to obtain the Silver Soul Badge? Tang, she said beside her, Auxiliary Soul Masters can form teams, which increases the chance of victory. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang, she with anticipation upon hearing this. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang said, Rongrong is not suitable to team up with Tang Xi. I suggest you team up with Ma Hongjun instead. Ning Rongrong almost spat out. Why? Xiao Xi is so strong. She could definitely carry her to victory. Tang Xi explained, because I'm level 30. The opponents you match with when teaming up with me are all in their 30s, while Ma Hongjun is in his 20s. So your chances of winning as a team will be greater. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang Xi with admiration, while Ning Rongrong stubbornly refused to team up with Ma Hongjun, instead grabbing the arm of Zhu Zhuqing and saying, then I will team up with Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun shouted in disappointment. Why? After that, Yu Xiaojiang said, I have 3 requirements for you to participate in the competition. 1. No hidden weapons can be used during the match. 2. You cannot use your real names during the competition, and you must wear masks. 3. You must participate in at least 2 duels every day. As for your code names, I have already thought of them. Tang San, Thousand-Hand Azura, Xiao Wu, Soft-Boned Enchantress Rabbit, Mu Bai, Evil Eye White Tiger, Zhu Qing, Nether Spirit Cat, Rong Rong, Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, Oscar, Sausage Specialist, Ma Hongjun, Evil Fire Phoenix, Tang Xi, Seven-Hearted Linglong. Dai Mu Bai was very satisfied with this name, and Zhu Qing smiled without any objections. Xiao Wu sighed. The name's master gave her really good. Tang San looked tenderly at the lively Xiao Wu beside him, while Ma Hongjun raised his head proudly. Oscar excitedly looked at Ning Rong Rong, who blushed under his gaze. Tang, she was nibbling on the melon seeds on the table, her eyes showing no excitement at all, but instead seriously thinking about what Su Wen would do next. If she were Su Wen, she would currently seize the opportunity from Tang San, which is the immortal herb. Tang Xi's expression was serious. The celestial herb was an important opportunity for Shrek's 7 monsters to win the championship. If that was the case, she needed to make the necessary preparations. Tang Xi secretly resolved in her heart that she stood by Tang San. But that did not mean she would go against the Spirit Hall. There must be a way for both sides to coexist peacefully. In the 14th match of the team battle at the Great Soul Arena, the host passionately announced from the air, "Next up, we have the newly registered team, Shrek 8 Monsters, facing off against the undefeated Crazy Battle Team." The audience below looked curiously at this team. The Shrek 8 Monsters wore black combat suits with personal colors on the edges, and each of them wore a mask, making them appear very mysterious. As the Crazy Battle Team appeared, the audience erupted in cheers for their names. The Crazy Battle Team consisted of a voluptuous spider woman with the spirit of a spider, 2 skinny guys known as Monkey 1 and Monkey 2, both with monkey spirits, a muscular man named Crazy Rhino with the spirit of a rhino, and a support-type soul master with the spirit of a lucky abacus. In the pre-match preparation area, Tang San was discussing the battle plan. "Dai, you will be the main attacker. Xiao Wu and Fatty, you two will hold back those 2 skinny guys. Zhu Qing, find a way to take out that support-type soul master. Before the battle, Oscar will distribute sausages to each of us." Then Tang San turned his gaze to Tang Xi, smiled, and said, "Tang Xi, don't reveal the 3rd skill of your white line martial soul in the first few rounds. Start as a support-type soul master." Tang Xi was frustrated and cried out, "Brother, does that mean I can't fight?" Yu Xiaojing explained, "Tang San wants you to be the trump card of the team. Your 3rd soul skill can turn the tide, and you don't have to use it until the last moment. At a critical time, it may yield unexpected results." Tang Xi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wonderful. After getting ready, the 8 players took to the stage. The host lively said, "Next, let's see if the Crazy Battle Team, who has won 7 consecutive matches, can win another round." Dai Mu Bai shouted, "Brothers, show your martial souls." Instantly, soul rings appeared in front of the 8 players. Yellow, yellow, purple, yellow, yellow. The most eye-catching was Tang Xi's yellow and purple soul rings. Tang Xi displayed the bloodthirsty peony's soul rings, with the 2nd soul ring already being 1,000 years old, which surprised both the host and the Crazy Battle Team. The 2nd soul ring being 1,000 years old and the best soul ring configuration of the Shrek team turned out to be an auxiliary soul master. The host exclaimed passionately. Dai Mu Bai was the first to strike, using the White Tiger Vajra transformation, and he punched toward the Crazy Rhino. In an instant, golden light flashed, and no one could determine the winner. Ning Rong Rong released her martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and shouted, "The 7 treasures are famous. First, strength. Second, speed." Instantly, all teammates gained a 30 increase in speed and power. When Dai Mu Bai attacked again, he successfully knocked down the Crazy Rhino. The 2 monkeys then moved to the sides, intending to attack Ning Rong Rong and Oscar, following the first rule of the match, to defeat the opponent's auxiliary soul master first. Tang San raised his hand, and the hard blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around the 2 monkeys. The spider woman frowned, realizing she had been tricked, and then turned her gaze to Tang Xi, wondering what this support-type soul master could actually assist with. Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass to throw the 2 monkeys out of the arena. At that moment, the Spider-Woman shot out webs to entangle the 2 monkeys. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Qing exchanged glances and then went to attack the opponent's support-type soul master. The Spider-Woman realized this and shot out a web to intercept their path. Ma Hongjun unleashed a fire breath that instantly destroyed the web, while Zhu Qing rushed towards the support-type soul master at lightning speed. Just as the opponent's support-type soul master was trembling and about to shout berserk, Tang Xi from the Shrek team smiled and softly called out, "First soul skill, Stumbling Walk." The speed of all opponents was reduced by 30. while Zhu Zhuqing's speed was increased by 100. With this speed boost, Zhu Zhuqing almost teleported in front of the support-type Soul Master. First soul skill, Nether Puncture. Zhu Zhuqing struck and defeated the opponent's support-type Soul Master, knocking the one holding the abacus unconscious. The Spider-Woman looked in disbelief at what had just happened. The Berserk skill could enhance their attributes by 15, which was their trump card for victory. But without the trump card, how could they win? Xiao Wu took advantage of the Spider-Woman's distraction and executed a skill that kicked her off the Soul Arena. The wild rhinoceros was about to explode with anger. But Tang San activated the blue-silver grass parasite skill, tightly binding the wild rhinoceros's limbs. The host was stunned, gulping and stuttering as he said, "The Shrek team wins." The 8 members of Shrek exchanged smiles, and Oscar sighed, saying, "I didn't even get to use my soul skill, and it's already over." Zhu Zhuqing then walked up to Tang Xi and quietly said, "Not bad." Zhu Zhuqing knew that if it weren't for Tang Xi using Peony's first soul skill to boost her speed, she might not have been able to defeat the opponent's support-type Soul Master before he could unleash his last soul skill. Shrek team exited the arena amidst the cheers of the audience, and Yu Xiaojing walked up to them, quite satisfied, and said, "Your teamwork just now was very good. But remember not to be arrogant. You must be cautious in the upcoming team battles." Ma Hongjun scoffed, saying, "No matter how strong they are, our Shrek team can defeat them one by one." Oscar chimed in, "Fatty, you're right." This made Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong secretly laugh on the side. Tang San and Dai Mubai smiled helplessly, while Tang Xi appeared quite relaxed. Yu Xiaojiang turned around and reminded them, "Your confidence is not misplaced. But don't let this blind confidence cloud your judgment." At that moment, the announcement echoed, "Please control system level 32 Soul Master Tang Xi to report to the 13th arena for a multi-opponent duel." Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to speak, the group for Shrek surrounded Tang Xi to talk to her. Xiao Wu said, "Tang Xi, be careful this time and don't hurt your heart." Ning Rongrong agreed, "Yeah, you were unconscious for a whole week before." Oscar raised his hand, "You need to be careful. My sausages can't heal your heart." Faced with everyone's sudden concern, Tang Xi helplessly said, "Everyone, don't worry too much. I hunted a steel rhinoceros beast recently and obtained a soul bone that could defend against attacks with a power level of 70 of the same rank. So they can't harm me." Yu Xiaojiang was so surprised that he spat out his drink and exclaimed, "An external soul bone. How come this girl has such good luck like her brother Tang San, also obtaining a soul bone when hunting soul beasts?" Tang San was pleasantly surprised as he ruffled Tang Xi's hair, saying she did a great job. Xiao Wu hugged Tang Xi tightly and exclaimed, "That's wonderful." The others also offered their congratulations. Although they felt envious of Tang Xi, their feelings were more about congratulating her. Next, it was Tang Xi's turn to take the stage. And facing her were the cat and mouse duo, a pair of siblings. Tang Xi has an impressive record, with 9 consecutive victories and no defeats. The cat girl, Martial Soul Cat, looks down on it, saying, "Is this all there is?" Just pretending to be mysterious. Many people are shouting the name Cat and Mouse. Meanwhile, the chubby and short mouse brother, Martial Soul Mouse, proudly raises his head. Tang Xi had a cheerful expression as she leisurely walked onto the stage. The host passionately shouted, "Next up, the 13th match. A 1-on-2 soul fight begin." The cat girl and mouse brother both shouted, "Spirit possession." Instantly, yellow and purple soul rings appeared around their waists. After releasing their soul rings, the cat girl and mouse brother held hands and began to spin in the air, quickly forming a tornado. The high-speed rotation sent the cat girl flying out. First soul skill, acceleration. The cat girl's fingers transformed into claws and lunged towards Tang Xi, who smirked slightly. First soul skill, stumbling steps. A gigantic peony bloomed behind Tang Xi, with hundreds of long white threads entwining the peony. The cat girl was taken aback. "What? This soul skill can actually sap my speed." The speed taken from both of them was fed back to Tang Xi, who skillfully dodged the cat girl's attack, only to suddenly face Mouse Brother's punch from behind. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes, and hundreds of spider silk strands tightly wrapped around Mouse Brother. Mouse Brother revealed his sharp claws and fiercely slashed at the white strands several times, only to find shallow scratches on the spider silk. My second soul skill, Flexible Spider Silk, is a 1,000-year soul ring. Although it doesn't have much attacking power, its flexibility is beyond your imagination. No soul master below level 40 can hope to break free from my spider silk. As Tang Xi spoke, hundreds of spider silk threads tightly entangled another soul master, the cat girl, as if they were alive, fiercely throwing both of them out of the arena. The host exclaimed, "Wow, they actually eliminated the cat and mouse duo in just 1 minute. What kind of monster is this second soul skill from a 1,000-year soul master? In the VIP box, Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang Xi's recent performance with great concern. This situation couldn't continue. Nearby, Tang San, hearing this, curiously walked over and asked, "What's wrong, teacher?" Yu Xiaojing slowly replied, "Tang Xi's dual cultivation martial soul is just too powerful. Soul masters of the same rank are basically no match for her. This is likely to attract the attention of that Pope from the Spirit Hall." Tang San smiled upon hearing this. "Isn't this a good thing?" Yu Xiaojing's expression became serious. "No, it is precisely because that Pope also has a twin martial soul that she won't let Tang Xi off. Moreover, Tang had also killed the previous Pope." 40 days Do Royal Team the next day, at the Do Spirit Arena. Yu Xiaojing slowly walked to the front desk and handed over the iron badge of the Shrek 8 Monsters team. "I want to register for the team battle." The front desk looked at the name of this team with no fame and silently recorded it. Shrek, 8 Monsters. Yu Xiaojing's eyes turned fierce as he corrected, "It's Shrek." The front desk was startled and immediately corrected it. Then, the big screen displayed the names of the Shrek 8 Monsters competing against other teams. February 1st, Shrek 8 Monsters vs. Azura Team. Shrek 8 Monsters won. February 6th, Zhu Zhuqing vs. Long Lei. Zhu Zhuqing won. February 12th, Dai Mubai vs. Little Bird. Dai Mubai won. February 16th, San Wu Combination vs. Liang and Ying Hui. San Wu Combination won. At the same time, the points ranking of the Shrek 8 Monsters was continuously rising, with a record of 12 wins and no defeats. February 20th, Ma Hongjun vs. Bruce. Ma Hongjun won. February 24th, 7 Treasure Ling Cat Combination vs. Xiao Xiao Combination. 7 Treasure Ling Cat won. The points of Shrek 8 Monsters had accumulated to 268 points. February 29th, Tang Xi vs. Lin Tsin Tang Xixing. March 2nd, Shrek 8 Monsters vs. Red Spirit Team. Shrek 8 Monsters win. The front desk's attitude towards Yu Xiaojing is becoming increasingly respectful. Gradually, the reputation of Shrek has spread throughout the nearby streets and alleys. They wear masks and black clothing, making them a very mysterious team. Tang Xi and Flander placed several bets using gold soul coins on the Shrek 7 Monsters to win, and without exception, they all won, causing Tang Xi's small treasury to multiply several times. Yu Xiaojing once again came to the front desk, but was approached by the manager of the Grand Soul Arena. The manager requested Yu Xiaojing to allow the Shrek 7 Monsters to compete in the central main Soul Arena and to issue the Silver Soul Badge for the Shrek 7 Monsters in advance. This was to have the Shrek 7 Monsters face a team of Soul Masters, on which a major noble had placed significant bets. And this team also won without any suspense, causing major losses for the Grand Soul Arena. Yu Xiaojing agreed to the manager's request, and the manager was very pleased to mention the reward of 10,000 gold soul coins for participation, as well as provided Yu Xiaojing with the opponent's information. In the hotel, Yu Xiaojing placed the contestant information on the table, and Flander, after sipping his tea, regretfully said, "Xiaojing, you shouldn't have agreed so quickly. We might have been able to negotiate for a higher reward." Yu Xiaojing had his own plans in mind. The chances of winning against this opponent were not high, and this was also a form of training for the Shrek 7 Monsters. Besides, the reward we received was not small. Tang Xi had a clear understanding that this time the battle was against the Royal Academy of Tiando. Tang San picked up the contestant information, and the others curiously gathered around. Captain Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 39 Assault System Soul Master. Vice Captain Douluo Yen, Martial Soul Emerald Scaled Snake, Level 38 Control System Soul Master. Teammate Osro, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard. Teammate Yi Lingling, Martial Soul 9 Heart Sea Buttercup. Teammate Shi Montak, Matzia Soul Gafita, Martial Soul Xuanwu Tortoise. Teammate Yu Feng, Martial Soul Wind Chime Bird. Everyone gasped in surprise after hearing this. And Tang San whispered, "They're all soul ancestors above level 30. Their strength is indeed formidable. Tang San, this time I allow you to use the 8 Spider Lances. But you must not give up until the very last moment," Yu Xiaojing said. At this moment, Tang Xi casually remarked, "The most important members of this team are the healer Yi Lingling, Captain Yu Qianheng, and Vice Captain Douluo Yen." Tang Xi thought for a moment and said slowly, "Brother, you can leave Yu Qianheng to me, and you take care of Yi Lingling. Make sure she doesn't use her soul skills to heal. As for Douluo Yen's poison, I think you should be able to handle it, right?" Tang San felt a bit puzzled, wondering why She seemed to know everything. However, he didn't think much about it afterward. After all, Tang Xi was still his sister. So, Tang San nodded in agreement with Tang Xi's statement. On the chessboard, it was still uncertain who would win or lose. The next night, the sky above the Great Soul Arena was filled with fireworks. In the main arena, many beautiful women danced to entertain the crowd, and the 20,000 spectators cheered enthusiastically. The main fighting platform had a diameter of 70 meters, designed in a retro ancient Colosseum style. The host, Douluo, spread her white wings and flew into the air, welcoming everyone to the Soto Great Soul Arena. I am Douluo, your host for tonight's team battle. Now, let us invite both teams to take the stage. The spotlight shone on the Shrek 7 Devils, and the audience cheered loudly. Next up was the Tiendo Royal team. Wen Flander saw the opposing team's leader, Qin Ming. He was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but smile. For the next minute, please reveal your martial souls. You may attack only after I announce the start, and the battle will end when all opponents are down or surrender. The host, Douluo, reminded from the air. Both sides revealed their martial souls, and the arena was instantly filled with brilliant light. The appearance of Tang Xi's third soul ring pushed the audience's enthusiasm to a peak. The yellow, purple, and black soul rings left Yu Qianheng and others astonished. Yi Lingling exclaimed in shock. The third soul ring is actually a 10,000-year one. Behind Tang Xi is a huge peony, surrounded by hundreds of white threads. Tang Xi has a delicate face and often appears slightly pale, looking like a beautiful but sickly person with a danger level of 0. Yu Qianheng looked at Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit ring and thought to himself, it seems their captain is not easy to deal with. The host, Douluo, shouted, the match begins. Dai Mubai charged forward first, and Yu Qianheng met him with a punch. Bang! The two punches collided, and both sides took a step back, neither giving way to the other in strength. Zhu Zhuqing faced the agile attack type Spirit Master Osro, who narrowly dodged Zhu Zhuqing's cat claws. Yu Feng sprouted wings and flew into the air to unleash his first spirit skill, Windblade. Ma Hongjun quickly moved forward and sprayed out Phoenix Fire to counter the Windblade. Tang San's blue-silver grass wrapped around the waists of his 6 teammates, controlling them to prevent enemy attacks, but did not grasp Tang Xi's waist. Under the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile, everyone's speed and strength increased by 30. Xiao Wu made a horizontal slash towards the Shimo brothers, but the two brothers instantly hid inside their tortoise shell, which had extremely high defensive power. Xiao Wu's attack had no effect on the tortoise shell at all, and she looked at the two of them in frustration. Tang Xi took advantage of her teammates, holding off the opponents, and activated her first soul skill, Peony, instantly increasing her speed by 100. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xi had already reached Yi Lingling's back, but Yi Lingling's cold face showed no signs of surprise at all. Just as Tang Xi was about to touch Yi Lingling, a sudden chill ran down her back. In an instant, a domineering blue lightning struck the spot where Tang Xi was standing. The speed was so fast that Tang Xi couldn't react at all. Below the stage, Qin Ming quietly recalled what he had said to his teammates earlier. When the time comes, you must defeat that twin martial soul, Tang Xi, first. If necessary, you can use Yin Zi's green-scaled snake venom and Tian Heng's thunderbolt. Lonely Yin asked in confusion, why, teacher? Qin Ming slowly replied, thinking of the information he had seen before, to force out her third soul skill. Tang Xi has never revealed her third soul skill in the Great Soul Arena, so her third soul skill must be the trump card of the Shrek 8 monsters. Only by forcing out the trump card can they achieve better victory. Back in reality, the brothers Sure Mo and Sure Mo protect the front of the team, while Tang Xi is surrounded within their squad. Tang San looks incredulously at the blue lightning striking towards Tang Xi. Tang San rushed forward in a panic, wanting to stop the attack from the lightning. No. Bang. At the moment the lightning struck Tang Xi's head, the armor soul bone on Tang Xi's chest suddenly appeared, and the powerful phantom of the Iron Assault Armor Bowl roared behind Tang Xi. The armor soul bone emitted a blue cold light that enveloped Tang Xi, allowing him to withstand the lightning strike. However, he still had to endure 30 of the attack, causing Tang Xi's face to instantly turn pale. Yu Qianheng exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? How could you withstand my lightning strike? On the sidelines, Qin Ming furrowed his brows at this scene, realizing it was indeed a soul bone. Tang Xi's tuft of hair twitched, and he silently lowered his head. The black soul rings around him, faintly pulsating. Third soul skill, steel form. Tang Xi slowly walked towards Yu Qianheng, and the pressure from the black soul ring made Yu Qianheng feel a bit uncomfortable. The white line behind Tang Xi instantly transformed into steel wires, which twisted and bound together to form a 2-meter iron rod. Tang Xi gripped the iron rod and swung it fiercely towards Yu Qianheng. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qianheng raised his hand to block it, and in an instant, a shock wave swept up a large amount of dust. Yu Qianheng's face turned grim, clearly showing that he was on the verge of collapsing. Tang Xi coldly exerted more strength, sending Yu Qianheng crashing into the iron pillar, breaking several of his ribs. Qianheng. Donggu Yin looked worriedly at Yu Qianheng, and Yi Lingling stepped in to use her 9-heart Tang to heal most of Yu Tianheng's injuries. Ma Ongjun exclaimed, "Let's go." In an instant, the Shrek 8 monsters surged with momentum. Dai Mubai stepped forward and threw a punch, while Zhu Zhuqing was hit in the abdomen by Asro and fell from the air. Dai Mubai quickly caught Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, you should rest well first." Zhu Zhuqing replied faintly, though her ears turned red. Donggu Yin glanced at Yu Tianheng's injuries and was completely enraged. "You dare to hurt Tianheng?" Donggu Yin raised her hand and was about to unleash her third spirit skill, Green Snake Illusion, targeting everyone present. Green Scale Snake Venom. Tang San frowned and controlled the blue silvergrass to wrap around the other 6 teammates to avoid the venom of the emerald-scaled snake. Tang Xi faced the poisonous mist without fear, extending hundreds of spider silk behind her to try to control Donggu Yin. Yu Qianheng's pupils widened. "I won't let you harm Yanzi." Yu Qianheng endured the pain in his body and unleashed his third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Dragon's Fury could put the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master into a berserk state, greatly increasing its power and doubling its attack strength. Tang, she noticed Yu Qianheng's attack, quickly turned around and used the iron rod in her hand to block the attack. Tang San immediately took out a water pouch from his waist and threw it into the air. Dai Laoda, Fati, Uri. Dai Mubai unleashed his first soul skill, White Tiger Golden Light Break, and along with Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line, they shattered the water pouch in midair, spilling out the Xionghuang liquor. Donggu Yin was stunned. Is it alcohol? But soon, the green scale snake poison she had activated gradually dissipated. Tang San explained, "My specially made Xionghuang wine is specifically aimed at your green-scaled snake venom." Donggu Yin gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "How could this happen?" Tang San glanced at Tang Xi, who was currently unleashing her third soul skill. Tang San was very confident in Tang Xi's third soul skill. Although Yu Tianheng's Dragon's Fury was powerful, it was still inferior under Tang Xi's 10,000-year soul skill. Tang Xi struck with her iron rod, forcing Yu Tianheng to retreat step by step. In the final blow, Yu Tianheng was knocked to the ground, and the duration of Tang Xi's third soul skill also came to an end. Yi Lingling anxiously activated her soul skill to heal her teammates' injuries. Tang Xi used her second soul skill, directly siphoning 30 of the soul power from all members of the opposing team to replenish herself. "Sure," Mo exclaimed. "My 30 soul power is gone." Sure Mo nodded. "I only have 50 soul power left." At this point, Sure Mo turned his gaze towards Tang Xi's back. Sure Mo and Sure Mo exchanged a glance, and with a tacit understanding, they nodded. In the team battle 2-3, Xiao Wu glanced at the Sure brothers as they activated their third soul skill. The green turtle shells on their bodies instantly detached and collided with each other, merging into sharp green fragments that rushed towards Tang Xi with a gust of wind. Xiao Wu couldn't care less, using her flash to break free from Tang San's blue silvergrass, and with a bounce, she leaped towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi realized the attack from the Stone Mill and Stone Graphite brothers and broke into a cold sweat. Just now, she had already consumed too much soul power by using her third soul skill, and the combined soul skill of the Stone Mill and Stone Graphite was extremely powerful. Tang Xi was about to use Donggu Yin as a meat shield when she caught sight of Xiao Wu coming towards her. The sharp fragments were spinning wildly, and Xiao Wu directly charged into the air above the center of the spinning chaos. Tang Xi subconsciously rushed forward and jumped to hug Sister Xiao Wu. The brothers Sure Mo and Sure Mo exchanged glances, and green fragments instantly formed a circle, enclosing the two of them, with sharp beams of light forming between the fragments. Tang Xi's chest armor soul bone activated, forming a light ring that absorbed 70 points of damage, but the remaining 30 points of damage were all endured by Tang Xi. Tang Xi let out a painful sound, while Xiao Wu, unharmed, looked at her with concern and asked, "Xiao Xi, what's wrong?" The other members of the Shrek team were also startled by the commotion and shouted in unison, "Xiao Xi." Once the attack was over, Tang Xi released Xiao Wu, who fell back to the ground. Tang San directed the blue silvergrass to bring the two of them back to his side. Tang San recalled the conversation he had with his father about promising to protect his sister, and the surrounding atmosphere felt as terrifying as demons from hell. "Who allowed you to bully Xiao Xi?" Tang San was furious. The 8 spider lances from the spider spirit bone were unleashed. And Tang San used his mysterious ghost shadow perplexing step to arrive at the stone mill, where the brothers Shimo and Shimo were. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, and he felt completely cold. The 8 spider lances were highly poisonous, and Tang San aimed them at Shimo, and Duguyen. Yu Qianheng, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "Don't touch her. We lost." The host, Dodo, was completely stunned and quickly reacted by saying, "The Shrek 8 monsters win." After that, Tang San threatened Yi Lingling to heal his teammates, and Yi Lingling, left with no choice, used the 9-heart sea dough to heal everyone's injuries. Tang, she felt that her body had mostly recovered and jumped up lively again. "Yay, we won again." Upon hearing Tang Xi's words, everyone's worried faces instantly turned into smiles. During the points tally, everyone advanced to Silver Spirit Souls, except for Tang San and Tang Xi, who achieved a glorious record of 56 consecutive wins to obtain Gold Spirit Souls. Afterwards, Flinder led the Shrek 8 monsters to challenge the 40-level Fierce God team, and the Shrek 8 monsters used hidden weapons to eliminate everyone in the Fierce God team. Most people were frightened and trembling at the bloody scene, but only Tang Xi and Tang San remained very calm. Xiao Gang accepted Qin Ming's proposal to lead the Shrek 8 monsters to join the invitation from the Tiando Royal Academy, so that the Shrek 8 monsters would have the qualification to stand in the elite competition. Now, after the training in the Great Spirit Arena, the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters had greatly improved. Tang San's soul power level is 33. Tang Xi at level 34, Xiao Wu at level 32, Oscar at level 31, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun at level 29, and Dai Mubai at level 39. After that, Flinder led all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy on their way to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. P.S. I will skip similar plot points from the original work and focus on the differences. 44 plot summary. When everyone arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, they couldn't help but be amazed, as it was truly magnificent. The tall buildings, luxurious decorations, and the academy built on the mountainside all showcased its grandeur. Tang, she felt that having money was indeed great. Soon, a group of students from the Tiando Royal Academy approached, led by the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, Prince Shiweping. Tang, she paid more attention to this avalanche. In the original work, this avalanche pretended to be arrogant and domineering to escape the pursuit of Shueqinghe. When the avalanche saw that all members of Shrek were dressed in tattered clothes, it couldn't help but laugh out loud. Where did these beggars come from? They even have the face to come here to beg. Ha ha ha. Tang Xi, this person really deserves a beating. This statement made everyone uncomfortable. And just as Flanders was about to take action, he was stopped by Yu Xiaojiang. However, Dai Mubai wasn't as patient and charged him with a few punches, making Shuebong cry out for mercy. At this moment, Qin Ming appeared to stop the commotion and led the Shrek Academy members to meet the 3 heads of the Education Committee. They were the head of the 86th Grade Education Committee, Dream Machine, the deputy head of the 85th Grade Education Committee, Bai Baoshan, and the 3rd head of the 83rd Grade Education Committee, Ji Lin. After everyone introduced themselves, they entered the hall and took their seats one after another. When the conversation turned to Tang San, Ji Lin wanted to test Tang San's strength and continuously exerted pressure on him. This test greatly benefited Tang San, not only raising his level, but also allowing his external spirit bone to fully integrate. At this time, Prince Shuexing brought along a poisoned Douluo of over level 90 to cause trouble, forcing Shrek Academy to leave the Royal Academy. Dong Gubo also noticed Tang San's astonishing talent in using poison. On the way, Shrek discovered another Blue Tyrant Academy recruiting, only to find out that the Academy's founder was Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang's former lover. Lu Erlong immediately decided to change the Academy's name to Shrek Academy and appointed Flanders as the principal. That night, Dong Gubo captured Tang San to observe his poison techniques. Tang San promised to cure the poison in both Dong Gubo and his granddaughter, Dong Guyen. And Dong Gubo released Tang San, agreeing to 3 conditions if Tang San truly had the ability to detoxify. Tang, she didn't want to participate too much during this period. She was afraid that the plot would diverge too much, causing Tang San and the others from Shrek to lose their original opportunities. So when Tang San was captured, Tang Xi knew that he would need at least another 6 months to return from Dugabo's side. Thus, she took the opportunity to ask Flinder for a leave to train outside for half a year, keeping some secrets that she couldn't let the others from Shrek know. In a dark room, a silver-haired boy with red eyes came down. The room was filled with bloodstains, and Shuebong was tied up on an iron rack, looking disheveled. Upon seeing the boy Su Wen, Shuebang's face turned pale with fear, emitting muffled sounds of mm. Su Wen raised his hand, and a black mist entered Shuebang's body. Shuebang let out a tragic and painful scream. Woo! His meridians were destroyed, and he could no longer cultivate. At that moment, Shuechinghe also walked in, followed by the snake spear-De and the porcupine-De. Shuechinghe looked at the boy in front of him, a bit puzzled, and said, "Can you guarantee that old emperor won't suspect me because of this?" Su Wen decisively replied, "He will. But he won't harm his only surviving son. It's just that Prince Shuexing needs to be watched closely." Shuechinghe burst into laughter. "You have a point, Su Wen. It's impressive that you can see through Shuebang's pretense as a playboy. Thanks to you, my plan can continue." Su Wen glanced at Shuechinghe and reminded him, "Although your power and influence are greater than mine, remember not to get emotionally involved with anyone, especially those with the surname Tang." Shuechinghe almost spat blood. Furrowing his brows, "You're meddling too much, kid." Su Wen turned around and said, "As long as you understand. However, as today's payment, I need to borrow your snake spear-De for a day." The snake spear-De behind Shuechinghe was taken aback and looked at Shuechinghe, who nodded in agreement. "But what do you need my title Douluo for?" Facing Shuechinghe's question, Su Wen stopped, turned back, and whispered to capture someone. Su Wen wanted to kill her. Tang Xi freely shuttles through the starry forest, with huge peonies blooming behind her, surrounded by thousands of white threads. The white threads penetrate the bodies of century-old soul beasts, and the peonies bloom beautifully on these soul beast corpses, absorbing their blood. Tang Xi instantly felt a force approaching and immediately activated her purple extreme demon eye. Could it be that she had attracted a 10,000-year soul beast? Su Wen and the serpent spear-De had searched for a long time in the Stardo forest and finally found Tang Xi. From a distance, they saw a sickly beauty in a white dress, her face slightly pale but exquisitely beautiful. Tang Xi was puzzled when she turned around and saw Su Wen already behind her, with snake spear following behind Su Wen. Tang Xi felt a moment of daze and rubbed her eyes, realizing she wasn't dreaming. "What are you here for?" Tang Xi retreated warily. Su Wen reined in his killing intent and coldly said, "I told you I don't want you involved with Shrek. But I've heard that there is a team called the Shrek 8 Monsters in the Great Soul Arena, along with a soul master with dual martial souls who has achieved a gold soul badge." Su Wen had complex feelings towards Tang Xi, but he clearly understood that if he didn't eliminate her, she would one day help Tang San achieve the accomplishments in the original work. Tang Xi trembled slightly, her face filled with a look of disappointment as she answered for Su Wen. "Do you want to kill me?" The serpent spear-De was a title De, and his overwhelming pressure suddenly spread out, forcing Tang Xi to kneel on one knee, while her armor soul bone activated to bear 70 of the pressure. Despite this, Tang Xi couldn't help but spit out blood. Su Wen said, "I'm sorry, I told you that the next time we meet, we would be enemies." He was not Xianren Shua. He would not show mercy to his enemies every time, even if that enemy held significant meaning to him. Tang Xi felt very uncomfortable all over. Her head was heavy, her limbs were weak and lacked strength. She had acid reflux in her stomach and a desire to vomit. And her heart was beating fast, accompanied by waves of sharp pain. Tang Xi doesn't want to die yet. She still has many things to do, and she can't just die like this. Tang Xi weakly said, "Don't kill me. I'll go to the spirit hall with you and acknowledge the Pope as my teacher." Tang Xi thought for a long time and concluded that only this method could help her escape from Su Wen's pursuit. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's heart surged with a mix of emotions: relief, joy, disbelief, and doubt. However, Su Wen waved her hand to signal the snake spear-De to withdraw the pressure and walked up to Tang Xi, lifting her chin. Tang Xi and Su Wen gazed at each other, Tang Xi's eyes glistening like a frightened little deer filled with grievance. "How can I trust you?" Su Wen retorted. "Come on, my good deskmate. You've brought the title Douluo with you. Do I have any choice other than being killed by you or taken back to the spear hall? And isn't it more important to stay alive than to follow Tang San?" Tang, she said, feeling wronged, her face pale and weak. Su Wen seemed even more pleased, slowly saying, "Trust me, Tang Xi, your decision is the right one." Tang Xi said this because she had her own plan. She was confident that she could gain the trust of Pope Bibi Dong, which would not only benefit her, but also be advantageous for the outcome she desired in the future. However, Tang, she pitifully said, "You've made me bleed. Should you give me some compensation?" Hearing this, Snake Spear-De was intrigued. He looked at the two of them and said he didn't believe it was fine. Su Wen asked, "Then what do you want?" Tang Xi's under a cold snort. "Help me obtain the third soul ring for my peony martial soul." Her peony martial soul could have actually obtained a soul ring long ago, but the soul beast she faced was too powerful for her to defeat. She also didn't dare to ask the teachers at Shrek Academy for help. She was afraid her bloodthirsty peony secret would be exposed. Especially, how would Sister Xiao Wu look at her if she found out? Su Wen responded with feeling quite good about agreeing. This left Snake Spear Douluo with a face full of black lines, silently complaining in his heart. Our holy son of the Spirit Hall wants to kill this girl and take her back to the Spear Hall. This mentality is quite twisted. After several hours absorbing the soul ring, Tang Xi was running alongside the petite peony in front of her. Su Wen and the Snake Spear Douluo followed Tang Xi from behind. Eventually, the peony stopped in front of a brightly colored butterfly, and its petals scattered, merging into the butterfly's body. The wings of this butterfly were 2 meters long, glowing with a faint red fluorescence, and the wings were a vibrant blood red. The Snake Spear Douluo was taken aback. Could this be the blood phoenix butterfly? Tang Xi nodded and added, its wings are 3 meters long, and I estimate it to be over 30,000 years old. It has a charming floral scent that can daze enemies for 10 seconds. And the pale red light spots on its wings will cause decay upon contact with skin, so we try to avoid touching it. As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, the Serpent Spear Douluo released his Serpent Spear martial soul, and a blade of light flashed, cutting off half of the blood phoenix butterfly's wings. What the heck? Is this the power of a titled Douluo? Tang Xi was stunned. Su Wen was accustomed to this, and urged from the side, as long as you become a teacher student, you will encounter this kind of thing often in the future, so hurry up and absorb the soul ring. Tang Xi calmed down a bit, nodded, and then walked over. Indeed, strength and power are so important in the Douluo continent. Tang Xi touched the sapphire soul guide on her chest, took out a dagger, and then decisively stabbed it into the heart of the blood phoenix butterfly. Black light spots appeared around the blood phoenix butterfly, gathering into a soul ring. With energy continuously surging within the black soul ring, Tang Xi began to meditate and absorb the soul ring, feeling a surge of power instantly rushing to her limbs. This power was violent and chaotic. Tang Xi entered the consciousness to prepare for the soul impact of the blood phoenix butterfly. The form of the blood phoenix butterfly's consciousness kept wailing, and then angrily charged at Tang Xi. The blood phoenix butterfly passed through Tang Xi's body, burning its own soul in an attempt to kill Tang Xi's soul form. Tang Xi's body was overflowing with power, erupting with immense force. Even the Snake Spear Douluo was somewhat shaken, questioning, this shouldn't be the level of power expected from a 30,000-year soul beast. Suddenly, the Snake Spear Douluo's expression changed, and Su Wen, sensing something was wrong, asked, what's wrong with her? The Snake Spear Douluo slowly replied, this is a mutated blood phoenix butterfly. The soul ring energy it releases should be at the 40,000-year level, and this soul beast has even developed a trace of intelligence. Su Wen, feeling heavy-hearted, murmured, it's like this again. Every time I see you absorbing a soul ring, you always have a painful expression. A soul beast that has developed intelligence, if forcibly killed, will suffer tenfold damage when absorbing the soul ring due to the backlash from the soul beast soul. Tang Xi's blood flowed backward, and her heart raced violently, followed by waves of intense pain that threatened to drive her crazy. Tang Xi was rolling in pain in her consciousness, screaming as if her skin was being torn apart bit by bit, and her bones were slowly being crushed to powder, leaving her in a state where she could neither live nor die. In reality, Tang Xi's face was devoid of color, and her body was in so much pain that physiological tears were streaming down. Waves of power swept through every part of Tang Xi's body. A deep crack appeared in her 7 apertures Linglong heart, and as long as the 7 apertures Linglong heart shattered, Tang Xi's life would come to an end. Tang Xi's consciousness returned to her body, but the pain in her body was more terrifying than the pain in her spirit. She spat out black blood, her body swaying as if it would collapse at any moment. Tang Xi's mind was very chaotic and heavy. She suppressed the urge to die time and time again. When she thought of Shrek Academy, her teachers, and her father's concern for her, Tang Xi felt a renewed sense of determination. Tang Xi's body couldn't withstand the brutal energy, so this energy began to gather on her back, attempting to break through that layer of shackles. Tang Xi screamed in pain, and Snake Spear Douluo turned around with a heavy heart. Su Wen turned away, unable to bear looking at Tang Xi's agonized expression. Tang Xi felt a deep pain, truly agonizing. Unbeknownst to her, a faint black mist seeped into the violent energy, containing the powerful and terrifying blessing of the god of destruction. That energy seemed to be instantly solidified, and most of the blood phoenix butterfly's energy gradually petrified, forming a soul bone that grew on Tang Xi's back. In an instant, Tang Xi opened her eyes, and a pair of blood-red wings appeared on her back. Her body was lifted into the air, while pink peony flowers slowly grew on the ground. Soul rings spiraled up from her feet, yellow, purple, and black soul rings. The third black soul ring was particularly striking, as if it concealed a massive energy and pressure within. The snake speared Douluo from a spirit hall stared in shock at Tang Xi. How could this be? Those wings were actually a soul bone. This was clearly the soul bone of the blood phoenix butterfly, but he hadn't seen the soul bone at all during the process. How could this soul bone suddenly appear within Tang Xi's body? Tang Xi tiredly retracted her wings, unaware of the unusual situation behind her. Su Wen quickly stepped forward to catch Tang Xi as she was about to fall, and Tang Xi heavily closed her eyes. Afterwards, Su Wen coldly looked at the serpent spear Douluo, stating, "I do not wish to hear about today's events elsewhere." The serpent spear Douluo broke out in a cold sweat, as the killing intent from the Saint Sun before him was too strong. He raised his finger and vowed, "I swear by my martial soul that I will not speak a word of today's events." 2 weeks later, a tiny green light within Tang Xi is repairing the damage in her body, but as long as there is a top-ranked title Douluo present, they will notice that the 7 treasures heart in her chest is emitting a faint glow and pulsating. However, that 7 treasures heart is already filled with cracks. Tang Xi groggily opened her eyes, her head feeling a bit heavy. She patted her head and got up, only to realize that the place she had been sleeping in was so glamorous. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, and the room was spacious, styled like a castle where European royalty would live. Tang Xi carefully recalled the scene before she fainted. It seemed she had encountered Su Wen and then absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. So, she was in the spirit hall. Tang Xi felt like she had guessed correctly, and then lay despairingly on the soft big bed. When she started checking her soul power level, her eyes lit up. Her soul power level had actually reached level 36. Just absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was enough to raise Tang Xi's soul power level by 2 levels. Then Tang Xi also discovered that a bone had grown out of her back. Tang Xi's mind moved, and a pair of blood-red wings sprouted. Tang Xi flew around the room a bit uncomfortably before retracting the wings. Tang Xi couldn't contain her excitement. She had unexpectedly gained a piece of soul bone, although she didn't know how it had appeared. Soon, Tang Xi got dressed and walked out of her room. The maid outside the door was taken aback when she saw the lively Tang Xi. Was this really the frail girl from this morning? Tang Xi saw the maid behind the door, had a stiff expression for a moment. The maid was the first to react, and then said, "Since the esteemed guest is already awake, let me take you to meet His Holiness the Pope." Tang Xi shyly twisted her head and asked, "Excuse me, can I ask how long I've been asleep?" The maid replied, 2 weeks. Tang Xi, petrified, she actually slept for so long. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong was lazily lying on the Pope's chair. Next to her were Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. A maid's voice came from outside, "Your Holiness, the young lady has woken up." Only then did Bibi Dong open her eyes, showing no emotion as she said lightly, "Announce." The door opened, and Tang Xi slowly walked in. The luxurious decorations in the Pope's hall left Tang Xi dumbfounded, her mind racing with thoughts of how much all this was worth. It was not until Tang Xi saw the woman on the Pope's chair, short in stature, wearing a magnificent long robe adorned with silver and gold patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a staff about 2 meters long embedded with countless jewels. Tang Xi was momentarily stunned, as if lost in thought, and then suddenly exclaimed, "So it's that beautiful sister from my childhood." Just as Ghost Douluo was about to reprimand Tang Xi, he was stopped by Bibi Dong's raised hand. Bibi Dong's face faintly showed a smile. "Long time no see. Little one." Bibi Dong walked down step by step with her scepter and said to Su Wen, "You want to acknowledge me as your teacher?" Tang Xi looked a bit shy. Her face flushed as if her heart had been exposed. She said cautiously, "If the pretty big sister minds. It's actually fine to refuse me." "Huh." When Bibi Dong heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up. Ever since she first met this girl 7 years ago, she had wanted to take her as a student, and now the little one had brought it up first, so she wouldn't hold back. "No, on the contrary, I am very willing." As she spoke, Bibi Dong had already approached Tang Xi, who was only about as tall as Bibi Dong's chest. Tang Xi instantly looked overjoyed upon hearing this, excitedly shouting, "Teacher!" In fact, Tang Xi secretly thought to herself, "The fish is about to be hooked." Bibi Dong glanced at the silly hair on Tang Xi's head and couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair, but her expression immediately turned serious. She sensed with her spiritual perception that Tang Xi's 7 treasures glazed heart was already full of cracks, and she feared that she might not survive the next 2 years. Tang Xi noticed something was off with Bibi Dong and curiously glanced at her. "What's wrong, teacher?" Bibi Dong's expression was serious. 7 years ago, she had determined that Tang Xi could probably only live until the age of 25. Now, just 6 years later, Tang Xi's 7 treasures heart was already filled with cracks. And in this condition, she could live at most another 2 years. "Little one, do you know how many years you have left to live?" Bibi Dong turned heavily away, feeling disheartened that she had finally decided to take on a disciple, only to find out that there were less than 2 years left. Behind Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo and Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. "Tang," she said casually, "I don't care how many years I can live. After all, everyone has to die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time." Bibi Dong was amused by Tang Xi's response and said, "You are mistaken about one thing. There are some beings that are immortal, and those are the gods." Bibi Dong pointed at the area of Tang Xi's heart and continued, "Your 7 treasures heart has been severely damaged. I'm afraid you won't live for more than 2 years." Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately understood. Bibi Dong carefully observed Tang Xi's reaction, only to see Tang Xi mumbling, "I know, if the teacher doesn't want me as a student, I can just say it directly." Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh at Tang Xi's words. After realizing she didn't have long to live, the first thing she thought of was she couldn't continue being her student. Bibi Dong admitted that she was warmed by this little fellow. "What is this little one thinking? Naturally, you are the disciple of this pope, and also the saintess of the spirit hall." Tang Xi's eyes lit up. "Wow, a saintess? Sounds like it must be really wealthy. Can my little savings double then?" Gue Douluo and Jude Douluo suppressed their laughter, mainly because this little guy Tang Xi was too funny. Bibi Dong smiled and explained, "As a disciple of this pope, you not only have a noble status, but also the best resources in the entire continent." Tang Xi's hair stood up and shook as she cheerfully said, "Can the teacher agree to a small request from the student?" Bibi Dong curiously asked, "Oh, what is it?" "I want to come play with the teacher every day, or half a month is fine too." Tang Xi naturally hugged Bibi Dong's arm. Bibi Dong was taken aback, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She smirked and said, "Sure." Beside them, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo looked as if they had seen a ghost, wondering how His Holiness the Pope was so easily taken down. "Are you leaving?" During this time, Tang Xi constantly flattered Bibi Dong, making her laugh whenever they met, and even bought some small trinkets to give to Bibi Dong. This made Bibi Dong feel a strong sense of affection, and, as a result, she became increasingly fond of Tang Xi. Every time Tang Xi sees Su Wen, he is mostly covered in injuries. Tang Xi doesn't know where Su Wen goes to train, but he always comes back heavily injured. Tang Xi's daily life in the Wuhuan Temple involves increasing Bibi Dong's favorability, competing with the Golden Generation, and then seeking out Su Wen. 6 months later, there were significant changes in the Tiando Empire. The 4th prince, Shui Peng, died unexpectedly. The power of Prince Shui Xing was seized, and the Tiando Emperor fell seriously ill. Now, the power is in the hands of the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe. Tang Xi knew when she learned about this that it was Su Wen's masterpiece. He was helping Qian Ruxue establish a foothold in the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Xi was thinking about things. After staying in the Spirit Hall for half a year, it was time to leave for Shrek Academy. Tang Xi arrived at the training ground of the Golden Generation. On the field, Su Wen was battling against Xieyu with a black mist. When Hulaina saw Tang Xi coming, she immediately ran over and hugged her, ruffling Tang Xi's hair excitedly and shouting, "Junior sister, you came to see me again." Su Wen had also finished his match, narrowly losing to Xieyu. At this moment, Yin came over and said helplessly, "Little Xi is clearly here to see Su Wen, so don't get carried away." Hulaina, feeling quite displeased, said to Tang Xi, "Junior sister, you need to have higher standards when looking for a man in the future. Don't let some stinky brat deceive you." Su Wen replied, "Thanks for the implication." Tang Xi smiled and acknowledged her senior sister. Tang Xi stared deeply at Su Wen and ran over to question him. "Su Wen, do you really not like me?" Su Wen's ears were as red as always, but he stubbornly said, "I'm sorry. I've said many times that I don't have those kinds of feelings for you." After all, in his heart, pursuing a career was the most important thing. Tang Xi felt a bit disappointed, but also relieved. She comfortably stretched and said, "Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm leaving in a few days, and I can just go out and find a handsome guy to pursue." Su Wen was taken aback upon hearing this and grabbed Tang Xi's wrist, asking, "Leaving? Where are you going?" The nearby Xieyu patted Su Wen's shoulder and said, You've already rejected Xiao Shi. What? You don't allow her to pursue someone else? Su Wen couldn't hear any of it, and his rationality was gradually turning into madness. I ask you, are you going back to your original place? Su Wen's expression suddenly changed, and a murderous aura surrounded him. Hulaina was confused, wondering why her usually gentle junior brother had suddenly become so fierce. Tang Xi's eyes were filled with tears as she tried to break free. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape. Let go, you're hurting me. Tang Xi was also frightened and retreated a bit at Su Wen's seemingly cannibalistic gaze. Gathering her courage, she said, what gives you the right to control me? Even if you're my senior brother, you have no right to dictate my freedom. Su Wen's pupils widened, and he was close to madness as he stepped closer to Tang Xi. Let me tell you, since you are here at the Spirit Hall, you are not allowed to leave. Su Wen's gaze gradually became crazed, filled with overwhelming possessiveness. Over the past 6 months, he had accomplished many things. He made the Spirit Hall's business thrive, recruited many talents, helped Qianren Xue establish a foothold in the Heaven Do Empire, gained the recognition of Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu, and gradually took control of part of the Spirit Hall's power. Even Tang Xi had agreed to stand by the Spirit Hall, and everything had gone too smoothly until Tang Xi said she wanted to leave. At which point Su Wen realized that everything Tang Xi had done was a deception. Su Wen looked at Tang Xi with bloodshot eyes, his grip on her hand tightening, causing her face to grow paler. Su Wen, that's enough. Suddenly, Bibi Dong arrived at the training ground. She had intended to observe the Golden Generation's training results, but was taken aback to see Su Wen bullying Tang Xi. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Su Wen's rationality returned, and he released Tang Xi's hand, his demeanor darkening. Bibi Dong approached slowly, holding her scepter, and both Xie and Yin respectfully greeted her. Greetings, Your Holiness. Hulaina then added, Greetings, teacher. Tang Xi, feeling aggrieved, ran behind Bai Dong, pointed at Su Wen, and cried, Teacher, Su Wen is bullying me. Bai Dong spoke discontentedly. Su Wen, you have important responsibilities and should not be hindered by emotions. Bai Dong reached out to pat Tang Xi's back to comfort her, and continued, I agree to let Xiao Shi return to her original academy to study, and I permit her to participate in the Elite Soul Master competition in 6 months under a different identity. These are her freedoms. She should not be bound in the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Xi only had a year and a half left, Bai Dong might not have let her go. She would have made Tang Xi join this Golden Generations team. However, during this year and a half, Bai Dong respected any choice Tang Xi made. She hoped Tang Xi could see more of the outside world. After spending half a year together, Bai Dong had completely regarded Tang Xi as her own daughter. Su Wen remained silent and said nothing, but he looked deeply at Tang Xi, his gaze filled with complex emotions, confusion, doubt, and anger. Su Wen finally understood that Tang Xi's sudden decision to join the Spirit Hall 6 months ago was merely to please Bai Dong to escape his pursuit. Su Wen felt as if cold water had been splashed on him and left without saying a word. Tang Xi lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. Bai Dong gently rubbed Tang Xi's hair. Although she didn't understand why Tang Xi didn't tell Su Wen about her situation of not living more than 2 years. Tang Xi raised her head and said pitifully, Teacher, I will be leaving for a while. I will miss you. Tang Xi was extremely anxious inside, thinking that it was all over, that her deskmate wouldn't want to kill her again, right? She needed to take good care of herself. If she encountered trouble, she could take out the papal bull to warn those people, or if she felt wronged, she could just come back directly. Tang Xi cried out in her heart. Teachers were still the best. Tang Xi packed her things and said goodbye to Bibi Dong, Yan Xieyu, and Hulaina before leaving the Spirit Hall. However, she was stopped by Qian Daolu as soon as she left, and her legs were trembling. Over the past 6 months, she had seen Qian Daolu but had never spoken to him. Why was this old guy blocking her path today? Qian Daolu, with his golden hair, looked ageless because he was a servant of the angel god. He turned to Tang Xi and said sharply, Tang Xi, adopted daughter of Tang Hao. Tang Xi was sweating profusely, forcing herself to calm down. This was clearly the report made by Su Wen about her to Qian Daolu. Damn that deskmate. You actually know my identity. What do you want? Qian Daolu snorted coldly. Tang Hao is an enemy of our Spirit Hall. You say his daughter has come to the Spirit Hall to be a saintess. Could there be no conspiracy behind this? Tang, she made a face and said, Come on, old man. Don't you have any idea who killed the former pope? This sentence angered Qian Daolu, who shot a fierce glance at Tang Xi. Tang Xi spat out blood and was pressed to the ground by this invisible pressure. Tang Xi felt 1,000, a Chinese internet slang for expressing frustration, wondering why everyone wanted to kill her. It seems that Bibi Dong actually cared for you enough to tell you about this matter. Qian Daolu said that only he and Bibi Dong knew the true cause of the former pope's death, and he didn't expect that this little girl would know as well. Therefore, she really couldn't be kept alive. Tang Xi sensed the murderous intent from Qian Daolu and struggled to say, "Wait, I still have something to say. I regret saving you. I can't die yet. You can keep me for another year, and I can help you achieve what you want." This statement piqued Qian Daolu's interest. He withdrew his pressure and asked, "Then tell me, what is it that I want?" Tang Xi's face was pale. The pressure, just now, had opened up her blocked meridians, and now her soul power level had reached level 40. The fact that her soul power could still increase in this situation made Tang Xi feel a chill in her heart. Tang Xi looked up at Qian Daolu, recalling the content of the original work. In the original, Qian Daolu's greatest concern was Qian Renxue. After Qian Renxue inherited the position of the angel god, Qian Daolu sacrificed himself, but he never expected that Qian Renxue would ultimately shatter her divine position. "What if I say that I am someone who can resolve the conflict between you and your daughter Qian Renxue?" Tang Xi said. However, Qian Daolu was no longer calm. "Are you serious?" he asked. "No one understands the teacher better than I do. She loves me the most and is most likely to listen to my words. If I don't act as the middleman, who else can?" Tang Xi spoke the truth. Qian Daolu fell silent. His greatest reluctance was for Schwerer and her mother to become enemies. Clearly, Schwerer had longed for maternal love since she was a child. Yet it was precisely that which hurt her. "On what basis do you think I can trust you? What is your purpose?" Qian Daolu asked suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi wore a troubled expression. "At most, I have another 2 years to live. The teacher has been so good to me, so I want to do something that can make her happy before I die." This was the best reason Tang Xi could come up with. Qian Daolu became interested and used his soul power to probe Tang Xi's body, only to see the existence of the 7 treasures' glazed heart, which was filled with cracks. Everything made sense now, and Qian Daolu even felt a bit of regret. Others think about how to make others happy before they die, while he had been too narrow-minded. However, he would not let her go. "Even though what you said makes a lot of sense, I promise someone that even if I don't kill you, you cannot leave the Spirit Hall. At least, you must wait until the end of the Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament before you can leave." Tang Xi was instantly petrified in place. Isn't this just strong-arm selling? So, Qian Daolu took Tang Xi to the Elder Hall to meet someone. And that person was Su Wen. Tang Xi felt emo in her heart. She didn't want to see him. Qian Daolu consciously left space for the two to talk. So only the frowning Su Wen and Tang Xi remained in the Great Hall. Su Wen angrily retorted, "What's wrong? Do you still want to leave the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xi is currently bound and can only pretend to glare at Su Wen, saying, "You know the answer. Who should I blame for not being able to leave now?" In Su Wen's eyes, Tang Xi looks quite cute like this, so he gently ruffles Tang Xi's hair and softly reassures her, "Good girl. You just need to stay here until the elite competition is over, and then you can leave." Tang Xi's tears were about to fall. "Please let me go, okay?" Tang Xi really doesn't like being locked up and restricted in her freedom. Su Wen looked at Tang Xi's aggrieved expression, feeling flustered but also extremely angry. "Do you really like standing on Tang San's side that much? We are both book travelers. Shouldn't we be helping each other?" Tang Xi was very disappointed. "I was adopted by Tang House since I was little and grew up with Tang San. I can't bring myself to harm them. Nor can I just watch you harm them." Su asked me if I regretted it, and I truly regret pushing you away. If Tang Xi hadn't pushed Su away in real life, she wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't have come to this ghostly world to suffer so much. 52. Angel God. Every word and sentence that Tang Xi said pierced Su Wen's heart. Su Wen silently said, "I think I really like you, Tang Xi." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's face was filled with grievance, and tears unexpectedly flowed down her cheeks. Tang Xi pleaded, "Can you just let me go now?" Su Wen shook her head resolutely, her expression firm as she said to Tang Xi, "Since I came to this world, I have inherited the legacy of the god of life and the god of destruction. I am destined to stand on the opposite side of Tang San, but I do not want you to get involved. The only solution I can think of is this. I'm sorry. Dual god inheritance." Tang Xi was shocked, standing there in a daze. She felt like a joke. What was the meaning of her existence, living less than 2 years? 6 months later, there was 1 week left before the Advanced Elite Soul Master competition began. Tang Xi was locked in a cage, but rather than calling it a cage, it would be more accurate to describe it as a greenhouse garden. The roof of the garden was made of glass, allowing a view of the sky outside. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, and in the center of the garden stood a massive statue of an angel. Tang Xi's hands and feet were shackled with iron chains, her slender figure adorned in a white dress, truly embodying the image of a tragic beauty. Tang, she couldn't escape. As soon as she did, she would be caught again by Qian Douluo. During this time, only Su Wen would often come to see her, but each time he arrived, he was covered in bruises and didn't say a word. Tang Xi suffers from the pain of heartache every night. After being locked up for 5 months, her mental state gradually collapses. Tang Xi glanced at the tall angel statue beside her, and she gradually lost the will to live. Locked up for such a long time, enduring the pain of angina every night, it felt as if even a normal person would go mad. Tang Xi took out a dagger from the soul-guiding device and stabbed it fiercely into her chest. The dagger pierced through her chest, and blood stained her pure white dress. Tang Xi collapsed in the sea of flowers, her blood seeping into the angelic statue. Tang Xi closed her eyes in exhaustion. Living was too painful. It would be better for her to die early and be reborn. What Tang Xi didn't notice was that when the blood seeped into the angel statue, the statue emitted a faint golden light, and a tear unexpectedly flowed from the corner of its eye. When Tang Xi opened her eyes again, she found herself in the middle of an ocean with a dazzling sun hanging high in the sky, and suddenly pure white feathers fell from the air. Tang Xi, am I in heaven? She had never felt so relaxed. She had finally died. A ethereal female voice echoed, and Tang Xi was startled as she turned around. What met her eyes was a beautiful woman, with long yellow hair flowing in the wind, dressed in a pure white ancient Greek-style dress, and behind her were 6 wings. Her eyes were filled with compassion for the world. When Tang Xi saw the woman for the first time, the words "angel of God" suddenly popped in her mind. Tang Xi sighed, not expecting to really go to heaven after death and meet angels. The angel shook its head and explained, "No, you are not dead. Your soul has just been summoned here by me. This time, I am here to ask you for a favor." Tang Xi was petrified in the wind. Not only did she survive, but she also encountered the angelic deity. However, Tang Xi quickly calmed down and said, "I'm just a small person who won't live for more than 2 years. What ability do I have to help you?" The angelic deity, with a desolate expression, said, "With the overlapping of time and space, everything starts anew. My heir is destined to have a broken divine position, and the angelic deity will no longer exist." Tang Xi couldn't help but ponder upon the words of the angel god. Did the angel god know the future direction of Douluo Continent? What did she mean by time and space overlapping? Tang Xi looked puzzled, but she still asked the key point of the question this time. "You want me to help your successor? But doesn't she have Su Wen by her side? Why do you choose me?" Su Wen is the dual divine successor and definitely more suitable than I am. The angel god explained, "No, I have calculated that the key point of this fate lies with you. Only you can prevent my successor's divine position from shattering." Although Tang, she didn't quite understand. She thought she could figure out if she thought carefully. Qian Rinchue's divine position shattered because of Tang San, and since she is Tang San's sister, wouldn't she be the best candidate to persuade him? 7 years later, Tang, she would realize that her previous thoughts were indeed naive. However, Tang, she wasn't foolish. She said, "I can agree to you, but what benefits will you give me?" The angel god looked into the distance with a lonely expression, as if contemplating something. "I know that you suffer greatly every time you absorb a soul ring. I can bestow upon you 2 optimal soul rings, and I can also grant you some of my angelic power to heal the injuries on your body." Such conditions were very tempting, and Tang Xi agreed without hesitation. Finally, Tang Xi asked one last question, "Is there any way for me to live past 25? The angel god was taken aback and said with reluctance, "You are not originally from this world. Your existence is extended by the blessing of the god of life for an additional 25 years. No god would choose an anomaly to be their successor." Tang, she murmured to herself, "So that's how it is." She felt relieved. Living a few more years was quite good. At least before she died, she would definitely give this world a beautiful ending. One that would be better than that of the Spirit Hall in Shrek. Tang, she solemnly said to the angel god, "I promise you, I will definitely protect Qian Ringshu and ensure that the legacy of the 6-winged angels continues on the Douluo continent." This was the answer the angel god wanted to hear, and the angel god closed his eyes in relief, saying, "Tang Xi, please remember your promise." As soon as the angel god's words fell, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, and Tang, she quickly closed his eyes. In reality, the angelic holy image emitted a brilliant beam of light that shattered the glass windows of the greenhouse garden, breaking the iron chains on Tang Xi. This commotion disturbed Bibi Dong, who was resting. Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, sensing the aura of the divine realm. Even Poseidon, far away on Sea God Island, looked toward the continent and murmured to himself, Who is it that has received the blessing of the gods? The golden light healed the scars on Tang Xi's body, and a warm power filled her being. A golden light passed through Tang Xi, and Douluo, watching from afar, was completely stunned, realizing that this was the blessing of the angel god. Tang Xi slowly opened her eyes, feeling a continuous warmth of energy flowing throughout her entire body. Tang Xi glanced around. Now that the chains on her hands and feet were destroyed, it meant she could be free. Tang Xi's mind stirred, and a pair of blood-red wings spread from her back. As the golden light dissipated, 2 soul rings, one of 70,000 years and the other of 80,000 years, descended from the sky and settled steadily around Tang Xi's waist, exuding a pressure that came from the gods. Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony, with a lifeline martial soul, has been bestowed with the 4th soul ring granted by the angel god. The soul skills are named Holy Healing Light and Puppet, which can be used for healing and control. Tang Xi sighed, feeling that the angel god was truly benevolent. Without a second thought, Tang Xi flew out. This time, Douluo did not make a move to bring Tang Xi back, instead looking at her with a complex expression. Lord Angel God, is this your will? 54 back to Shrek Academy. Tang Xi didn't dare to stop for even a minute, fearing that she might accidentally run into that dead classmate Su Wen. Right now, she just wanted to quickly return to Shrek Academy and reunite with everyone. The journey from the Spirit Hall to Shrek Academy in the Heaven Do Empire took Tang Xi a full 5 days of flying. Her blood-red wings were very eye-catching, and when she arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Tang Xi landed steadily and retracted her wings. Tang Xi glanced at the gatekeeper and said, "Inform your Dean Flandra that Tang Xi has returned." Tang Xi's delicate face was quite pale, dressed in a white dress with low double ponytails. Standing there, she was undoubtedly a beautiful sight, making the guard blush and nod. Tang Xi was waiting in the VIP room when the door suddenly swung open with a bang. Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong all came in, followed by Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, and others. Xiao Shi. Tang San anxiously looked into the room, and Xiao Wu pulled Tang San aside, running forward to hug Tang Xi tightly. Tang Xi was caught off guard by the sudden hug and coughed. Cough, cough. Sister Xiao Wu, you're hugging too tightly. Hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly released her hold and asked, "Where have you been this past year?" Ma Hongjun patted Tang San's shoulder and affirmed, "If you don't come back soon, your brother is going to go crazy." Yu Xiaojiang calmly said, "You only took a 6-month leave, but you came back 6 months late. Did you encounter some difficulties?" Tang Xi glanced at the anxious crowd, and, "It's nothing serious. I just encountered a very scary person and was imprisoned for half a year. I only escaped a week ago." "Imprisoned?" Oscar exclaimed. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Tang Xi's wrist, saying with concern, "Are you hurt, sister?" Tang Xi was about to say something when she couldn't help but cough continuously. She covered her mouth with her hand, and when she looked, it was all bloodstains. Ning Rongrong had never seen such a scene and couldn't help but feel anxious. Even Zhu Zhuqing's expression was much tenser. Dai Mubai's face darkened. "Who on earth dares to imprison you?" Flinder patted his chest and said to Tang Xi, "Whoever dares to imprison a member of Shrek, I will definitely skin them alive." Tang Xi smiled indifferently and said, "No need, everyone. I have also gained an opportunity because of this. That person's power is very great, and there's no need for everyone to offend him for my sake." Tang San felt quite upset upon hearing this, only silently clenching his fist behind. Xiao Wu felt sorry for Tang Xi and huffed, "You better not let me find out which bastard dares to bully our little Xi." Everyone was amused by this remark. Tang Xi glanced at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu and quietly said in Xiao Wu's ear, "Sister Xiao Wu, how are things going between you and my brother now?" Upon hearing this, Sister Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she shyly replied, "You're really something, Xiao Shi." Tang Xi had a smile that seemed to say, "I see now," and Tang San felt a bit embarrassed looking at her. Tang Xi pretended to be forlorn and said, "I came back so late, I wonder if there is still a spot for me in the high-level elite competition in a few days." "Of course there is. We Shrek 8 monsters are just missing you," Flander said from his side. Flander glanced at Tang Xi's soul power level and exclaimed, "Not bad, little Xi. Your soul power level has already reached level 45 after just a year." If we're talking about who the true genius is, without a doubt, Tang Xi is the most talented one, being able to raise 10 levels in a year without using any miraculous herbs. Tang Xi shyly twirled her hair and said, "Don't envy me anymore. All my soul power increases have come at the cost of my life. Besides improving a few levels through hard work, most of it came from obtaining soul rings, which almost tortured me to death due to the soul beast souls. And it was only when I was about to die that I met the angel god and received the divine blessing, increasing my soul power level by 5. Everyone thought Tang Xi was joking, except for Tang San, who fell silent. He had watched his younger sister grow up, and he knew she wasn't lying. Tang San invited Tang Xi out, and, after touching the soul guide, several types of hidden weapons instantly appeared in his hand. Tang Xi said with delight, "Brother, you actually made so many hidden weapons this year. There's the Yin Wang sticker, the mother-son chasing soul dagger, the Zhuge divine crossbow, the flying claws, the hidden sand shooting shadows, and so on." Tang Xi was so amazed that her eyes went wide. Tang San said slowly, "Sister, you can take these with you. At least you can escape even if you encounter a soul saint at level 70. Tang Xi was so moved that she cried. In the end, besides the hidden weapons behind the King of Hell sticker, all were collected by Tang Xi into the soul guide device. After all, Tang San still needed this King of Hell sticker to escape the pursuit of the over 70 level years. Sobi, biggie brother, you are really too bougie. Tang Xi threw herself into Tang San's arms, crying, with tears streaming down her face. This past year had been too suffocating for her. Tang San gently stroked Tang Xi's hair. "Silly girl, even though I have no power or influence, I will do my utmost to bring the best things to you. You are my only sister. If I don't cherish you, who else will? Of course, Xiao Wu is my beloved doesn't count." Tang Xi's nose felt sour, and with a choked voice, she said, "Brother, what would you do if one day I died?" Tang San's eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists tightly, saying, "I will become a god and find a way to resurrect you." Tang Xi felt a warmth in her heart. Indeed, a dead deskmate could not be compared to a biological brother. At the same time, Tang Xi secretly made up her mind to change the outcome of the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy would not disappear. There must be a way for both to coexist. However, Tang Xi stared intently at Tang San and said, "Brother, I heard from Sister Xiao Wu that 7 of us from the Shrek 8 monsters have obtained the divine herb." Tang San looked at Tang Xi's aggrieved expression and felt a sense of dread. Sure enough, the next moment, tears fell from Tang Xi's eyes. There was no love left, and I was the only one without it. Tang San waved his hand in panic and explained, "How could there be fewer immortal herbs without you?" Tang San took out a small, exquisite fruit resembling colored glaze from the night of the bright moon at the 24 bridges and explained, "However, there is no immortal herb suitable for you, but there is indeed a celestial fruit." Tang Xi was overjoyed, snatching the fruit from Tang San's hand. She looked at the delicate and transparent fruit with delight and said, "I knew my brother wouldn't forget me. So, what is the effect of this pink fruit?" Tang San helplessly rubbed Tang Xi's hair, wondering when this impatient personality would change. "This is called the immortal charm Lioli fruit, which can transform your physique and has some evolutionary effects on martial souls." Tang Xi's eyes lit up upon seeing the enchanting glazed fruit, and she took a big bite of it. Tang San was taken aback when he heard the sound of someone munching on the fruit. It seemed he hadn't finished speaking. The skin has side effects, so the skin of this fruit cannot be eaten. After Tang San finished speaking, Tang Xi had just finished eating the fruit and swallowed it. Tang Xi was also stunned, staring blankly at Tang San. Tang San laughed in anger. "Forget it, but this side effect won't harm your body. It will just cause some trouble in your life." Tang Xi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, smiled, and said, "It seems it's not a big problem after all. I won't say more, brother. I need to calm down and focus on my cultivation. I feel like I'm about to break through again." Tang San hummed in response, and then watched Tang Xi take a seat. A gentle force flowed through Tang Xi's body, washing over the blocked areas in her meridians, instantly clearing them. She felt light all over, her skin gradually becoming smooth and delicate, emanating a captivating fragrance. The surrounding soul power surged intensely. Beside Tang Xi, pink peony buds bloomed, revealing deep red centers while the petals were pink. After a long time, Tang Xi finally finished digesting the fairy fruit. Tang Xi opened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, brother, I'm already level 48. Tang San smiled. "It's not bad to level up by 3 levels. Is there any change in his body?" Tang Xi felt the changes in her body and honestly said, "I feel a sense of lightness in my body, and there is no feeling of tightness in my chest. I feel very refreshed, and I smell good too, although the cracks in my clever heart remain unchanged. The fact that I want to live for more than 2 years hasn't changed either." Tang San was also very pleased. He saw that his younger sister's pale face finally had some color, and he felt satisfied. However, there is still a side effect. The body fragrance you emit can increase your affinity for the same sex by 50. Tang San explained that this means that now Tang Xi is considered a catch in the eyes of other girls. So it wouldn't be surprising if a girl were to pursue Tang Xi. Tang Xi is completely unconcerned. Hee hee, it seems I am destined to be a beloved little fairy. Tang San couldn't help but laugh, still quite self-aware. The next day, Tang Xi and the others were waiting in the canyon for Yu Xiaojiang to come and explain the rules of the elite competition. Not far away, Yu Xiaojiang walked over with 4 young boys and girls and explained, "These are your substitute teammates. Jiang Zhu, Healing System, Level 34 Soul Master, Jingling. Agility Attack System Soul Master, Huang Yuan, Level 37 Power Attack System Soul Master, Tai Long." When Ma Hongjun saw the beautiful Jiang Zhu, his eyes went wide, and the others politely greeted her. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang Xi and directly called out, "Tang Xi, step forward and showcase your 4th soul skill, as well as the 3rd soul skill of the Peony Soul Ring." Yu Xiaojiang thought to himself, "I wonder how effective this kid's newly acquired soul skill is?" Tang Xi nodded, and 4 soul rings appeared beneath her feet, swirling upward in yellow, purple, black, and black. When the 4th soul ring appeared, a surge of powerful energy erupted, creating a whirlwind. Behind Tang Xi, a peony with deep pink stamens and light pink petals appeared, surrounded by hundreds of long, slender white threads. Jiang Zhu was stunned, gazing at Tang Xi's delicate face, which was slightly flushed, her heart racing a bit. 3rd soul skill, Body Weakening. Tang Xi's 3rd soul ring lit up, and peonies bloomed on Tai Long's body. The muscles on Tai Long's arms swelled, and then instantly dissipated, and his skin gradually lost moisture and wrinkled. Tai Long exclaimed, "Oh my God, where did my muscles go?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up, and everyone else burst into laughter at the scene. Tang Xi curled her lips, and even more surprises were yet to come. The 4th soul skill of the Line of Life, Puppet. As Tang Xi finished speaking, Tai Long was entangled by hundreds of threads, and a pair of invisible giant hands appeared above, controlling Tai Long's movements with white lines. Tai Long began to dance uncontrollably, and the others no longer had the joyous laughter. Dai Mubai exclaimed in surprise, "There are soul skills that can control others' movements." Xiao Wu clapped her hands and cheered, "Xiao Shi is the best." Oscar was taken aback, realizing that with this skill, they could launch sneak attacks. Ma Hongjun was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, while Zhu Zhuqing became even more determined to grow stronger, and Ning Rongrong looked enviously at Tang Xi. Tang Xi explained, "The 3rd soul skill of the peony is called Body Weakening. As the name suggests, it is a group skill that weakens the body by 40, while providing one person with a body enhancement limit of 200. As a result, the opponent's body will become extremely weak, and even a strong attack-type soul master will be limited to 30 of their strength." Tang Xi looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd with great satisfaction and began to talk about her 4th soul skill. However, the 4th soul skill of the Line of Life is called Puppet. I can control individuals whose levels are lower than mine for up to 30 seconds. If their levels are higher than mine, the duration is reduced by the corresponding time based on a base of 25 seconds, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. The day before the elite competition, there was a moment of silence at the scene, as Tang Xi's 4th soul skill was indeed a bit too powerful. This was not just a skill from a 10,000-year soul ring. It was comparable to a skill from a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Xi smiled without speaking. After all, it was a divine gift of an 80,000-year soul ring. How bad could the effect be? It's just that the 4th soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony was slightly inferior. Tai Long cried out, "Beautiful lady, I have no grudges or enmities with you. Could you please turn my muscles back?" Tang Xi tilted her head and smiled. "Of course I can." 4th soul skill, Holy Healing Light. The peony color behind Tang Xi gradually faded to pure white, rising in the air and emitting a warm white light that shone on Tai Long. Tai Long's muscles immediately returned to normal, and he looked very energetic. Tang Xi explained, "The 4th soul skill of the peony is called Holy Healing Light, which only has healing effects, and I don't know the extent of the healing. However, the soul skill effect of a 70,000-year soul ring shouldn't be too bad." The other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces. A soul skill with healing effects is simply amazing. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes flashed with astonishment. The soul rings corresponding to these soul skills must be at least over 50,000 years old. It's incredibly powerful. Yu Xiaojiang immediately said, "Tang Xi, I request that you publicly declare yourself as an auxiliary soul master and not reveal all your strength during the preliminary rounds." Yu Xiaojiang secretly lamented, "This child, as peony martial soul, is purely composed of auxiliary soul skills. while the white-lined soul rings focus on control and strong attacks. Plus the effect of the soul bone. This child has almost no rivals at the same stage and can even fight against soul kings of over level 50. It's a pity that talent is often envied by the heavens. Such a genius may not survive beyond 25 years old. Tang Xi obedini note that, only concealing the fact that her other soul ring skills had improved, such as the first soul skill of peony. The exploitation speed increased from 35 to 40. That's right. All of Tang Xi's soul ring skills are growth type. With each additional soul ring, the skill effects of the other soul rings will also increase. Tang Xi also concealed her other external soul bone, blood butterfly wings, along with the corresponding soul bone skill. At the same time, the power enhancement of the iron rhinoceros armor soul bone increased to 245, allowing it to withstand 75 attacks of the same level. Next, Yu Xiaojiang began to explain the competition rules. Tomorrow would be the day of the Advanced Elite Competition, which would take place in the competition area of the Heaven-Do Empire. The next morning, residents of the Heaven-Do Empire woke up early to head to the competition area to watch the matches. The morning was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of firecrackers and cheers from the people. Colorful flags were hung along the streets, and the crowd was more crowded than ever. In the competition area, members from various academies stood on both sides. A huge screen was set up in the area, and the host from the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Curly Hair Brother, passionately introduced three important figures in the VIP section. The sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, one of the hall masters of the Spirit Hall, His Excellency Platinum Bishop Salis, and the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, Emperor Shrek. Next was the entrance ceremony for each combat team. The Shrek's 7 devils, dressed in a brownish-green team uniform, caught Tang Xi's eye, making her twitch her mouth in disbelief, saying, "What kind of aesthetic does the dean have? I wouldn't dare wear such an ugly uniform outside." Dai Mubai silently complained, "This really affects my image." Zhu Zhuqing raised her eyebrows, showing her dislike for the uniform, while Ma Hongjun cried out, "How am I supposed to find a girlfriend like this?" Before the other members of the Shrek 7 devils could complain, Yu Xiaojiang urged, "Stop complaining and get ready to enter. Follow me." Yu Xiaojiang secretly felt relieved that he didn't have to wear this color of clothing. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing. The host excitedly shouted, "Next to enter is our Heaven-Do Royal Academy's second team, whose slogan is Charge Forward, Unbreakable." The crowd responded with shouts of "Heaven-Do will win. Heaven-Do will win." Following them was the lineup from the Element Academy, then the team from the Plant Academy, and finally the oddly dressed team from Shrek Academy, whose slogan was Champions Without Rivals. It seemed they intended to attract attention with this. When Tang Xi and his group appeared, they attracted a burst of laughter from the crowd. "Haha, this poop green outfit even has advertisements on it. It's so ridiculous. Trying to get attention like this is just pathetic. I bet it's a trash academy." Dai Mubai, hearing this, angrily turned around to confront them, but was stopped by Tang San behind him. "Boss Dai, we will prove ourselves with our strength," Tang San said with a frown, clearly also feeling displeased. Tang Xi walked to the end of the line, her obedient tuft of hair and smooth, low double ponytails, with a slightly pale, yet exquisite appearance and fair skin. In the eyes of women, she was like a walking porcelain doll, evoking a deep sense of affection, making one want to reach out and tousle her soft hair, which must feel wonderful to the touch. In the Great Soul Arena of Tiando, participants and some distinguished guests were entering. His Excellency Saruth, the master of the Spirit Hall, drew lots to determine the order of battle for the teams. Shrek Academy's team faced off against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, and under Tang San's command. The 4 substitutes took the stage last, with Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu from the Shrek 8 monsters participating. In the Great Soul Arena, Tang San released his 4th soul ring, shocking everyone. It turned out to be a 10,000-year soul ring. The 4th soul ring was indeed 10,000 years. Emperor Shui Yi was taken aback, and upon hearing Sect Master Ning mention that Shrek Academy had once intended to join the Tiando Royal Academy, but was ultimately driven away by Prince Shui Xing, he angrily looked at Shui Xing, who was trembling under his glare. In the end, Shrek Academy decisively defeated the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, winning in just 1 minute. Following this, everyone was granted a day's rest. After Dai Mubai's strong persuasion, they finally managed to change their team uniform from manure green color to black, although the advertisement on it couldn't be removed. They could still share 30% of the advertising fee. Tang San inquired about Tang Hao's deeds from Ning Fengji, and finally, with Ning Fengji's recommendation, Tang San and Tang Xi went to meet the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Tang Xi was slightly nervous following behind. as she was finally going to meet Xue Qinghe, who was disguised as Qian Renxue. In the Douluo Continent, Qian Renxue's existence was undoubtedly a tragedy. The father who loved her as a child was killed by her own mother, and her mother never cared for her since she was little. The only person who loved her, her grandfather, also sacrificed himself due to the legacy of the angel god, only to end up with a shattered divine position because of his love for Tang San. Tang Xi wondered if the ending would have been better if Qian Renxue had not fallen in love with Tang San. Ning Fengji led Tang San and Tang Xi to a hotel, and they went upstairs to a private room. Tang Xi saw a golden-haired young man looking into the distance by the window, his back exuding an indescribable sense of loneliness. After hearing footsteps, Xue Qinghe turned around and, upon seeing Ning Fengji, pretended to bow in greeting. "Uncle Ning, you're here." Ning Fengji stepped forward and declined Xue Qinghe's gesture. "There's no need for such formalities." Xue Qinghe shook his head. "You are Qinghe's master. It is only right for Qinghe to do this." Tang Xi stood at a distance, watching Xue Qinghe as if contemplating something. Perhaps Tang Xi's gaze was too obvious, as Xue Qinghe looked over and smiled. This must be the pair that Uncle Ning often mentioned. One is the exceptionally talented Tang San, and the other is his sister Tang Xi, who possesses twin martial souls. Tang San was somewhat surprised. Is this Xue Qinghe really so polite? Compared to that arrogant Xue Ba, are they really born of the same father? However, that call of Sister Tang, she sounded quite unpleasant. Tang Xi looked straight at Tang San with a sweet smile and said, "Big brother, you are so handsome." Ning Fengji couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Tang Xi's infatuated expression. Is the way young people express their feelings so direct? 58. Please vote for recommendations. Tang San stood there helplessly with his hand on his forehead, wondering what to do about a sister who always had a crush on someone. Should he remind her that good-looking people might just be bad? Xue Qinghe looked at Tang Xi's sweet smile and felt a bit flushed, shyly turning her head away. She hurriedly said, "Miss Tang Xi, you are really joking." Tang Xi approached Xue Qinghe with a friendly demeanor, smiling brightly. She wondered if the big brother had any friends, as she really wanted to be friends with him. Tang Xi kept circling around Xue Qinghe, completely not giving Xue Qinghe and Tang San a chance to talk. Tang Xi's first goal was to become close friends with Qian Renxue, so that Qian Renxue's attention would not be entirely on her older brother. Tang San almost spat out a mouthful of blood. To him, Tang Xi's words sounded like "I want to be your girlfriend." His sister had changed so much in just a short time, and was now being taken away by a stranger. Xue Qinghe was indeed a bit at a loss. When he first saw Tang Xi, he thought she was really cute, but when he heard her say she wanted to be friends, he was somewhat stunned. It was the first time someone had said that to her. Next to him, Ning Fengji pretended to cough a few times, clearing his throat and suggesting, "Let's sit down and chat first." It was at that moment that Xue Qinghe reacted, raising his head with an elegant demeanor. "What my master said is true. May I ask what brings you two to Si Qinghe?" He immediately shifted the topic. Tang San took the initiative to ask about his father Tang Hao's deeds, and he wanted to know if there was any news about his mother. Xue Qinghe shook his head helplessly, saying there was none at all, but all of this was related to one place, which was the Spirit Hall. Tang San clenched his fists tightly upon hearing about the Spirit Hall. "If the Spirit Hall is truly the enemy that killed my mother, then I will not let it go." Tang Xi's eyes were somewhat desolate. Tang San was her brother, and Bibi Dong was her teacher. If the two of them got into a fight, who should she help? After a few people finished chatting, Xue Qinghe invited them to stay for dinner before leaving. Tang Xi's eyes lit up, and she was about to agree when she was forcibly pulled back by the grim-faced Tang San. "No need, we have a competition tomorrow, and my sister and I want to go back to cultivate." Ning Fengji smiled and said, "I see," then looked at Tang Xi and Xue Qinghe with meaningful eyes. Xue Qinghe picked up the token on the table and handed it to Tang Xi, smiling as he said, "Miss Tang Xi, if you wish to find me, you can come to the Heaven Do Palace with this token." Tang San was about to help Tang Xi refuse, but Tang Xi quickly caught the token and held it tightly in her arms, saying loudly, "Big brother, I will come find you again." Tang San pulled Tang Xi away with a stern face. When they reached the hotel entrance, he said earnestly, "Sister, you're still young, so don't think about dating." Tang Xi pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Humph, then what is your relationship with Sister Xiao Wu?" Tang San immediately blushed and quickly denied, "It's just a sibling relationship." Tang Xi let out a sound and joked, "I know, it's Sister Qing and Brother Qing. I totally get it." Tang San's face turned even redder. On the top floor, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but laugh at Tang Xi's pouting expression, saying that the one named Tang Xi was quite interesting. Ning Fengji, seeing Xue Qinghe's sincere smile, was a bit lost in thought and finally felt gratified. Qinghe, you haven't smiled so happily in a long time. It turned out that love at first sight really exists. Ning Fengji thought to himself, already imagining some novel misunderstandings. The next day, during the battle against the Elephant Armor Academy, Yu Xiaojing slowly said, "Next, your opponent is one of the 5 major academies, the Elephant Armor Academy. You only have a 30 chance of winning unless you collectively expose your strengths. So I suggest you forfeit the match." Hearing this, everyone felt troubled. Tang Xi stood up and said, "Master, let me go in this match. My third soul skill, body weakening, is just right for countering their defense." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, and Tang San said, "Since this is a challenge, shouldn't we face it head-on?" Yu Xiaojing sighed, appreciating their fighting spirit, but he looked at Tang Xi and said, "However, Tang Xi can only use the first 3 soul skills of the Peony Martial Soul and the first 2 soul skills of the White Line Martial Soul until a critical moment. The 3rd and 4th soul skills of the White Line Martial Soul should not be used lightly." "Okay," Tang Xi happily agreed. In the Grand Soul arena, the host Douluo shouted, "Please welcome the Shrek team and the Elephant Armor Academy team to the stage." The captain Dai Mubai and the vice-captain Tang San, who had both fought in the first round of the preliminaries, were now joined by what substitute members. The host Douluo looked at the information displayed on the big screen and said, "Today, the new member is Zhu Zhuqing." Douluo exclaimed, "Another soul master." Then, Oscar's information appeared on the screen, indicating a soul power of level 41. The host Douluo was somewhat dazed. Shrek Academy actually has 3 or 4 soul masters. Then Tang Xi's personal information appeared on the screen, and the host Douluo opened his mouth in surprise, unsure of how to explain. Dual Martial Souls. Level 48 Soul Master. This greatly exceeded our expectations. The audience below cheered enthusiastically. Shrek. Shrek. Tang Xi followed at the end of the line, giving a slight smile to the camera. Upon hearing the name Tang Xi, Salis, the Platinum Hall Master of the Spirit Hall, sitting in the VIP section, stood up in surprise, exclaiming, "How could it be?" The Pope's disciple, Tang Xi, beside him, the Snow Knight Emperor, and Ning Fengji looked at him in confusion, asking, "What's wrong, Lord Salis? Did you see someone you know?" Salis calmed down, and, with a slightly pale face, said to Lord Huyen, the head of the Elephant Armor sect, "Lord Huyen, you better pray that your grandson doesn't provoke someone you can't afford to offend." Lord Huyen felt embarrassed, thinking, "Didn't you tell me to fight against Shrek Academy and let our academy beat them up? Why has your attitude changed now?" Ning Fengji was puzzled, wondering who Lord Salis was referring to as someone who couldn't be provoked. The Snow Knight Emperor also looked over curiously, and Salis slowly said, "Tang Xi, who possesses twin martial souls, has forces behind her that neither you nor I can afford to provoke." After that, Salis was unwilling to speak further, and the Snow Knight Emperor had to give up as well, but thoughts began to stir in his mind. The Platinum Hall Master of the Spirit Hall, Salis, wouldn't lie. If this young girl were to marry Qinghe, the strength of the Tiando Empire would surely advance further. Ning Fengji wondered if the Spirit Hall had discovered that Tang Xi's father was the Lord Haoyan. The scene returned to the Great Soul Arena, where the members of the Elephant Armor Academy were tall and fierce, with bulging muscles on their arms. Tang Xi snorted coldly, not taking them seriously at all. Both sides revealed their martial souls, and 4 soul rings rose and swirled beneath Tang Xi's feet. Yellow, purple, black, and black. A gigantic peony bloomed behind her, surrounded by white threads. The host, Douluo, exclaimed in shock, 10,000-year soul rings. There are actually 2 10,000-year soul rings. It seems the strength of contestant Tang Xi should not be underestimated. Ning Fengji was astonished. The pressure emitted by the 4th 10,000-year soul ring made him feel a sense of reverence. The Snow Knight Emperor frowned, further solidifying his determination for this woman to marry Qinghe. 60. The Elephant Armor Academy's defeat. The host Douluo shouted, "The battle begins." Hu Yanli, the captain of this operational team and also the grandson of the Elephant Armor Sect's master, confidently shouted, "First soul skill, Copper Elephant Iron Wall." Crystal-like shields appeared in the hands of the 7, who huddled together and approached Tang San and the others. The ground trembled slightly as the 7 alternated their steps, making sounds of woo-ha-ha, woo-ha-ha. Oscar consumed the flying sausage to grow wings and lifted Tang San into the air, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entangled the others, allowing the 6 to fly in mid-air, leaving only Tang Xi standing on a platform. Tang Xi curled her lips into a smile. First soul skill, staggering steps. Third soul skill, body weakening. Tang Xi used 2 soul skills in a row, and peonies bloomed on the bodies of the 7 opponents. Hu Yanli frowned as he tried to pull out the suddenly sprouted peonies, but to his surprise, his arms felt weak and his muscles had shrunk. There was a constant feeling of powerlessness in his hands, causing Hu Yanli to panic. Could it be the soul skill from earlier? Meanwhile, Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass to entangle 6 of the opponents. While the blue-silver grass wrapped around Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others in midair. Tang San swung the blue-silver grass out. Xiao Wu kicked down hard. Zhu Zhuqing struck a specific spot over 100 times, and Dai Mubai unleashed the white tiger light wave. Hu Yanli tried to break free from the blue-silver grass at his feet, but he simply lacked the strength and was overwhelmed by the others. The Huyan sect master in the VIP seats was stunned. How could this be? A single soul skill broke through my grandson's defense. Ning Fengji explained beside him. I'm afraid this is not just the effect of a soul skill from a 10,000-year soul ring, but rather a soul skill with a 30,000-year cultivation level. Its power is not to be underestimated. In the center, the Snow Knight Emperor laughed heartily. This generation's elites are indeed impressive. I have a feeling that girl might become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. The Huyan sect master was quite dissatisfied and secretly transmitted a message to Hu Yanli. Quick, use your soul bone. Upon hearing his grandfather's message, Hu Yanli instantly regained his composure. A surge of power shook Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai away. When Hu Yanli rose again, he wore an elephant helmet, which was a head soul bone. His body and strength were enhanced several times. Hu Yanli glared fiercely at Tang Xi, thinking that if it weren't for this auxiliary soul master as support, he might have already won. Thus, Hu Yanli charged at Tang Xi, his fist striking forcefully towards her, but was rebounded by a force. A faint wall of light formed in front of Tang Xi, protecting her. Ning Fengji immediately recognized what was happening. This was another soul bone, an external soul bone. Not far away, Xinian looked over, and upon seeing Tang Xi's soul bone, his eyes lit up, quietly formulating a plan in his mind. Tang San silently thought it was not good. He wanted to go help Tang Xi, but was blocked by another opponent, Huyan Shan. Tang Xi's face turned pale, but she smiled slightly at Huyan Li before throwing a punch that was as powerful as Huyan Li's earlier strike. The enhancement from the soul bone and the feedback effect of the third soul skill's body weakening gave Tang Xi a physical quality comparable to that of a strong attack system soul master. Tang Xi's punch sent Huyan Li staggering back several meters. Huyan Li, furious, swung his fist again, but Tang Xi smiled and said, "You're too anxious." Then, Tang Xi leaped into the air and stomped hard on Huyan Li's face, kicking up a cloud of dust as she pinned him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. The host, Do, helplessly facepalmed, thinking that the recent stomp was a bit too brutal to watch. Tang San used the blue-silver cage to control the other 6 people. Without the core of the team, Huyan Li, the others were simply a scattered bunch. Tang Xi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, then ate the recovery sausage to replenish their stamina, and began to fiercely attack the others, knocking everyone down. The host, Do, passionately shouted, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Shrek Academy wins. The audience erupted in cheers, and this battle made Shrek Academy famous, as well as Tang Xi. After 61 kills, Shrek Academy continued to win battle after battle, and whenever the audience saw Shrek, they would crazily shout, "Shrek will win, Shrek will win." However, the audience was disappointed that Tang Xi only participated in that one battle against the Elephant Academy and did not take part in the other matches. It was another rest day for the competition, so Tang Xi thought about going out to shop for delicious food. The street was very quiet, almost eerily so, with hardly anyone around, only passers-by sitting at tables drinking tea. Tang Xi sensed something was off and curled her lips into a smirk. She was familiar with this plot. It was the storyline where Shrek from Tsanghui Academy wanted to kill Tang San, but ended up being killed by him instead. However, for some unknown reason, Tang Xi had become the target. When Tang Xi opened her eyes again, her gaze emitted a faint purple light. After using the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Xi was finally able to see the exact location of Xinian, who was the passerby drinking tea. Without saying a word, Tang Xi directly swept her leg at Xinian. He caught it with his hand and calmly finished his tea. When Xinian opened his eyes again, he returned to his original appearance, and the scene of the surrounding town instantly shattered, revealing its true form, a desolate forest area. With a whoosh, a silver needle shot out from the sole of Tang Xi's shoe. Xinian narrowly turned his head to the side, loosening his grip on Tang Xi's left foot, but was still caught off guard and scratched by the silver needle. Xinian was somewhat surprised by how Tang Xi broke through his 7th soul skill, Nightmare. but he was more filled with anger. I originally wanted to play with you nicely and force you to hand over your soul bone. But now you actually want to seek death. I'll just fulfill your wish. Tang Xi looked at Shu Wen with a proud expression and asked, "Did you look into my background before you tried to kill me?" Shu Wen smirked cunningly. "I don't care how big your background is. As long as I kill you, no one will know it was me." Tang Xi pretended to be afraid and shrugged, saying defiantly, "Are you so sure you can kill me? Maybe I can even beat you." Shu Wen felt provoked and, in a fit of anger, released his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. A powerful pressure from his levels surged forth, making Tang Xi feel a bit breathless. On the surface, she cooperated fully, displaying a fearful expression, slumping to the ground while mumbling, "It's over." The mark on Shu Yen's forehead emitted a glow. It was his martial soul. There was nothing Shu Yen loved more than to brutally torture others to death. Tang Xi stepped back in fear, frantically activating her bloodthirsty, peony martial soul. But her hands trembled so much that she couldn't unleash any soul skills. However, the peony emitted a faint, alluring fragrance. In front of her, several shadowy figures appeared, and she gradually felt a sense of faintness. By the time she realized something was wrong, Tang Xi was no longer in sight. Tang Xi quietly approached Shu Yen from behind, with white threads wrapping around her hands. The first soul skill, body attack, venomous needle thread, rapidly pierced toward Shu Yen's heart. Tang Xi retreated several steps and snapped her fingers. With a loud bang, a massive energy tore through Shu Yen. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, with blood splattering onto Tang Xi's cheek, but she smiled without even blinking. From the moment I released the blood peony martial soul, I activated the skill of the blood butterfly wing soul bone, fragrant mist, which can create illusions and seal the five senses. So you didn't realize I'd stealthily come up behind you. Tang Xi's words were meant to explain to the deceased Shu Yen. A dazzling light emerged from beneath the tree, which was the gem soul bone left behind by Shu Yen. Tang Xi walked over to pick up the soul bone and placed it in the sapphire soul guide, feeling that she finally used the first soul skill of the lifeline for a physical attack today. Among all the soul skills, the physical attack of the bee venom needle is one of her trump cards. As Tang, she had coated the needle with a special explosive powder. Under high pressure, it would definitely explode. In front of a level 70 soul saint, if the opponent did not use soul power to block it, once the needle pierced the flesh, it would trigger an explosion. Tang Xi stretched lazily and decided it was time to head back. As for the soul bone, Tang, she would leave it to Ning Rongrong. After all, this soul bone was not suitable for her, and giving it to Rongrong could earn her some favor with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With that thought, Tang Xi unfolded a pair of blood-red butterfly wings behind her and flew towards the competition area. She had been out for too long and hadn't properly enjoyed the food, drink, and fun yet. 62 Please collect QWQ Tang. She indulged in food and fun for several days before returning. As soon as she entered the hotel, she saw Yu Xiaojiang standing at the entrance, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the grilled sausage in Tang Xi's hand and helplessly rubbed his forehead, saying, "A few days ago, you told me you were going to cultivate. But instead, you went out to eat and have fun, huh?" Tang, she nervously handed the untried grilled sausage to Yu Xiaojiang. "Master, do you want to have one too?" This sentence ignited Yu Xiaojiang's anger, and he shouted, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. You have a competition tomorrow, okay?" Tang, she screamed in pain. "No way." After calming down, Yu Xiaojiang continued. "Next is the showdown with the Blaze Academy. Let's go to the living room and discuss our strategy with everyone." Tang, she cried out in frustration, "Yes, Master QAQ." With a heavy heart, she finished the roasted sausage in her hand. Yu Xiaojiang pushed open the door, and in the living room were Tang San and 6 others, along with 4 substitute members, Dean Flander and Lu Erlong. When Xiao Wu saw Tang Xi, her eyes lit up, and she ran over to hug Tang Xi, saying, "Humph, you went out to play without taking me with you." Xiao Wu sniffed the roasted sausage smell on Tang Xi and then looked at her with a resentful expression. Tang Xi buried her face in Xiao Wu's embrace and acted cute, saying, "Dear Xiao Wu, I won't dare to do it again," hearing her call her Xiao Wu Jia. Xiao Wu's face turned red, feeling quite shy. Meanwhile, Tang San's earlier worry gradually turned into a dark expression, a jealous frown. What should he do if his sister seemed to become his rival in love? Oh no, Xiao Wu isn't even his wife. What is he thinking? Lu Erlong coughed lightly beside them, pretending to clear her throat. "Ahem, let's discuss something serious first. Your next opponent is the Blaze Academy. I ask you, Will you concede to preserve your strength, or will you continue to fight? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Tang Xi shouted excitedly. Of course it's combat. I want to participate this time too. Dai Mubai said. Our Shrek Academy will never back down. Tang San exchanged a smile with Tang Xi and said, Let's go on stage. Sister, you should just stay out of it. Tang Xi lowered her head in loneliness, and when she raised it, she looked pitiful. This time, I will just be a stable support, and I definitely won't be in any life-threatening situation. Tang San, no, I'm worried that those people can't handle your beating. It's fine for Tang Xi to go for this battle, as long as the third and fourth soul skills of the White Line Martial Soul are not exposed. Yu Xiaojiang decided first. Tang Xi cheered, while everyone else felt helpless. The next day, in the battle arena of the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena, the guests took their seats one after another. Beautiful women danced on stage, music played, fireworks erupted, and the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd echoed with tens of thousands of spectators shouting, Fiery Academy will win, and Shrek Academy will win. The host, Douluo, spread her pair of pure white wings and flew freely in the air. Hello, audience. Welcome to the 11th battle at the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena, where Fiery Academy faces off against Shrek Academy. Douluo heightened the intense atmosphere, mentioning that Shrek Academy had previously defeated one of the 5 great academies. The Elephant Armor Sect. Could they also defeat Fiery Academy this time? Let's first take a look at the information of both teams. The big screen displayed the information of Fiery Academy. Level 43 Control System Fire Dance, Assault System Fire Wuxuang, Agility System Fire Lai, Fire Rain, Support System Fire June, and Fire Hammer. The scene then shifted to show the information of Shrek Academy. Tang Xi, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Titan, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Xiao Wu. As the host Douluo saw Tang Xi's personal interface information, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, It's actually the long-absent contestant Tang Xi. What kind of surprises will the legendary twin martial soul configuration of yellow, purple, black, and black bring us? While the host spoke, the Shrek team had already entered the arena. A huge fire crane flew around the soul arena before dissipating, slowly revealing the figures of 7 people, the Fiery Academy team. Among them, Fire Dance proudly lifted her head, confident that she would win this match. Tang Xi followed at the back of the group, displaying a polite yet perfectly timed smile. Her pure and charming appearance, along with her friendly demeanor, won the favor of most people present. Please both sides activate your martial souls, Douluo said while holding the microphone. Tang Xi was surrounded by a huge peony entwined with white lines, and everyone was ready. The duel began. With a command from Douluo, the match had already started. Huo Lai and Hui Yu stepped forward to battle Xiao Wu, while Dai Mubai advanced with a punch, and Talon narrowly dodged the attack from the Fire Hammer. Tang Xi used her first soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony, causing the speed of the 7 opponents to slow down significantly. Taking advantage of this, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul skill, White Tiger Golden Light Break, sending a beam of fierce light towards Huo Wuxuang. Huo Wuxuang sidestepped but was unexpectedly attacked by Tai Long, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters. Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long surrounded Huo Wuxuang together. Huo Wuxuang was a strong attack-type soul master, and once he was dealt with, the others would be easier to handle. Just as everyone launched their soul skills against Huo Wuxuang, Huo Wu smirked and shouted, Flame Resistance Ring. As soon as she finished speaking, a fire-shaped tornado rose up, enveloping Huo Wuxuang. The attacks from Dai Mubai and the others were rebounded, and a shockwave sent Xiao Wu and several others flying off the stage. As a result, only Tang Xi and Tang San were left on the stage. Tang Xi Su Wen, her second soul skill, Devouring Soul Power, could only weaken the opponent's soul power by 35, which was not enough to prevent Huo Wu from using her third soul skill. She had been waiting for an opportunity for Huo Wu to use her fourth soul skill, but unexpectedly, it was just her and her brother left on the stage. Sister, Tang San and Tang Xi exchanged glances, and Tang Xi immediately understood what Tang San intended to do. Tang Xi skillfully unleashed her soul skill, and Huo Wuxuang immediately stepped forward to stop her from assisting Tang San, but was fiercely blocked by Tang San's blue silver grass. Huo Wu disdainfully said, Don't struggle. You two are destined to lose. Tang San provocatively said, That probably won't go as you wish. Tang Xi continuously used the first and third soul skills, walking unsteadily. The body weakened. Both of these reduced the opponent's speed and physical strength by 35, and then all of it was fed back to Tang San. Tang San used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to maneuver in front of Hui Yu, sweeping his legs to unexpectedly knock someone down, and then quickly approach Huolai. Huo Wuxuang raised his eyebrows and said, Tang San, you've been tricked again. Then the remaining three immediately rushed towards Tang Xi, who was standing in the corner. Hui Yin Star Hammer. Hui He attack. Tang San turned his head, thinking it was an attack on him. But what he saw was the remaining three people attacking Tang Xi. Tang San. I can only pray that these people won't be beaten too badly by my little sister. Douluo was shocked and shouted, Tang Xi is being besieged. Are they trying to force her to use her fourth spirit skill? Tang, she has two 10,000-year spirit rings, but hasn't used any spirit skills at all. Everyone is looking forward to seeing what the 10,000-year spirit skill of a dual spirit soul is like. Tang Xi opened her eyes again and activated the purple extreme demon eye. She stood still, and the white thread in her hand surged and transformed into spider silk, tightly wrapping around the three of them. Second soul skill, flexible spider silk. Tang Xi's spider silk is incredibly flexible and difficult to break. Unless one's level is dozens higher than Tang Xi's, it is simply impossible to break free. In the 64 pre-selection matches, Tang Xi successfully advanced. As the attacks from the Fire Cloud Star Hammer landed in front of her, they were immediately blocked by a blue light, with only 25 attack power hitting Tang Xi, which still made her face pale. At the same time, Tang Xi activated the soul skill of her armor soul bone, enhancing strength by 245. Tang Xi delivered a powerful punch to Huo Wuxuang's chin. With a crack, the clear sound of a bone breaking sent chills down the spines of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others. Brother, Huo Wu shouted anxiously, her face filled with worry as she watched her brother Huo Wuxuang being sent flying by Tang Xi. Tang Xi quickly punched Fire Hammer in the stomach, causing him to grimace in pain. Then, Tang Xi delivered a fierce kick to Fire Jun's back. The three of them fell to the ground, their eyes swirling with stars and foam coming from their mouths, completely knocked out. The situation then changed. Only Tang Xi, Tang San, and Huo Wu were left on the scene. Huo Wu glared fiercely at Tang Xi and said, You're finished. Tang Xi made a face, I'll drive you crazy. Huo Wu was so infuriated that she used all her soul power to unleash her fourth soul skill. Huo Wu Yao Yang. Dan Si Smai. Don't even think about using the fourth soul skill. Second soul skill, Devour Soul Power. As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, a pink peony flower sprouted from Huo Wu's arm and instantly absorbed the soul power from Huo Wu's body. Huo Wu felt her strength being drained and slumped helplessly to the ground, silently saying, I lost. Oh yeah, we won. Dan Si Sao Det Zoi Fu Li. Tang San walked over and ruffled Tang Xi's hair, affectionately saying, Well done, little sister. Douluo was momentarily taken aback and stammered, Shrek Academy has won. The audience below erupted into applause, and the Emperor of Snowy Night in the VIP section sighed. That girl's second soul skill is so powerful. I really want to know what her 10,000-year soul skill is like. Ning Fingji nodded and said, Moreover, this girl is so young and already has a soul bone. Her future is promising. However, the risks of dual cultivation with twin martial souls are too great, and the path is not easy. The Emperor of Snowy Night lamented, then looked at the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. I heard that His Holiness the Pope has dual martial souls. If this girl could be taught by His Holiness, she would surely succeed. Salus raised an eyebrow. He wanted to say that Tang, she was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's disciple, but since the saintess wanted to conceal her identity, he wouldn't publicly reveal Tang, she's true identity. After the battle against the Academy of Blazing Fire, Shrek Academy successfully advanced to the top 5 in the preliminaries and could participate in the promotion matches. However, there were still a few duels left against the Academy of Tsanghui and the Academy of Tianshui. During the battle against the Academy of Tsanghui, Tang San severely injured a member of the Academy, leaving him foolish, which led to an investigation by Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. However, since Yu Xiaojiang had the Pope's order, the matter was eventually dropped. In the subsequent match against the Academy of Tianshui, Tang Xi did not participate, and Shrek Academy ended up in a draw with the Academy of Tianshui. The preliminaries were over, and there was still half a month until the next promotion match began. Tang Xi once again proposed to Yu Xiaojiang to go back and cultivate for a few days before returning. Although that was what she said, the main reason was that Tang Xi had sensed someone was watching her and wanted to come up with an excuse to send Shrek Academy's members away. Tang Xi arrived at an uninhabited area and joyfully said to the person behind her, Big brother, let's stop playing hide and seek. Under Tang Xi's gaze, there was a shadow as she sensed a faint killing intent. At that moment, Xue Qinghe walked out from behind the trees, wearing an elegant royal gown, with smooth golden hair and a standard fake smile. Tang Xi's vigilance is truly impressive. I should call you the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. Tang Xi was taken aback when she saw Xue Qinghe, not expecting it to be him. However, she still smiled on the surface and said, "Yeah, how did you know? Big brother?" Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly and replied, "Tang Xi, don't be nervous. I'm just here to ask for a brother of mine. When are you going back? Your teacher misses you." When Xue Qinghe said the last sentence, he gritted his teeth completely. The teacher referred to is Bibi Dong, who is also her mother. She felt a bit jealous that the girl in front of her could receive her mother's affection. 65. Informing Xiang Qianren of the truth. Tang Xi knew at once that the brother Xue Qinghe was referring to was Su Wen. It seemed that Su Wen still wanted her to return to the spirit hall and didn't want her to have any ties with Tang San and the others. Tang Xi noticed the subtle change in Xue Qinghe's expression and quickly said, "I don't want to go back just yet. Please, Your Highness, make sure to convey my words. I still have some matters to resolve before I can go back." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe became interested and asked, "What is it that is on Tang Xi's mind?" Tang Xi was feeling a bit down, but deep inside, she was already overjoyed, waiting for your words. "So, Brother Crown Prince, please don't tell anyone about our conversation." Xue Qinghe nodded and gave Tang Xi a reassuring look. Tang Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "I have a friend who, in her youth, liked someone. However, her noble status did not match that of the young man, so she wanted to abandon her sect and elope with him." Xue Qinghe listened with great interest and, seeing that Tang Xi had stopped, asked, "What happened next?" Tang Xi deliberately kept it a secret. The girl and the boy naturally did not end up together. "Do you know why?" Xue Qinghe thought for a moment and replied, "Because of their identities. And the sect is also very opposed to it." Tang Xi nodded and continued, "The girl's master forced her into pregnancy, with tears in her eyes. The girl broke up with the boy. A year later, she gave birth to a baby girl, and from then on, she became unpredictable in her moods." When Tang Xi said this, she looked at Xue Qinghe, and suddenly Xue Qinghe's mind exploded. The girl in the story couldn't be his mother. The boy must be Yu Xiaojiang, and the master is his own father, right? Xue Qinghe seemed to be struck by lightning, dazed for a moment, and then grabbed Tang Xi and asked frantically, "What is the ending of the story?" Tang Xi had an innocent expression on her face, then slowly narrated the second half of the story. The girl harbored resentment. She hated the child for ruining her, and she also hated the sect for taking away her love. That child was sent to the Heaven Do Empire to become the crown prince. Every word and every sentence from Tang Xi pierced deeply into Xue Qinghe's heart. "This isn't true. This absolutely isn't true." Xue Qinghe's eyes turned slightly red, and tears seemed ready to fall at any moment. For a brief moment, she wanted to kill the girl in front of her. Why is this story so cruel? She dared not believe in the authenticity of this story because she was afraid. Tang Xi felt the killing intent from Xue Qinghe. Her whole body trembled slightly, as if she had gone a bit too far. Tang Xi immediately smoothed things over and said with a smile, "But I know my friend still cares a lot about her daughter. She just doesn't know how to express it." Tang Xi gently wiped away the tears on Xue Qinghe's cheeks and softly said, "Don't cry." Xue Qinghe's hands trembled as he silently asked, "What is your purpose in telling me this story?" Xue Qinghe believed that Tang Xi must have some ulterior motive for doing this. This question left Tang Xi momentarily stunned, and she instinctively replied, "I don't have any ulterior motives." Seeing Xue Qinghe's skeptical and wary expression, Tang Xi had to change her words. "Then what I seek is for you to reconcile with the teacher, to let the teacher completely forget about Yu Xiaojiang. If that happens, I can happily be my saint and lie around like a salted fish." This simple request made Xue Qinghe unable to help but chuckle. "Is it all you want? Power? Soul bones? Soul rings? You don't care about any of that?" 66. Qian Rengshu blushed. "Tang Xi, it hurts. If she could live a few more years, she would definitely care. Tang Xi, if possible, I would indeed hope to have power. Nowadays, the world is oppressed by the nobility, and strength is revered in this world. My teacher's original intention was to unify the continent and establish a martial soul empire where everyone is equal, but it is not feasible with just my teacher's strength." Tang Xi looked at Xue Qinghe as she said this. "You and your daughter must unite. Don't get too emotional. Building a career is the hard truth." Tang Xi spoke with deep meaning, and Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement as she listened. "You're right, being emotional is a big taboo. But what should a mother do if she still deeply loves that Yu Xiaojiang?" Tang Xi, what she just said was meant for you, implying that you should never fall in love with Tang San. Tang Xi slowly said, "If you want to reconcile with your mother, you must listen to me and not go against her. Also, don't touch the Yu Xiaojiang." Xue Qinghe coldly snorted. "She clearly abandoned me, since I was little. And every time she sees me, she shows a look of disgust. The more Shu Qinghe spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, his nose turning sour. He choked up and said, "Wasn't my birth just a mistake?" Tang Xi felt very sorry for Shu Qinghe, stepped forward and hugged Shu Qinghe. Her hands couldn't help but touch. Tang Xi's eyes lit up. Wow, so many abs. Ahem, let's get serious and return to the main topic. Tang Xi patted Shu Qinghe on the back and said, "Your grandfather and father are all very happy about your arrival. And if you hadn't been born, how could I have seen such a gentle and elegant big brother?" Tang Xi looked a bit drooly at Shu Qinghe's figure, and Shu Qinghe blushed, explaining, "This isn't my original appearance. I actually look like this." As she said this, Shu Qinghe revealed her original form as Qian Renxue, with flowing golden hair, a cold expression, and a curvaceous figure. Tang Xi was completely stunned, and then exclaimed with delight, "You are the legendary sister Qian Renxue, right? So beautiful and so cool." Tang Xi looked at Qian Renxue with adoration, as if she had been filtered through a lens. Her cherry-like small mouth, sparkling big almond eyes, and delicate skin. Qian Renxue turned her head away, but her ears were already red to the point of bleeding. Unable to resist, she reached out and pinched Tang Xi's soft little face. Thinking to herself, "So soft, it feels so good. What should I do? I really want to take her home. This is just too cute to be allowed." Suddenly, Qian Renxue said, "I heard that Shrek Academy has successfully entered the promotion matches, right? The venue for the promotion matches is at the Royal Hunting Grounds. Why don't you come with me first? The competition will start in a few days anyway." Tang Xi thought for a moment and realized that this was a good opportunity to cultivate the relationship between the two of them. So, she readily agreed, all right. Tang Xi's desire to increase Qian Renxue's favor actually has a purpose, to win over both Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. This way, the two can resolve their past grievances more quickly under her mediation, and she can also gain more power within the Spirit Hall, enabling her to engage with more storylines. Recently, the news has spread wildly in the Tiando Royal Hunting Grounds that the Crown Prince has brought back a girl and even sleeps with her every night. When the Tiando Empress heard this news, she was moved to tears. Her son had finally come to his senses and was willing to interact with girls. At this rate, how far could the goal of becoming a grandparent be? When Tang Hao heard this news, he angrily punched down dozens of large trees around him. He had only let his daughter grow up freely for a few years, and she was so quickly taken away by that kid from the Heavendo Empire. Tang Hao's mood was like the anger of a pampered cabbage being pushed away by a pig. How infuriating. It's all that little brat Tang San's fault for not keeping an eye on his own sister. Next time, he must give Tang San a good beating. Tang San suddenly felt a chill behind him. Tang, she's been having a great time recently, spending all day clinging to Qian Renxue to sleep together, and then dragging her out shopping during the day. She just didn't notice that Qian Renshue's gaze towards her was becoming increasingly strange. Qian Renshue's thoughts were quite rich. Tang, she was becoming cuter and cuter, and she really wanted to hold her and sleep like this forever. She suddenly also wanted to show off to that dead woman, saying that Tang she sleeps with her every night, even if it's just under the covers chatting. Every time Su Wen came to see Tang, she being so clingy with Qian Renxue, she would leave with a dark face. Tang she laughed. "I'm driving you crazy, ha ha ha." Su Wen felt very uncomfortable, especially when she saw Tang she's sleeping with Qian Renxue. Ning Fengji also had an understanding look, realizing that the demand among young people is quite high now, and he could understand, but he didn't expect young people to be so playful. Tang Xi, it seems like the misunderstanding has escalated. She doesn't seem to have considered that Qian Renxue is currently in the form of Shu Qinghe, which could easily lead to misinterpretations. The day before the promotion match, Yu Xiaojiang led the Shrek Academy team to the Royal Hunting Grounds for the promotion match, and Tang, she had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Upon seeing Tang San and the others, Tang Xi happily waved her hand. Ning Rongrong pointed at Tang Xi and said, "Isn't that Xiao Xi?" Oscar looked around and asked, "Where?" Ma Hongjun patted Oscar on the back and pointed in Tang Xi's direction. "Over there." The group walked over to Tang Xi, and Xiao Wu stepped forward to hug Tang Xi, saying, "I missed you so much, Xiao Xi." Tang Xi smiled and said, "I miss you too, Sister Xiao Wu." Ning Rongrong raised her hand and pouted, "What about me?" Tang Xi smiled mischievously and said, "I also want Sister Rongrong and Sister Zhuqing." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away in a haughty manner, clearly in a good mood. Yu Xiaojiang asked in confusion, "Tang Xi, how did you get into the Royal Hunting Grounds without the Academy's order?" Tang Xi instinctively replied, "I came in with my brother, the Crown Prince." Tang San felt a surge of anger upon hearing the term Prince Brother. Prince Brother? Dai Mubai walked over to comfort Tang San, "Little San, Your sister will eventually get married one day. Tang San was a bit out of control, filled with anger. Sister, you're still young. You absolutely cannot date before the age of 25. Tang Xi pouted, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu. Aren't you and Sister Xiao Wu in a relationship? Both Xiao Wu and Tang San's faces turned bright red as they turned their heads away. Tang San explained, Xiao Wu and I are not what you think. Hearing this, Xiao Wu lowered her head in disappointment. Lu Erlong, filled with anger, said furiously, What did you say, Tang San? Ma Hongjun and Oscar felt Lu Erlong's death glare and trembled as they huddled together. Tang Xi came out to smooth things over, saying, Yes, yes, yes. I know the relationship between the romantic brother and the romantic sister. Tang San's face turned even redder. And Tang Xi stopped teasing him and quickly changed the subject. Uncle Ning has been waiting for us inside for a long time. Let's go in first. 68 Battle against Balak Academy. Tang Xi led Tang San and the others to the royal hunting ground. Xiao Wu, holding on to Tang Xi's arm, asked curiously, So, Tang Xi, what is your relationship with the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire? Tang San also perked up his ears to listen, and Tang Xi explained, My relationship with Prince Brother is just that of ordinary friends, and besides, I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, feeling very pleased. Next, he saw Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe wanted to banter with Tang San, but Tang San maintained a serious expression and didn't give Xue Qinghe any good face. Ning Fengji was discussing with Flander about sending the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to Shrek Academy for study. In the evening, Yu Xiaojiang mentioned the rules of the promotion match, stating that the competition format would be one-on-one, until one side had no members left. Yu Xiaojiang then glanced at Tang Xi and said slowly, Tang Xi, you will be the one to face Barak Academy tomorrow. Tang Xixing said helplessly, All right. Everyone saw Tang Xi's expression and burst into laughter. Ning Rongrong teased, Little Xi, you're just too lazy. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips and proudly said, My little Xi is actually very powerful. Even I haven't seen her true strength. Yu Xiaojiang nodded affirmatively. He was also very curious about Tang Xi's true abilities, so he arranged for her to compete. The next day, Emperor Shuya sat with Sect Master Ning and Saralas, while the other academies watched from the sidelines. The host for this event was Brother Curly from Soto City, with his yellow curly hair, exaggerated non-mainstream hairstyle, and that strange purple suit. Hello, everyone. The first match is Shrek Academy versus Balak Academy. Across from Shrek Academy stood a group of men dressed in red athletic attire with a hint of ethnic style, all of them looking down on Shrek Academy with disdain. Flinder sighed. Back then, our Shrek Academy suffered greatly from the arrogance of the Balak Kingdom, and the academy nearly closed down. If it weren't for the support of past graduates, Shrek Academy might have already ceased to exist. Tang Xi comforted Flander, saying, Director, you believe me, right? I will definitely make Balak Academy regret it. The scene shifted and Curly Hair Brother passionately shouted on stage. Next, please welcome Tang Xi from Shrek Academy with her twin martial souls, and the captain of Balak Academy, Veloki. Everyone was looking forward to this match, as they wanted to see the true strength of Tang Xi's twin martial souls. Veloki arrogantly stepped onto the fighting platform, while Tang Xi had an innocent and harmless expression. Looking quite pure, Veloki disdainfully said, Little sister, I advise you to admit defeat quickly, or you might get scared by me. Haha. Tang Xi smiled and didn't say anything until the host, Curly Brother, shouted, The competition begins. Tang Xi rushed forward quickly, leaving only a blurred figure behind, delivering a punch to Vroki's chin and kicking him hard, sending him out of the soul fighting platform. This all happened too suddenly. Curly Hair Brother shouted in disbelief. Tang Xi wins. The Shrek Academy looked proudly at Barak Academy, filled with joy. The people from Barak Academy immediately rushed over to check Vroki's injuries, protesting. This is unfair. They are just killing him. Such heavy blows. TSK, TSK. Tang Xi provocatively said, Even if you all come at me together, you still can't beat me. If you don't agree, just hold it in. If you have the ability, come at me after you defeat me. The Barak Kingdom was left speechless. Indeed, they couldn't beat her. In the second match against Feng Xiaotian, Tang Xi directly activated the third soul skill of Bloodthirsty Peony, easily knocking one opponent off the battle arena. In the third match, Tang Xi used her first soul skill, Staggering Walk, instantly defeating her opponent. In the fourth match, Tang Xi directly used Flexible Spider Silk to throw her opponent off the battle arena. In the fifth match, Tang Xi was too lazy to move. While yawning, the Flexible Spider Silk actively threw her opponent down. In the sixth match, Tang Xi used the first soul skill of Lifeline, stabbing her opponent with poison bee needle silk until they looked like a hedgehog. In the 7th match, her opponent used a chrysanthemum spirit, which was relatively durable. But Tang Xi personally threw them out of the battle arena. Curly-haired bro was so shocked that his mouth hung open. Another instant kill. Tang Xi averaged 30 seconds per match to defeat each opponent, achieving a miraculous 7 consecutive victories. And Shrek Academy won this round. Shrek Academy cheered, while Baccarat Academy looked bruised and battered, all afraid of Tang Xi. She truly was a female demon. Emperor Xia laughed heartily. Not bad, really not bad. The Yangtze River pushes the waves forward, each generation stronger than the last. Tang, she would be a perfect daughter-in-law for me. Later, Tang, she was too lazy to go on stage. In the next match against Blaze Academy, considering that Tang San's blue silver grass could resist fire, Yu Xiaojing let Tang San take the stage while Tang, she watched the show. Especially when Tang San was about to achieve his own 7 consecutive victories against Huowu. Huowu used her ultimate move in an attempt to take Tang San down with her. However, in the end, the older brother softened his heart and didn't strike, instead helping Huowu block an attack and fainting in the process. Tang Xi laughed and said, "Oh my, brother, you really have a lot of admirers." After that, they consecutively fought against more than 10 academies, and Shrek Academy achieved a continuous series of victories. During the match against Thunder Academy, Dai Mubai shone the brightest, but eventually collapsed from exhaustion, which made Zhu Zhuqing feel a pang of heartache. Finally, in the battle against Wind God Academy, Feng Xiaotian challenged Tang San to a winner-takes-all match. Tang San pointed to Tang Xi and said, "You should defeat my sister first." While Tang, she was eating snacks, she was suddenly caught off guard, feeling a bit flustered in the wind. "This is really my damn brother." Tang, she was black-faced. Feng Xiaotian, "I feel offended." In the end, the judges unanimously agreed that the battle between Tang Xi and Feng Xiaotian would determine the winner. Brother Curly shouted passionately, "Who will be crowned champion? Let's wait and see." The wind surged and stirred around Feng Xiaotian, and behind him appeared the silhouette of a swift, double-headed wolf, which was Feng Xiaotian's martial spirit. Tang Xi unleashed her martial soul, with a huge peony blooming behind her, entwined with white threads. For soul rings spiraled up from under her feet, yellow, purple, black, black. Especially the 4th soul ring, which faintly revealed a sense of pressure. Even soul masters at the Soul Douluo level did not dare to underestimate it. After all, divine bestowed soul rings were indeed different. Feng Xiaotian thought to himself. He didn't know Tang Xi's true strength, so it was better to launch a fierce attack from the very beginning, catching her off guard. Feng Xiaotian directly used his 2nd soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian's hands transformed into the forelimbs of a wolf, with a speed comparable to that of an agility-type soul master. Rapidly reaching Tang Xi's front to strike fiercely. Tang Xi cautiously stepped back, but still got caught up in the attack. The armor soul bone automatically activated to protect its master, absorbing 75 points of damage. Feng Xiaotian pressed forward step by step, accompanied by waves of wind blades. Tang Xi shouted, "First soul skill, staggering steps. 2nd soul skill, devours soul power." Tang Xi used 2 soul skills in a row, greatly increasing her speed of concealment. Surrounding her were blue light spots, which were the spiritual power of Feng Xiaotian, being devoured and then fed back to Tang Xi. Feng Xiaotian furrowed his brow. If he didn't win quickly, by the time Tang Xi unleashed her 2nd soul skill to devour soul power again, he would probably have little soul power left for another fight. Feng Xiaotian gathered his soul power once more and activated his 3rd soul skill, Swift Wind Wings. Blue, luminous wings appeared behind him, flying in midair. "Tang Xi, let me end this battle." Tang Xi was sweating coldly. "Big brother, you don't have to push yourself so hard." Around Feng Xiaotian, many wind blades gathered, all directed towards Tang Xi. In the air, Feng Xiaotian had an absolute advantage. Swift Wind, Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes. Feng Xiaotian swung his wind wings and charged towards Tang Xi. The wind blades formed by the rotating wind wings blocked Tang Xi's escape route. Tang Xi's gaze was sharp, and the spider silk in her hand was surging. "What's so great about creating your own soul skills? I could do it too." Tang Xi used the Xianyu hand to block Feng Xiaotian's wind blades one after another, shouting loudly, "Spider silk bind." Countless flexible spider silks shot out from the 8 stone pillars, densely forming a web. Feng Xiaotian was not afraid. His wind blades could cut through anything. However, when Feng Xiaotian came into contact with the spider web, the spider silks seemed to come alive, immediately wrapping around his body, and the silks were extremely flexible. The first soul skill, soul attack, was the bee venom needle silk. Tang Xi used the resilience of the spider web to bounce to a height, rotating 90 degrees in the air before immediately unleashing her first soul skill. Feng Xiaotian, seeing the impending attack, found himself unable to break free from the web's bindings. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to use his soul skill, the fourth soul skill, Magic Wolf Storm. Boom! A massive surge of soul power swept across the entire battle arena, and the wind in the air quickly coalesced into the form of a wolf. Its impact instantly destroying the spider silk. The magic wolf bared its teeth and charged towards Tang Xi. She curled her lips, and the silk thread in her hand immediately transformed into a steel wire form, with the steel wires intertwining to form a stick. Third soul skill, steel wire form. The third 10,000-year soul ring around Tang Xi's waist kept trembling as she wielded an iron rod and charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the phantom magic wolf conjured behind Feng Xiaotian. Bang! A shockwave erupted violently from the collision of the two soul skills, and the magic wolf showed no intention of loosening its grip on the iron rod as it bit down hard. Tang Xi swung the iron rod again, and this attack was the full force of the 5-minute iron rhinoceros armor bowl. The power was unimaginable. Tang Xi simulated the technique of the 36 hammer strikes, continuously swinging the iron rod in his hand. The fierce iron rod struck Feng Xiaotian, who struggled to defend with both hands as a tremendous force erupted, knocking Feng Xiaotian out of the soul fighting platform. The audience was astonished, and even the Snow Knight Emperor stood up in surprise. The power of the third-level 10,000-year soul skill was already so formidable. One could only imagine the might of the fourth-level soul skill. Ning Fengji smiled faintly and said that Tang Xi had just used the technique of the cloak 36 hammer strikes. The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback and recalled someone. Ning Fengji replied that Tang Xi and Tang San were indeed the children of the Haotian Pavilion. After the shock, the Snow Knight Emperor's face was filled with admiration, exclaiming, Well, it seems the final champion must be our Tiando Empire." Nearby, Salus was dissatisfied with the Snow Knight Emperor's attitude, stating that the Sanus was one of our Spirit Hall members, and it should be our Spirit Hall that wins the championship. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian had already collapsed on the ground and was unconscious. The Shenkong Academy's team hurriedly rushed forward to lift Feng Xiaotian, while Tang Xi stood on the soul fighting platform looking relaxed. The teammates below couldn't contain their laughter, and Xiao Wu even ran up to hug Tang Xi, saying, "You are amazing, Xiao Xi." Tang San gently rubbed Tang Xi's hair and praised, "Not bad, little sister." Ma Hongjun and Oscar also surrounded Tang Xi, both giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Awesome." Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai exchanged smiles, and Ning Rongrong approached with a beaming smile to congratulate her. "Little Xi, you're really impressive." However, Qin Ming looked worried and said to Yu Xiaojiang, "Tang Xi is now in the spotlight. I'm afraid someone might take notice of her." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head helplessly. "Let us take it one step at a time." Several hours later, the battle teams lined up neatly. Emperor Xia stroked his beard at the front of the stage and said, "This year has really produced a lot of talent. Very good." After that, he looked at the Shrek team and praised, especially the Shrek team. "You have given me so many surprises." Hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar felt a bit shy and looked around. Then Emperor Xia said, "Next, the finals will be held at the Spirit Hall, and I will send the prince to lead the team." When Xue Qinghe heard Emperor Xia call him, he stood up and revealed a polite smile. Tang Xi immediately waved excitedly at Xue Qinghe, who couldn't help but chuckle. Emperor Xia looked at the two with increasingly gentle eyes and thought to himself, "Indeed, Tang Xi is the best candidate to be my daughter-in-law." Shui Yi cleared his throat and continued, "We will also send 500 personal guards to escort you. You are the hope of Heaven Do. I wish you good results in the finals. It would be best to bring back a championship. Hee." Setting off from the Heaven Do Empire, a row of orderly carriages made their way to the Spirit City, with passers-by cheering, "Go, go, go." Inside the carriage, Tang Xi was full of worries. Next to her, Xiao Wu curiously asked, "What's wrong, little Xi?" Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong looked over, and Tang Xi sighed and said slowly, "The Spirit City has two main halls, the Hall of the Pope and the Douluo Hall. The Hall of the Pope has 3 holy sons and holy maidens, all candidates for the future Pope, and among them, 2 will be competing in the finals. Our chances of winning are probably very slim. The most dangerous one is that Su Wen guy. His strength is likely only known to our teacher, Bibi Dong, up to 7 levels. Moreover, in the original story, On the way to the Spirit City, they will encounter assassination attempts from Douluo and Ghost Douluo. But the teacher should hold back and not deal a fatal blow considering our relationship. Ning Rongrong chuckled and said, "Little Shi, don't worry." Zhu Zhuqing also smiled lightly and said, "Over the years, the Spirit Hall's teams have always won the championship. Even if we lose in the end, it's not a loss." Xiao Wu curiously asked, "Is the Spirit Hall really that powerful?" Tang Xi, who understood the Spirit Hall's foundation well, silently expressed, "At least at this stage, stepping on us is as easy as stepping on ants." 2 days later, rows of orderly carriages drove to a place where the yellow sand filled the sky, with crows everywhere and wind and sand swirling. Tang San faintly sensed something was off and uneasily looked out the window. Suddenly, the carriage gradually came to a stop, and Tang Xi glanced outside, her eyes sharpening. What was meant to come would still come. On the cliff, Su Wen, dressed in a black robe, glanced at the group of black-clad men behind him, as well as the 3 titled Douluo beside him. Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and the demon subduing Douluo, one of the 7 offerings of the Douluo Palace. Ghost Douluo was secretly astonished by this holy son, not expecting him to be so highly valued by the Spirit Hall that he could freely mobilize the titled Douluo of the Douluo Palace, all just to assassinate one person. Su Wen stood at 1.8 meters tall, his well-built physique wrapped in a black robe, exposing a head of dark purple silver hair. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze suddenly dimmed, the depths of his eyes swirling like a cold pool. "Tang San, this time you are doomed." Su Wen's left hand gently pointed towards the carriage ahead, and instantly, a group of black-clad men sprang into action, with countless boulders rolling down to smash towards the carriage below. The soldiers below gathered together, and the captain shouted, "Form ranks." Zhu Douluo expressed his concerns. "Holy son, I heard the Holy Maiden is also inside. Should we?" Su Wen shot a cold glance over, and Zhu Douluo immediately lost his words. "Don't worry about her. Let her fend for herself." As Su Wen said this, his fists were tightly clenched, filled with rage. He never expected that in the last week, Tang Xi would escape, but it didn't matter. This time he would definitely not hold back. Su Wen led his men to encircle and kill Tang San. A group of black-clad men descended from the sky, launching an attack on the 500 soldiers, with various teams dismounting from their carriages, preparing for battle. Tang Xi leisurely got off the carriage and didn't immediately enter a combat state, because she knew that the group of black-clad men wouldn't harm her, nor would they dare to. Qin Ming activated his martial soul, the flame-hunting wolf, and took down several black-clad men. Then, the leader of the black-clad men stood on a rock and said, "You young ones have some skill, but you're about to lose your lives here." The black-clad man jumped into the air, using his 7th soul skill, Golden Eagle True Form. A pair of golden wings spread out from his back. Dai Mubai commanded, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." Tang Sanchi's people began to awaken their martial souls one after another. Flandra and Lu Erlong stood in front of the students. Lu Erlong, with a fiery temper, said, "Who dares to make a move against us?" The man in black, indifferent, showed a proud look in his eyes as the 8 soul rings on his waist gradually rose. Tang San was surprised. It turned out to be Soul Douluo. Behind him, Tang Xi chuckled softly and slowly stepped out. Who gave you the power to act recklessly here?" Tang Xi wore a light pink puff-sleeve dress that made her skin appear sickly pale. Her low ponytail gave her a delicate and petite look, but there was a hint of fragility between her brows, as if she were a canary born to be locked in a cage. Tang Xiguang smiled faintly over there, causing the leading man in black to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The surrounding men in black, upon seeing Tang Xi's face, all bent down respectfully and shouted, "Saintess!" The repeated calls of Saintess stunned Tang San. Not only him, but everyone for Shrek looked at Tang Xiguang in shock. They could hardly believe that such a delicate person could be the Saintess spoken of by this group. On the cliff, Su Wen frowned at this scene and then said, "You just need to kill Tang San. If anyone else tries to intervene, kill them too." Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances in silence. Su Wen did not explicitly state whether others, including Tang Xiguang, were to be included. But since Tang Xiguang was merely a favored saintess with no real power compared to Su Wen, she would naturally have to listen to him. The demon suppression Douluo looked down on Su Wen, thinking that he could handle Tang San himself. He then stood up, brushed off his clothes, and rushed towards Tang San with the Panlong staff in hand. Su Wen signaled to Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo, who immediately understood. The two clasped hands in midair, and their soul rings glowed brilliantly in yellow, purple, and black. Two-level stasis field. Before anyone could react, they found themselves unable to move. The demon suppression.De swung the Panlong staff and hurled it towards Tang San. Tang San's pupils widened as death approached silently. Xiao Wu behind him also widened her eyes and instantly teleported in front of Tang San. Although her body couldn't move, her soul skills could still be used. The demon suppression.De raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone would teleport in front of this kid. Trying to protect him? What a delusion. At the moment the Panlong stick fell, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong automatically emerged to protect its master. A deafening impact sounded between the mountains, and the Xiangxi Duanshanghong emitted a red glow all around, successfully protecting Tang San and Xiao Wu. Su Wen looked on disdainfully, thinking that even in this situation Tang San could still escape. He was really a lucky king. After saying that, he descended from the sky, punching towards Xiao Wu's stomach. Xiao Wu felt pain, but couldn't move at all, yet she still held tightly onto the Xiangxi Duanshanghong. Everyone looked over anxiously, and Tang San stared at Su Wen with red eyes. When the chrysanthemum Douluo saw the Xiangxi Duanshanghong in Xiao Wu's arms, he became even more excited and instinctively rushed over to hug Xiao Wu, muttering, "This is the Xiangxi Duanshanghong." The ghost law looked dumbfounded as he watched the chrysanthemum leave. "Old Jew, what about our two-level still domain?" As the two-level still domain disappeared, a killing intent surged at this moment, especially from Tang San and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong was furious. "How dare you hurt my daughter?" Seventh soul skill. Red Dragon True Body. Lu Erlong's killing intent surged, and her soul power transformed into a blue dragon that bared its fangs and rushed towards Su Wen. The demon suppression.De smirked, stood up, and with a leap, stomped the blue dragon down from midair. Dust rose instantly, and Lu Erlong suddenly knelt on the ground, spitting out black blood. This person was too powerful, and she couldn't fight back at all. 9 soul rings gradually appeared around the waist of the demon suppression.De, showcasing his title as a Douluo. Flinder was filled with despair. Title Douluo? It's actually a title Doulu? There's no hope, really no hope. So when do I indiv? Demon suppression, don't hesitate any longer. The demon suppression.De was indifferent. He didn't take these people seriously. Don't rush, let us take our time. Hearing this, Su Wen frowned even more, realizing that it's not the godlike opponent he feared, but the pig-like teammates. If this continued, that 97th level sword Douluo, Chen Xi, and Dugabo would soon arrive. Even if they couldn't kill Tang San now, they must at least injure him severely. Black mist spread in Su Wen's palm, and then he turned to Tang San and slowly said, "Second soul skill, Mistblade." Tang San did not understand why the black-robed young man in front of him, with whom he had no enmity, was here to take his life. But now, he could only hide in a wretched state. Tang San used ghostly shadow to hide among the blades of mist formed by black fog, but he couldn't avoid sustaining some injuries. The others from Shrek wanted to come forward to help, but the demon suppression.De merely stood there, releasing a pressure of a 96th level limit Douluo soul power, which made people hesitate to take a step forward. Zhu Douluo descended while holding Xiao Wu, gazing obsessively at the heartbroken red in Xiao Wu's hand, and said to Su Wen, "I will protect this girl. No one is allowed to harm her." Su Wen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and shouted, "Then kill Tang San first." At that moment, Zhu Douluo trembled all over, resembling the aura of Pope Bibi Dong. The demon suppression.De swung his staff, and a wave of energy surged towards Tang San, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Tang San fell to the ground in a sorry state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. It seemed he was destined to die here today. "Wait." Tang Xi stepped forward and directly took out the Pope's order from the sapphire. Seeing this token was like seeing the Pope. Everyone present from the Pope's hall should listen to my commands at this moment. The men in black exchanged glances, seemingly in a difficult position. Su Wen gritted his teeth and said, "Tang Xi, it seems I shouldn't have just locked you up before. I should have killed you. Choosing Tang San means he is your enemy." "What?" Ning Rong and the others exclaimed, shocked that Tang Xi had actually been abused by the boy in front of them. Tang Xi coldly protected Tang San and questioned, "Su Wen, how could you bring 3 title Douluo to assassinate my brother? Did you get the teacher's approval?" The demon fighting Douluo suddenly found it amusing. Did this so-called saintess not know how much power Su Wen held in the spirit hall? After all, he was someone even his elder brother acknowledged, and the position of Pope in the future was destined to be Su Wen's. Su Wen did not speak, but coldly looked at the demon fighting Douluo. The demon fighting Douluo cursed Su Wen inwardly and obediently advanced, intending to strike down Tang San. Fourth soul skill, Infinite Stick. A blood-red true dragon appeared around the demon fighting Douluo, and the immense pressure prevented everyone from taking a step forward. Seventh soul skill, Ghostly True Body. A black figure emerged behind the ghost Douluo, directly blocking the attack from the demon fighting Douluo, while the chrysanthemum Douluo was preparing for a sneak attack behind the demon fighting Douluo. Fifth soul skill, Sword Shadow Clone. A massive chrysanthemum appeared, but its petals were made of metal. The petals opened and transformed into sharp blades, rushing towards the demon fighting Douluo. The demon fighting Douluo swung the panlong stick. Using his third soul skill, True Dragon Protection, a red giant dragon suddenly enlarged, enveloping the demon fighting Douluo and blocking the attack from Yueguan's chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo stood in front of Tang Xi and said in unison, "We will always serve the Pope." Tang Xi is now holding the Pope's order, which looks to Gue Douluo and the others as if the Pope himself has arrived. 74 wronged and aggrieved. Tang Xi swallowed hard. That was really dangerous just now. Su asked if he really wanted to kill himself. Haha, I guess that counts as an old man too. The green poisonous fog spread out, and Douluo slowly walked out, coming in front of Tang San. The demon suppression Douluo frowned and said, "I advise you to leave quickly. It's not easy for us to cultivate to the title Douluo level. I don't want to lose 3 title Douluo for a moment of carelessness." The more the demon suppression Douluo spoke, the more arrogant he became. Tang, she said, "Is this called the villain dying from talking too much?" Su's face turned black. He never expected to be defeated by a pig teammate after calculating everything. That is not necessarily the case. Tang, she sneered and looked directly at Su. "Su, it seems you won't be able to kill me today." Su clenched his fists and then turned away indifferently. "Demon suppression, let's go. I'm afraid Chen Xin has already arrived. If it were in the stasis domains of Gue Mei and Yuguanju, it would be certain that demon suppression would kill Tang San. But he never expected these two would betray him. However, he didn't want to cause too much trouble now. He had plenty of opportunities to kill Tang San. "Tang Xi, you and Tang San want to escape. I will personally bring you back. If you dare to deceive me, you'll have to pay the price." The demon suppression Douluo snorted coldly and then withdrew, wasting my time. Su coldly glanced at Yuguanju and Gue Mei. After the two understood the meaning, they directly approached Su. The Tianrong mushroom in Yuguanju's hand released, and a cloud of smoke echoed through the canyon. The black-clad individuals saw the signal and withdrew willingly. "I think, Tang Xi, you should explain." Tang San struggled to stand up, his eyes bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Tang Xi. He suddenly changed his tone, saying, "I think I should call you Princess Saint." Xiao Wu hurriedly supported Tang San, saying, "Don't get agitated, Sange. Maybe Xiao, she has her reasons." At this moment, Sword Douluo, Chen Xian, and Ning Fengji also arrived at the scene, but they were a bit bewildered by the silent scene. What has happened? Tang, she had never seen Tang San so fierce towards her. With a pang in her nose, she began to sob. Although Tang San felt a bit pained, he still questioned her with a fierce expression. "Don't cry. Quickly tell me what has happened to you all these years. What about the imprisonment?" Ning Rongrong could no longer watch and directly stood in front of Tang Xi, saying, "Third brother, your words are too harsh. Too harsh. But the Spirit Hall might have a deep-seated grudge against him." Tang San didn't want his sister Tang Xi to get involved in this mess, nor did he want to see her standing with his enemies. Tang, she felt very wronged. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "If I were not the saintess of the Wuhuan temple at this moment, what you would see now would be my cold corpse." Oh. Tang, she felt very wronged, and these words struck deeply at Tang San's heart. Dai Mu Bai stepped forward and speculated, "Xiao Shi, could it be that the Spirit Hall has threatened you?" Liu Erno, upon hearing that Tang Xi was a disciple of Bibi Dong, looked at Tang Xi with a complex expression, unsure of how to face her. Dugabo slowly said, "In recent years, any younger generation that has gained a bit of prominence, if they do not join the Spirit Hall, will definitely be assassinated immediately." Tang San was taken aback. It turned out it was all because he was too weak. He felt endless regret in his heart. How could he have treated Xiao Shi like that just now? Tang, she explained while crying, "But my teacher Bibi Dong treats me very well. She gives me enough freedom and allows me to do what I want to do. That silver-haired youth, Su Wen, is my senior brother. A year ago, upon hearing that I was leaving the Spirit Hall, he attempted to assassinate me." Tang, she felt more and more wronged. Tang San stepped forward and hugged Tang Xi, saying, "I'm sorry, sister, I misunderstood you." Oscar curiously asked, "Then what happened?" Tang, she sniffed and then saw that I was too beautiful, so he imprisoned me. Puffed. When Dugibo heard this, he really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang San, The emotions I just rendered have been ruined by you, little sister. Tang Xi pouted and turned around to say, then I found an opportunity to escape, but I didn't expect that he actually wanted to kill me. Sigh. We were supposed to be a pair of desk mates who loved each other. Why the urgency to turn against each other? Tang San quietly tapped Tang Xi's head with his hand and said, Sister, I'm asking you a serious question. Tang Xi rubbed her head in pain. Looking pitifully at Tang San, woo, brother, you bullied me again. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh at the dialogue between the siblings. But it was good this way. At least they were happy now. Little Xi clearly suffered so much pain behind the scenes. Yet she could always put on a nonchalant appearance in front of others. 75 Bibi Dong's anger in the Hall of Spirits. Su Wen knelt in the Pope's hall, where Bibi Dong was seated in front of him. Bibi Dong looked coldly at Su Wen, truly raising a good disciple. A year and a half ago, I let Tang Xi leave the Hall of Spirits, but you secretly imprisoned her in the Douluo Hall and then sent 3 titled Douluo to hunt down your junior sister. Bibi Dong sneered, a sign of her anger. In the hall, there were only Bibi Dong and Su Wen. Su Wen was sweating profusely, his lips pale, clearly having already suffered punishment. Su Wen remained calm and said word by word, I did all this for the good of the Hall of Spirits. Tang Xi, as your disciple, has defected to the Heaven-Do Empire. The only reason she agreed to be your disciple was to escape my pursuit. Bibi Dong was enraged and lifted Su Wen with her mind, violently throwing him against a nearby pillar. With a muffled bang, Su Wen fell heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he looked at Bibi Dong in confusion, saying in a hoarse voice, Tang Xi's brother, Tang San, is the son of Tang Hao. The Hall of Spirits is hunting down Tang Hao. The enemies of the siblings are us, the Hall of Spirits. If we don't cut the weeds and dig up the roots, it will definitely be a great disaster in the future. Bibi Dong sighed, thinking that Su Wen was meticulous since childhood, always striving to do more and being very ambitious and hardworking, but his heart was too cold. Su Wen, I know your good intentions, but you must not harm Tang Xi. Everyone has something they want to protect. Tang Xi brought her joy and warmth that she had never experienced in decades. In the final days of her life, she only wanted Tang Xi to feel happiness and freedom. Love is mutual. Su Wen did not understand these things. His heart was slow to warm, and he did not want to understand. An individual who only focuses on their career is unworthy of love. The author silently added this sentence. Su Wen endured the pain, leaned against a pillar, and stood up. In the end, he bowed his head and took a step back, saying, I understand. I won't touch Tang Xi, but Tang San must die. Bibi Dong scolded, not yet. Facing Su Wen's confusion, Bibi Dong shook her head and simply said, wait a few months before you take Tang San's life. But these days, I absolutely forbid you from laying a hand on anyone around Xiao Xi. Although Su Wen was puzzled, he understood that his teacher had made a concession, and he would not refuse. This way, he just needed to find the right opportunity. 3 days later, the group from the Heaven-Do Empire finally arrived at the accommodation in Wuhuan City for the elite competition. Ma Hongjun and Oscar hugged each other and wailed. We finally arrived. We almost died on the way. This was all thanks to Xiao Xi's Pope's order, but who would have thought that, Xiao Xi? You are actually the saintess of the Wuhuan Palace. Everyone laughed upon hearing this, but at that moment, Flinders stepped out and said, Did you think that arriving in Wuhuan City means you're safe? Oscar asked in confusion. No way, director. The Pope's Palace is right in Wuhuan City. Do they really dare to act in Wuhuan City? That's too blatant. Tang Xi patted Oscar's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, everyone. With me, Tang Xi, in the Spirit Hall, they won't dare to touch us. Xiao Wu happily said, You're the best, Xiao Xi. However, when it came to this, Tang Xi hesitated for a moment. But the others in the Spirit Hall might not be so sure. After all, I'm just a saintess without much real power. Compared to Douluo Hall or the Holy Sun Su, I'm not so certain. Ma Hongjun wailed again, no way. At this moment, Lu Erlong walked out from the balcony on the 2nd floor and asked, Xiao Xi, why did Bibi Dong accept you as her disciple? Lu Erlong was still bothered by the fact that Xiao Xi was Bibi Dong's disciple. Oscar also nodded enviously and said, Yeah, spill the beans. I really want to be the Pope's disciple too. Flinders shot a glance at Oscar. Your current teacher is still here. Tang Xi smiled foolishly, perhaps because I have a twin martial soul. Although the teacher seems indifferent on the surface, in reality, he is very thoughtful. Xiao Wu turned her head in dissatisfaction and snorted. That's not necessarily true. Lu Erlong, however, lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Tang San came out to liven up the atmosphere. All right, the finals will be held in 3 days, so let's focus on our training for now. For the next 3 days, everyone will primarily focus on cultivating their soul power to ensure they are in the best condition. Xiao Wu also timely broke through to level 40, and Lu Erlong took her to obtain a soul ring. The Spirit City is located at the foot of the mountain. Much smaller than Heaven-Do City, but its buildings are quite magnificent. The Hall of the Pope is built around a hill, with a roof shaped like a hexagram star. And above the Hall of the Pope is a legendary place known as the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall is much smaller than the Hall of the Pope, but is made of white jade bricks. The Spirit Hall is a place every Soul Master aspires to. Shui Qinghe brought the Soul Master team from the Heaven-Do Empire to a restaurant on the west side of the Spirit City. Xiao Wu also successfully obtained her 4th soul ring on the last day and arrived at the Spirit City. However, Lu Erlong had a strange expression on his face because Xiao Wu got separated from him while obtaining the soul ring, and when Lu Erlong saw Xiao Wu again, she had already obtained it. According to Xiao Wu, she happened to encounter a severely injured soul beast to obtain it, but at the time, everyone didn't pay much attention, except for Tang Xi, who looked at Xiao Wu with a knowing smile. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, and when a soul beast transforms into human form, it does not need to obtain a soul ring for the first 70 levels. It can automatically acquire the best configured soul ring based on its own cultivation. Later, the master arrived just in time before the competition to discuss some important notes regarding the tournament. A total of 32 teams will compete, and the order of the matches will be decided by a lottery system. After each team's participation, there will be a day of rest, and the top 3 teams selected will be sent to the Spirit Hall to compete for the final championship. It is said that the champion will receive a soul bone configuration. After a few hours, Shui Qinghe came to lead the captains of each Soul Master team to the lottery. When Dai Mubai returned, his expression was grave. The next opponent is the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire. The atmosphere around Dai Mubai was very tense. However, Zhu Zhuqing was different. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhu Zhuqing stood up and earnestly bowed to everyone, saying that this competition is extremely important for her and Mubai, and it even concerns their safety. She hoped everyone could give their all. Tang Xi hurriedly helped Zhu Zhuqing up, and just happened to catch a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing's fullness in front of her chest. Tang Xi then glanced at her own slightly curved chest, feeling that the touch would probably be very nice. Zhu Zhuqing felt a burning gaze on her, and immediately blushed. Turning her head away, Tang San added, "Big brother Dai, be more confident, we will definitely win." The Shrek 8 monsters exchanged glances and encouraged each other. Tang San placed his palm in the center, and Tang Xi also placed her palm on top of Tang San's. Then Xiao Wu asked her, and Ma Hongjun repeated the same action. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. The two were deeply moved and placed their hands on top as well. The 8 of them cheered each other on, shouting, "Victory is ours." Next, they arrived at the competition venue and coincidentally encountered the match of the Shenkei's Academy. To everyone's astonishment, there were actually 3 members from the Qihua Academy, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Yun, on the Shenkei's Academy team. Later, the master learned that the 2 academies had merged to form a new Shenkei's Academy team, and all members of the new team had reached the soul sovereign level in their soul power, significantly increasing their strength. Tang Xi sighed, saying it was undoubtedly a wise choice, as such a team at least had the strength to reach the top 3 in the finals. In the match between 77 and the Xingluo royal team, on the throne of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was holding her scepter, looking down at the final scene. When she saw Tang Xi appear, her expression immediately softened. It should be time for Xiao Xi to take the stage next, and she truly looked forward to what kind of surprises Xiao Xi would bring her this year. On the opposite team, from Tang Xi, there was a young man who appeared lazy throughout the match, with long golden hair draped behind him. Upon closer inspection, he had a hint of the demeanor of a higher-up, surprisingly resembling Dai Mubai by about 50%. Beside him stood a young girl with a very curvy figure, fair skin, and a constant smile at the corners of her mouth. She bore a resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, but with less coldness and more softness. With the command given, the entire Star-Do Academy battle team released their martial souls, and the soul power fluctuations from Zhu Zhuyan and Davis became more apparent. Let's surprise them. Davis's aura suddenly surged, his shoulders broadening, his body towering, and a charming smile appearing on his face. The Shrek team also arranged their formation and released their martial souls. But this time, Ning Rongrong surprisingly took the stage. The entire Shrek team had actually reached a strength level of over 40. The gazes of Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai Davis, and Zhu Zhuyan clashed fiercely in the air. The referee, standing in the middle, announced, "Start." As soon as those words were spoken, soul rings gradually descended around Tang Xi's waist with colors of yellow, purple, black, and black. The opposing team was suddenly taken aback. The third and fourth soul rings were already at the 10,000-year level. Bibi Dong was astonished by the age of Tang Xi's fourth soul ring, which likely exceeded 70,000 years. Bloodthirsty Peony, third soul skill, body weakening. The third 10,000-year soul ring around Tang Xi's waist activated, causing pale, pink peony flowers to bloom on the 7 people opposite. The body weakening, as the name suggests, is a group skill that weakens the body by 40, while also giving one person a body enhancement limit of 200. Tang Xi waved at Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu in front of her, both of whom were adorned with peonies. Their body enhancements were 60 and 40, respectively, with the first being strength and the second speed. With a delicate shout from Ning Rongrong, 2 pink beams of light entered Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai's bodies. Xiao Wu stepped forward, 1 foot on the ground, and kicked towards Davis's waist, catching him off guard and throwing him out. How is this possible? How could my body be so weak? Davis quickly stood up, feeling a bit of pain in his waist. He pinched his abdominal muscles and discovered that his original 8-pack had turned into a 6-pack. Davis felt as if he had been struck by lightning, glaring fiercely at Tang Xi. Her third soul skill actually made my 8-pack turn into a 6-pack. Where is the dignity of a man? But before Davis could think too much, Dai Mubai launched an attack on him. White Tiger Shield. A circle of golden light enveloped Davis, and Dai Mubai was pushed back a few steps before unleashing his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai's stature grew a bit taller, with attack, defense, and power increased by 100, along with Tang Xi's power boost of 60 and Ning Rongrong's boost of 30, bringing Dai Mubai's total power increase to 190. Dai Mubai easily broke through Davis's White Tiger Shield, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly moved forward, saving Davis just as Dai Mubai was about to strike him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward, her nails becoming sharp. Using ghostly puncture, Zhu Zhuqing attacked Zhu Zhuyan, who quickly reacted and turned to dodge, but her arm was still grazed a few times. Tang Xi smiled and activated the first soul ring skill of the bloodthirsty peony. Staggering steps. As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, a peony bloomed on Zhu Zhuyan's body, and her speed was reduced by 40, which was then fed back to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyan's speed slowed down significantly, and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with excitement as she quickly pounced on Zhu Zhuyan, leaving behind a shadow in the air as if she had instantly appeared behind Zhu Zhuyan. Ghostly claws. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws scratched around Zhu Zhuyan's body hundreds of times. The members of the Star Luo royal team, seeing this, thought about stepping forward to help. The 78th Spirit Hall team made their appearance. Tang San saw this and activated the 4th spirit ability of Blue Silvergrass. A flash of blue light appeared on the ground, and instantly, hundreds of thick blue silvergrasses grew up, tightly entangling the 5 members of the opposing team. The blue silver grass stretched upward for dozens of meters, along with a few seconds of dizziness effect. This was Tang San's latest research on the mutated 4th spirit ability, Blue Silver Spike. Then Tang San turned to Ma Hongjun behind him and shouted, "It's your turn, fatty." Ma Hongjun wiped his mouth, a smile on his face, and excitedly said, "Got it, third brother." Ma Hongjun unleashed his 4th spirit ability, Phoenix Crying in the Sky. The phoenix behind him soared into the sky, and wherever it passed, the ground erupted with scorching magma, causing the blue-silver grass to sway, enhancing the dizziness effect. Zhu Zhuyan quickly dodged and then approached Davis, combining with him to use their martial soul fusion technique. A flash of white light appeared in the air, and a massive, glowing red phantom white tiger emerged. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai exchanged smiles, holding hands and also transforming into the phantom white tiger. The 2 phantom white tigers stared at each other and began to tear into battle. Tang Xi launched her soul skill, Flexible Spiderweb, against the ghostly white tiger emitting red light. This was a soul skill she had created herself, with hundreds of flexible spider threads supported by the pillars around the soul arena, intertwining to form a dense web that restrained the ghostly white tiger. The other ghostly white tiger let out a roar and struck at the one glowing red with a powerful paw, sending shockwaves that forced Tang Xi to retract the web's binding. The ghostly white tiger collapsed, transforming into 2 human forms, Zhu Zhuyan and Davis. The other ghostly white tiger also dissipated, turning into Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. If that paw had struck their chest, the 2 on the ground would surely have lost their lives. However, Zhu Zhuqing's heart softened, as this was, after all, her elder sister. The referee looked on in surprise at the duel, thinking it ended too quickly. This match was won by the Shrek team. The Shrek team cheered, and after Zhu Zhiyun awkwardly got to her feet, she looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a complex expression, knowing she had just had a chance to kill her. Salus turned away with a cold snort, thinking that if it weren't for his Saintus, how could Shrek Academy have achieved victory? A girl with purple hair and green eyes approached Tang San to congratulate him, saying congratulations. This person was Douluo Yin, and her expression was somewhat serious. Next is my match against the Spirit Hall team in the finals. You all should watch closely to see how the legendary Spirit Hall team fights. A group passed by Shrek, and it was the Tiando Royal team. Yu Tianheng spoke with a dejected tone. I'm afraid it won't be long before we are knocked off the stage. Tang San's expression was serious. Could it be that the Spirit Hall is really that powerful? Tang Xi stretched lazily and walked over to pat Du Guyan's shoulder, reminding him that if he couldn't win, he should admit defeat quickly. They wouldn't go too hard on him because his grandfather was a titled law, but his companions might not be so lucky. This remark made Du Guyan feel a sense of dread, causing him to tremble slightly. The most exciting match was about to begin, featuring the Spirit Hall team versus the Star Luo Royal team. The Spirit Hall team slowly walked up, and the first 4 individuals were unfamiliar to the audience. As the Spirit Hall had only sent 3 teammates in the previous match and easily won. Among these 4, 2 were disciples of Pope Bibi Dong and part of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. The foremost of the 4 was a black-haired youth, his hair standing upright like steel wires. To his right was a girl with shoulder-length yellow hair and a good figure, and to his left was a red-haired boy. The 3 were Xieyu's younger sister Hulaina, and Yen. They appeared ordinary, but exuded a confident aura. At the back was a boy with dark purple-silver hair, emanating a mysterious presence, with eyes that were a mysterious dark red. He was Su Wen. Su Wen coldly glanced at Tang Xi in the audience, making her tremble all over. Upon seeing Tang Xi, Hulaina excitedly raised her hand to greet her. Hi, junior sister. This shout instantly ignited the audience, who turned to look at Tang Xi in unison. Tang Xi, saw what? Du Guyan exclaimed that Tang Xi was actually her junior apprentice, which meant that Yu Qianheng calmed down, realizing that Tang Xi was from the Spirit Hall. Huo Wu also saw what had just happened and pondered. Then why would someone from the Spirit Hall participate in a competition on a team from another academy? Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, sobbing, Sister, why did you call me? The crowd looked at Tang Xi with strange expressions, some with confusion, wondering why someone would be so foolish as to join the Shrek team when the resources of the Spirit Hall were so good. Then the others fell silent, as the next scene left them even more astonished. They saw the spirit rings of the Spirit Hall team being released. The first 4 people actually had 5 spirit rings each, which were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, the best spirit ring configuration. But what shocked them the most was that the spirit rings of the dark purple-haired, silver-haired boy were actually purple, purple, black, black, black. The first spirit ring was already at the 1,000-year level. This was too outrageous. The spirit power levels of the 4 in front were as follows. Su Wen, a 53rd level control system spirit master. Xieyuyu and Yen, both 52nd level assault system spirit masters. And Hulaina, a 51st level control system spirit master. The other 3 were also spirit masters in their 40s, but they were much weaker compared to the first 4. On the opposite side, Yu Qianheng was drenched in cold sweat. He felt an unspoken aura erupting from the boy as soon as he appeared, dignified and unapproachable. The match began. Su Wen gently raised his hand and expressionlessly activated his first spirit skill, Black Mist, centered on the Tiando Royal team with a loud bang. A mass of black mist spread out, enveloping the 7 people. Su Wen's first spirit skill had a strong corrosive effect, reducing all senses by 30. And any spirit master who stayed in this black mist for 5 minutes would surely die. Su Wen did this to hide his strength, and then Xieyuyu, holding a blood-red moon blade, walked in. One by one, figures fell within the black mist and were thrown off the stage, and in less than 3 minutes, the entire army was annihilated. Su Wen timely absorbed the black mist, but parts of the faces of the 7 on the opposite side were actually corroded away, revealing bones and flesh, a level of brutality that was hard to look at. Ning Rongrong felt nauseous and was trembling. Was she really going to fight against this group? Tang, she was also puzzled. As fellow time travelers, why was there such a big gap between her and Su Wen? Tang, she seems to have figured things out. The other party appears to have dual divine inheritances. Tang Xi Gai. This match was so exciting that it could completely overshadow the previous performance of the Shrek team. The Spirit Halls was filled with cheers. Next, the team leader represented the draw. After several matches, 6 teams successfully advanced, among which the Spirit Hall team was undoubtedly strong. And the Shrek team and the Divine team were also quite impressive, while the other 3 teams barely made the cut. All teams would rest for 3 days to recuperate, after which the final match would be held in the Spirit Hall. During these 3 days of recovery, Tang Xi was not idle, as she wanted to play with Shu Qinghe every day, which made Tang San so angry that he never gave Shu Qinghe a good face. Oscar comforted him from the side, saying, "Third brother, your sister will eventually get married one day." Tang San's expression darkened even more. He then called Tang Xi over again and again to give her a lecture, saying, "Sister, we need to be more discerning. At the very least, when looking for a boyfriend, you should find someone like your brother. Shu Qinghe is a good person, but he is the crown prince and will eventually become the emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. Tang San does not want his sister to step into that irretrievable royal struggle, and besides, emperors are often heartless." Tang San was increasingly dissatisfied with Shu Qinghe. "But Tang," she said with shining eyes, "but the crown prince is so handsome." Tang San spat blood. "Who is your royal brother, me or your real brother?" That night, Tang Xi secretly went to find Shu Qinghe to play. Shu Qinghe was reading by the window, and when he saw Tang Xi's figure from downstairs, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up, and his whole demeanor became gentle. Shu Qinghe didn't hesitate to go downstairs to find Tang Xi. As soon as Tang Xi saw Shu Qinghe, she made a funny face. Shu Qinghe was amused and directly asked, "You come looking for me like this. Aren't you afraid your brother will be angry?" Tang Xi shook her head, stepped forward, and hugged Shu Qinghe, smiling silly and saying, "It's okay, you don't say it." "I don't say it. My brother will know." Shu Qinghe rubbed Tang Xi's curly hair, feeling a softness in his heart. Tang Xi looked up when she felt the time was right and asked, "Brother Crown Prince, it's not easy for you to come to the Spirit Hall. You must want to see the teacher, right?" Tang Xi Zong. As soon as Shu Qinghe thought of her so-called mother, she fell silent. "I am her shame. She wouldn't want to see me." Tang Xi became anxious upon hearing this. That was the grudge from the previous life, and it shouldn't involve the next generation. The Crown Prince must have a lot to say to the teacher. Why not give it a try and express what's in your heart? Don't keep suppressing your emotions. Some misunderstandings shouldn't deepen until it's too late to regret after losing everything. After Tang Xi finished speaking, Shu Qinghe stared at her intently, watching Tang Xi feeling quite shy. "Ha ha." Shu Qinghe couldn't help but laugh, saying, "How can so many principles fit into that little head of yours?" As she laughed, Shu Qinghe's eyes began to moisten, and her heart felt warm. Sometimes, Shu Qinghe wondered why she couldn't have met Tang Xi earlier, but she was also grateful to have encountered such a girl in her lifetime, someone who illuminated her dark life like a ray of light, wanted to pull her out of the abyss. But if she weren't in the abyss, what ability would she have to protect the Spirit Hall and the girl in front of her? Tang Xi saw Shu Qinghe in tears and felt extremely heartbroken. She tiptoed and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corner of Shu Qinghe's eyes, saying, "Don't cry. You still have me. I will always stand by your side." Tang Xi knew that she could only live for 2 more months at most, so she urgently wanted to ease the relationship between Qian Renshua and teacher Bibi Dong, at least to the point where it wouldn't escalate to drawing swords against each other. Tang Xi seriously looked at Shu Qinghe and said, "Brother Prince, can you promise me one thing?" Shu Qinghe was extremely happy because it was the first time Tang Xi had made a request of her. Without hesitation, Shu Qinghe agreed. "What do you want?" "Brother Prince can get you anything. Soul bones, soul rings, power. Anything she possessed, she could give." Tang Xi tightly hugged Shu Qinghe. This embrace contained many reluctant emotions, just like a pair of friends about to part ways. 81 just ask you to be a little selfish. Tang Xi said slowly, "Prince brother, remember to treat yourself a little better. I know you carry the mission of the Spirit Hall and have many grievances in your heart. If it really becomes unbearable, just indulge in a venting session. Cherish the person in front of you, especially your grandfather. In the future, when Prince Brother inherits the divine position, what you will possess is not the supreme cultivation, but endless loneliness." At this point, Tang Xi pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of anything else to say. She let out a big sigh and said, "Let's leave it at that for now. I haven't thought of anything else." Shu Qinghe looked at Tang Xi in a daze and then smiled helplessly. "Xiao Xi, why do I feel like you're arranging my affairs?" "Tang Xi, it's just about making arrangements for the future QWQ." However, Shu Qinghe felt a bit choked up and said, "Thank you, Xiao Xi, really. You don't have to think of everything for me. You can think of yourself too. As long as it's what you want, I can give it to you. Just ask you to be a little selfish." Tang Xi thought for a moment and suddenly realized, "Oh, I got it. Then Brother Crown Prince should never forget Xiao Xi." Tang Xi knew that the lifespan of a god was very long. With Su Wen around, Qian Renxue would not end up with a shattered divine position. She just wanted Qian Renxue to remember her, to leave a trace of her existence in this world. Shueqing's eyes turned red. What kind of wish was this? How could she possibly forget the most important person in her life? How could that be? The next morning, the Shrek team arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, and there were 6 other teams present as well. Pope Bibi Dong looked down at the gathered crowd from the Pope's Hall. When she saw Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong holding hands, she couldn't help but tighten her grip on the staff, a surge of anger rising in her heart. After Bibi Dong delivered a lengthy opening speech, she slowly mentioned the rewards for the ultimate champion. She said this time, the champion will receive 2 soul bones that are over 10,000 years old, the left leg bone of rapid advance and the right arm bone of explosive flame. With a wave of her left hand, the 2 soul bones appeared before everyone's eyes, and the crowd was astonished. They were rare soul bones, and they were both of the 10,000-year level. The Spirit Hall was truly generous this time. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Tang Xi looked at her in shock. How is this different from the original story? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 soul bones? There was also the Skull of Wisdom, which condensed the spirit. Tang Xi suppressed her doubts in her heart, as the drawing competition for elimination was about to begin. Each team sent 1 member to compete in individual matches to select the top 3 teams. The Shrek team voluntarily conceded in the individual matches, clearly wanting to avoid facing the Spirit Hall team, and then competed against the Shun Kong Academy for the last qualifying spot. However, this time, Tang Xi did not participate. Instead, the Shrek team formation was exactly the same as in the original work, and they showcased the awe-inspiring 7-person fusion spirit skill. In the end, the top 3 teams were the Shrek team, the Spirit Hall team, and an unknown team. The final champion results would be announced in tomorrow's competition. When Bibi Dong announced the results of today's matches, she specifically emphasized that Yu Xiaojiang held the title of Elder Yu in the Spirit Hall. This remark sparked discussions among the crowd. How could a soul master with only level 29 still be an elder of the Spirit Hall? Generally, the elders of the Spirit Hall are not only at the title Douluo level, but also need to have made outstanding contributions to the Spirit Hall. How could someone like Yu Xiaojiang possibly be an elder of the Spirit Hall? Tang Xi felt helpless. In the end, the teacher couldn't escape the word love. The master had already found a new girlfriend, but the teacher was still maintaining a relationship with her ex-boyfriend. What should she do? However, it wasn't long before Bibi Dong's gaze turned to Tang Xi, emphasizing that Tang Xi was the saint of their Spirit Hall, and anyone who dared to bully her would be opposing the Spirit Hall. Such blatant favoritism. Tang Xi cast a brilliant smile at Bibi Dong. This gesture improved Bibi Dong's impression in Xiao Wu's heart a little. It seemed that Bibi Dong wasn't as cold and heartless as she appeared, but someone who had absorbed their mother's spirit ring was still quite detestable. 82. Prelude to the battle that night. The Shrek 8 monsters gathered together to discuss strategies. Tang Xi was the first to speak. From my understanding of the Golden Generation, Gulaina and Xiaoyu have not revealed their martial soul fusion skill yet. They must be saving it for the final battle as a trump card. Ma Hongjun disagreed and said, "Come on, we have our trump cards too. It's just you and the 3rd brother." Ma Hongjun's gaze shifted between Tang San and Tang Xi, and Oscar nodded in agreement. "Yeah, with you 2 siblings as our trump card, what do we have to fear from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xi was deep in thought, always feeling that things were far from as simple as they seemed, especially regarding that Su Wen. Ning Rongrong was puzzled and asked Xiao Shi, "Why do you always care so much about that Su Wen?" Tang Xi's gaze instantly became sharp. Su Wen's age is similar to mine, but his soul power level is 53, and his first soul ring is 1,000 years old. Tang San patted Tang Xi's shoulder and comforted her. "So what? As long as our Shrek 8 monsters are here, we have nothing to fear. We just need to move forward with determination." Indeed, Tang Xi sighed, realizing she had been thinking too much. Tang San raised his right hand as he spoke, and immediately the other 7 followed his action. 8 hands were stacked together, and everyone shouted in unison, "Victory!" The next day, the Shrek 8 monsters stood ready under the leadership of Yu Xiaojiang as they walked out of the door. Even the usually laid-back Flender was much more serious. As the Shrek 8 monsters walked down the street, they attracted a lot of attention. Although their outfits were covered in advertisements, no one mocked them. Those who made it to the finals of the elite competition in the Advanced Academy were all there based on their strength. Originally, the competition only allowed 7 members from each team to participate, but with Tang Xi's involvement, both teams would end up with 8 members. The Shrek 8 monsters were whole and inseparable. Each member of the Shrek team had a serious expression, and even the air felt quieter. The sunlight shone on the gate of the Spirit Hall, and the residual light fell on the 8 of them. With each step, they took up the stone stairs. Their determination for victory grew stronger. The gate of the Spirit Hall opened, and standing on the stairs were the 8 members of the Spirit Hall team. A chilling and cold aura burst forth in that instant, especially the coldness emanating from Su Wen. The pace of the Shrek 8 monsters became sluggish. The captain, Xie, spoke, "I admire that you come this far, but the difference in soul power is insurmountable." Shrek's captain, Dai Mu Bai, was equally imposing as he stepped forward firmly. "How can you draw a conclusion without even trying?" Hulaina's gaze paused on Tang Xi, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. "My dear junior sister, I won't go easy on you." Tang Xi responded with a smile, saying that mercy may not only come from a senior sister, but also from me. Su Wen's eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed on Tang Xi, and Tang San keenly sensed this, walking directly to stand in front of Tang Xi, returning Su Wen's gaze with sharp eyes. Su Wen's brows furrowed tightly, his fists clenched, and he secretly thought, "Tang San, one day I will kill you." On the towering Pope's palace, the immensely revered Pope Bibi Dong also focused all her attention on this match. Several titled Douluos took their seats in succession, and Tang Hao was secretly observing from a corner. Under the leadership of the red-clothed Pope, each battle team returned to their respective positions. The Shrek team and the Wuhuan Hall team exchanged fierce glares in the air, spreading a smell of gunpowder. "Prepare." As the red-clothed Pope spoke, everyone had already taken up their battle stances, but as Tang Xi scanned each titled Douluo present, she felt that something was off. The match began. The red-clothed Pope had stepped aside, leaving space for the 2 teams to fight. 83 Wuhuan Hall team versus Shrek's 8 monsters. 1 Tang Xi's 4 soul rings around her waist flickered in a regular pattern. First the 4 soul ring, then black, purple, and yellow. Behind Tang Xi was a blooming giant peony, its petals a light pink, but the heart of the flower had turned deep red, surrounded by slender white threads. Looking at the 8 members of the Spirit Hall opposite, Hulaina's spirit was a fox, Yan's spirit was a flame lord, Xieyu's spirit was a moonblade, while Su Wen's spirit was an eerie mass of black mist, dark type. Unlike the original story, where Hulaina took the first move to charm the opponent, Su Wen stepped forward and raised his hand to unleash his first soul skill, spreading the black mist, accompanied by a loud boom. A mass of black mist spread out in the center of the arena, carrying a severe corrosive effect. An ordinary soul master would turn into a puddle of pus after just 5 minutes inside. Not long after, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar experienced intense burning sensations on their skin, but Tang Xi and the others, with their strong physiques, suffered less damage. Tang San shouted at Oscar, "Oscar, quickly make the sausages." "Okay." Oscar's palm glowed with yellow light, quickly producing 8 identical flying mushroom sausages. The Shrek 8 monsters each took a sausage. But only Tang Xi put the sausage away and instead directly released the blood phoenix butterfly soul bone. With a thought from Tang Xi, huge blood-red butterfly wings spread out behind her. Each time the wings flapped, red light spots would fall, and these light spots were enough to erode a person. Tang Xi soared into the sky, leaving the black mist behind, and the other 7 were astonished at the wings behind her. While the other 7 had blue wings, Tang Xi's were blood-red butterfly wings. She smiled and said nothing, instead directing her gaze towards the Spirit Hall battle team below. But particularly surprised was Tang San, who possessed an external spirit bone, could easily recognize those butterfly wings. They were clearly external spirit bones. But why did his sister hide the fact that she had a spirit bone? Why did she keep it a secret until this duel? Yu Xiaojiang was even more shocked. External spirit bones. At the same time, Hulaina, Xieyue, and Yin were also astonished. A soul master at over level 40 actually had 2 spirit bones. Tang Xi is truly a genius, or even a prodigy, but compared to Su Wenyu, he still falls a bit short. Su Wenyu had long been aware that Tang Xi's external soul bone wasn't that surprising. Instead, he scoffed disdainfully and said, "Do you really think that having the ability to fly means you can escape my black mist? That's a huge misunderstanding." Tang San used his purple extreme magic eye to notice the anomaly in the black mist and immediately turned his head to shout, "Watch out for the black mist." Before they could react, black blades formed rapidly within the mist, charging towards the Shrek 7 devils. The targets of the blades were clearly the ones with the lowest defense. Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was startled and dodged, but still got slashed. However, it was far from enough, as there was not just one blade. 4 or 5 blades simultaneously emerged from the black mist, all aimed directly at the defenseless Ning Rongrong and Oscar. In a moment of panic, Ma Hongjun spat out a burst of flames, but the flames did not harm the blades at all. After a minute, The black mist dissipated, and the flying mushroom sausage's flight time was also over. Tang San used his blue silver grass to catch the 7 of them. With only Tang Xi still flying in the air. However, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had multiple wounds from the blade slashes, causing them unbearable pain. Xiao Wu rushed over first. Worried, "How are you, Rongrong?" Zhu Zhuqing was struggling to stand. Her head felt dizzy, and she was unsteady until Dai Mubai supported her, asking, "Zhuqing, how are you?" Dai Mubai also looked worried. The Spirit Hall team was laughing uproariously. They couldn't even withstand Su Wen's first soul skill. What ability do they have to stand on this soul fighting platform? The Shrek members had serious expressions, filled with resentment, and even Ning Rongrong and Oscar held hands, forcing themselves to stand up. Until the last moment, Shrek would never admit defeat. Ning Rongrong shouted firmly, and the other 6 supported each other, resolutely looking towards the Spear Hall team. Even Hulaina seemed somewhat shaken. It was truly remarkable for such a group of people to make it this far. Tang Xi curled her lips and said, "What's wrong? Have you all forgotten about my existence?" Tang Xi was flying in midair, and the peony flower in her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. As the light spread, Tang Xi's 4th 10,000-year soul ring began to shine even brighter. The 4th soul skill of the blood peony, Holy Light of Healing. The intense golden light was so piercing that the people below couldn't open their eyes. As the golden light fell on the members of Shrek, the wounds on each person rapidly healed, and they could feel their strength restored. The soul skill from the 4th soul ring could heal everything, no matter how severe the injuries were. This was the divine gift of the soul ring. Su Wen was filled with shock. The awe brought by that 4th soul ring, the inviolable sacred majesty, was undoubtedly the divine gift of the soul ring. Ning Rongrong looked happily at her healed wounds, and the 7 of them exchanged smiles before quickly entering combat mode again. Xiaoyu glanced at his companions with caution and softly said, "Proceed as planned." Yin raised his fist and charged towards Tang San, while the last support teammate of the Spirit Hall battle team cast the light of support on Yin, making his speed even faster. Tang San was forced to retreat to the side, using blue-silver grass to entangle Yin, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Yan's astonishing impact. The other 3 teammates from the Spirit Hall directly surrounded the remaining 6 from Shrek and launched an attack. Dai Mubai chuckled. "These 3 Spirit Grandmasters dare to capture us 6 Spirit Grandmasters?" The White Tiger spirit behind Dai Mubai expanded, doubling in size, as both the White Tiger Barrier and White Tiger King Kong activated, enhancing his strength, defense, and speed by a factor of 2. One was strength, and the other was speed. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were joining hands to take down one of the Spirit Grandmasters when Hulaina gracefully turned and stepped in front of the teammate who was about to be attacked. A faint pink glow flashed, making Hulaina even more beautiful, causing even Ma Hongjun to lose his composure. Can you really bring yourself to attack me?" Hulaina's cool, mature voice rang out, even making Tang Xi blush for a moment. Xiao Wu wasn't affected, but Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were all stunned for quite a while. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away in displeasure, snorting, "All men are the same." Tang San noticed the scene here and shouted, "Don't look at her." As Tang San spoke, Yin had already arrived in front of him, and scorching magma spewed out from the ground. Tang San quickly used his Xianyu hand to block Yan's double punches. At level 52, the Battle Spirit King, Yin was truly strong. After a few exchanges, Tang San found himself unable to counterattack. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu swiftly swung his moon blade towards his sister Hulaina's back, while a beam of auxiliary light shot towards Xiaoyu. The moment Xiaoyu collided with Hulaina, a red glow appeared. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the red light enveloped the two, and at the center of Hulaina and Xiaoyu, a large pink mist began to spread, directly enveloping the 6 members of the Shrek 8 monsters. Excluding Tang San and Tang Xi, an androgynous figure emerged from the mist, holding the moon blade in both hands. This was the martial soul fusion technique of Hulaina and Xiaoyu, charming demon. Within the pink mist, everyone's senses were reduced by 50, and all attributes were also decreased by 50. The martial soul fusion technique of Hulaina and Xiaoyu dealt with 6 members of the Shrek 8 monsters, leaving the other 2 to be handled by Su Wen and Yin, which was the best solution. This was something Tang Xi never expected, but at that moment, she was engaged in a struggle with Su Wen. In the pink mist, the 6 felt their bodies become much heavier, making even the simplest movements difficult, and they even lost their sight, unable to see anything clearly. Ma Hongjun panicked, and even Dai Mubai was very tense. Enduring the fear of this unknown danger was an excruciating process. Xiao Wu pinched her legs, constantly reminding herself to stay alert. As her third brother and Xiao, she were still fighting outside. However, Oscar and Ning Rongrong could no longer hold on. Oscar didn't have enough soul power to quickly create flying mushroom sausages and could only create excited pink sausages as a fallback. Hee, can you see us? The bizarre figure of charming demon flickered within the mist, and with a swift movement, it had already taken down Oscar. Su Wen had mentioned, never underestimate the role of food-type soul masters. The first to be dealt with should be food-type and auxiliary-type soul masters. Screams echoed continuously in the mist. One figure after another fell, and Yu Xiaojiang, unable to bear it, dared not look at the state of the match any longer. Tang San was also forced to use the 8 spider lances. 8 thick and ugly long legs grew out from his back, colored in a deep purple-black. The legs were divided into 2 segments, with sharp and incredibly hard spider stingers at the top. The magma erupting from the ground blocked Tang San's path, and as Yan was about to strike him with a punch, Tang San used the blue-silver cage to thwart Yan's attack. On the other hand, Tang Xi, having the ability to fly, forced Su Wen to rely on throwing out fog blades to subdue himself, so Tang Xi was constantly dodging the attacks of the fog blades. As the pink fog dissipated, 6 of the Shrek 8 monsters were severely injured and lying on the ground, revealing the enchanting figure of a fusion between Hulayina and Xiaoyu. The enchanting voice, neither male nor female, echoed. I never expected Tang San's soul bone to be so powerful. Let's use that move to defeat Tang San. And then my junior sister, Xiao, she won't have anything to fear. The enchanting figure connected the 2 moon blades held in both hands to form a full moon, placing it behind her. Tang San, you are honored to witness my move. With that, the enchanting figure spun around, and the full moon formed by the combination of the 2 moon blades created a powerful tornado in the air. Tang Xi's eyes lit up. Now's the time. The 4th soul skill of the lifeline, puppet. The enchanting figure was ensnared by numerous threads, with a pair of enormous phantom hands controlling its movements. Tang Xi's 4th soul skill could control others, but the soul power level of the enchanting figure, due to the martial soul fusion skill, could reach over 60. Therefore, Tang Xi could only control the enchanting figure for about 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds were enough. Tang Xi controlled the enchanting figure to spin the moon round into a tornado and attack the other members of the Spirit Hall battle team. Tang Xi's face was pale, clearly drained of soul power, but she had an absolute advantage flying in mid-air, making it difficult for ordinary people to attack her. Tang Xi first controlled the demon to attack Su Wen, who kept dodging. He never expected that Tang Xi actually had a trump card. However, Su Wen couldn't attack his own teammate, so he could only keep dodging. Nonetheless, he was still attacked invisibly, with traces of injuries on his arms, back, and face. The demon shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? I can't control my own body." Tang Xi's reversal left everyone on the scene utterly shocked. To have the ability to control others with a soul skill is an incredible soul skill. Even Bibi Dong looked astonished, but alas, talent is often envied by heaven. However, Tang Xi had another surprising move that amazed the crowd. 86 Spirit Hall Battle Team versus Shrek 8 Monsters 4. Tang Xi controlled the enchanting spirit with one hand while using her 2nd soul skill, Flexible Spider Silk, Entangle, with the other. Hundreds of spider silk threads wrapped around the 4 Soul Hall team members who were about to dodge. The 4 members struggled desperately, but it was futile as they watched the enchanting spirit attack them. The sounds of screams echoed on the soul fighting platform, and at the last moment when all 4 Soul Hall members fell, Tang Xi finally couldn't hold on and fell from the air. Seeing this, Tang San immediately ran over and embraced Tang Xi. The demon charm also automatically dissipated the martial soul fusion skill due to excessive consumption of soul power, returning to Hulayina and Xiaoyu. However, both of them were panting heavily and clearly had no strength left to fight. Thus, on the battlefield, there were still Su Wen, Yin, Tang Xi, and Tang San. But Tang Xi had obviously exhausted too much energy. As long as they could take down Tang San, the championship would belong to the Spear Hall. Tang San looked at his sister with a pained expression and asked, "Don't try too hard. It will hurt your heart. Just leave it to your brother." Tang Xi's lips bled, the blood flowing like a small snake winding and twisting. Her face pale, as if she might leave this world at any moment. "I'm fine, brother. I can still go on." Tang Xi stood up trembling, pain surging in her chest, making it much harder to breathe. But the duel wasn't over yet. Bloodthirsty Peony's 2nd soul skill, Soul Power Extraction, Tang Xi's soul power exploitation can steal 30 points of soul power from others and return it to herself. But there is no limit to the number of people from whom she can exploit soul power. It can be done by multiple people. The peony blooms on Su Wen and Yan's arms, and Su Wen clearly feels his soul power rapidly depleting. The peony then withers, and Tang Xi's complexion becomes much rosier. The soul power returned from the two individuals means that Tang Xi has restored her soul power to 60. Tang Xi spread her blood-red butterfly wings again and flew in midair. Brother, the next part is up to us too. Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze became sharp. The glory of Shrek will be entrusted to the two of us. Tang Xi Fei was suspended in midair, her beauty striking, with a sickly complexion and the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth adding a broken sense of beauty to her. I suppose you haven't seen my soul bone and soul skill yet. Tang Xi smiled faintly, and centered around her, a red halo emerged from the ground. The halo flashed by, and immediately hundreds of peonies grew simultaneously. Accompanied by the blooming of the peonies, a wave of captivating fragrance wafted through the air, enchanting the senses. The floral scent was mesmerizing. Tang Xi's floral fragrance illusion can cause a person to lose all 5 senses: hearing, sight, smell, taste, and touch. However, Tang San possesses the purple extreme magic eye, allowing him to see and control the blue silvergrass that parasitizes on Yen. He then strikes Yen with the Hao Yen hammer. And without his senses, Yen is overwhelmed with panic and can only attack mindlessly. But Tang San takes advantage of this. One hammer strikes Yen's neck, another hits his lower back, and a third strikes his chin. With a thud, Yen is sent flying 10 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hulaina and Xie want to rush and help, but they have no soul power and cannot assist. Hulaina feels guilty, realizing she was careless. Su Wen stands still, making no move, but coldly laughs and says, Tang Xi, don't blame me. I didn't want to use that move either. The battle between the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek 8 monsters continues. The black mist beside Su Wen gradually thickens as Tang San slowly walks in front of Su Wen. The 8 spider lances behind him are restless, with 8 spider-like legs lunging toward Su Wen. However, at the moment the legs touch the black mist, they tremble violently, and the mist directly erodes the upper halves of the 8 legs. Su Wen's second soul skill, Dark Dissolution, can dissolve anything. Soul skills can be countered, and solid objects can be dissolved as well. Tang San let out a gloomy cold grunt. Sweat droplets ran down his cheeks from his forehead. In that moment, he felt as if death itself was approaching, and the fear of being on the brink of death still lingered in his heart. However, as the pain of the soul bone being eroded came one after another, he cried out, ah. Tang San screamed in agony, and even Dugu Bo couldn't bear to watch. The soul bone was like a bone growing on a person's body, and the feeling of being eroded was the most painful. Su Wen smiled coldly, his icy gaze directed at Tang Xi, indicating that this was far from enough. Surrounding Su Wen were numerous black spheres made of black mist, and soon the 5th soul ring at his waist began to tremble continuously. 5th soul skill, Dark Sphere Explosion. Tang Xi watched as the black sphere approached her, a sense of crisis that she had never felt before rolling in her heart. At that moment, she really wanted to escape, her pupils widening. Suddenly, one black sphere exploded, followed by a series of explosions from the other black spheres. A massive dark light engulfed Tang Xi, and it seemed as if that light wanted to tear her apart. As the black mist dispersed, pits appeared on the battle soul platform, showcasing the power of the previous strike. Tang Xi, Shui Qinghe couldn't contain his urge to save her, but he was stopped by the red-clothed leader. The match isn't over yet. Please, Your Highness, restrain yourself, the red-clothed leader reminded him, leaving Shui Qinghe to clench his fists tightly, unwilling to look away. Puff! Tang Xi spat out blood and fell straight down from the sky. Her blood-red butterfly wings were also shattered. Bang! Tang Xi fell to the ground, and the immense impact brought a pain that felt as if her internal organs were shattered. Tang San had already collapsed in a pool of blood, unconscious, but miraculously, golden light was emerging from Tang Xi, healing her wounds. That was the divine blessing bestowed by the angel god. No matter how severe the injuries were, a trace of the angel god's power could heal them. Tang Xi stood up stubbornly, showing no signs of wanting to give up. Su Wen frowned and walked step by step towards Tang Xi, asking if she still wouldn't admit defeat, even in this state. Bai Dong turned her head away. Tang Xi's clothes were already stained red with blood, yet she still managed to stand up, swaying unsteadily. Her resilient appearance was truly moving. The blood on Tang Xi's forehead obscured her vision, and she felt pain all over her body, as if her bones were separating and her heart was breaking. Su Wen, you are always so arrogant. Tang, she raised her head and smiled stubbornly. The white lines surrounding her transformed into thin and sharp threads, which, under Tang Xi's activation, pierced towards Su Wen's wrists and the tendons of his limbs. First soul skill, be venom needle threads. Tang Xi weakly shouted this sentence, and her mind began to become unclear. Su Wen snorted coldly, thinking it would be fine to use his second soul skill to dissolve it. But the needle suddenly exploded as it passed through the black mist in Su Wen's palm. The needle was hiding explosives, and the power of that explosion was no less than his fifth soul skill. Su Wen's pupils widened, seemingly unable to believe this result. He truly underestimated her. Tang, she was not just a soul master, but also a scientist who had won various national awards. When the explosives detonated near Su Wen's heart, the immense shockwave sent him flying over 10 meters, severely damaging his internal organs. Tang Xi finally couldn't hold on any longer when she saw Su Wen fall to the ground, closing her eyes and fainting completely. Su Wen also lost consciousness in that explosion. The scene was chaotic, with members of both teams losing their awareness, but the champion had yet to be determined. Bibi Dong struck the ground fiercely with her staff and said calmly, "Both teams have exhausted all their efforts and can no longer fight. So I declare these two teams as joint champions. Each team will receive one soul bone." Is there anyone who doubts this? Announcement: the story will be officially published on October 1st. I'm a bit rushed and haven't prepared much, but I will release several chapters in a burst over the next few days, followed by 2 updates daily. By the time of the high school entrance exams, I plan to update once a day. I aim to finish writing the conclusion by the winter break and complete the updates before the summer vacation of 2023. During that time, I'll be in my senior year and won't have much time to write. QEQ after the official release. There may be many readers who abandon the story, but that's okay. I don't mind if you go to other sites to read. But I hope you can leave comments or recommendation votes so that I know there's still people reading. Thank you to all the lovely readers for your ongoing support. I honestly didn't expect this book, which I wrote casually, to become popular. I will read all your comments seriously, but I can't reply promptly because I can't bring my phone to school. I have a rough idea of the characters' endings. The process might be a bit painful, but the main characters will remain as beloved and strong individuals. Bibi Dong and Qianren Xue are my favorite characters in the story, and they cannot die. As for Qian Daolu, I'm still considering it. Regarding the male and female leads, the anticipated chasing the wife to the crematorium scene will happen. I don't really feel the earlier pain. The most excessive thing the male lead does is restrict the female lead's freedom. If you don't like this novel, please click the exit button on the left. If you don't love it, please don't hurt it, and don't give it a bad review, because seeing bad reviews is really disheartening. Alright, having said that, those who can read this chapter are undoubtedly true fans, so I hope you don't mind leaving a comment or recommendation vote. I will work hard to write. Try to reach the grand conclusion before the winter break. 88 No one spoke, and no one questioned the Pope Bibidong's decision. Nor did anyone think the result of this match was inappropriate, as this duel surpassed any spectacular duel in the Douluo Continent. This duel vividly demonstrated what the spirit of a duel means. Never give up as long as there is breath left. The Shrek team immediately surrounded Tang Xi and Tang San, along with the other members of Shrek Academy. Bibi Dong came down with 2 elders, and Ning Fengji immediately stepped forward to use the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. But the injuries on the field were far more complicated than Ning Fengji had imagined. He suggested to Pope Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, both teams have sustained severe injuries and may need 2 days to recover their consciousness." Bibi Dong frowned, but did not take her eyes off Tang Xi. Finally, she sighed and instructed Yue Guan and Guimei, "Send the order down to dispatch the best healing soul masters from the Spirit Hall to heal them. The award ceremony will be postponed until the day after tomorrow." 1 day later, Bibi Dong stood by Su Wen's bedside for a long time. When Su Wen woke up, Bibi Dong coldly snorted, "You finally woke up?" When Su Wen opened his eyes, he felt intense pain throughout his body, but his first thought was, "Teacher, who is the champion this time?" Su Wen asked eagerly, cursing himself for being led astray by Tang Xi and ultimately fainting. Bibi Dong sighed and said, "You and Tang Xi both push yourselves too hard. The final champions are our Spirit Hall team and the Shrek team." Su Wen nearly spat blood, feeling increasingly resentful towards Tang Xi. How could Shrek win the championship like this? Bibi Dong shot an unhappy glance at Su Wen and quietly said, "Su Wen, I never wanted you to be at odds with Tang Xi because of the Spirit Hall." Su Wen lowered his head, fists clenched tightly. "Teacher, Tang, she might become our enemy. As long as she stand with the spirit hall, I won't do anything to her, but as long as... Enough. Bibi Dong interrupted angrily. You say a dying person could be the enemy of the spirit hall? How is that possible? Every word from Bibi Dong struck Su Wen's heart, buzzing in his mind. Echoing the words, dying person. Su Wen's face showed panic for the first time. Tang, she is a dying person? That's impossible. Teacher. It can't be. Bibi Dong coldly snorted, determined to reveal the truth. Tang, she should have lived since birth. It's only because of the existence of the seven treasures glazed heart that she has managed to live for an additional 25 years. However, the seven treasures glazed heart is extremely fragile, and over the years of soul master training, Tang Xi's heart has become severely damaged. She can only hold on for another 2 months at most. Bibidong's face was full of worry as she expressed her final request. This is the truth that Tang, she didn't want me to tell you. Now that I've said it, it's to ensure you treat Tang, she well in these last 2 months. After saying this, Bibi Dong left, leaving only Su Wen in silent sorrow. Su Wen's eyes reddened, filled with astonishment. At that moment, all he thought was that the teacher must be lying. How could Tang Xi die so easily? He had done so many excessive things to her before. Su Wen was overwhelmed with guilt and shame. 89 expectation for the future. When Tang Xi woke up, there were many figures by the bedside. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look, only to find a larger version of Ma Hongjuan's chubby face suddenly appearing in front of her. Xiao Xi, are you feeling better? Tang Xi couldn't help but scream, ah. Ma Hongjun was also startled and stepped back a few steps. Xiao Wu rushed over upon hearing the sound and immediately pulled Ma Hongjun to Tang Xi's side, joyfully saying, Xiao Xi, you're finally awake. Tang Xi weakly sat up, feeling dizzy, and immediately fell back down. With each of Tang Xi's movements, her heart ached painfully. It was better to lie down. Standing behind the crowd, Tang San couldn't hold back his tears any longer upon hearing this. Dai Mubai walked over to comfort him, saying, Don't blame yourself. Isn't Xiao Xi fine? Xiao Xi, I heard you showcased great power in that duel and knocked Su Wen out with just one move, but unfortunately, we all passed out. I'm sorry. Oscar's voice trailed off, becoming subdued. Ning Rongrong also fell silent, feeling for the first time how useless she was as a support-type soul master. Even Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, but her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Tang, she was instantly bewildered by the somber atmosphere. However, Tang, she said slowly, a faint smile on her lips. Without everyone's joint effort, we wouldn't have made it to this final step. Even if we didn't win the championship, that's okay. At least we tried our best. Also, luckily everyone fainted otherwise. Su Wen's fifth soul skill would have knocked everyone out for a few days and nights. It's fine for me to get a little hurt since I'm strong and healthy. Tang Xi's words were like the warm light of spring, warming everyone up, and everyone was smiling joyfully. Yes, little Xi, you're right, Xiao Wu said playfully, hugging Tang Xi tightly, making her neck hurt. Ha! Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh, and her heart was instantly relieved. The Shrek 8 monsters were one entity, and everyone was an important member. Ha! But Tang Xi, I need to correct you on one thing. We Shrek are champions, tied with the Spirit Hall as champions. Ningrongrong desit. Tang Xi was surprised. Such a move is possible. That's great. The glory of Shrek belongs to us. Ha 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 ha. The room was filled with laughter and joy. Even the downcast Tang San wiped away his tears and smiled, secretly vowing in his heart. Sister, wait for me. By the age of 25, I will definitely become a god and find a way to extend life. Only by becoming a god can I have enough power to protect my sister. Su Wen, their feud has been established. In the blink of an eye, we are about to graduate. Has everyone decided where to go? Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with hope for the future, even though she knew she had no future. She was already content. Dai Mubai walked to Zhu Zhuqing's side and exchanged a smile with her. Both Zhu Zhuqing and I are from the Douluo Empire. And now I also have the right to compete for the throne with my elder brother. So later, I will return to the Douluo Empire with Zhu Zhuqing. After all, we have been away from home for a long time. Zhu Zhuqing smiled, and she also began to look forward to a bright future. Then Oscar spoke up. As for me, of course, I want to follow Rongrong. Wherever Rongrong goes, I will go. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face turned bright red, which made everyone laugh. Then everyone naturally turned their gaze to Ma Hongjun, who felt a bit shy under their scrutiny, and said, As for me, I prefer freedom. Of course, I want to travel the world in the future. Finally, it was Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu shyly hid behind Tang San and said, I just want to be with Sangu and Xiao Xi. Tang San smiled helplessly and said, My current plan is to first search for my father. Nini instructed. Tang Xi listened carefully as everyone talked about their beautiful future, but unfortunately, she realized that she would no longer be a part of it. Thinking of this, Tang Xi immediately felt restless and seriously said to everyone, "First, to Dai Mubai, big brother Dai, you must not fool around anymore. Don't think about bullying our Zhu Qing again. If you really want to be with her seriously, you need to treat her with all your heart." Xiao Shi, Zhu Qing looked at Tang Xi with a moved expression, instantly feeling that it was fine not to have Dai Mubai. Having Tang Xi as a sister was 100 times better. "Yes, I will, Xiao Shi. Zhu Qing is the most important part of my life, and from now on, I will treat her twice as well," Dai Mubai promised solemnly. And then he and Zhu Qing gazed at each other affectionately, starting their sweet moments. Tang, she could only facepalm helplessly. Then, Tang, she turned her attention to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, also speaking earnestly. "Since you two have already confirmed your feelings for each other, don't let any obstacles separate you. Oscar, if you like Rongrong, you need to strive to protect her, because only a strong attack-type Soul Master can truly protect a fragile support-type Soul Master." Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Xi in surprise. Did Xiao Shi know the rules of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? The rule is that the partners of inner disciples must be strong attack-type Soul Masters. "Xiao Shi, I will. I really like Rongrong." Oscar smiled at Ning Rongrong, who was extremely shy. "Tang Xi, I really want to explode, but I still don't understand what she means." "Forget it." Tang Xi is feeling discouraged. Then she shifted her gaze to Ma Hongjun, who instinctively stood up straight when he noticed Tang Xi looking at him. "Fatty, sigh." Tang Xi sighed and then continued, "Anyway, you must listen to me and take your training seriously in the future. You absolutely cannot be lazy. Otherwise, it will lead to lifelong regrets." Ma Hongjun was smiling and nodding, but in reality, he was just letting it go in one ear and out the other, saying, Okay. Tang Xi, I'm so angry. I'm having a heart attack." Then Xiao Wu looked at Tang Xi with bright eyes, and Tang Xi asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Xiao Wu Jia?" Xiao Wu was puzzled, then got angry. Xiao Shi, you actually have nothing to say to me." "Sigh, Xiao Wu Jia, please don't cry." Tang Xi panicked and immediately stepped forward to comfort her, while Xiao Wu angrily turned around, looking silly. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, the group packed up and headed to the Papal Palace, as the award ceremony day had arrived. However, it was also a day of worry for Tang Xi, as Xiao Wu might expose her identity. She feared that Su Wen might sabotage her good fortune, but fortunately, she still had one last trump card. When the Shrek team arrived at the Papal Palace, the others from Spirit Hall were already there, along with several titled Douluos. Pope Bibi Dong stood up gracefully in the center, with a red-clad priestess holding a red brocade plate containing 2 gleaming soul bones. Upon seeing Tang Xi, Bibi Dong's demeanor softened a bit, and she slowly said, "This elite competition is the most exciting one yet, but a joint championship has never happened before. However, you have all given your best, and I believe you will be the future of the Douluo Continent." She continued, "I will now allocate the soul bones. The left leg bone of speed, chasing wind, will be given to the Shrek team, while the right arm bone of explosive flame will be given to the Spirit Hall team." Following this, Shrek, following the master's suggestion, allocated the soul bones to Zhu Qing and then gave the gem soul bone to Ning Rongrong. Everyone had no objections, but both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who received the soul bones, felt a bit embarrassed, as they believed it should belong to Tang San and Tang Xi. However, Tang Xi repeatedly declined and did not accept Ning Rongrong's suggestion to keep the soul bones for herself. Tang Xi felt a wave of joy in her heart. They were about to leave the Spirit Hall, and Xiao Wu's identity shouldn't be exposed, right? However, Xiao Wu suddenly tripped and fell, causing the Xiangxi Duan Changhong in her arms to drop to the ground. Xiao Wu hurriedly picked it up and held it close to her chest. But in that brief moment, the gazes of the powerful figures in the Pope's Hall were all focused on Xiao Wu, and she panicked, hiding behind Lu Erlong. Tang, she sensed a chilling atmosphere, and an uneasy premonition surged in her heart. She instinctively looked towards Bibi Dong. Yu Guanju reminded her beside her, "Your Holiness, it's time to make a decision. Otherwise, the 100,000-year soul ring will be lost," Yu Guan thought anxiously. Tang, she instinctively looked at Bibi Dong, her eyes filled with pity. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter and resolutely turned away, saying, "You all should leave quickly." Tang Xi's face lit up with joy. The teacher actually let Sister Xiao Wu go. But beside Bai Dong, Su Wen did not share the same expression. He couldn't understand why they would let the prey go when it was already hooked. But how could he easily let Xiao Wu go? Wait a minute. A deep voice rang out from outside the hall. Tang Xi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall man in golden armor, draped in a long red robe, holding a staff resembling the golden cudgel. Isn't this just the description of the demon subduing Douluo from the original work? Tang Xi died. The demon hunter looked at Xiao Wu as if she were a fat sheep, while Tang San guarded Xiao Wu behind him, watching the demon hunter Douluo warily. The demon hunter Douluo pointed at Xiao Wu and said, "She can't leave." Lu Erlong stepped forward, her temper flaring, and said, "Why not?" The demon hunter Douluo snorted coldly. "Just because she is a soul beast, not a human." Everyone in Shrek, except for Tang San and Tang Xi, was astonished, exclaiming what? BB Dong was about to step forward to stop it, but was held back by Su Wen, who whispered, "Teacher, I have a way to let Tang Xi live a few more years. As for why we can't capture that 100,000-year soul beast, if she escapes today, without the protection of the Spear Hall, there will be plenty of people hunting her down, rather than letting that soul beast fall into someone else's hands. It's better for us to control it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Bibidong's eyes began to firm up. She raised her staff and pointed at Xiao Wu, commanding, "Juju Douluo, Gue Douluo, capture that girl for me." Dai Mubai stepped forward and firmly said, "8 oddities as one, life and death together." Following closely were Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Dai Mubai, their eyes full of determination, life and death together. Even Tang, she protected Xiao Wu in front of her. When Xiao Wu saw Tang San's gentle expression, she was momentarily stunned. There was no shock as she had imagined, only tenderness. Tang San held Xiao Wu's delicate face and said affectionately, "Silly sister, I've already known your identity. No matter who you will always be my beloved." Boom! Xiao Wu's mind went blank, and tears uncontrollably surged forth. Tang San looked up to the sky and howled, "If you want to take her, you must first step over my body." BB Don watched the scene in a daze. Many years ago, she too had experienced such passionate love. But when she looked at Tang Xi, her eyes were filled with unspoken secrets. She never expected that Xiao Xi would one day stand on the opposite side of her. Suddenly, Flinder laughed and exchanged glances with Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing, arranging themselves in a circle in a triangular formation. Then they gathered their soul power behind them. And golden light surged in the air, gradually transforming into a giant golden dragon. Golden triangle, golden sacred dragon. Flinder said, "The old ones are still alive. There's no need for the young ones to take the stage." However, all of this was easily resolved by Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Ning Fengji wanted to help, but was warned by BB Don and could only sigh as he watched from the sidelines. Dugabo flashed and stood in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu, while BB Don directly released 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Dugabo was immobilized by Bibidon's pressure, and Xiao Wu glared at Bibidon's red soul ring with resentment. That red 100,000-year soul ring came from her mother. "Child, you should follow BB Don." Compared to others, Tang Xi remained exceptionally calm. When Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo attacked Tang San, a loud bang exploded in the air. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo were blown away by a powerful force. A chrysanthemum, a little ghost. "Want to touch my son and daughter?" The sky above Wuhan City was overcast, and a shadow floated in midair, but the appearance of that person was far from flattering. Disheveled hair like a bird's nest, a beard that hadn't been shaved for years, a waxy complexion, and a tattered cloak. This was clearly Tang Hao himself. Tang San collapsed instantly upon hearing this voice. It was his father, whom he had not seen for 8 years. BB Don's expression stiffened. It was actually him, Tang Hao, holding the Haotian hammer. Flashed and appeared in front of Tang Xi, first probing his soul power into Tang Xi's body. In an instant, Tang Hao was startled and took a few steps back, murmuring, "How is this possible? I just left for 8 years, how could it be?" When Tang Hao saw Tang Xi's pale face, he wanted to explore the condition of Tang Xi's 7 treasures glazed heart. However, he saw that the heart, full of cracks, was struggling to beat, and it was feared that she would not survive for more than 2 months. BB Don sighed softly, her gaze suddenly becoming sharp. "Tang Hao, you can take Tang San away." With a change in tone, BB Don looked at Tang Xi with a pained expression. "But Tang Xi, you cannot take her with you. We both know that Tang Xi will not survive for more than 2 months. If you take her away, you can only watch her die before your eyes. But if you hand her over to me, the Spirit Hall will do everything it can to heal her." Everyone present was astonished. Even Xiao Wu pushed Tang San away and rushed in front of Tang Xi, nervously asking, "Is this true, Xiao Xi?" Tang San was startled. his eyes turning red as he looked at the silent Tang Xi. Tang Xi's silence speaks volumes, and it's true. Tang Hao's eyes reddened as he rubbed Tang Xi's hair. In that moment, he seemed to age significantly. Child, you should follow Bibi Dong. It didn't matter anymore. Tang Hao felt that at this moment, all hatred was insignificant. Now that the former pope was dead and his Ain had also left him, he could no longer bear to watch his daughter die before his eyes. As long as he could save Xiao Shi, any hatred could be set aside. Family was more important than everything. Tang Xi clenched her fists tightly. Her expression filled with pain as she shouted, "Dad, you will always be the person I am most proud of." Su Wen's gaze was cold. Xiao Wu absolutely could not be taken away. 100,000-year soul beast. What a tremendous temptation this was. Su Wen exchanged a glance with the demon slayer Do. With each step forward, the soul rings rose one by one. A total of 9 soul rings. The pressure of a 96th level super Douluo came rushing at them, though it was slightly less imposing than Tang Hao's. You can take your son away, but the 100,000-year soul beast must stay. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that your daughter will be completely healed. Xiao Wu seemed to have made a significant decision, her face filled with determination as she stood beside Tang Xi, saying, "I will stay as long as you can save Tang Xi." She had her own plans, and she said to Tang San seriously, "Brother, I have my own way to protect sister Xiao Wu. You all should leave quickly. If that old guy Qian Daolu comes, we won't be able to leave." Tang San looked at the 2 people he loved most, both remaining in the spirit hall, and firmly shook his head. "I don't want to. If we are to leave, let's leave together. If we are to stay, let's stay together." Tang Hao sensed the presence of that old guy Qian Daolu, picked up his hammer, and smashed it onto the ground. The 9th soul ring at his waist trembled. Accompanied by a loud roar, a violent wind swept through, causing soul masters below level 70 to faint. The golden iron triangle retracted their soul power, and Xiao Wu also fainted, supported by Tang Xi. Without needing to hunt soul beasts, they could still obtain soul rings. As the dust settled, Tang Hao and Tang San were nowhere to be seen. Only the echoing voice remained in the air. "Bibi Dong, remember what you said. If Xiao Shi dies, the entire spirit hall will be buried with her. Thank you, Shrek, for nurturing my children for so many years. I owe you all." Bibi Dong's expression darkened. "Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, how arrogant." She picked up the fainted Xiao Wu and walked step by step to Bibi Dong's side. Facing the Shrek crowd, she had an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, everyone." Bibi Dong coldly waved her sleeve and left, saying, "The elite competition is over. Please leave Spirit City." Tang Xi obediently followed behind Bibi Dong, while Su Wen went out to resolve the remaining matters. The soldiers left in an orderly fashion, and Ning Rongrong, watching Tang Xi's departing figure, couldn't help but wipe away her tears and shouted, "Tang Xi, come out. You need to explain to me why you won't live for more than 2 months." Ning Rongrong stepped forward, trying to grasp Tang Xi's silhouette, but 2 guards blocked her way. Ning Rongrong fell to the ground, her shoulders shaking as she cried. Oscar quickly went over to help Rongrong up and comforted her. "Don't cry, Rongrong. Maybe Tang Xi has some unspeakable difficulties." Zhu Zhuqing also came over, tears in her eyes, saying, "I believe in Xiao Shi. She and Xiao Wu will definitely be safe." Ma Hongjun stood silently to the side, while Dai Mu Bai shook his head helplessly, his fists clenched tightly, showing his unwillingness. In the Pope's Hall, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood beside Bibi Dong, with Su Wen standing nearby. Bibi Dong sat in the center, looking at Tang Xi, who was kneeling on the ground, feeling an indescribable anger. Trying to speak gently, she said, "Xiao Shi, are you really going to oppose your teacher for a 10,000-year soul beast?" Xiao had already been taken away for imprisonment, and Tang Xi remained kneeling, asking, "Teacher, are you really going to kill Sister Xiao Wu to obtain the soul ring?" Seeing the tears in Tang Xi's eyes, Bibi Dong was shaken, but merely sighed and shook her head, then stood up and slowly said, "Xiao Shi, you must understand that we soul masters and soul beasts are born to be on opposing sides. Soul masters must hunt soul beasts to continue their cultivation." Tang Xi's eyes lit up upon hearing this, knowing it was time to make a proposal. "If I say there's a way to obtain spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts, would you be willing to believe me, teacher?" This sentence stirred up a storm in Bibi Dong's heart. Could it really be possible to obtain spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts? Yu Guan and Zhu looked at each other, both half-believing. However, Su Wen was completely convinced. After all, she was a little scientist who had won a national award in modern times. She didn't expect Tang Xi to have such a significant trump card hidden away. Tang Xi expressed her thoughts, saying that her idea was soul power sharing, which could only be conducted under mutual trust between soul beasts and soul masters. The soul beast would release its soul power and provide it according to its own will, while the soul master could independently absorb the soul power to condense a soul ring. The effect of the soul ring would be the same as the skills used by a 100,000-year soul beast. Although Su Wen was mentally prepared, he was still surprised to hear Tang Xi say this. He then proposed, "Teacher, why not let Tang Xi give it a try? Isn't there a ready-made 100,000-year soul beast?" Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, saying, "That's a good idea. If you can succeed within these 3 days, I will release this 100,000-year soul beast. Regardless of success, this 100,000-year soul beast would belong to Tang Xi, which might be Bibi Dong's unique favoritism towards her." After receiving Bibi Dong's special permission, Tang Xi gained the freedom to enter and exit the prison. The 100,000-year soul beast was locked up in the prison, making it coveted by every soul master. However, if a titled Douluo rashly absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, it would definitely lead to their demise. Moreover, being in the spirit hall meant that even if one absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, they would become a target hunted by the spirit hall. Therefore, no one dared to touch this 100,000-year soul beast. When Tang Xi went to see Xiao Wu was curled up in a corner, trembling. As soon as she heard the familiar footsteps, her rabbit ears perked up, and she immediately looked towards Tang Xi. At the moment Tang Xi appeared, all her tears could no longer be held back, and she cried out, "Ooh, Tang Xi, I'm so scared," knowing that she was about to be killed and facing death. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, she still felt afraid. Tang Xi comforted Xiao Wu, saying, "I won't let you die. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. I will protect you." Xiao Wu trembled in Tang Xi's embrace, clearly unable to speak due to crying. Then Tang Xi repeated what she had said to Bibi Dong about soul power sharing to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Xi with tear-filled eyes, dazed, and asked, "Is what you said true, Tang Xi?" Tang Xi hesitated and lowered her head, saying weakly, "It's still just in the conceptual stage. We haven't experimented yet." Tang Xi fell silent, simply lowering her head, but even without Tang Xi speaking, Xiao Wu could guess. Disappointed, Xiao Wu asked, "Is it that I need to provide my soul power to someone else? Since it's not for Xiao Xi, I'm too disappointed." Tang Xi shook her head and pointed to herself. "To be precise, it was the experiment of soul power sharing between you and me." The moment Tang Xi finished speaking, Xiao Wu tightly hugged Tang Xi and said gratefully, as long as it's you, nothing else matters." The more Xiao Wu said this, the more guilty Tang Xi felt, with her eyes turning red as she said, "I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. It's all because of me that you voluntarily stayed in the spirit hall. You could have gone with your brother. Why did you choose to stay for me?" Xiao Wu kissed Tang Xi's forehead and smiled helplessly. "Silly, ever since I became human, I knew that one day I would be hunted by spirit masters to become someone's spirit ring. But as long as it's you, nothing else matters. Besides, didn't you say that this is just a sharing of spirit power and not fatal? But this is a significant matter for both spirit beasts and spirit masters. I am honored to be part of this experiment, and even if it fails, I have no regrets." Xiao Wu's words left Tang Xi stunned, and her heart became even more determined to ensure that Sister Xiao Wu safely left the spirit hall before she died. Tang Xi is selfish. She knows that today her father can take Xiao Wu away, and then 5 years later, the spirit hall will force Xiao Wu to be sacrificed to her brother, followed by the sacrifices of Deming and Erming. She doesn't want to see this outcome, so since she has this thought in her heart, she decides to boldly give it a try. In the end, Tang Xi openly brought Xiao Wu back to her dormitory, and no one stopped her along the way. This is partly because of her identity, and partly because there are titled Do-level people closely watching her every move. Xiao Wu is extremely excited at the thought of sleeping with Tang Xi tonight, having long forgotten about the sad things from the day. As she looks at Tang Xi's pure white and alluring pajamas, along with her flawless skin, she can't help but blush and cough. "Ahem, Xiao Xi. You should pay attention to your image." 95 the time spent with Tang Xi. Tang Xi approached Xiao Wu and asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with how I'm dressed, Sister Xiao Wu?" The warm breath of Tang Xi brushed against Xiao Wu's face, making her blush even more. In her eyes, Tang Xi seemed even more beautiful. With her fluffy hair, tearful eyes, rosy cheeks, and soft face, Xiao Wu couldn't help but reach out to pinch her, finding the texture quite pleasant. Tang Xi looked at Xiao Wu's actions with grievance. Pinching her cheeks really hurt. Sob, sob, sob. Late at night, when the two were sleeping, Xiao Wu held Tang Xi even tighter. The person in her arms was soft and cuddly, and the more she held her, the more she couldn't bear to let go. Tang Xi, almost suffocated all night. The next day, when Su Wen's subordinate returned to report after monitoring Tang Xi, Su Wen's face was dark with anger. They didn't do anything, just slept together for a night? The more Su Wen thought about that little dance, the more displeased he became, even feeling a bit jealous. But why should he care so much since both were women? As long as Tang Xi ultimately stood with the Wuhuan palace, as long as she was on his side. When Tang Xi was sleeping soundly beside her, Xiao Wu started to dance. A ray of sunlight shone on her soft little face, making her look incredibly cute, just like a little angel from heaven. Xiao Wu couldn't help but steal a kiss on Tang Xi's cheek. Her little Tang Xi was just too adorable. Seeing Tang Xi's eyelids flutter and wake up, Xiao Wu's face turned red. She hoped that Tang Xi wouldn't discover that she had just stolen a kiss. Tang Xi rubbed her sleepy eyes and glanced at the already up Xiao Wu Jia, saying, "The sun is so bright. How long did I sleep?" Xiao Wu, so cute. I can't help it. Xiao Wu reached her guilty hand towards his soft face. The feeling is really nice. Tang Xi, little dance sister. Can you be a person? Whoa. Oh no, I forgot you're not human, making Ching Ching cry. There's one day left before the 3-day deadline set by teacher Li and Bibi Dong. At night, Tang Xi took little dance to the lawn, where the fragrance lingered and the air was fresh, making it the perfect place for an experiment. In the shadows, Bibi Dong led Jute Douluo and Gue Douluo, who were quietly watching. However, Tang Xi did not start the experiment right away. Instead, she picked up a sandwich and began eating it with little dance. Everyone was stunned. Then, while Tang Xi was looking serious, she made a trip to the restroom. Bibi Dong, with a helpless expression, held her forehead in frustration. And then, well, Tang Xi finally became serious, and Bai Dong felt relieved upon seeing this. Then Tang Xi, with a serious expression, said to Xiao Wu, "Sister Xiao Wu, have you eaten enough?" Xiao Wu replied, "I'm full, and you're not still hungry, are you, Xiao Xi?" Tang Xihuan cheerfully admitted, puffed. Bibi Dong, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yu Guanju looked at Gue Mei with a helpless expression, having to admit that Tang Xihuan was truly the joy of His Holiness the Pope. Ever since Tang Xihuan arrived at the Spirit Hall, they could see that rare smile on the Pope's face every day. After messing around for a while, Tang Xihuan finally got down to business. Thinking of this, Tang Xihuan reminded Xiao Wu one last time, "Sister Xiao Wu, when you provide me with soul power, just a little bit will do." About the level of several hundred years of cultivation. Xiao Wu nodded excitedly, but her response went in one ear and out the other, However, Xiao Wu suddenly lowered her head with a heavy expression and quietly said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Xi." A tear slipped from the corner of Xiao Wu's eye, filled with reluctance. A red light shot from the center of Xiao Wu's brow into the sky, instantly dyeing the sky red. Xiao Wu floated in midair, the red light on her forehead spreading out. That night, all the soul beasts were astonished, looking at the sky radiating red light in the distance. Erming walked out from the dense forest, puzzled. Is this a sacrifice? In the spirit city, Bibi Dong said lightly, "No, this is not a sacrifice." A glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. This should be called a sacrifice of soul power. There had never been a precedent for sacrificing soul power on the Douluo continent. But this night was destined to be different. The pink light filled Xiao Wu's body. Her dress had long been turned to ashes, revealing her body like a sparkling ruby. Tang, she was surrounded by a pink glow, and this power felt so comfortable that it was as if she had returned to the womb, warm and filled with a sense of security. Tang, she was lifted by this force, floating in midair. Tang, she curled up, hugging her legs with both hands, her consciousness gradually becoming fuzzy, and she fell into a deep sleep under this warm force. The blood butterfly behind Tang, she unfolded, enveloping her entire body, with the lifeline automatically pouring out and tightly wrapping around her, encasing her in a large cocoon. At the moment when the soul power surged into Tang Xi's body, her soul power advanced from level 49 to level 50. Xiao Wu's gaze softened as she looked gently at the sleeping Tang Xi. In that moment, her face was filled with determination, and a pink light was transmitted from her body into the cocoon. A large amount of soul power was drawn from Xiao Wu's body, causing her immense pain, as if her bones were being extracted. Xiao Wu trembled all over, her face showing signs of suffering. Xiao Wu roared to the heavens. It was too painful, too painful. A drop of blood tear slid from the corner of her eye. All that soul power came from her hard-earned cultivation. As the soul power was transmitted, her consciousness was gradually dissipating. The cocoon broke open, and a pair of blood butterflies with golden patterns quietly unfolded. Having evolved through Xiao Wu's soul power baptism, Tang Xi is still sound asleep, surrounded by a pink glow. Her hair seems to have grown longer, and her appearance appears to be more delicate. A faint outline of a fifth soul ring is subtly emerging around her waist, resembling a light pink color. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's face lights up with joy. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she knows all too well that this signifies a fundamental improvement in the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. Tang Xi once said that it only takes a few hundred years of soul power for the transfer, but in Xiao Wu's eyes, a few hundred years is far from enough. If she could exchange herself for a reliable result that could prove to the world the feasibility of soul power sharing, then what would it matter if she sacrificed herself? A large amount of rich soul power surged crazily from Xiao Wu's body to Tang Xi, and the fifth soul ring around Tang Xi's waist gradually changed from light pink to pink. 100 years of soul power, 1,000 years of soul power, 10,000 years of soul power, until Xiao Wu felt Tang Xi's body trembling violently. The fifth soul ring around her waist had turned into a rich pink color. Is Xiao Xi's consciousness resisting my soul power? Xiao Wu's expression of surprise turned into relief. Even in deep sleep, she was thinking about how to resist my soul power. I'm sorry, Xiao Xi, I didn't listen to you. I promised to only contribute a few hundred years of soul power. I'm sorry for breaking my promise. Seeing that the soul power she contributed was rejected, Xiao Wu simply stopped the sacrifice of soul power. The red beam of light vanished in that instant. In this soul power sacrifice, Xiao Wu had contributed a full 20,000 years of soul power, which is equivalent to the full power of 2 soul skills from a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu's form transformed into her true form, the soft-bone rabbit. Losing 2,000 years of cultivation would cause her consciousness to regress to a vague and ignorant state of 3 or 4 years old. At the same time as the soul power sacrifice ended, Tang Xi also woke up, enveloped by a warm force, feeling very comfortable. The pink light faded from both of them, and Xiao Wu, transformed into the soft-bone rabbit, fell from the air. Tang Xi immediately rushed forward to embrace it. Tang Xi gently stroked the rabbit in her arms. The soft-boned rabbit stared blankly at Tang Xi with its hazy and innocent eyes, then affectionately nuzzled against her. At that moment, Bibi Dong walked out, her tone filled with urgency, asking, "Is it all over? What was the result?" Tang Xi put the soft-boned rabbit into her soul guide and looked at her teacher, Bibi Dong, with a smile on her face. "Everything is going smoothly. Sister Xiao Wu has transferred her 20,000 years of soul power into my body, which means I can unleash the full power of both soft-bone rabbit's soul skills." Every word spoken by Tang Xi stirred up turbulent waves in Bibi Dong's heart. What does all strength mean? The soul rings obtained by soul masters from hunting soul beasts are meant to enhance their level limits and then acquire soul skill. However, the effects of most soul skills only reflect a fraction of the true power of the soul beast, often falling short of even a single layer of attack power. This is because the soul skills acquired are merely one of the many skills of the soul beast and cannot unleash their full potential. Tang Xi spoke as she released her soul ring, which spiraled up from her feet, flashing in a rhythmic pattern until a special pink soul ring appeared. The pink soul ring did not have the terrifying and oppressive aura of other soul rings. Instead, it brought a refreshing feeling like a spring breeze, embodying purity and nobility. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up as she looked at the fifth soul ring with anticipation, asking, "What is this soul skill?" Tang Xi closed her eyes, and in just a moment, she appeared beside Bibi Dong. "This is one of the soul skills of the soft-bone rabbit, teleportation." Tang Xi explained that this is the fifth soul ring added to the bloodthirsty peony, and the soul power willingly given by the soul beast can unleash 100 of the soul beast's combat power, and will condense even more excellent soul skills based on its own capabilities. The 2 soul skills I obtained are as follows: teleportation, with an initial range of 10 meters, which increases with level, adding 2 meters for every 10 levels, with no time interval. Explosive 8-section throw, a series of 8 throws, leaving no room for counterattack. After listening, Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh. Haha, truly a good student of the teacher. This is simply a blessing for the entire Douluo Continent, and also a blessing for the soul beasts. Tang Xi couldn't feel happy. Xiao Wu had given her 2,000 years of soul power, and now she had become a soul beast with 80,000 years of cultivation, which meant her intelligence would regress to that of a child. Bibi Dong walked over, rubbed Tang Xi's head, and comforted her, saying, "This soft-bone rabbit is yours to take care of. She was originally prepared for you. Listen to me. The history of Douluo Continent is about to change. For now, do not speak of the soul power sharing to avoid unnecessary pursuit. Tang Xi nodded cautiously and asked, Teacher, are you thinking of unifying the Douluo Continent and then promoting the sharing of soul power? Bibidon's eyes were moved. This child was indeed like a worm in her belly. If I say this is true, will Xiao Xi still stand on the teacher's side? 98 Xiao Wu's consciousness regressed. Tang Xi thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure, because I don't know the nature of the teacher's desire to unify the continent. If unifying the continent is just for glory and wealth, then such unification is meaningless. Bibidong's eyes lit up, and, at that moment, she seemed excited as if she had found a kindred spirit. Little Xi then wondered, what needs to be done to unify the continent? Tang Xi thought for a moment, then expressed her thoughts. If unifying the continent could alleviate the conflicts between soul beasts and soul masters, allowing them to coexist harmoniously. If it could eliminate the discrimination between nobles and commoners, enabling everyone to realize their potential. If the entire continent could accept those with evil martial souls, then no one would wish to become an evil soul master. Everyone would be able to feel their own worth, and the people of this continent would live happily together in friendship. Therefore, unifying the continent is necessary and valuable. When Tang Xi finished speaking in one breath, she was taken aback and thought to herself, it's over, it's over, it's over. She had expressed modern thoughts, something that seemed impossible to even consider, and she regretted saying it. However, to her surprise, Bai Dong looked shocked after listening and playfully remarked that sometimes she should learn from Tang Xi as well, saying it seems that Xiao Xi is quite suitable for participating in politics. Tang Xi instinctively shook her head, saying, I don't want to get involved in the political intrigues. Bai Dong felt a bit disappointed. If Xiao Xi had that kind of ambition, she might consider cultivating her as the next pope. As night fell, in Tang Xi's dormitory, she looked at the obedient, soft-boned rabbit with a gentle expression. She took out the heartbreak red from the sapphire and fed it to the soft-boned rabbit. In the original story, Sister Xiao Wu regained her human form by eating the heartbreak red. As expected, a pink light enveloped the soft-boned rabbit, and a human figure gradually appeared, with long rabbit ears, slender legs, fair skin, and flowing hair that reached her waist. As the light dissipated, a beautiful woman appeared on Tang Xi's bed, completely naked. Tang Xi blushed and quickly covered the transformed human form of Xiao Wu with a bedsheet. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears twitched as she secretly stole a glance at Tang Xi, and a flurry of vague images flashed through her mind, prompting her to instinctively call out, Xiao Xi. Tang Xi's eyes lit up. Sister Xiao Wu, you actually remember my name. Upon seeing Tang Xi smile, Xiao Wu smiled back, enjoying the unique fragrance on Tang Xi and climbing onto her. Thus, Tang Xi was once again entangled and fell asleep. In recent days, Tang Xi noticed that ever since Sister Xiao Wu consumed the heartbroken red, her intelligence had roughly turned into that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. She could act cute and learn to recognize characters, but her appearance still resembled that of a 16-year-old girl. The most miraculous thing was that she still retained her previous spirit rings and spirit power level, but it was feared that when she reached level 60, spirit rings would no longer appear automatically. A 100,000-year spirit beast would transform into a real human when it reached level 70, and its previous cultivation would automatically convert into suitable spirit rings. This meant that Sister Xiao Wu now had 80,000-year cultivation. So the total cultivation represented by her automatically appearing spirit rings would also be 80,000 years. Of course, this was just Tang Xi's current speculation. In the days that followed, people from the Spirit Hall would discover that the 100,000-year transformed spirit beast had become 80,000 years. But this held little allure for some tidal Douluo. Many were initially surprised, but in the extraordinary Douluo continent, they gradually got used to it. Thus, it became common knowledge that the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi, often had a girl in pink clothing by her side. In Tang, she had never revealed her 100,000-year spirit ring to the public. Tang, she is teaching Xiao Wu how to eat, dress, recognize characters, and cultivate. Although Xiao Wu's mind has regressed, she is still very attached to Tang Xi and quite clever. Wherever Tang Xi goes, she follows. When Su Wen found Tang Xi, she happened to see Xiao Wu hugging Tang Xi and wanted to kiss her. Su Wen had a dark expression the whole time, and her murderous aura made Xiao Wu sneeze, looking at Su Wen with a fierce expression. It's all the fault of the bad person in front of her for making her unable to get a kiss. Tang Xi saw that Su Wen was looking for her to discuss something, so she took out a carrot from her soul guide. When Xiao Wu saw the carrot, Her eyes lit up, and she started drooling. Be good, go play over there. I have something to discuss with this uncle, Tang, she said. Su Wen frowned. Uncle? I'm the same age as you, and I don't look bad either. Xiao Wu, focused only on the carrot, readily agreed, and as she left, she politely bowed to Su Wen and said, Goodbye, uncle. Tang, she tried to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Su Wen, angry and blushing, said coldly, There's nothing funny about this. Be serious. I'm here to talk to you about something important. Tang, she raised an eyebrow and said, Is there something you would like to discuss with me, Your Holiness? Su Wen turned her head away with a flushed face and said softly, I'm sorry. Tang, she felt that she was hallucinating. Her usually indifferent deskmate actually said sorry to her. Su Wen's eyes showed some emotion, filled with regret. I didn't know you only had 2 months left to live, and then I kept you in prison for half a year. Is that all? Tang, she said lightly, It's okay. We just had different positions back then. It's already quite good that you didn't kill me. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's face turned even redder. There were no curses or demands as he had imagined. Just a simple it's okay. Su Wen couldn't believe it. You don't hate me? Tang, she laughed directly. Of course, I hated those days when you locked me up, but you were on the side of the spirit hall. You imprisoned me to prevent me from participating in the elite competition, to keep me from standing against you. You have enough strength to kill me. Yet you let me go time after time. But I'm about to die, so I let you go, and you let me go too. Su Wen instinctively shouted after hearing this. I won't let you die. After a pause, Su Wen changed his words, at least not now. Su Wen said seriously to Tang Xi, I have the dual god inheritance. As long as you participate in the dual god trial and succeed, you can receive the reward of the god of life, which might extend your life. Then, once I become a god completely, I can take you to ascend to the divine realm, where you will live as long as the heavens and will not suffer from illness. Seeing Tang Xi's indifferent expression, Su Wen couldn't help but feel anxious. Tang Xi, if you really die, I will truly kill Tang San without hesitation and kill every single person from Shrek. Tang Xi looked at Su Wen's nervous expression and couldn't help but laugh, teasing, Su Wen, you care about me so much. Do you like me? Tang Xi leaned closer to Su Wen, carefully observing her flushed face, while her own heart raced wildly. Su Wen felt a warmth throughout her body, especially when she saw that soft little face, causing her heart to race even more, and she could hear her own nervous heartbeat. No, definitely not. Su Wen nervously denied it, but afterward, she was filled with an indescribable regret. Tang Xi took the initiative to hold Su Wen's hand. Su Wen nervously stepped back, but Tang Xi simply pulled him into a hug, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Boom! Su Wen's mind went blank. His hands instinctively touched Tang Xi's slender waist, sending a tingling sensation through him wherever they made contact. Gradually, Su Wen found himself growing fond of this embrace. Tang Xi whispered softly in Su Wen's ear, I like you. I've liked you since the first time we met. A few days later, Su Wen sat in the study, feeling extremely regretful. After Tang Xi confessed to him that day, he had nervously run away. Thinking of this, Su Wen's heart raced, and he also remembered that the feeling during the kiss was quite nice. Su Wen touched his face where Tang Xi had kissed him, and his face flushed with embarrassment. In fact, he had been moved by her silly and innocent appearance since their first meeting. The crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe, asked Emperor Shui Yi for leave to visit Tang Xi at the Spear Hall. Emperor Shui Yi gladly agreed and suggested that it would be best if he could bring back a daughter-in-law. Tang Xi was extremely excited upon hearing this. In just a few days, it would be teacher Bibi Dong's birthday, and she found an opportunity for the mother and daughter to set aside their grievances. So she immediately got up to find Shueqinghe, but the little girl beside her, Xiao Wu, angrily tugged at Tang Xi's arm and pouted, saying, Little Xi promised to play with me all day today. At this point, Xiao Wu's intelligence was roughly that of a 6 or 7-year-old, and she had lost a significant portion of her memory. Tang Xi helplessly used her ultimate move, quickly giving Xiao Wu a kiss on the cheek. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears immediately perked up, and the pink on her face spread to the edges of her ears. Xiao Wu, a bit tipsy, coquettishly said to Tang Xi, Wherever you go, I'll go too. Tang Xi felt helpless, as if she had found herself a daughter. After walking for a while, Tang Xi finally saw Shueqinghe, who was standing on the city wall enjoying the view. Upon hearing Tang Xi's footsteps, she turned around joyfully. However, that dead rabbit was clinging to Tang Xi's arm, looking at her with a provocative expression. Shueqinghe was instantly petrified, internally cursing 1,000 times. Whoa, she hadn't even had the chance to hug Xiaoxi like that. But alas, this damn crown prince identity restrained her from doing anything. Tang Xi didn't notice anything unusual about Shu Qinghe. Instead, she happily walked over and took Shu Qinghe's right hand, saying, "Great Prince Brother, you actually came to see me. How many days are you going to play here this time?" The right hand that Tang Xi touched felt warm. Shu Qinghe suppressed the odd feelings in his heart and affectionately replied to Tang Xi, "About 3 days or so." Hearing this, Tang Xi became even more excited and looked at Shu Qinghe with a pleading expression. "Prince Brother, I have something I want to ask of you." "What is it?" "Of course, I'll agree to anything for Xiao Xi." Xiao Wu, feeling jealous, watched their interaction from the side and then tiptoed to kiss Tang Xi's cheek while hugging her arm, declaring her claim, "Xiao Xi is my person." Then she made a face at Shu Qinghe. Shu Qinghe frowned slightly, suppressing the urge to eliminate this little rabbit. The gazes between Shu Qinghe and Xiao Wu clashed fiercely in the air, sparking tension, while Tang Xi felt embarrassed, wondering why it seemed like both of them were angry. After that, Tang Xi arranged for the servants to go to the kitchen to prepare flour and seasonings commonly used by ordinary people. Bai Dong, of course, knew all of this and silently approved, looking forward to what kind of surprise Tang Xi would bring her. Meanwhile, someone in the Douluo Palace was happily thinking. His granddaughter had finally come to Wuhuan City, definitely just to see her dear grandpa. He couldn't wait to see when Shui'er would come. Qian Daolu, while thinking, picked flower petals to pass the time and counted, "In 2 hours. Shui'er will come to see me. In 4 hours. Qianren Xue figured it out. In the kitchen, Shu Qinghe looked helplessly at the pile of flour that had gotten wet, and then glanced at Tang Xi beside him, asking in confusion, "Xiao Xi, what are we making this for?" Tang Xi replied, "Of course, I'm making noodles. In a few days, someone has a birthday, so I thought I would make a bowl of longevity noodles for that person." Seeing the curiosity in Shu Qinghe's eyes, Tang Xi smiled and said, "In a few days. It's our teacher's birthday." This sentence struck Shu Qinghe like thunder. He immediately dropped the dough in his hands and turned away, reluctantly saying, "Since it's her birthday, why do I have to help? She must really dislike seeing me, so I won't go and annoy her." As Shu Qinghe said this, he felt somewhat wronged, and the more he spoke, the less confident he became. Tang Xi sighed. "How do you know she definitely hates you? But every time she looks at me, her eyes are like those of an enemy, sending chills down my spine. Whenever I look into Bai Dong's eyes, I can only stand far away and watch, unable to approach my own mother, who shares my bloodline." Tang Xi helplessly advised, "Prince Brother, you are great. The teacher just doesn't know how to face it. If both of you don't take the initiative to talk, the relationship will remain stiff for a lifetime. I will create opportunities for you two to talk privately, and you can say everything you want to say. The result may be that the teacher feels disgusted or can't help but feel heartbroken. But this can also help the teacher understand you. Tolerance is a mother's nature. The teacher treats senior sister Nana very well, as if she regards her as her own daughter, filling the void of maternal love from 20 years ago. Both you and the teacher are too stubborn, unwilling to admit any mistakes first. Errors and conflicts arise naturally. Even though you sometimes care about each other, you are bound by the pride in your hearts." After Tang Xi finished this long speech, Shu Qinghe looked at her in shock and said, "Xiao Xi, how did you say something so mature?" Tang Xi stood with her hands on her hips, angry that after talking about their feelings for so long, not a single word had gotten through. Seeing Tang Xi's pouty expression, Shu Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle, and as she laughed, tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. Finally, Shu Qinghe lowered her head, her face already flushed, and quietly said, "But still, thank you, Xiao Xi." Shu Qinghe felt relieved, no matter the outcome. She had to talk to that person. If that person couldn't cross the chasm, then let her cross it. She didn't want the mother-daughter relationship to become strained again. After all, they were mother and daughter. At that moment, Xiao Wu popped up with her pale little face, holding a pile of white powder behind her, grinning as she poked Shu Qinghe's back. As Shu Qinghe turned around, Xiao Wu dumped all the white powder on her face. Shu Qinghe was left covered in white powder and choked on it, while Tang Xi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Wu made a silly face at Shu Qinghe, then quickly hid behind Tang Xi. Shu Qinghe's veins popped out in anger. The sad atmosphere was instantly shattered, and all she could think about was how to deal with this little rabbit. She grabbed a handful of flour from the table and chased after Xiao Wu, shouting, "You little rabbit, stop right there." Xiao Wu kept hiding behind Tang Xi, continuously provoking, "Come on over, I'm not afraid of you, ha ha ha." Xiao Wu's smug expression made Shu Qinghe furious, and they began throwing flour at each other. Unfortunately, Tang Xi also got caught in the flour fight. Tang Xi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Can these two people just stop for a moment? 102 longevity noodles 3 days later. On the night next to the Pope's chamber, The lights were brightly lit in the Pope's bedroom. Bibi Dong was still busy revising documents, which was her duty as the Pope. Tang Xi held a bowl of longevity noodles and arrived at Bibi Dong's door. Just as she was about to knock, the door opened by itself, and she heard Bibi Dong's laughter. "Come here, Xiao Xi, I've heard your footsteps from far away." When Bibi Dong mentioned Xiao Xi, her previously weary expression instantly became much more spirited. Tang Xi walked over with a smile and placed the longevity noodles on Bibi Dong's desk, saying, "Happy birthday, teacher." Bibi Dong looked a bit confused. Happy birthday? It seemed that today was indeed her birthday. In Bibi Dong's vague memory, the last time she celebrated her birthday was 30 years ago, but it had been so long that she had completely forgotten the concept of a birthday. Tang Xi noticed the teacher's confusion and kindly explained, "I am checking the records of the Wuhuan Hall, which specifically states when you were born. In our place, we treat the day of birth as a birthday, which means celebrating coming into this world, and also contains good wishes for the person celebrating their birthday. And this bowl of noodles is called longevity noodles. Eating it can bring long life," Tang Xi said with a big smile, then took the approval document from Bibi Dong's hand while giving her a massage on the back and also kneading her arms. Tonight, the teacher can rest assured and take a break. Every action of Tang Xi flowed into Bai Dong's heart like a warm current. Bai Dong looked at Tang Xi with increasingly gentle eyes, and at that moment, she felt like she couldn't help but break down and cry. She was in so much pain. Every day since parting with Xiao Gang had been painful. Many people were urging her to become stronger. At first, she thought she could protect Xiao Gang, but he turned around and fell in love with someone else. Even her own daughter felt like a stranger to her. Despite her impressive soul power level of 98, which earned her respect as a strong individual, she was still human, not a god. She had once longed for care and affection from others. She loved a man who now embraced another woman. And the only time he came to find her was to help his disciple understand the secrets of twin martial souls cultivation. Human hearts are made of flesh. She saw Tang Xi's sincerity in actions. Even if it was a deception, it was still better than the insincere people around her, which made Bai Dong favor Tang Xi even more. With a sense of comfort, Bai Dong picked up some noodles with her chopsticks and brought them to Tang Xi's mouth. Her expression softened, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Little Xi, try these noodles first. Teacher hopes that our little Xi can live a long life." Tang Xihuan happily agreed, opened her mouth, and started eating heartily. After finishing, she even licked the soup off the corner of her mouth, savoring the aroma of the noodles. "Teacher, you should try it too. I made these noodles for a long time." Under Tang Xi's urging, Bibi Dong took her first bowl of longevity noodles. The fragrance of the soup spread in her mouth, and with each bite of the noodles, the flavor intensified. This was the best food she had ever tasted. Bibi Dong only thought about slowly chewing, savoring the rich flavor of the noodles. As she ate, tears began to well up at the corners of her eyes. But she was glad that the dim light concealed them. Tang Xi was eagerly waiting for the evaluation, and Bai Dong gently rubbed Tang Xi's fluffy hair, saying, "Longevity noodles, very delicious." Even the dishes made by the top food-type soul masters in Douluo Continent could not compare to the bowl of longevity noodles in front of her. Reality World Extra. Sports Day 1A City First High School. Early September Class 2-1 students. The sports day is coming soon. Interested students can sign up. The homeroom teacher reminded from the podium, adjusting his glasses and scanning the girls in the audience. His tone suddenly became serious. "Especially the girls must take the initiative to sign up, or I will have to start with the class committee members." As the class monitor, Tang Xi trembled in fear. She hated running the most. "No way." Su Wen noticed Tang Xi's trembling and coldly said, "Don't you want to participate in the sports day?" Tang Xi was taken aback. Su Wen actually spoke to her. She secretly glanced at Su Wen beside her, and just at that moment, their eyes met. In that instant, Tang Xi's heart raced, and her ears quickly turned bright red. Su Wen suddenly leaned closer, looked at Tang Xi seriously, and said, "Bookworm, have you become foolish from reading too much?" Tang Xi stared blankly at Su Wen's beautiful, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and then suddenly realized what question Su Wen had asked. "What about you? You should participate in the sports meet, right?" Tang Xi pretended to cough a few times, lowering her head to hide the redness on both sides of her face. Unexpectedly, this action completely caught the attention of the boys in the front row. One boy turned to look at her and suddenly smirked. "Oh, the top student is blushing because of the school bully." With that shout, everyone's gaze suddenly turned towards her. In the meantime, many voices shouted in excitement, "Get together! Get together!" Tang Xi immediately looked at Su Wen's reaction. Seeing him with no expression made her feel a little disappointed. After all, they were from two different worlds and couldn't be together. Quiet. The homeroom teacher scolded, and the whole class fell silent, obediently listening to the lesson. At that moment, Su Wen said in a low voice, "I will participate in the sports meeting. In the 3,000-meter long-distance running event." 3,000-meter long-distance running? Tang, she remembered that Su Wen seemed to have won quite a few medals at the high school sports meeting. And he also practiced Taekwondo, so his physical fitness must be very good. After the bell rang for the fourth period, as Tang Xi passed by the notice board in the corridor, she saw an important piece of information. All the winners of this sports meeting would take a group photo for a keepsake. This made Tang Xi recall that she and Su Wen didn't have a single photo together, even though they were in the same class. She never participated in activities like military training, spring outings, or autumn trips because she was busy with research, and Su Wen was also occupied with company matters. So, what if she could win a prize at the sports meeting and be in the same photo as Su Wen? Tang Xi became more and more excited as she thought about it. That night, she gathered the data from the school's sports meeting to analyze which event she had the highest chance of winning. After analyzing all night, Tang Xi frowned because the only event with the greatest chance of winning was the women's 3,000-meter long-distance race. Tang Xi wants to cry, but has no tears. Oh heaven, what are you doing to me? Running by myself is not possible, but my endurance is above average. If I practice a bit this month, it should be fine. And there are basically not many girls signing up for the 3,000 meters long run, so the competition is minimal. Tang Xi gritted her teeth and bravely signed up for the women's 3,000-meter long distance run early the next morning. As soon as this was announced, the whole school erupted. The top student and school beauty, who had never participated in any activities, actually took the initiative to sign up for the sports meeting. And it was for the long-distance run of 3,000 meters. How could this not excite people? Tang Xi had appeared on television several times and won dozens of research gold medals, and had long become a celebrity at the school. Extra. Sports meeting 2, he didn't dare to hope. In the center of the most bustling street in City A, there stood a tall office building. The secretary knocked on the glass door and walked in with a pile of documents. Su Wen was sitting in the office, sipping coffee while reading the printed materials in his hands. The top left corner of the first page of the printed materials had Tang Xi's photo, with a series of her resume and awards written below. Seeing the secretary come in, Su Wen immediately instructed, "For the research lab that Tang Xi is in, our group will allocate $1 million for research and development." The secretary was already used to this and casually asked, "Boss, will the funding be anonymous, as usual?" Su Wen nodded indifferently. The secretary wanted to ask, but couldn't bring herself to say it. Her boss cared so much about this girl, checking her information from time to time. Could it be that he liked her? After a long while, the secretary finally asked, "Boss, do you like that girl?" Su Wen was taken aback, recalling Tang Xi's silly and cute appearance, a faint smile that he hadn't noticed before in her eyes. But soon, he denied this faint emotion, saying it was just because her research project was very useful to them and could bring unexpected benefits to the group. Hearing Su Wen's usual cold tone, the secretary sighed quietly. Indeed, he was still the cold and unfeeling boss, always prioritizing interests. It was surprising that someone like him could find a girlfriend. After the secretary left, Su Wen smiled bitterly and thought, "Do I like her?" Unfortunately, he didn't dare to hope. How many people who could grow such a large group were clean? In this dirty transaction, he didn't want to involve innocent people. She smiled so brightly and beautifully. She should live in this world cleanly. Meanwhile, for the past few weeks, Tang Xi had been taking an hour each evening to jog, running until her face turned pale and she was out of breath, but she never gave up before the sports meeting arrived. One day after school, Su Wen inadvertently saw Tang Xi running on the playground. She was sweating, and her slender figure was easy to recognize on the track. Su Wen watched for over 10 minutes, but when he came to his senses, he shyly turned his head away. Just now, when Tang Xi was running, her back was soaked with sweat, subtly revealing the shape of her tank top. Did she run like this every night? Was it for the sports meeting? Would this lead to malnutrition? Thinking of her frail body, Su Wen pursed his lips and took out his phone. The next day, when Tang Xi returned to the classroom, she was surprised to find that someone was handing out milk and bread, prepared for those participating in the sports meeting, as there was only a week left until the event. When Tang Xi arrived at her desk, she found a bottle of milk and some bread in her drawer. Just as she was curiously looking around, Su Wen, who was taking out his laptop to prepare for some work, turned around and explained to Tang Xi, "I got you the milk and bread. Good luck with the sports meet." After saying this simple sentence, Su Wen turned back to look at his laptop. But those words slipped into her heart, stirring up a ticklish feeling inside her. With a flushed face, Tang Xi sat down and opened the bottle of milk to drink. The milk was sweet, but it couldn't compare to the sweetness in her heart. Su Wen was very generous and often bought delicious snacks for the whole class to share. This was a regular occurrence, and everyone had gotten used to it. Even Tang, she didn't notice anything unusual, such as why Su Wen would buy things close to the final exams instead of on the days of the spring or autumn outings. That was because Tang Xi would be so busy preparing for exams that she would stay up late and develop dark circles under her eyes. But she wasn't involved in the spring or autumn outings. Extra. Sports Meet 3 blushed under her gaze. The sports meet has begun, and the athletes from each class are warming up, getting ready for the upcoming events. Tang Xi is 6 meters tall, but her figure is excellent, with fair skin and innocent doe-like eyes. Her slightly curly hair is tied up high, and she stands quietly, making it easy for people to be captivated by her. In the afternoon, there's a men's 3,000-meter running competition. Tang, she silently stands by the playground, looking at Su Wen, who is on the outermost track. He has broad shoulders and a slim waist, is 8 meters tall, handsome, wealthy, and has a cold demeanor, making him quite popular in school. Unfortunately, she is destined to be in a different world from Su Wen. After graduating from high school, she plans to focus on scientific research, while he will devote himself entirely to business. This is something everyone understands, but no one has openly acknowledged, and their interactions are pitifully few. The gunshot sounds, and the athletes take off, with deafening cheers echoing in the sky. Su Wen maintains a moderate speed among the crowd, initially planning to save his energy for a final sprint, but upon seeing Tang Xi in the crowd, the furrow in his brow softens unconsciously, and he exudes a pleasant aura like a spring breeze. Tang Xi's gaze accidentally collided with Su Wen's, causing her to become tense again, her face slightly flushed as she stood there in a daze. Upon seeing Tang Xi like this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Su Wen's face, and his speed increased significantly in that moment. He quickly surpassed the 6th place and closely followed the footsteps of the 2nd place. Time passed bit by bit, and after a few laps, Su Wen perfectly secured the 1st place, but instead of slowing down, he began to accelerate, pulling the 2nd place further behind lap after lap. The girl next to Tang, she was discussing with a beaming smile. The school bully has such great stamina. He can even accelerate during the 3,000-meter race. It seems like he is quite impressive in that regard. She giggled. He must have those 8-pack abs. When these words reached Tang Xi's ears, she couldn't help but blush. Looking somewhat tipsy. What kind of lewd talk is this? But she couldn't help but recall what those girls had just said. 8-pack abs should be quite nice. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted on the playground as the men's 3,000-meter race entered its final 2 laps. Su Wen had also entered the sprinting phase. In the last lap, Su Wen shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, sweat pouring down his forehead. At that moment, Tang, she had quietly arrived at the finish line, and when Su Wen crossed that red ribbon, the scene erupted with excitement. The champion of the 3,000-meter long run was none other than Su Wen. Su Wen was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, as the coach came over, patted his shoulder to help him relax, and handed him a bottle of water. The girl behind Tang, she suddenly screamed excitedly. Wow, Su Wen has such a great figure. One of the girls exclaimed, and even Tang Xi blushed. It was then that Su Wen noticed that his sportswear was already soaked with sweat, clinging to his body and highlighting his abdominal muscles. The girl's gazes made him quite uncomfortable, and just as he was about to turn around, he found that Tang, she was also looking at him, her expression dazed, but her face flushed. Su Wen felt a surge of happiness, instantly dispelling his earlier thoughts. But his ears were so red, they seemed to be bleeding, and he dared not look at Tang Xi. Extra. Sports meeting 4. Things don't go as planned. The women's 3,000-meter race was about to begin, and Tang, she was nervously waiting at the starting line. Suddenly, with the sound of the gunshot, the stadium erupted with noise, filled with cheers and applause. Everyone around her quickly dashed forward, and it took Tang Xi a moment to realize and start running. Even in running, Tang, she was half a beat slower than the others. And Su Wen couldn't help but laugh. Tang, she maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, which was quite common among the competitors. However, due to her beauty and talent, even her ordinary running could attract a lot of attention. Tang, she was breathing heavily, maintaining deep breaths to preserve her stamina as much as possible. Among the 20 participants, she had consistently held the 10th position. Many of the girls were unwilling participants in this 3,000-meter run, so they didn't run seriously. After a few laps, some girls were already panting and starting to walk. There were only 5 or 6 girls with real ability, but there were only 6 awards available. Tang Xi's goal was clear, to secure 6th place. The thought of having a chance to take a photo with Su Wen made her heart race, and she kept silently repeating, Su Wen, Su Wen, Su Wen, Su Wen, Su Wen. Her speed gradually increased, especially noticeable when she caught glimpses of Su Wen in the crowd. However, after 30 seconds, she felt a painful ache in her calves, and her body began to feel weak, intensifying her thoughts of giving up. In the sixth lap, Tang Xi's face turned red, sweat soaked her clothes, and she was gasping for air, her speed slowing down, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. At this point, she was in 7th place, and the girl in 6th place was equally exhausted but decided to take a short break for half a lap before trying to catch up. Tang Xi's eyes lit up when she saw the girl ahead of her start to walk and rest. It seemed her wish to win an award was possible. Her limbs ached immensely, and she was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. Her brain was severely lacking oxygen, and even lifting her hands felt tiring. Her lungs were expanding and contracting violently, making her very uncomfortable. However, as she overtook the girl in front of her, Tang Xi's confidence surged, solidifying her determination to win the race. But things didn't go as planned. During the final sprint, Tang Xi was severely fatigued, her legs weak and unable to take big strides. She desperately wanted to push herself forward, but her calves wouldn't lift. With a loud thud, Tang Xi fell hard to the ground. The audience fell silent upon seeing her fall. Even the principal was startled. After all, she was a key talent being nurtured by the country. If something were to happen to Tang Xi's body, those in charge would certainly investigate. The principal broke into a cold sweat and quickly instructed the director beside him to check on her, urging them to see if Tang Xi was injured. As people on both sides of the track saw Tang Xi fall, they worriedly wanted to rush over to help her. But Tang Xi raised her hand to signal that they didn't need to come over. Then, she braced herself with her arms and got up, feeling a burning pain in her arms, knees, and the areas that had been scraped. Even walking seemed to be a problem. Tang Xi's legs couldn't fully straighten due to her fall. This sight made Su Wen feel uncomfortable as well. She hesitated several times to help but ultimately held back. Extra. Sports Day 5, Princess Carrie. Tang Xi's nose was rubbed, and surprisingly, the reddest part of her face was her nose, followed by her eyes with tears that seemed about to fall, looking extremely aggrieved. Tang Xi supported her waist with her hand and limped forward quickly, insisting that she couldn't give up no matter what. But soon she heard footsteps rushing past her from behind. The girl who was originally resting and slacking off had started to speed up and quickly caught up with her. Tang Xi's heart had already turned cold. After working hard for a month, was it all in vain? Indeed, she had only been trying for a month, not comparable to those who ran every day. But the feeling of bitterness spread in her heart, and the lump in her throat was impossible to swallow. At this moment, there was still half a lap left. The last 200 meters. Although her legs felt weak, Tang Xi had gradually become numb. She only felt her thighs were extremely heavy and her breathing was very difficult. Tang Xi lifted her eyes to the finish line ahead, where 6 girls had already completed the race. However, when Su Wen in the crowd looked at her with concern, Tang Xi was once again filled with motivation. Well, she had already worked this hard, so saying she would give up was no longer appropriate. Moreover, there were still over a dozen girls behind her waiting to surpass her. Tang Xi became resolute, her brows furrowing from the extreme fatigue in her body. Her small, quick steps transformed into long, slow runs, and the wound on her knee began to ooze blood due to the strain of running, with blood slowly trickling down her calf. This shocking scene moved everyone present. Tang Xi's slender figure seemed as if it could be blown over by the wind. Sweat poured from her forehead, and the tears at the corners of her eyes added a touch of fragility. Oh my God, what was she doing? Blood was already seeping from her knee. Didn't it hurt? How could she still keep running in this condition? But she was truly impressive. The people around her were buzzing with discussion, but stronger cheers followed, shouting encouragement for Tang Xi. Goddess, run. Just 100 meters to go. Keep it up. The people behind Tang Xi began to rush forward, trying to overtake her. Tang Xi made up her mind, ignoring the heavy faintness in her head, and closed her eyes to charge forward. It wasn't until a cheer echoed through the sky that she slightly opened her eyes and realized she had just crossed the finish line. 5 meters ahead was Su Wen, and for a moment, Tang Xi was stunned and didn't react in time before bumping into Su Wen. Wow, the couple I ship actually hugged each other, one girl exclaimed excitedly. Tang Xi bumped into a gentle embrace, just as she realized what was happening and was about to struggle free. Su Wen pressed her down and lifted her up, coldly saying, "Don't move, I'm taking you to the infirmary." Wow, a Princess Carrie. So sweet. I told you they're a couple. Tang Xi's face turned red to the point of bleeding, unable to pay attention to the soreness in her thighs and the fiery pain in her knees. Tang Xi's heart raced, feeling a bit flustered, as her head obediently rested on Su Wen's shoulder. Su Wen also felt uneasy. The little person in her arms was fragrant and soft, and the places she touched felt ticklish and pleasantly numb, making her addicted. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke. One was too nervous to know what to say, while the other was already in a state of chaos. Extra. Sports Day 6, Ambiguity. Su Wen took Tang Xi to the school nurse. When a female doctor saw that two famous students from the school had come in, she instantly lit up. TSK. It seems the rumors are true. They really look good together. However, upon seeing the injury on Tang Xi's knee, she became serious. After carefully applying medicine to the wound, she didn't forget to scold Su Wen. As her boyfriend, you need to pay more attention. How could you let your girlfriend fall so hard? She asked, bleeding. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Boom! These words left both of them momentarily blank. Su Wen blushed and turned her head away, not wanting to deny it. Similarly, Tang Xi lowered her head, feeling extremely nervous and hot all over. The female doctor, noticing the situation, gave him a knowing smile before using the excuse of getting some ointment to leave them alone together. In this enclosed space, only Tang Xi and Su Wen remained. Su Wen felt the heat rise. The atmosphere was a bit strange yet exhilarating. At that moment, Tang Xi broke the silence. Thank you for bringing me to the infirmary. You're welcome. Su Wen's ears turned red to the point of feeling like they were bleeding. She secretly glanced at the nervous Tang Xi and noticed her hair was fluffy, and her entire face was flushed. Tang Xi is very beautiful, especially those innocent doe-like eyes that are captivating, and her lips are also full and attractive, which makes Su Wen momentarily lost in thought. Without thinking, Su Wen reached out to ruffle Tang Xi's hair and said coldly, "Don't be nervous." This action secretly made Tang Xi smile brightly. She looked up and nervously said, "You look really cool running just now, but it would have been even better if you had shown your abs just to me." Upon hearing this, Su Wen softened completely, in places where Tang Xi couldn't see. His eyes were filled with her image. He chuckled in a low voice, "You look more beautiful when you watch me speed up while running." Tang Xi suddenly peket. Instinctively shaking her head in denial and arguing, "I didn't." Puffed. Su Wen covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with laughter and a hint of affection for Tang Xi. At the closing ceremony of the sports meeting, Tang Xi listened dejectedly to the principal's speech. She had lost the opportunity to take a photo with Su Wen after not winning a prize in the 3,000-meter race, and she felt a bit discouraged at that moment. The principal spoke passionately from the stage. "I want to give special recognition to a student in the women's 3,000-meter race, and that is Tang Xi. She fell and even bled during the race but refused to give up. Her spirit of perseverance is something we should all learn from. Therefore, I am awarding her the Sports Spirit Model Award." Tang Xi stood frozen in place until she heard the cheers from the crowd, and only then did she realize that she had won an award. A smile instantly spread across her face, and tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. It was amazing. She had finally done it. When it was time for the winners of the sports meet to take photos, Tang Xi was squeezed into the middle position, with boys and girls lined up on each side for the photo, while the principal and other leaders stood in the front. It was unclear if someone did this on purpose, but Su Wen was also pushed closer to Tang Xi. The unintentional contact between the two immediately made them both blush. During the photo, the girl showed a bright smile that was heartwarming, while the boy's lips curled slightly upward, but his gaze was directed at the girl. 103 Mother and daughter talked. Tang Xi smiled satisfyingly, then hugged Bibi Dong's arm and said coyly, "Actually, there's another person who made this noodle with me. Can you come meet that person with me, teacher?" Faced with Tang Xi's cuteness, Bibi Dong completely melted and quickly said indulgently, Okay, whatever you say, Xiao Shi." At that moment, Bibi Dong couldn't help but wonder, could that person be her daughter, Qianren Xue? It shouldn't be, after all. She probably hates me too. Hearing Bibi Dong agree, Tang Xi became even more excited, and as soon as Bibi Dong finished the noodles, she immediately took her to find Xue Qinghe. It should be called Qianren Xue, as she had already transformed back into her original girl form. On the lawn, beneath the trees, a golden-haired woman was waiting over there, surrounded by the shimmering lights of fireflies, the twinkling stars in the sky, and the fragrant scent of flowers wafting in the air, all creating a beautiful scene. After Tang, she brought Bibi Dong to find Qianren Xue. She quietly walked away, observing Bibi Dong's shocked expression. Qianren Xue inherited all the advantages of her father and mother. With a perfectly proportioned figure and a face similar to Bibi Dong's, her thick eyebrows tightly furrowed in tension. Bibi Dong panicked the moment she saw Qianren Xue. The image of that night in the secret room forced into her mind over and over again. Sweat dripped from her forehead, and a slight look of pain appeared on her face as disgust surged from the depths of her heart, reigniting her resentment towards the Angel clan. Qianrenshua hesitated and stepped forward, weakly calling out Mom. This word provoked Bibi Dong, who retreated continuously, shouting hoarsely, "Get away. I don't want to see you." This made Qianrenshua stop in her tracks again, recalling Tang Xi's words. If you have something to say, just say it. It's better than being misunderstood all the time. Thinking this, her nose felt sour, and the grievance stuck in her throat was very uncomfortable. Qianrenshua choked out. When I was young, I often watched my companions happily rush into their mother's arms. While I envied them, I secretly thought it was because I wasn't good enough that my mother didn't like me. Then to prove my strength, I went to the Tiando Empire. I thought my mother would see me in a new light. But when I saw her show gentle smiles to other girls while only being cold or even disgusted with me, I finally understood. My mother has always hated me. Not because I wasn't good enough, but because I was an unwanted child. Qianrenshua's reddened eyes deeply pierced Bibi Dong's heart, and Bibi Dong recalled all the ways she had treated Qianrenshua, feeling as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at her heart, itchy and uncomfortable. She wanted to say, "It's not like that," but the words wouldn't come out. Qianrenshua looked at Bibi Dong, trembling all over, feeling as if cold water had been poured over her heart. Lowering her head in silence, she said, "But I don't resent you, because without you, there would be no me. I also understand the truth from back then, so I have no reason to resent you. But I am innocent too. I'm also a girl who longs for her mother. Over the years, I have fantasized countless times about you accepting me." When Qianrenshua looked up at Bibi Dong, her face was already streaked with tears, and she said with a choked voice, "But if my existence makes you feel disgusted, then I will no longer appear before you. You can pursue whatever you want or leave the spirit hall. I won't let Grandpa stop you again. This is the last time I will call you Mom. I'm sorry for appearing before you on your birthday. You can rest assured I won't be a bother to you again." Qianrenshua's tearful voice and every word struck Bibi Dong's heart. Watching Qianrenshua walk away in disappointment, Bibi Dong felt an emptiness in her heart as if she had lost something very important. As Qianrenshua walked further away, Bibi Dong's mind went blank, filled with anxiety, panic, and self-blame in every corner of her heart. Almost instinctively, she stretched out her hand and shouted, "Don't go." Qianrenshua stopped in her tracks but didn't dare to look back at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong nervously said, "I don't hate you. I just don't know how to face you. Can you give me some time? Give me some time to adjust. I can overcome the fear in my heart. After all, blood is thicker than water. Seeing the girl in front of me cry makes my heart ache." Qianrenshua was stunned, and in that moment, she finally couldn't help but break down in tears, turning around and immediately rushing into Bibi Dong's arms. At that moment, Bibi Dong froze, her body instinctively resisting. But feeling the trembling girl in her embrace and the wet clothes from tears, she couldn't bear to push her away. Even feeling heartache for the girl in her arms, Tang Xi secretly watched this warm scene and then quietly left. This night should belong to the mother and daughter. A weight in her heart finally lifted, and Tang Xi felt a wave of relief. Even if she didn't survive until tomorrow, she had no regrets. The next day, when Tang Xi went to find Pope Bibi Dong had a gentle expression. While the expressions of Gui Mei and Yu Guanju looked as if they had seen a ghost, having never seen the Pope smile for so long. When the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, left in the morning, the Pope personally went to the city wall to see him off, showing a reluctant expression. When Bibi Dong saw Tang Xi, she beamed with joy. "Xiaoxi, you're here." She knew very well that yesterday's reconciliation with Shui was all orchestrated by Tang Xi. Bibi Dong had completely regarded Tang Xi as her own daughter. Who wouldn't love such a considerate little cotton-padded jacket? Tang Xi looked at Bibi Dong with a smile, realizing that her teacher must have encountered something good recently, as she seemed in such a good mood. This is also thanks to you, Xiaoxi." Bibi Dong waved her hand to signal Tang Xi to come over, and Tang Xi obediently approached. Bibi Dong then used her soul power to take out the soul bone that originally belonged to Tang San in the original work from the Soul Guide. The soul bone emitted a faint glow, floating in the palm of Bibi Dong's hand. Tang Xi asked in confusion, "What is this?" Looking at Tang Xi's bewildered expression, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile and gently ruffled Tang Xi's fluffy hair, explaining, "This is the spirit head bone I left for you. I originally intended it as a prize for the elite competition champion, but then I thought about your position in the Shrek team, so I decided to keep this soul bone for you." Tang Xi was moved and rushed into Bibi Dong's arms, choking back tears, saying, "You're the best, teacher." However, Tang Xi shook her head and regretfully refused. Teacher, I can't accept this soul bone. Yu Guanju, who was beside her, was stunned. This was a soul bone, a rare and sought-after treasure. To refuse, it was simply unbelievable. But Guamei's reaction was much calmer. Tang, she must have her reasons for doing so. Bibi Dong smiled and asked, why won't you accept it? Tang, she replied helplessly, Xiao Shi, I only have less than a month to live. The soul bone should be left for someone who needs it more. The teacher can use it to attract talent, so that this soul bone can realize greater value. 105 Please comment. Every word spoken by Tang, she echoed in Bibi Dong's mind, accompanied by scenes of memories rising. Tang, she said in a coquettish tone while hugging her arms, Teacher, you have to be happy every day I'm not here. Tang, she brought herself a bowl of longevity noodles and said with a smile, Happy birthday, teacher. Let's put the Pope's work aside for now and take a good rest. Tang, she excitedly ran up to her with the flower crown she had painstakingly crafted, not mentioning the scars on her hands, always wearing a cheerful expression. The teacher must look beautiful wearing the crown. And when she learned that Tang, she wouldn't live for more than 2 months. The sorrow she felt was even comparable to the pain of breaking up with Yu Xiaojiang. The person I love doesn't love me, and the one who loves me won't live for more than 2 months. Moreover, Su Wen had once told her, I can only guarantee there's a chance to prolong Tang Xi's life, but it's just a chance. As the memories ended, under the stunned gaze of Gui Mei and Yu Guanju, Bibi Dong's eyes gradually turned red. She tightly embraced Tang Xi in her arms and said to her with a pained expression, Xiao Shi, why can't you think of yourself? Tang Xi was a bit at a loss and said anxiously, Teacher, please don't be upset. Tang Xi thought it was her reluctance to accept the soul bone that was the reason, so she said, why not give me more gold soul coins? Little Xi is quite the little money lover. Seeing Tang Xi's sparkling eyes, Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh, and then with a wave of her hand, she gave half of her small treasury to Tang Xi. Tang Xi couldn't take her eyes off the 1 million gold soul coins in her soul guide, and tears of joy streamed down her face. She had never seen so much money in her life. Woo-woo. She really wanted to swim in a sea of soul coins right now. However, Tang Xi didn't forget her purpose this time, and mentioned that she would be heading to the Douluo forest that afternoon. Of course, Bibi Dong didn't oppose Tang Xi's request, but insisted that a titled Douluo must accompany her. How could that work? Having a titled Douluo by her side would make it impossible to meet De Ming and Er Ming. After Tang Xi's cute and charming antics, Bibi Dong finally agreed to let her go to the Douluo forest alone. The purpose of going to the Douluo forest was simple. Tang, she wanted to send Sister Xiao Wu to De Ming and Er Ming's side, where she would be safe. Moreover, who knew when she might die? So having Sister Xiao Wu follow her was the wrong choice. Beside her, Xiao Wu looked worried as she watched Tang Xi, who had already opened her blood butterfly wings and was trying hard to fly into the sky. Xiao Xi, why don't we just walk there? Tang Xi tried to lift Xiao Wu into the air, but failed. In the end, she helplessly said to Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, you should lose some weight. Xiao Wu. She turned her head away in anger, not wanting to pay attention to Tang Xi anymore. Tang Xi, did she say something wrong? In the Douluo forest, Xiao Wu and Tang Xi were weaving through the trees, and this place gave Xiao Wu a very familiar feeling. So Tang Xi let Xiao Wu lead the way based on her instincts. After a while of weaving through, Tang Xi suddenly had a clear view, and what came into sight was a small lake after passing through a dense forest. The clear lake made the air feel more humid, and the surface of the lake reflected towering trees around it, illuminated by the moonlight, making everything appear crystal clear in the reflection on the water's surface. At the edge of the small lake stood a towering presence, with dark fur shimmering faintly under the weak moonlight. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height definitely exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, its height would probably be over 15 meters. On the surface, it resembled a creature that was both like a monkey and a gorilla, with only its lantern-sized eyes shining with a yellow crystal-like luster, while the rest of its body was pitch black. Moreover, this giant's body was incredibly robust, so much so that it was astonishing. Not only was its body enormous, but every part was covered with muscles more terrifyingly strong than granite, protruding like small hills. The entire body seemed to embody both strength and beauty. It was the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, a soul beast comparable to a titled Douluo level in the realm of soul beasts. When the Titan giant ape saw Xiao Wu behind Tang Xi, its yellow crystal-like eyes suddenly brightened. But gradually, it sensed something was wrong, as Xiao Wu was no longer a 100,000-year soul beast, but rather an 80,000-year level beast. The Titan giant ape didn't know what had happened, but it was now filled with rage, certain that humans had persecuted Sister Xiao Wu. Thinking this, the Titan giant ape's fury surged, roaring angrily at Tang Xi, its eyes flashing like two suns. And the majestic aura it released caused the lake water in front of it to begin rippling in layers. Tang, she stood petrified in the wind, while the Titan giant ape looked at her with the eyes of an enemy. Xiao Wu was the first to sense something was wrong. She immediately stood in front of Tang Xi, defensively watching the Titan giant ape, and quickly assumed a combat stance. Xiao Wu, now only 7 years old, had the intelligence of a child, and most of her memories were sealed away, so she did not recognize the Titan giant ape in front of her, nor did she remember who De Ming and Er Ming were. The Titan giant ape was confused. Why was Xiao Wu acting defensively towards him? So it tried to speak. Jiao, Zuya. Tang, she walked over and patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, comforting her. It's okay, Sister Xiao Wu. Is it a relative from before your amnesia? Xiao Wu tilted her head in confusion, curious about the word relative. What is a relative? A relative is someone who can care for you, love you, and think of you, as well as someone worth protecting. Tang Xi answered with a smile, but Xiao Wu excitedly hugged Tang Xi, saying that little she is my family. The ignored Titan giant ape clicked its tongue, feeling sour like a lemon. Afterward, Tang Xi briefly explained to the Titan giant ape that Xiao Wu had fallen into a group of tidal Douluos, and due to soul power sharing, Xiao Wu's cultivation had dropped by 20,000 years, and that the tidal Douluos had let Xiao Wu go. Tang Xi also mentioned the current situation of Xiao Wu, saying that her mental state has regressed, and that she can become a true human when she reaches level 60, but she needs to hunt soul beasts on her own. Even Xiao Wu, no matter how naive, understood the implications behind Tang Xi's words, and she cried out in grievance, "Ooh, Xiao Xi, do you not want me anymore?" The Titan great ape, once again ignored, expressed that it also wanted Xiao Wu, but when faced with her disdainful gaze, it instantly found itself at a loss for words. Tang Xi smiled helplessly and said, Sister Xiao Wu can cultivate faster with Er Ming, so by then, I'll just wait for Sister Xiao Wu to protect me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu stopped crying and choked out. Really? 107 recommendation votes. Tang Xi nodded crazily and coaxed. I believe that Sister Xiao Wu will definitely become very strong by then. Remember to come and protect me. Okay? Xiao Wu forcefully held back the tears at the corners of her eyes, and then a wave of joy surged in her heart. She jumped up excitedly. Okay. Xiao Wu will protect Tang Xi. Excited, Xiao Wu wanted to share her happiness with Tang Xi, so she kissed Tang Xi's face several times. Facing the ominous gaze of the Titan giant ape, Tang Xi wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, afraid that Xiao Wu would be reluctant to part with her. Tang Xi knocked Xiao Wu out with a slap and whispered, I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. If I don't knock you out now, I'm afraid I won't be able to go far later. The Titan giant ape quietly looked at Tang Xi. She had a faint, enchanting fragrance about her. The silent Titan giant ape said, Thank you for protecting Sister Xiao Wu in front of so many people. 100,000 years of soul beasts is such a huge temptation. But this human in front of him was actually able to develop the theory of soul power sharing and allowed Sister Xiao Wu to maintain her human form. This is a blessing for Sister Xiao Wu and all soul beasts. To be honest, the Titan giant ape was filled with admiration for the human in front of him. Tang Xi took a reluctant last look at Sister Xiao Wu, fearing that this farewell might mean she would never see her again. Er Ming, please take good care of Sister Xiao Wu for me. Tang Xi said anxiously. A tear slipped down the corner of her eye. I will. The Titan giant ape promised seriously. On the way back to the spirit hall, Tang Xi's heart ached from time to time. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Her face was pale and weak, and the pain in her heart felt like it was about to explode. Tang Xi stretched out a pair of blood-red butterfly wings from her back, flying in the air, rising and falling as if she would fall from the sky at any moment. Tang Xi endured excruciating pain and finally fainted upon arriving at Soul Master City. Her fainting caused quite a stir among the Pope Hall and others. Bibi Dong felt anxious, but Su Wen asked her to leave the room first. She knew that Su Wen was the inheritor of a certain divine heritage, and thus vaguely understood that Su Wen's plan was to have Tang Xi undergo a trial to gain rewards that would prolong her life. This was Su Wen's secret, so Bibi Dong could only relax and order everyone not to visit Tang Xi. In the room, when Tang Xi woke up, she groggily saw a shadow. A handsome and striking face appeared in front of her. Tang, she was almost startled, and as the person in front of her gradually came into focus, she realized it was Su Wen. Tang Xi froze for a moment, then lifted the blanket to check if her clothes were still on. Su Wen said, "What kind of person do you think I am?" With a dark expression, Su Wen asked, "You're finally awake. Now that you're awake, get ready." Tang Xi looked dazed and asked, "What are you preparing for?" Su Wen explained, "Just get ready. Later, I will activate the dual god trial for you. Whether you can continue your life depends on you." Turning around, Su Wen saw Tang. She casually responded with, "Oh." Su Wen suppressed the urge to hit Tang Xi but couldn't help asking, "Aren't you nervous? Aren't you excited?" Tang Xi rubbed her sleepy eyes and said lightly, "Dying early means being reborn early. It's not a big deal." Thud. Su Wen couldn't help but knock on Tang Xi's head, looking icy as she said, "If you can't survive, I'll kill Shrek, the Hautian sect, Tang San, and others to accompany you in death." Boo-hoo. Tang Xi squatted in the corner, holding her swollen head, feeling wronged. "Damn, deskmate. How can you not uphold martial ethics?" In the 108 dual god trials, Su Wen helplessly pressed his forehead and finally became serious. The air in the room suddenly grew tense, and a faint green flame shape appeared on Su Wen's forehead, emitting a weak light. His dark purple-silver hair flew wildly with a gust of strong wind, and Su Wen's eyes suddenly became sharp as a mass of black mist continuously swirled around him. A flash of white light appeared on the ground, and a heavy, ancient door slowly rose. A skull was carved in the center of the door, and the next moment, the skull surprisingly spoke. "The dual god trials have been activated. Please enter the trial taker." When Su Wen's gaze turned to Tang Xi, she didn't rush, but instead leisurely walked over, asking with an expectant look, "Is this the trial of the god of life and the god of destruction?" Su Wen nodded in agreement, and then instructed, "Once you enter, the scene inside will change to the one you are being tested on, and the tasks will automatically appear in your mind." Tang Xi looked at Su Wen seriously, then quietly tiptoed and gave Su Wen a peck on the cheek. Su Wen was stunned for a few seconds, and a blush immediately crept up to her ears. By the time Su Wen turned around, there was no trace of Tang Xi. She had already walked through the door after teasing Su Wen. With a red face, Su Wen was still recalling the feeling from just now, which seemed quite nice. Behind the door was an endless darkness, and suddenly the scene changed rapidly. Tang Xi felt a wave of dizziness and rubbed her temples. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a forest filled with a dangerous aura. At the same time, a message appeared in her mind. This is an upside-down world where the positions of soul beasts and humans are reversed. Soul beasts need to hunt humans to obtain soul rings. Your identity: a 100,000-year-old human-shaped soul beast with a soul power level of 53. Task: successfully kill the ultimate boss, the limit Douluo soul beast. 9 mysteries green scorpion, equivalent to 100,000 years. After reading the information in her mind, Tang Xi felt a wave of embarrassment. Didn't that mean she was a coveted prize in the eyes of soul beasts? Just as she was thinking this, the forest began to tremble. Suddenly, a big, cute eye appeared in the gaps of the trees, followed by a 7 or 8 meter long, completely green lizard standing up. When it saw Tang Xi, the corner of its mouth curled up, and it licked its lips with its tongue. Tang Xi felt something was wrong, and behind her, blood-red butterfly wings spread out and flew in midair. Suddenly, a lizard's tongue kept extending towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi activated her soul power, and 5 soul rings spiraled up from her feet. The soul rings flickered rhythmically, especially the 5th pink soul ring, whose shimmering light was even more pronounced. Flexibility spiderweb. Behind Tang Xi, a huge peony illusion blooms, surrounded by hundreds of bright white threads that resemble spider silk, instantly shooting towards the lizard. As soon as the silk touches the lizard's tongue, it automatically wraps around, while the other end firmly sticks in the crevice of a tall tree. The lizard tries to retract its tongue, but a powerful pulling force prevents its tongue from moving. Tang Xi hurriedly flew away, thinking that the taste of grilled lizard meat should be quite good. However, the smell of grilled meat would likely attract many soul beasts to hunt her down, which would be too risky. In the forest, danger lurked everywhere, with pairs of eyes secretly watching Tang Xi's every move, making her feel a chill run down her spine. At the same time, Tang Xi could sense several powerful auras closing in on her within 100 miles. The deeper she went into the forest, the quieter it became, with hardly any low-level soul beasts in sight. The increasing silence was often a warning of impending danger. Suddenly, a group of crows perched on a branch took flight in panic, startled by something. The ground trembled slightly, and cracks began to appear, as if something was about to break through the surface. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming panic and quickly flapped her wings to fly into the air. Just as she ascended, a blade of wind struck her and a massive black feathered wing appeared in front of Tang Xi. It was a nearly level 90-soul beast, a black eagle. In a panic, Tang Xi leaned against a branch and almost cursed out loud. What the hell are these things? As she spoke, a pair of crescent-shaped eyes appeared behind her, sending a chill down her spine. Instinctively, she jumped down from the branch. Bam! A giant python, about 20 meters long, bit down on a branch. Tang Xi controlled her soul power, and peonies blossomed on each soul beast. As she walked unsteadily, each soul beast was deprived of 40 speed, which was all returned to Tang Xi, allowing her speed to increase by at least 3 times. Suddenly, a figure flew through the air, and in just a few moves, Tang Xi escaped the pursuit of these soul beasts. A white light exploded in the air, forming a circle that enveloped the entire forest. When Tang Xi quickly flew to the edge of the forest and touched that white light, she was rebounded by a powerful force, sending her flying several meters. Human, you can't escape. Stay here and become our soul ring. A grand voice echoed, followed by a hoarse voice. I prefer to torture this human rather than die easily. Haha. The source of the voices was the giant python and the black eagle. The centipede spewing out from the ground also looked at Tang Xi with greed, along with the 4-winged fire dragon slowly approaching from a distance. Just these 4 soul beasts already possessed the strength of a tidal Douluo. Countless escape opportunities flashed through Tang Xi's mind, but they all ended in failure. Moreover, she hadn't even encountered her mission target yet, but she would drag someone down with her if she had to. Tang Xi's face was filled with determination, and the 5th soul ring around her waist was constantly flashing as she locked onto the weakest soul beast in the air, the black eagle, and flew towards it. The black eagle mocked Tang Xi's arrogance, producing countless wind blades with each flap of its wings. Tang Xi used teleportation to make a quick turn in the air and appeared behind the black eagle. Hundreds of spider silk threads launched and wrapped around the black eagle. For tidal Douluo, no matter how flexible the spider silk was, it would struggle free within a minute. However, Tang Xi's goal was not this. Instead, she activated her 4th soul skill of the lifeline, Marionette. The marionette allowed Tang Xi to control a soul master of equal strength for 40 seconds. If the target was 1 level higher, the control time would be reduced by 1 second. Moreover, this soul skill increased by 1 second for each level of soul power. Therefore, even if this black eagle was a tidal Douluo, Tang Xi could still control it for about 3 seconds. Countless threads wrapped around the black eagle, controlling its actions. The black eagle, terrified, tried to move but couldn't, watching helplessly as it opened its fanged mouth and turned to bite its precious wings. Its fangs pierced through its flesh, and waves of pain made the black eagle scream in silence. As the 3 seconds ended, Tang Xi's face also turned pale, but the black eagle's wings were bleeding profusely, causing it to lose balance in the air and fall. In the air, Tang Xi held an absolute advantage, but below, the 4-winged fire dragon looked angrily at Tang Xi and instantly spread its massive 4 wings to fly towards her. Stop struggling. Flames erupted from the fire dragon's mouth, turning everything in their path to ashes. Tang Xi struggled to unleash her 2nd soul skill, Devour Soul Power, quickly replenishing the soul power within her body. A pink light flashed in midair, and a pink peony unexpectedly floated and bloomed in the air, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Tang Xi also activated the skill of her blood butterfly wing soul bone floral enchantment, which could cause soul beasts caught in the floral scent to lose their 5 senses. The 4-winged fire dragon instantly realized it could see nothing and hear nothing, and in its anger it howled, human. Its swollen body crashed around wildly, and its flames became even more ferocious than before. Tang Xi struggled to dodge, but the dragon's flames still grazed her wings, a searing heat sweeping over her. Damn it! Tang Xi cursed quietly and then landed on the ground, retracting her wings. Just as she landed, a huge tail, accompanied by a gust of wind, struck towards her. She jumped to the side just in time to narrowly avoid the python's attack. But not far away, an ugly centipede was also crawling towards her frantically. Don't come any closer. You're so ugly it's killing me. Tang Xi couldn't help but scream in disgust. The centipede paused for a moment, its anger boiling inside. You little brat, how dare you say I'm ugly? It spoke with a tone reminiscent of a greasy uncle. Tang Xi suppressed the urge to vomit while dodging the massive mouth of the python and avoiding the centipede's attacks. If she wasn't careful, a huge tail swept across and sent Tang Xi flying. Bang! Tang Xi crashed into a rock and fell down, blood oozing from her forehead, her limbs aching and weak. She no longer had the strength to escape. The python looked at the centipede with pride. The fragrance of flowers dissipating as the four-winged fire dragon regained its senses and descended from the sky. The black eagle, filled with hatred, slowly approached Tang Xi. At that moment, a snowflake drifted by, and a biting cold wind fiercely swept through, quickly forming a thin layer of ice beneath the feet of the four soul beasts. Their faces stiffened, suddenly filled with fear. It's here! A tall black shadow slowly approached, two large pincers hitting the ground, turning everything they touched into ice. The body of this soul beast, a deep purple-green color, was a full 5 meters long, but its hind abdomen had 9 segmented tails, each tipped with a sharp spike. This soul beast was called the 9 Xian by Green Scorpion, equivalent to the strength of a 99th level ultimate Douluo. This human, I want her, the 9 Xian by Green Scorpion said in a slightly childish, crisp voice. This human certainly belongs to you, the black eagle's hoarse voice replied, though his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The other 4 soul beasts could only yield in the face of the 9 Xian by Green Scorpion, as they knew they could not withstand it in a direct confrontation. Before falling into a coma, Tang Xi vaguely saw a scorpion with 9 tails. But soon her vision blurred and she lost consciousness. Late at night, beside the campfire, Tang Xi woke up from the heat, and with a blink, she realized she was tied up, with fierce flames roasting her from below. Damn, this way of dying is too torturous. Tang Xi woke up and the noise here woke up the sleeping 9 Xian Green Scorpion. The 9 Xian Green Scorpion opened its eyes and said to Tang Xi, accept your fate and stop struggling. You're going to be eaten by me soon. It had heard that roasting humans would taste delicious, so wanted to give it a try. 111-9 Xian Green Scorpion Tang. She had to struggle a bit and shouted, at least poison me first. Otherwise, the process of being burned alive is too unbearable. The 9 Xian Green Scorpion replied, human, why aren't you following the rules? But food is ultimately food, not worth worrying about. Seeing that the 9 Xian Green Scorpion ignored her, Tang Xi felt a little panicked and immediately shouted, I can make food that's 100 times better than me. The 9 Xian Green Scorpion said, I'm drooling, feeling a little tempted. You must have lived for a long time. Don't you find it boring? I have so many fun little things. The 9 Xian Green Scorpion, who had lived for 100,000 years, was even more tempted. What to do? No, she is human. Can't trust her words. At this moment, Tang Xi shouted again, anyway, I'm going to die sooner or later, so why not let me live a few more days? I'll provide you with fun and good food. And after you're tired of playing, you can just eat me, right? The 9 Xian Green Scorpion expressed that this was very tempting. With a whoosh, a cold wind swept in, instantly extinguishing the blazing fire beneath Tang Xi, allowing her to struggle down and move her hands and feet freely. At this moment, a resentful gaze turned towards Tang Xi. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Tang Xi smiled at the 9 Xian Green Scorpion. Don't worry, I won't run away. I'll make you some delicious food right now. After all, if she ran away, those soul beasts wouldn't spare her either, and it would just lead to a tiring game of chase. Sigh, lying down is the most comfortable. I'll live as long as I can. And dying early just means a quicker reincarnation. Tang Xi took out a juicy piece of pork from the sapphire on her chest, then prepared the spices and started getting ready to barbecue, as she was hungry too. Gurgle, her stomach rumbled in hunger. The spicy barbecue smell wafted into the nose of the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion, filling its mind with the aroma of food. Tang Xi had already started to drool and wanted to eat a skewer of grilled meat right away. But a shadow passed by, and the grilled meat in her hand had already disappeared. Tang Xi turned her head to see that it was that stinky scorpion, which was using its 9 tails to wrap around the grilled meat and devouring it in one bite. In just a minute, Tang Xi, who was busy sweating, watched as all the meat she had grilled was gobbled up by the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion. Tang Xi was so wrong that she wanted to cry. Whoa, all the barbecue is gone. Dying of hunger is simply more cruel than being burned to death. After finishing the barbecue, the 9 Xian Green Scorpion licked the lingering fragrance off its lips and asked with sparkling green eyes, is there more? Is there more? Human, I want to eat. So, Tang Xi sulked and spent the whole night barbecuing again. This time, she was smarter and learned to grill while eating, at least managing to snatch some food from the 9 Xian Green Scorpion's mouth. After a whole night, Tang Xi was completely exhausted, while the 9 Xian Green Scorpion contentedly rubbed its swollen belly with its 2 large pincers, marveling at how it had never eaten so much before. It seemed that keeping this human around wasn't too bad after all. The 9 Xian Green Scorpion looked at Tang Xi sleeping and tilted its head, suddenly remembering that humans seemed to be creatures that needed to sleep for a long time. When Tang Xi woke up, the The first thing she saw was the 9 green scorpion staring at her with its big, cute eyes. Then she silently closed her eyes again and turned over, seeing nothing and going back to sleep. The 9 green scorpion was angry. After waiting so long for Tang Xi to wake up, she just went back to sleep again. What was it supposed to do? So, it carefully wrapped Tang Xi up with its 9 tails, avoiding the stingers on them, and then wildly swung its tails. 112 just lie flat. Tang Xi felt her whole body swaying, and she was about to throw up the food from the night before. She expressed her defeat and quickly shouted, Okay, I'm waking up now. Please don't torture me anymore. The 9 mystic green scorpion was still a bit proud, huffing that it could still handle humans. Tang Xi and the 9 green scorpion stared at each other. She quietly said, How about I call you Xiao Jiu from now on? Otherwise, calling you Stinky Scorpion doesn't sound nice. The 9 green scorpion looked at Tang Xi blankly, then shook its head wildly and said, Stinky Scorpion is obviously very majestic. How is that not nice? Tang Xi almost burst out laughing, holding her stomach and laughing nonstop. Ha, your aesthetic is quite uniquely strange. Tang Xi looked at the dazed appearance of the 9 green scorpion and suddenly had a little idea in her mind. Tang Xi pretended to be serious, but inside she was bursting with laughter. Do you know about her human music? Jiu Xian by LV Xia shook his head blankly. Tang Xi then pulled out the harp she had purchased at great expense from her soul guide device. Nobles in this world generally only played certain string instruments, but Tang Xi happened to have learned the guqin, which has a similar playing method to the harp. She then manipulated the lifeline to play the song she imagined. A magical yet familiar melody began to play, and Tang Xi happily started to move, her arms wide open, shaking this way and that, joyfully dancing a folk dance. She sang sweet lyrics along with the music. You are my little duck. Little apple, just like the most beautiful clouds in the sky, Jiu Xian by LV Xia watched with wide eyes, unconsciously swaying his body along with Tang Xi, shaking his neck wildly. He even started to sing along, You're my little duck, little frying pan, with his non-standard Mandarin. Jiu Xian by LV Xia jumped up happily, the magical tune instantly brainwashing him. Perhaps Tang Xi knew she wouldn't live long, so she decided to let herself go, playing however she wanted, to hell with being a lady. Now I want to be a little devil. Tang Xi was happily dancing while eating barbecue with the 9 mystic green scorpion. After a while, Tang Xi looked at the 9 mystic green scorpion with a sly smile and asked, Hey little 9, can you shrink? The 9 mystic green scorpion nodded without any defense, still smiling and savoring the barbecue. Tang Xi continued to ask, Have you ever flown in the sky? The 9 green scorpion looked at Tang Xi as if she were an idiot, thinking, I'm a reptile, where'd I get wings to fly? I see Tang Xi thought of a bad idea and then deliberately tempted, Why don't you turn into something the size of my palm? I have something fun that you'll definitely be interested in. Upon hearing this, the 9 green scorpion's eyes lit up, and it obediently transformed into the size of Tang Xi's palm, excitedly asking, Something fun? Really? At this moment, Tang Xi had spread out the blood butterfly wings on her back. Looking at the petite 9 green scorpion, she replied with a beaming smile, Of course it's real. Then, in the next second, Tang Xi grabbed the tail of the 9 green scorpion and, before it could react, shot up into the sky, soaring to a height of 999 meters. A strong wind rushed towards them, and the feeling of weightlessness enveloped the 9 green scorpion. Although it was tough and not afraid of falling, this was still quite terrifying. Sob. This was far from enough. Tang Xi's lips curled into a smirk, and then she turned a corner and quickly flew in circles around the forest, spinning in the air several times, leaving the 9 green scorpion dazed. Slow down. Having never left the ground before, the 9 green scorpion's legs were trembling, overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness, feeling panicked. If it accidentally fell, its backside would be sore for a month. Thinking of this, the 9 green scorpion cried out in despair, I don't want to play anymore, I want to go down. Tang Xi was helpless. How could you, a dignified title de law, be so timid and afraid of heights? I don't care, I'm going down. The 9 profound green scorpion has said this. So Tang Xi obediently let go of its tail. In a daze, the 9 profound green scorpion had already fallen from the sky, thousands of meters high. Boom. Its mind went blank, and it felt a chill in its heart. It was over, I'm going to be in big trouble, sob. Tang Xi smiled slightly, bent down to quickly grab the tail of the 9 green scorpion, and then joyfully dashed forward again. This time, however, she lowered her altitude, allowing her to see the beautiful mountains and rivers, leaving the 9 green scorpion in awe. Is it beautiful? Tang Xi asked, and the nine Xian green scorpion nodded blankly, its emerald eyes sparkling like green gems, feeling increasingly excited. So beautiful, so beautiful. I want to see it every day. In the following days, Tang Xi and the nine Xian green scorpion ate skewers together, and sometimes she would make delicious, spicy hot pot. When it rained, they would occupy the nest of the four-winged fire dragon to keep warm, and when it got hot, they would play in the river. Every day, Tang Xi took the nine Xian green scorpion out for a ride, flying in the air to enjoy the scenery. At night, they danced joyfully around the campfire, singing "You Are My Little Apple," and then shook their heads wildly. When they got tired, the beast and the person would lean against each other and fall into a deep sleep. Although she would always be awakened by the snoring of the soul beast next door. Perhaps this world was created by the god of life, and the air still contained a hint of the god of life's divine power, which extended Tang Xi's originally 2-month lifespan to a full 5 months. In the divine realm, a gentle green-haired woman and a dark purple-haired man with red eyes looked helplessly at the water mirror in front of them, which displayed scenes of the nine Xian green scorpion and Tang Xi enjoying their daily life. The god of life silently asked the god of destruction beside her, "What was our original purpose for establishing this trial world?" The god of destruction rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. To cultivate the strength of the trial takers and to better understand the relationship between soul beasts and humans. However, how did it end up being played out like this by the girl in front of them? The god of life couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This is what makes it interesting. But this isn't a solution either, so we can only pressure them." Tang Xi woke up from her dreams, her heart suddenly pounding violently. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from her mouth, and there was a strong burning sensation in her internal organs. A feeling of impending death swept over her body once again. The nine Xian green scorpion was startled by the blood at the corner of Tang Xi's mouth. It hurriedly asked, "Xiao Xi, what happened to you?" After 5 months of companionship, the nine Xian green scorpion had already regarded Tang Xi as a friend. Although it was ridiculous for a soul beast to be friends with a human, this feeling came from its heart. It had lived for 100,000 years and had been lonely for 100,000 years, but these 5 months were the happiest days of its life. At this moment, it finally understood that having a long lifespan could never compare to a lifetime of loneliness versus the joy of these 5 months. Tang Xi looked utterly disheartened. "Xiaojiu, I feel like I only have a few days left to live." The nine Xian green scorpion couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! Xiao Xi, you're joking with me, right? You're so lively every day. How come you can't today?" But as it looked at Tang Xi's serious face, it suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. It seemed to be true. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The nine Xian green scorpion stopped its usual playful demeanor and took on a serious, menacing look, protecting Tang Xi behind it. It roared angrily, "Dare to cause trouble for me? You're looking for death." Several powerful and terrifying auras slowly approached. In the distance, a murderous wolf was glaring fiercely at the nine Xian green scorpion, standing on a cliff and looking down at Tang Xi. The wolf's exposed aura was no less than that of the nine Xian green scorpion, and the strength of the two soul beasts could even be said to be evenly matched. The wolf howled into the air a woo. Dozens of wolves slowly emerged from the forest. The nine Xian green scorpion was about to unleash its soul skill, but realized its strength was being suppressed. Noticing the unusual expression on the nine Xian green scorpion's face, Tang Xi suspected it was the work of the god of life and the god of destruction. As this was originally a trial ground, Tang Xi activated her martial soul, and a giant peony bloomed behind her. White lines surrounded the peony, and soul rings spiraled up from her feet in a rhythmic manner as she entered combat mode. 7 or 8 fierce wolves pounced towards her, and at the same time, hundreds of spider silk strands were instantly unleashed, entangling the wolf pack. The ferocious wolves charged towards the nine Xian green scorpion, which, unable to use its soul skills, could only attempt to poison its opponents with its venomous stinger. The wolves were certainly not that foolish. Golden light flickered in the sky, and with a swoosh, the golden light transformed into dozens of wolf claws striking towards the nine Xian green scorpion. This was the wolf's soul skill, and the nine Xian green scorpion dodged clumsily. Meanwhile, the python that had been tracking Tang Xi also emerged, laughing, "Haha, scorpion, can you still defeat us when your soul skills are restricted?" As the python spoke, it opened its gaping maw, aiming to tear Tang Xi into pieces with a single bite. Tang Xishu spread her butterfly wings and flew into the air, then shouted at the Jioshuan green scorpion, "Little Jio, shrink quickly." The Jioshuan green scorpion understood Tang Xi's meaning, and, As she grabbed its tail, it quickly shrank in size, allowing Tang Xi to carry it into the sky. Suddenly, a fierce wolf jumped up and bit Tang Xi's calf. Tang Xi let out a muffled grunt of pain and immediately activated the first soul skill of the lifeline, Bee Venom Silk. A golden light flashed as the silk emerged from Tang Xi's back, piercing toward the wolf's vital spot, causing the wolf to release its bite in pain. Tang Xi took the opportunity to embrace the miniature version of the Jiuquan by Green Scorpion and flew into the sky to escape. However, not long after, a scorching flame shot towards Tang Xi, who hurriedly turned in midair to dodge it. The Jiuquan by Green Scorpion looked at the scene and said with self-reproach, "I'm sorry. Xiao Xi, I've caused you trouble." Watching Tang Xi desperately carrying it to escape, the Jiuquan by Green Scorpion felt a warmth in its heart. As a soul beast, it was the first time someone had stepped forward to protect it, and the other party was a human. Tang Xi smiled helplessly and said, "What are you talking about? Those people are here to catch me." The 9 Green Scorpion responded, "You really know how to ruin the atmosphere." As they spoke, another wave of wind blades whizzed past Tang Xi's ears. Surrounded by the fire dragon and the Black Eagle's attacks, the Black Eagle drew closer to Tang Xi, ready to bite down. In an instant, Tang Xi teleported above the Black Eagle and kicked down. However, she was still attacked by the fire dragon. Intense flames erupted behind her. Tang Xi wanted to escape, but flames surrounded her on all sides. This was the fire dragon's soul skill, Blazing Inferno. This soul skill could ignite a large fire within a radius of 50 meters, and once any object came into contact with the flames, the fire would cling to it and could not be extinguished. 115 Sacrifice. Tang Xi continuously teleported out of the fire circle, but the flames still clung to her body, and a severe burning sensation spread throughout her entire body. Tang Xi let out a painful scream. "It hurts. Ah!" The flames slowly engulfed half of her butterfly wings. Tang Xi's face turned pale, her clothes already soaked with cold sweat. Without the butterfly wings, she fell awkwardly from the sky, but she still tightly held onto the 9 mystic green scorpion in her arms. The Black Eagle, seeing this thrilling scene, crazily flew towards Tang Xi, shooting a beam of white light from its mouth, similar to Dai Mubai's white tiger golden light wave soul skill. The white light precisely pierced through Tang Xi's heart. In that moment, Tang Xi felt hazy. It seemed as if her heart had stopped beating and the blood within her body ceased to flow. Yet, she instinctively held the 9 mystic green scorpion even tighter, curling her body to better protect it. Bang! The petals were sent flying into the air by the tremendous impact. In Tang Xi fell into the sea of flowers, blood gushing out continuously, her consciousness gradually fading. The blood stained the 9 mystic green scorpion in her arms, which obediently stayed on her chest, listening to her heart that no longer beat, tears streaming down its face. "Tang Xi? Tang Xi, can you still hear me?" The small 9 mystic green scorpion, with a choked voice, climbed to Tang Xi's face, affectionately touching her, as it always had. "Tang, she feels really tired now. She just wants to fall asleep right here." Tang Xi's hoarse voice slowly asked, "Xiaojiu, can you still not use your soul skills?" With each word she spoke, Tang Xi felt a severe pain in her internal organs, a violent squeezing that made her feel suffocated every moment. Jiu Xian, the green scorpion, shook his head in tears, feeling a sense of sadness in his heart for the first time. This emotion was so painful. Suddenly, a red beam of light surged from Tang Xi's body towards the horizon, and the sky turned that shade of blood red. Tang Xi collapsed in a pool of blood, but her whole body was emitting a red light, gradually dissipating. Since the moment Tang Xi first arrived in this world, not only did the rules of this world emerge in her mind, but it also provided information on how humans, as soul beasts, could cultivate, which naturally included how to perform sacrifices. Tang Xi used her last will to activate the sacrifice, ensuring that the soul ring formed from her death would belong entirely to Xiaojiu. The cries of the 9 green scorpion echoed in Tang Xi's ears, as it pushed her with its tiny pincers, crying out, "Ooh, you must kill me, you must get up and kill me. As long as you kill me, you will be the victor of this trial, ooh." Tang Xi's forehead was covered in blood as she struggled to turn and look at the 9 green scorpion, revealing a faint smile as she uttered a few short words, "Live well." As she spoke, Tang Xi's body completely transformed into light particles, gathering into a red soul ring that attached itself to the waist of the 9 green scorpion. In her final moments of consciousness, all she thought was, "I am free, living is truly exhausting." Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, the 9 Xian green scorpion's body began to grow larger, returning to its original size. The blood-red soul ring surrounded its waist as it stared silently at the blood pool where Tang Xi's figure was no longer present. The killing intent around it surged violently, as if it were a devil returning from hell. The eyes of the 9 Xian green scorpion were filled with indifference, and the only warmth it had vanished with Tang Xi's disappearance, releasing all seals on its soul skills. All the soul beasts that participated in hunting Tang Xi trembled in fear. The Black Hawk had just attempted to flee when the tail of the 9 Xian green scorpion suddenly elongated and pierced through the Black Hawk's body. The 9 Xian green scorpion coldly declared, "You all must accompany her to the grave." When Tang Xi regained consciousness, she found herself in a warm circle of light. Tang Xi looked down at her body. Her physical form had already dissipated, and what remained should be her soul state. However, even though she was dead, she still couldn't fully die. Tang Xi thought helplessly with a face like a bitter melon. But the halo gradually spread open, and a woman with zonio-colored green hair appeared in front of Tang Xi, holding the hand of a man with dark purple-silver hair. Tang Xi rubbed her eyes, and when she opened them again, it was still those two people. Their attire should belong to the two great gods of the divine realm, the god of life and the god of destruction. What the heck? Why am I still in the world of Douluo? Tang Xi was anxious and cursed. Can't I leave this world to play in another world if I die? The god of life kept smiling and said, "Congratulations, you have passed the trial." The god of destruction, with a dark expression, said, "Thanks to you, the world we painstakingly created has been destroyed by that dead scorpion." Tang Xi was stunned for a moment, then excitedly shouted, "Xiaojiu, you really did a great job." "Wait, what are you guys saying? I passed the trial?" Tang Xi only then noticed what the god of life had said, and her expression became serious. The god of life said sadly, "After your death, the 9 Xian green scorpion killed all the soul beasts in the trial ground, and then committed suicide." The last words spoken by the 9 Xian green scorpion before its suicide were, "Great god of life, please allow you to resurrect Tang Xi, because according to the rules, Tang Xi indeed killed me. She used that human emotion to make me commit suicide. As long as you are willing to resurrect her, I can offer my soul for that." The god of life fell silent after hearing the 9 Xian green scorpion's words. It was the first time she had heard a dignified soul beast of 100,000 years say such things for a human. Tang Xi's emotions were complicated. There was anger, discomfort, pain, and also regret. She was angry at the 9 Xian green scorpion for taking its own life so easily, and she regretted having been so close to it in the past. The god of destruction noticed Tang Xi's sadness and surprisingly offered a comforting remark, saying, "Don't be too hard on yourself. The 5 months you spent with it surpassed the 100,000 years it lived. The joy you brought it is incomparable to anything else." At this moment, the god of life added, as the victor of the trial grounds, "You are about to receive the rewards we have prepared for you." Tang Xi was gloomy and even resisted these rewards. She coldly said, "I don't accept it. As long as I don't admit that I'm the victor, then won't Xiaojiu not die?" Seeing Tang Xi's longing gaze, the god of life was touched, and tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes. However, she still suppressed her emotions, pointed gently forward, and a surge of divine life energy instantly flowed into Tang Xi's soul. This warm power enveloped Tang Xi, making her feel incredibly comfortable, and her consciousness gradually became hazy. Wherever the light green light passed, the soul gradually transformed into a physical form. Her skin became even more tender than before. Her complexion was no longer the sickly pale, but had gained some color. Her dark hair grew longer. Her features became more refined, and her limbs became more elongated. The green light wrapped around Tang Xi and finally transformed into a jade-colored puff-sleeve dress that adorned her body, while her hair was styled into twin ponytails. The god of life couldn't help but pinch Tang Xi's cheek, exclaiming, "The body I created with my own hands is indeed different. It perfectly matches the standards of the daughter I dreamed of." After a while, when Tang Xi woke up, she looked dazed, observing the unfamiliar surroundings and then glancing at the two people in front of her. Tilting her head in confusion, she asked, "What happened to me? I remember just entering the trial ground. How did I suddenly appear here?" Tang Xi felt a wave of dizziness, unable to remember anything. The god of life smiled and responded, "You're already the victor of the trial ground. I was merely entrusted to erase your memories." The last words of the 9 Xian green scorpion were to have her memories erased, perhaps because it did not want Tang Xi to accept this reward with guilt. Tang Xi patted her head, and the first person she thought of was Su Wen. Could it be that annoying deskmate? However, He had no reason to erase his memories of her trial grounds. Before that, she couldn't think of anyone else. The god of destruction cleared his throat and said, "As for my rewards, they include 1% of my attack power and 1% of my divine power." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled. "Is all of this mine?" The god of destruction smiled and replied, "Of course not. It's a choice between two." Can't you say it more clearly? Just when Tang Xi was about to make a choice, she suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Then how long can I live this time?" The god of life said with regret, "I'm sorry, as a soul from another world. You originally shouldn't be able to survive in this world, but with my divine power, you can only live up to 25 years at most." Tang Xi fell silent and then asked, "What about Tang San and Su Wen? They are also souls from another world. Can they live past 25? They are children of destiny, recognized by this world, and they can live beyond 25. Seeing the loss of color in Tang Xi's eyes, the god of life felt a deep pain in his heart. So the god of life quickly added, "However, your heart is still the seven-hearted heart, but it has been enhanced with my divine power. The seven-hearted heart will not easily shatter. The blessings and a trace of divine power from the angel god are still with you. Your body is also healthier, even comparable to the physical strength of a soul Douluo. Your twin martial souls have also been blessed by my divine power, so you won't easily perish before the age of 25. But in the next moment, Tang Xi revealed a mischievous smile. "Well, since the rewards are so generous, I'll live to 25 to my heart's content." Perhaps Tang Xi's smile infected the god of destruction, who was also in a good mood. He then infused the black mist from his palm into Tang Xi's body. This black mist contained a trace of his divine power and 1% of his attack power. The god of destruction said, "I admire you. I'll give you both of these rewards. However, such generous rewards are not given for free. You will need to do something for us." Tang Xi was just immersed in so many rich rewards when she suddenly woke up. Indeed, having so many rewards comes with responsibilities, similar to the divine intervention of angels. However, Tang Xi seriously promised that she would do whatever she could. The god of life and the god of destruction exchanged a serious glance, their expressions grave. Su Wen is our inheritor because soon other realms will invade our Douluo realm, and the divine realm needs strong individuals to protect it. The combined divine power of our two gods is enough to rival the future dual god king, Tang San. But what we want is not for the two powerful beings to fight each other, but for them to help each other, and you are the key to success. You surely know what to do. The implied meaning of the two god kings is that Su Wen and Tang San should love each other, and she understands. Seeing Tang Xi accept the task with a beaming smile, the god of life felt much better, mainly because seeing Tang Xi's adorable appearance put her in a great mood. Next came the external rewards, a 100,000-year soul ring and the left arm bone of the 9 emerald scorpion. A simple sentence from the god of life stirred waves in Tang Xi's heart. The 9 emerald scorpion sounded so familiar, evoking a desire to cry. A flash of red light appeared, and the 100,000-year soul ring descended from the sky, bringing Tang Xi a very familiar feeling. The soul ring landed on the 5th soul ring of the lifeline, instantly filling her body with a warm power. As the 5th soul ring settled firmly around Tang Xi's waist, the surrounding soul power surged wildly, and her soul power level even broke through to level 55. The soul bone floating in midair automatically fused into Tang Xi's left arm bone, and she could feel an endless stream of power coursing through her entire body, accompanied by a hint of chill. "Child, you must go back, and don't forget your promise." A clear voice rang in Tang Xi's ear, and she could not tell if it was the voice of the god of life or the god of destruction. Everything before her became a blur, and a white light enveloped everything. The god of life was filled with expectations for this girl, believing she could bring many surprises. The god of destruction also agreed, saying that the long-standing conflict between soul beasts and humans could finally be resolved. It seems she forgot to tell her that the time in the trial ground does not align with the flow of time in the outside world. Oh well, that's not a big issue. Above the spirit hall, a white light suddenly flashed by, and as the light dissipated, Tang Xi landed steadily on the rooftop, stretching and feeling a sense of lightness in her body. The guards below, seeing that familiar face, screamed in fear. "What the hell? The person who died 2 years ago suddenly came back to life? It's terrifying." Tang Xi pouted in displeasure. "What's wrong? Am I really that scary? Forget it. I'll just go find a teacher to report this good news." Tang Xi spread her blood-red wings, the edges shimmering with a faint golden light. Unconsciously, Tang Xi admired her wings. After a while, when Tang Xi arrived at the Pope's hall, the door swung open with a loud bang, and a cold wind, carrying a strong killing intent, rushed in. From inside, the angry shout of Yue Guan could be heard. Who has the audacity to impersonate the holy maiden Tang Xi of the Wuhuan Hall? Tang Xi was full of questions. Did she just impersonate herself? Faced with the overwhelming killing intent, Tang Xi showed no signs of fear. Instead, she excitedly shouted inside, "Teacher, little Xi is back." Bibi Dawn, with a face full of coldness, was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. It had been 2 years since she last heard this affectionate call. A faint green corner of clothing caught her eye, and Tang Xi, with a beaming smile, walked towards her, looking even more exquisite and beautiful than she had imagined. Yes, this was her little Xi. This was the little Xi who had disappeared for 2 years. As Bibi Dawn blinked again, tears filled her eyes. Almost instinctively, she got up and rushed towards Tang Xi. Hugging her tightly, Bibi Dawn cupped Tang Xi's face, carefully examining it. Yes, this was her little Xi. Tang Xi looked confused and silently raised her hand to ask, "Teacher, I've only been gone for 5 months. Why do you think I look like someone you haven't seen in a long time?" Bibi Dawn hugged Tang Xi tightly with tears in her eyes, saying, "What 5 months? You've clearly been gone for 2 years. It's been too long. So long that I thought you were gone." As she spoke, Bibi Dawn probed Tang Xi's body with her soul power, only to be disappointed to find that it was still the 7 treasures heart, indicating that no matter how hard she tried, Tang Xi wouldn't live past 25. Tang Xi gently comforted, "Teacher, don't cry. I'm back now, and I can still live for many more years." However, she never expected that the flow of time in the trial field was different from the outside. In this timeline, senior sister Nana and her brother had gone to the city of Slaughter for training. Thinking of Su Wen, she immediately asked Bibi Dong, "Teacher, what about Su Wen?" Upon hearing Su Wen's name, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of guilt and awkwardly turned her head away. I sent him to the Death Canyon. I heard it's an extremely dangerous place, and I didn't send anyone to protect him." The more Bibi Dong spoke, the more uneasy she felt, primarily because at that time, she thought Su Wen had killed Tang Xi, and in a fit of anger, she sent him so far away. Tang Xi felt a weight lift off her heart upon hearing this. With that said, Su couldn't deal with Tang San. However, she was quite eager to venture into the city of Slaughter. So, Tang Xi pulled Bibi Dong to a seat and then proceeded to serve tea, massage, and pamper her. Tang Xi flattered, "I heard that senior sister Nana also went to the city of Slaughter, teacher." Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, and seeing Tang Xi's diligent efforts, she couldn't shake off a bad premonition. Flattering without reason, "Just tell me what you want." Tang Xi smiled and stood up, kissed Bibi Dong's face, and said in a spoiled tone, "I also want to go play in the city of Slaughter." Bibi Dong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Go play in the city of Slaughter? Bibi Dong frowned, clearly not wanting Tang Xi to take that risk. Seeing Tang Xi's playful expression, she scolded, "Nonsense. Do you even know what kind of place the city of Slaughter is?" After saying that, Bibi Dong felt a wave of regret. Was she too harsh just now? Tang Xi turned around with her hands on her hips and said unhappily, "I don't want to. They all want to train. And I want to go to the city of Slaughter to train too." Bibi Dong helplessly pressed her forehead and advised, "It's too dangerous there. It's not suitable for you." Tang Xi smiled slightly and then walked lightly to the center of the great hall, her palm entwined with a long, slender thread of life. The white thread seemed to have a life of its own, affectionately touching Tang Xi's palm, with several peony flowers blooming at the tip of the white thread. Although the god of life mentioned that her martial soul had evolved, Tang Xi still hadn't figured out what exactly it was. With each step Tang Xi took, one soul ring after another slowly rose from beneath her feet. Yellow, purple, black, and red. Among these 5 soul rings, the 5th deep red soul ring shone the brightest, exuding a strong sense of killing intent and a bone-chilling cold. Bibi Dong's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. The color of this soul ring was even deeper than that of her 100,000-year soul ring. It was a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. The 5th soul ring was indeed a 100,000-year soul ring. This was just too abnormal. Although Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony also had a 100,000-year soul ring, that was merely due to the soul power of the soul beast. But this soul ring was truly a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. A trace of pride flashed in Tang Xi's eyes. "How about it, teacher? Am I qualified to go to the city of Slaughter?" Bibi Dong was filled with excitement. The surprise Tang Xi brought her was no less than what Su Wen had given her. "Good, very good. As expected of my student. But it's a pity that I have already given the wisdom soul bone to Su Wen." Bibi Dong felt regret in her heart, thinking that if she had known earlier, she would have kept that soul bone for a few more years. Considering that Nana, Yin, and Su Wen all had soul bones, but her beloved little, she had nothing. Bibi Dong felt a pang of heartache. Tang Xi didn't mind after hearing this. After all, she had 3 soul bones herself. It was said that soul skills couldn't be used in the city of slaughter, but soul bone skills were not restricted. Tang, she was very confident that she could walk out of there. Teacher, I don't care about soul bones or anything. Just let me go. Don't send anyone to protect me. I'm strong. Tang Xi once again tugged at Bibi Dong's arm, acting cute and playful. This tactic was very effective, and Bibi Dong directly agreed. But she also sent someone to convey a message to the King of Slaughter. If he dared to harm the girl she cared about even a little, then the King of Slaughter could forget about his position. Tang Xi gathered a lot of information about the city of slaughter from her teacher and learned that there weren't many delicious foods there. So, she went on a shopping spree for food. Additionally, she prepared some handguns and explosives, knowing that even without using soul skills, she needed to protect herself. After everything was ready, Tang, she hurriedly set off on her journey to the city of slaughter. The journey was northward, and the further north she went, the colder it became. After more than a month of enduring the elements, Tang Xi finally spotted a pitch-black tavern in the distance. It was still daytime, but the sky was ominously dark, with crows visible everywhere and a faint smell of blood lingering in the air. Tang, she put on a black mask and changed into a wine-red dress. Her obedient hair was tied into twin ponytails at the back. At 17, she had already blossomed into a graceful beauty, exuding an air of stunning charm. As the door of the tavern swung open, Tang Xi immediately drew the attention of most people inside. Pairs of lewd gazes seemed to stick to her, as such an exquisitely beautiful woman was truly rare. A calmly composed waiter in black approached and asked, "May I help you with anything?" Tang Xi raised her hand and touched her lips with her fingertips. Thinking seriously, the teacher had said that upon seeing the dark tavern, one should go in and order a Bloody Mary. And then below the bar was the entrance to the city of slaughter. However, Tang Xi felt a bit troubled because the original text mentioned that a Bloody Mary was essentially a cup of human blood, which tasted extremely unpleasant. Thinking of this, Tang, she shook her head in fear and directly asked, "I want to go to the city of slaughter. Can you lead the way?" As soon as Tang, she finished speaking, everyone present burst into laughter. There were about 20 men, among whom only 8 were soul masters, the highest being at the Soul King level. One of the men lewdly teased, "Little girl, if you don't want to be my woman, I'll take you to the slaughter city." The waiter looked at Tang Xi with contempt, thinking that wanting to enter the slaughter city was simply a delusion. Tang, she just smiled faintly, then propped her left hand on her waist and sat on the nearby table, elegantly pointing at the person in front of her who was boasting wildly. In an instant, her soul rings were released. Yellow, purple, black, red. Those terrifying 10,000-year soul rings made everyone unable to laugh anymore. Not only was she a soul king, but she also had 10,000-year soul rings. Tang Xi's eyes revealed a coldness, and the air around her instantly froze. Someone panicked and wanted to escape, but his right leg had already been frozen by ice, leaving him unable to move at all. This was the soul skill effect of Tang Xi's 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion left arm bone, absolute 0. The effect instantly lowered the temperature within a radius of 100 meters to several hundred degrees below 0. And her left arm transformed into the giant pincers of a scorpion, possessing 100% of the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion's attack power. "Run away!" Someone screamed in panic. But there were also those who, unafraid of death, stepped forward to draw their blades in provocation, thinking, "Why not? With so many of us, we can't kill this little girl?" Tang Xi yawned without even giving a glance. Suddenly, the first soul ring around her waist lit up, activating the first soul skill of the line of life, the bee venom needle. White threads shot out from behind Tang Xi, piercing and skillfully targeting the more than 20 people. The threads lifted all their corpses. Instantly, peony flowers bloomed atop the corpses, their centers a deep red, gradually spreading outward to a beautiful white. The bloodthirsty peony continuously absorbed the blood from the bodies, a stream of killing intent flooding into Tang Xi's body. She hummed in enjoyment, and in the next moment, she retracted her soul ring and martial spirit. Thud, thud, thud. The corpses fell to the ground, blood splattering against the walls. The nearby waiter trembled in fear, and with a smile on her face, Tang Xi asked, "Now you can take me to the city of slaughter, right?" The girl in front of her was very similar to the boy from last year, equally decisive in killing. The waiter, terrified and sweating profusely, immediately nodded, saying, "I will open the entrance to the city of slaughter for you right away." With that, the waiter ran to the bar and pressed a switch, causing a wooden board to automatically part, revealing a dark pit. Without hesitation, Tang Xi jumped down. Within seconds, she felt her feet touch the ground. Although it was pitch black in front of her, Tang Xi could clearly see the layout in the darkness. It was a long corridor. After walking for about half an hour, a cold voice suddenly echoed from all directions. "Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world filled with slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire at the cost of your life." Tang Xi scratched her ear and continued to walk forward without a care. She turned a corner, and faint light began to appear ahead. The light suddenly magnified in her eyes. It was an open portal. On the other side of the portal, there was a presence of life. Striding forward, Tang Xi vaguely heard a cacophony of sounds. As she stepped out of the passage, she found herself facing 101 people. All were clad in black armor, with their faces completely concealed by helmets. Among them, 100 wielded heavy swords. Only one sat atop a tall warhorse, which was also covered in thick black armor. Behind the black armored knight stood a black city. The thick black city walls were extremely wide. It truly was a city, and above the city, a purple moon hung in the sky. The moon was low, seemingly less than 500 meters from the ground. Looking further up, everything else was black, existing like the night. The black-armored knight's voice was cold, devoid of any human warmth. "Defeat me, and you will gain the qualification to enter the city of slaughter." The long knight's lance in the knight's hand was slowly raised, and the black-armored warriors beside Tang Xi gradually stepped back, leaving an open space. "I am the fearsome Night Husky." In the next moment, Tang Xi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Fearsome Night? Husky? Haha, that's so funny. Who gave you such a cringy name?" The black-armored knight had a face full of black lines. "Can you please show some respect, little sister?" Tang Xi laughed until her stomach hurt. Then one hand covered her belly while the other transformed into a claw. The laughter in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a chilling, cold aura that blew towards the black-armored knight, forming a thin layer of ice on the black ground. In the air, a red shadow flashed by, and blood sprayed from the chest of the black knight. The black-armored knight was drenched in cold sweat, barely avoiding having the claw pierce his heart. Trembling, the black-armored knight looked at Tang Xi with a hint of fear in his eyes. Tang Xi stopped not far away, her left hand returning to its original form, a smile on her face. "Can I come over?" she asked, her voice revealing a hint of coldness, like a venomous snake fixating on its prey. Upon hearing this, the black-armored knight trembled all over, quickly pulled out a token from his chest, and tossed it to Tang Xi, saying in fear, "You can." Tang Xi caught the token, which had a string of numbers written on it, 9999, and at the very top there was a skull shape. Watching Tang Xi's departing figure, the black-armored knight couldn't help but marvel. At such a young age, she already possessed a soul bone and could easily defeat him. Her strength was completely on par with that of the Shura King and the Hell Messenger, even far surpassing them. The black city walls displayed the words "City of Slaughter" in large characters, and the dark surroundings looked quite oppressive. At the gate of the city wall, 2 rows of black-armored knights stood silently. A woman wearing a black veil emerged from the entrance, exuding an air of mystery. The veiled girl flashed to Tang Xi's side, adopting a welcoming gesture, saying, "Welcome to the city of slaughter. Please walk this way." Tang Xi followed the girl in black gauze into the city. What Tang Xi saw was a dim, blue-purple world. The streetlights hanging on both sides gave a suffocating feeling. The girl in black gauze explained in front, "I am your guide. You can ask me any questions you may have. Within 12 hours, I will answer all your inquiries. After 12 hours, this will be your place of residence. During the 12 hours after you enter this world, you are in a newcomer protection period. With me by your side, it is the best protection for your life. Once this time is up, your life and death will be left to fate." Tang Xi thought of some interesting scenes from the original work, and then leaned closer to the girl in black gauze, smiling as she asked, "So what is your relationship with the King of Slaughter?" When mentioning the King of Slaughter, a proud look flashed in the black gauze girl's eyes. "I am a messenger of the King of Slaughter and also his most trusted person." Tang Xi had an understanding look and said, "Oh then," with curiosity, she asked, "Is it a secret lover relationship?" This question made the girl in the black veil feel shy for a moment, but she still answered a bit dejectedly, "No, I'm just a subordinate." Tang Xi felt very disappointed upon hearing this. It was nothing. After a while, the two entered the inner city, but compared to the outer city, there were no guards here. If the outer city was a dead, indifferent world, In the inner city was a luxurious, chaotic world. Colorful lights were everywhere. The population in the inner city was much larger than that in the outer city, and it was completely different from the silence of the outer city. The inner city was extremely chaotic. Blood and corpses were everywhere. The moment Tang Xi saw the blood, every cell in her body was screaming, and the bloodthirsty peony in her hand seemed ready to break free from her control at any second. The soul power around Tang Xi was fluctuating. The girl in the black veil was somewhat puzzled by Tang Xi's abnormal behavior. She bit her lip but said nothing. Just in a deserted corner, a recently deceased corpse was blooming with crimson peonies, bright and delicate. The corpse's skin gradually dried up and lost its color, while the peony's petals became even deeper and more vibrant in red. In this place, fighting, blood, chaos, and sounds of beating were everywhere. Tang Xi clearly saw a man whose throat was slashed by the sharp blade in the hands of the woman beneath him. The seductive woman was greedily drinking the bright red liquid gushing from the man's throat, wearing an expression of enjoyment. Tang Xi disgustedly turned her eyes away. But the excitement surging in her blood was undeniable. It was the bloodthirsty desire of her blood peony martial soul for fresh blood. In the sky, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, while the figure of the girl in black veils had already vanished. The 7 or 8 men in black recognized at first glance that Tang Xi was a newcomer because her aura was too pure, lacking any trace of killing intent. Like a docile little white rabbit waiting to be slaughtered, Tang Xi saw that these people showed no fear at all. Instead, she extended her finger and tempted them, asking, "Do you want me?" The people, seeing this, became even more excited and rushed forward crazily. Behind Tang Xi, 2 hands gripped daggers, the blades gleaming coldly. But a black figure darted past Tang Xi, and dozens of fine needles shot out from the blue-haired man's hands. With a whoosh, the sound of needles piercing flesh was heard, and a group of men in black fell to the ground in response. Tang Xi stared at the elegant, blue-haired young man in front of her, feeling a sense of familiarity in his graceful demeanor. The familiar movement style made Tang Xi think of her brother, Tang San, at first glance. The young man before her was indeed Tang San, or rather, Tang San under the alias of Tang Yin. However, the warmth that Tang San once showed towards Tang Xi was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a chilling aura of killing intent around him. Tang San glanced at Tang Xi, feeling a familiar sensation about her that he couldn't quite articulate. Seeing the girl surrounded by others, he didn't understand why he instinctively took action. Tang Xi came to her senses and realized that the person in front of her was her brother, so she smiled and thanked him for his help. However, Tang Xi's voice became more childlike, mainly because she wanted to hide her identity to prevent her brother from discovering who she was, which would lead him to forbid her from participating in the hell-killing arena. To leave the city of slaughter, one must participate in the hell-killing arena and achieve 100 victories to become the champion, after which they can qualify to walk the Hell Road. Only those who pass through the Hell Road can enter the domain of the god of killing. Tang San's eyes were moved the moment Tang Xi spoke. He thought it was his sister who had returned. Unable to bear it, Tang San kindly reminded her, "Don't thank me. Everyone here is your enemy, and there are dangers everywhere. You'd better be careful." "Tang San, it's time to go." A stunning and fiery figure stepped out, and it was a familiar face to Tang Xi, Hulaina, the top star of the Golden Generation. However, there was no longer the enchanting charm in her eyes. Instead, only coldness remained. Tang Xi looked at the two of them in surprise. Sister Nana actually knew her brother's identity? Tang San walked towards Hulaina, and their gazes met with a hint of vague hostility. In the end, Tang San and Hulaina walked away side by side. The girl in the black veil watched the entire process and said faintly, "You'd better stay away from those two." Her words revealed a sense of fear towards both Tang San and Hulaina. Tang Xi asked in confusion why. The girl in black replied, "That woman is codenamed Hell's Messenger, and the man is codenamed Azura King. They are the two strongest individuals in this city of slaughter, apart from the King of Slaughter. Hell's Messenger has won 67 consecutive matches in the Hell's Killing Arena. Keep in mind that she has only been here for a year and a half, and has such impressive results. Even more impressive is that the Azura King arrived a little later than Hell's Messenger, yet he has already achieved 71 consecutive victories." Tang Xi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 60 to 70 matches. Doesn't that mean that if the two of them stay a bit longer, they will be able to successfully leave here? No, she also needs to hurry and boost her battle record. 125 City of Carnage 5 Tang, she said to the girl in black veil, "Take me to the Hell Arena, I want to rack up my achievements." The girl in black veil was taken aback for a moment. Before she could say anything, the girl in front of her already knew about the Hell Arena. which indicated that her identity was not simple. The girl in black veil replied calmly, "Then please follow me." In the central area of the city of slaughter, there's extreme joy as well as extreme pain, with cheers and screams echoing everywhere. In the central area, there's a conical building resembling a fighting arena, suspended in the air with bubbling magma boiling beneath it. Tang Xi went to register with her identity token, and her outfit attracted many people. The eyes of that group were filled with lewd expressions, as it had been rare for a beauty to appear in the city of slaughter, especially one as fair and beautiful as Tang Xi. However, upon seeing the girl in black gauze behind Tang Xi, they all fled in fright. The girl in black gauze walked over and said calmly, "Every match in the Hell-Killing Arena has 10 participants, and only one can survive. The final victor can absorb the soul power of others and can exchange the number of heads for the items you need. This is a perilous situation. Little girl, you must think carefully." Tang Xi looked fearless, but in reality, she was still thinking about what to eat for dinner. When she heard the girl in black lace talking to her, Tang Xi turned her head foolishly and shyly asked, "I was just thinking about food. Can you say that again?" The girl in black lace sighed and repeated what she had just said. "Your group has exactly 10 people, so it's your turn in the next round. Good luck, little girl." After saying that, the girl in black lace left a bit impatiently. This was the most exhausting time she had ever had as a commentator. Tang Xi spent the whole way either lost in thought or mesmerized by some novel things. The things she explained needed to be repeated at least 2 or 3 times before this little girl could understand. Under the dim lights, as soon as Tang Xi took the stage, she attracted everyone's attention. In the midst of a 10-person battle, Tang Xi stepped back, turned halfway, and silently drew her sharp dagger, slicing through the blood vessels of the 10 people. They all fell down, their soul power flowing out from their bodies, which was ultimately absorbed by Tang Xi. The blood on the ground made Tang Xi lick her lips, as the bloodthirsty peony was instinctively summoned to absorb the blood. The people around were shouting crazily, "Number 9999, number 9999, number 9999. Who would have thought that this seemingly fragile little girl could achieve a swift victory? The 12th round, Tang Xi took out the miniature explosives she made and threw them forward. Within 5 seconds, the other 9 people were blown to pieces. The audience shouted, "King of Hell! King of Hell! King of Hell!" This was the nickname given to Tang Xi, the King of Hell who kills mercilessly. Scene 23. During the match, Tang Xi took out a chicken leg from her sapphire soul guide and began to eat while fighting. In every subsequent match, Tang Xi felt a burning gaze directed at her, which was strange and hard to describe. In a corner of the audience, Tang San was watching Tang Xi's matches. Almost every single one of them. From her first match, he recognized that this girl was undoubtedly Tang Xi, the bloodthirsty peony, the sapphire, with so many flaws. How could he, as her brother, not recognize his own sister? Since Tang Xi wanted to conceal her identity, he could only continue to play along with her. But watching her eat the chicken leg really made him crave it. On the arena, when he saw someone preparing to ambush Tang Xi, Tang San furrowed his brows tightly. Only when he saw Tang Xi dodge and block the attack with a dagger did his frown finally relax. "Hey, you've been watching this girl's matches. Have you noticed something off about her?" Hulaina walked over to watch with Tang San. Watching Tang Xi's petite body instantly take down 10 large men. Hulaina's eyes were filled with rare tenderness. Her figure and martial spirit were quite similar to Tang Xi's. Looking at Tang San's face, which showed no surprise, Hulaina speculated, "Did you already know she was Tang Xi?" Tang San nodded by default, and Hulaina said, "You've guessed it after so long. How annoying. Since you figured it out, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Hulaina's face turned red with anger. Tang San nonchalantly replied, "You didn't ask. You." Hulaina was so angry that her fingertips trembled. She had been amazed when she first saw the person in front of her, and later he took the initiative to acknowledge Tang San's identity. After that, he kept coming to ask her about Tang Xi. Once he learned that Tang Xi's life and death were unknown, Tang San didn't show her any good face. However, being in the city of slaughter, Hulaina and Tang San decided to join forces to venture into Hell Road together. Tang Xi participates in a competition every day. In just 3 short months, she has achieved 90 consecutive victories, even surpassing the likes of the Shura King and others. However, the Shura King and the Hell Messenger have already completed their 99th consecutive victory. And the reason they haven't broken through to 100 is that they are waiting for Tang Xi to become a champion with them. During this time, countless individuals have tried to cause trouble for Tang Xi, but they have all been quietly eliminated by Tang San and Hulaina. At the top of the city of slaughter, there stands the palace of the King of Slaughter, the residence of the Bloodbath. The girl in black gauze approaches the King of Slaughter while holding the Yellow Springs Dew, and the King of Slaughter drinks it all in one go. What do you think of the King of Hell's martial soul? A martial soul that can absorb human blood. The girl in black gauze's expression changes slightly. It looks like an evil martial soul, but the background of the girl behind her is quite powerful. The King of Slaughter snorts coldly, of course I know. This was sent by that god of slaughter. However, her body is quite suitable for me to parasitize. She is indeed very strong. At this point, a smirk appears at the corner of the King of Slaughter's mouth. But if I make a little move and cause someone to die inexplicably, wouldn't that be just what I want? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the girl in black gauze smiles and obediently sits beside the King of Slaughter. In Tang Xi's 96th match, the white line flexibly penetrated the bodies of the other 9 people. At the top of the white line, several blood-red peonies suddenly bloomed, but the edges of the peonies were faint pink. Tang Xi's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and the blood in her body was roaring with power. The blood-red dress and black mask added an air of mystery to Tang Xi, and her incredibly cruel methods of slaughter had become her trademark. A week later, this day was surrounded by many spectators, as 3 champions who had broken the 100 level were about to be announced. First was Hu Laina, followed by Tang San, both of whom successfully broke through to become champions. The final match was Tang Xi's 100th duel. Among the 9 people in black who took the stage, all had won over 40 matches, and they were all at the Seoul Douluo level. The 9 stood together, clearly confident in their ability to take down Tang Xi. Tang Xi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a cold aura instantly emanated from her. In the air within 100 meters, a thin layer of ice even began to form, despite the fact that beneath this battlefield there was extremely high-temperature magma. How terrifying is Tang Xi's strength? Even Tang San is unsure. In the city of slaughter, one of them used soul power to unleash the martial spirit meteor hammer, quickly flying while holding the hammer, then smashing it towards Tang Xi. The other 3 used ropes to ensnare Tang Xi's neck, pulling and tugging with all their might. However, it was as if they were trying to move a giant mountain. No matter how they pulled, Tang Xi remained unmoved, standing there motionless with their head down, lost in thought. Tang San was anxious when he saw this. He was about to rush in and fight that group of people when he was pulled back by Hu Laina beside him. Calm down. Tang Xi is not as weak as you think. When a meteor hammer struck towards Tang Xi, a flash of blue light appeared, forming a blue shield around her. Boom! When the meteor hammer touched the blue shield, it was instantly rebounded by a force. This was the effect produced by Tang Xi's iron armor rhinoceros soul bone. Because it had been evolved by the power of the god of life, this soul bone not only automatically protected its master and withstood 75 of the attack power, but also had the effect of rebounding attack power. A blood-red light flashed in Tang Xi's eyes. Almost in a blink, her figure darted forward, and after spinning her dagger a few times, she took the lives of 3 people. The others retreated in panic. But Tang Xi bent her knees and used the elasticity of the pillar to jump into the air, turning around in a circle with the dagger dancing in her palm, instantly slashing the throats of 2 more people. Tang Xi snapped her fingers, and the other 4 people began to foam at the mouth, convulsing and collapsing. Tang Xi had poisoned them from the very beginning. These 5 people were merely practice for her. The continuous killings left Tang Xi feeling exhausted, and the bloodthirsty peony was absorbing blood every day. She gradually became tainted by the killing intent, almost turning into a mere tool of slaughter. Finally, after winning the last battle, Tang Xi relievedly removed her black mask, revealing her astonishing beauty, and the cheers from the crowd grew even more exuberant. They shouted, "Yama! Yama! Yama!" The familiar face appeared in Tang San's eyes, and his pupils widened. It was his sister, Tang Xi, whom he had been longing for day and night. Tang San couldn't help but step forward to hug his sister, but beside him, Hu Laina was even quicker. Hu Laina rushed up and embraced Tang Xi, excitedly saying, "Xiao Xi, you finally took off your mask. How much longer were you going to pretend not to know me?" Although Hu Laina's words seemed to blame Tang Xi, they were filled with a sense of grievance. It was fine for Tang San to conceal his identity, but why did she have to hide hers too? Hoo-hoo. It was so frustrating. Tang Xi helplessly patted Hu Laina's shoulder and said, a bit sheepishly, "I think it's better for me to improve my strength on my own. So I don't want to reveal my identity and be protected by you all." Seeing the wronged expression on Hu Laina's face, Tang Xi couldn't help but stifle a laugh and quickly acted cute, saying, all right, senior sister, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Then Tang Xi leaned over and gave Hulaina a kiss on the cheek. This move was indeed very effective. Hulaina's ears immediately turned bright red, and she turned her head away, saying with a haughty tone, "Humph, there won't be a next time." Tang San looked at this warm scene with a face full of frustration. How infuriating. This joyful time should belong to him. After all, he is Tang Xi's biological brother. Wait, that's not right. He is even closer than a biological brother. Tang San also took off his mask and directly dragged Tang Xi, who was in Hulaina's arms, out. He held Tang Xi's delicate face and said seriously, "I am your brother Tang San, Xiao Xi." 128 City of Slaughter 8 Tang Xi smiled mischievously and said, "Long time no see, bro. You become much more handsome these past few years." There was no surprise in Tang Xi's eyes, as if she had already seen through Tang San's identity early on. Tang San's eyes were filled with tears. No matter how much he had changed, could his little sister still recognize him? Tang San tightly hugged the little person in his arms, feeling soft and squishy, and couldn't help but think how nice it was to have a younger sister. Tang Xi pushed Tang San's face away with a hint of disgust and shouted, "Bro, be normal. You come over and check if you're hurt, then you hug and kiss me. Do you know my face is covered in saliva?" Tang San glanced at the petrified audience below, quickly released Tang Xi, and then straightened his clothes, still the decisive Azura king from before. No, he couldn't lose face just because he hadn't seen his little sister for too long. Tang San couldn't help but look at the tuft of hair on Tang Xi's head, and he couldn't resist ruffling her soft hair. Tang Xi, feeling annoyed, tidied up her messy hair that had been touched. At this moment, Tang San said seriously, "Sister, I will always be your strong support. So no matter what happens, you can't bear it alone. You are the treasure in my heart. How could I possibly let you suffer? The most important thing is not to hide anything from me. I was very angry when you first came to the City of Slaughter. You recognized me, but didn't come to acknowledge me. If I hadn't been following you and solving troubles for you, how many dangers would you have encountered?" She looked at Tang San with emotion and choked, "Brother, it's so good to have you." Hulaina said, "Please don't forget her, okay?" The King of Slaughter wore a blood-red robe, his whole body wrapped in a huge crimson cloak with a high collar. Numerous mysterious blood patterns appeared on his pale skin. On his forehead, there was a sword-shaped magic pattern, and a pair of huge blood-red wings spread out behind him, flying above the slaughtering ground and overlooking his subjects. The group below shouted excitedly upon seeing the King of Slaughter, "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! Tang San, Tang Xi!" And Hulaina stood tall on the battlefield, their bodies emanating a powerful and terrifying aura of killing intent. The hoarse voice of the King of Slaughter excitedly said, "Today, 3 strong individuals have emerged on the battlefield. Their immense power and terrifying killing intent make you tremble, don't they?" The black-clad individuals below shouted in unison, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." A blood-red swarm of bats formed a staircase at the feet of the King of Slaughter as he retracted his wings and slowly descended. "Shura King, Hell Messenger, Yama King, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Killing and invite you as guest elders, with status only second to mine." As the King of Slaughter walked on the battlefield, there was a powerful sense of suffocation around him. He calmly stated, "From now on, you may freely enter and exit the City of Slaughter." Hulaina and Tang San thought almost simultaneously, "It seems he is very unwilling for us to obtain the God of Killing title without walking the path of hell." She stretched lazily and said nonchalantly, "We've come this far. Do you think we would still fear a little hell road?" This arrogant remark made the King of Slaughter laugh out loud. "You probably don't know the horrors of hell road," he said. "Yama, I hope you understand that a person's life is only once." Hulaina scoffed coldly, "Great King of Slaughter, isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to talk to us about life?" In the dim light, the King of Slaughter furrowed his brows, clearly displeased by their words. He turned to Tang San and asked, "What about you?" Tang San seemed to have heard a funny question, and with a faint smile, he said, "Since my sister has decided to go down the path of hell, do I, as her older brother, have any reason not to go?" Tang San looked at the King of Slaughter with indifference in his eyes. "I appreciate your kindness. Please open the entrance to the road of hell." The 3 of them stood together, resolutely facing the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter said nothing but turned around and spread his blood-red wings, sneering, "In that case, traveling together on the road of hell is also a nice journey." A large number of blood-red bats suddenly appeared, and the entire City of Slaughter shook violently. No one had ever seen what it looked like when a road of hell opened. In the crowd, someone quietly spoke this question, and Tang Xi still smiled faintly. That's because those who have seen the opening of the road of hell have all been used as sacrifices. Aren't you all going to escape? Tang Xi's light words left everyone present in a state of panic, their pupils wide with disbelief, until some timid individuals began to flee. The King of Slaughter laughed loudly, proclaiming that being a sacrifice for the opening of the road to hell was their honor. Blood-colored bats swooped down on the fleeing people, feeding on their flesh and blood. The souls of everyone present would be consumed by the underground magma, becoming the energy source for the opening of the road to hell. When Tang San saw this brutal scene, he silently closed his eyes. The city of slaughter, such a place that tortures humanity, truly should not exist. The blood-red light enveloped the entire city of slaughter, and the King of Slaughter flew in the air, enjoying the thrill of killing. Blood gathered into small streams, flowing like winding little snakes into the underground of this hellish slaughter arena. The moment the hellish slaughter arena was stained red with blood, it emitted a blood-red glow, and the slaughter arena gradually disappeared, revealing its original form, with countless ghostly hands dragging the three of them. Dizziness was a common phenomenon experienced by the three. Even Tang San, who had excellent mental strength, could not withstand this feeling of vertigo. Under the blood-red engulfment, Tang San, Hulaina, and Tang Xi simultaneously felt the ground beneath them vanish, and everything around them became illusory, with all perception closed off at that moment. The unbearable pain of being unable to control themselves instilled a sense of inexplicable fear in their hearts. What they could not see was that the killing intent on each of them gathered into a faint layer of white ripple, protecting them within. Tang Xi only felt that the scene before her was gradually covered by a blood-red haze, and her consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. Good luck on your road to hell. This was the last sharp voice that the three of them heard. Fortunately, with the presence of this killing intent, otherwise, at the moment when the blood-red spread, they would have already been truly devoured. Tang San struggled to open his eyes and looked at Tang Xi, whose face was filled with pain. He instinctively pulled Tang Xi into his arms, hoping that even if she was injured, she would suffer less. For years ago, he watched helplessly as the two people he loved the most fell into the spirit hall, unable to do anything. Even when he learned that his beloved Xiao Wu was about to be killed and that his own sister would not survive for 2 months. He thought about going to the spirit hall to find them, but his father firmly stopped him. When he later learned that Xiao Wu had been sent back to the Stardow Forest, he felt a surge of joy. However, when the news of Tang Xi's severe illness reached him, he was consumed by feelings of collapse and self-blame every day, and his hatred for the spirit hall deepened. He didn't know how much time had passed, but with a violent shock, all his senses returned. The blood-red light around them gradually faded. When Tang San, Hulaina, and Tang Xi fully regained consciousness, they found themselves on a circular platform. This platform was only about 5 meters in diameter, not large, and the three of them were lying on the ground. Aside from that, a narrow path less than half a foot wide, just enough for 2 feet to stand side by side, led into the unknown darkness, and this was the only way out of the platform. Tang San immediately looked at Tang Xi in his arms to see if she was hurt. What caught his eye was a tuft of hair standing upright. Tang Xi looked at Tang San with her big, wet eyes, pitifully saying, "Brother, you smell like sweat. Can you let me go now?" This sentence pierced Tang San's fragile heart, leaving him frozen on the spot. How is this different from the script? The sister he fought to protect shouldn't be saying things like, "Brother, you're so amazing," right? Tang San. Other people's younger sisters are like cozy, cotton-padded jackets. But his younger sister happens to be a drafty leather jacket. Tang Xi couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Tang San's defeated expression. "Haha, this is killing me. Brother, you totally failed at acting cool." With a thud, a big bump appeared on Tang Xi's head, and she squatted in the corner, feeling wronged to the point of tears. "Oh, my head got bashed by my brother. I just called someone a little sweetie when we first met, and before long, he started hitting me." It seems that feelings really can change. Seeing Tang Xi looking so aggrieved, Tang San felt a bit heartbroken, wondering if he had been too rough just now. Hulaina struggled to get up, her body surrounded by a thin layer of blood aura, her eyes blood-red, with white streaks of killing intent filling the air around her, her whole body trembling violently. Tang San, seeing this, released the blue-silver domain and raised his right hand to press against Hulaina's forehead. A blue light flickered faintly at her brow as the life force surged into her body. A clear sensation filled her entire being, and Hulaina instantly became alert, dazedly looking around at her surroundings. Below the circular platform was a sea of boiling blood, and the temperature here was extremely high. Tang Xi explained that there was a kind of chronic toxin in the air here that would make people feel irritable, and the blood pool below was surging with a large amount of soul power. This should be the core of the city of slaughter, and also the energy source of the city. Hulaina felt sore and weak all over and suggested, "Let's rest for a while before setting off." The other two agreed, as the journey ahead was fraught with danger, and recovering their strength was the most crucial. 2 hours later, Tang Xi took out a rope from the sapphire and handed it to Tang San and Hulaina. The two understood each other and tied the ends of the rope around their waists. Tang Xi spread out the blood-red butterfly wings on her back, with intricate golden patterns accompanying the designs on the wings. Tang Xi was probing ahead in midair, while Tang San and Hulaina walked in the middle of the path to prevent any accidents. The scorching lava erupted, and Hulaina felt it getting hotter and hotter. Tang Xi directly released her soul bone domain, Absolute Zero. The heat and cold in the air collided and instantly turned into a layer of mist, lowering the temperature. Although it consumed some of Tang Xi's soul power, Hulaina said to Tang Xi, "Don't waste your soul power, we can still endure." Tang Xi heard Hulaina say this and retracted the soul bone domain, but the temperature around them had also dropped significantly. At least it was no longer as hot. It was unclear how long they had been walking, but suddenly Tang San stopped. Hulaina, who was closely following him, also halted upon seeing him stop and lowered her voice to ask, "What's wrong?" Tang San said faintly, "Be careful of your surroundings. I feel a noisy sound approaching us." The buzzing sound grew louder, and faintly, Tang San could see some red shadows rapidly approaching with his purple extreme magic eye. Soon he understood why the frequency of that sound seemed so fast in his mental perception. It wasn't just one or two of these flying creatures, but a group, at least composed of thousands. As they got closer, he could finally see clearly that these flying creatures were blood-red bats, like a smaller version of the blood-red patterns left on the ground of the hellish slaughterhouse before. Each blood bat was about a foot long, but its enormous wingspan exceeded 1 meter. One or two of these blood bats were not a big deal, but suddenly appearing in the thousands made it seem unusual. "Tang Xi, come here quickly." Tang San's first thought was the safety of Tang Xi. Those blood-red bats flew very fast and were approaching in no time. Their eyes were also blood-red, and upon spotting their target, they let out a cawing sound, revealing their sharp fangs. Thousands of blood bats flapped their wings together, bringing with them a gust of foul wind that caused Tang San and Hulaina to shudder and sway. Tang San moved quickly, swiftly untying the rope around his waist, then reaching back to touch Hulaina's abdomen, wrapping the rope around and tying it tightly to his own waist. As a result, their bodies were completely bound together, and Hulaina's face immediately turned crimson, her heart pounding. A gust of bloody wind sent Tang Xi flying, swaying in the air, and a flash of white light appeared as thousands of white threads surged from Tang Xi's back, piercing through several bats' bodies. Tang Xi was surrounded by a white, patterned killing intent, and even her eyes were uncontrollably blood-red. The bats trembled in fear and quickly fled from her side. The Absolute Zero domain was instantly released, and thousands of bats were frozen in place. The butterfly wings behind Tang Xi continuously fluttered, each movement accompanied by a flurry of red sparkles. After fluttering 18 times, the red sparkles quickly surrounded the bats and merged into them. "Caw-caw!" The bat swarm cried out in agony, swiftly dissolving into a pool of blood rain. Tang Xi's blood butterfly wing soul bone not only allows for flight, but also possesses the soul skill floral fragrance, which can dissolve everything with its generated red light spots. In an instant, over half of the thousands of bats disappeared. These bats seemed to possess high intelligence, and, upon realizing Tang Xi's terrifying abilities, all surged towards Tang San and Hulaina to launch an attack. Tang San saw this and immediately released the blue-silver domain, Tang San controlled the light within a 10-meter radius. The swarm of bats was repelled upon touching the blue light, unable to attack the two inside. Hulaina could feel that within this blue light, there seemed to be a continuous and warm life force surging into her body. This was definitely a domain, and a gifted one at that. To be honest, Tang San was truly a prodigy, but after spending these past few years together, Hulaina sensed that Tang San harbored a deep resentment towards the spirit hall. Allowing such an enemy to grow would undoubtedly make him a powerful opponent for the spirit hall. Hulaina exchanged a glance with Tang San, and they tacitly stepped forward together. Tang Xi ventured ahead to scout the path and couldn't help but gasp at the scene before her. Right in front of the narrow path they were on, hanging beneath it, was a massive creature. Bathed in a faint reddish glow, it emitted a dark golden light. The creature was over 4 meters long, with 2 enormous claws gripping the narrow path. Each claw had a diameter of over a meter, sharply digging into the stone. Amidst the screams of numerous blood bats, the dark golden body slowly unfurled a pair of gigantic wings, which, when spread, were an astonishing 10 meters wide. The claws suddenly released, and with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the colossal body took flight. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a bat, but had 3 heads. Hulaina stepped forward to stand in front of Tang San, her eyes radiating a pink glow, with the shape of a head-sole bone faintly emanating from her forehead. A pink beam shot towards the dark golden, 3-headed bat king. The dark golden, 3-headed bat king flew swiftly, with the pink beam pursuing it from behind. Crack! The pink beam dissipated after striking the abdomen of the dark golden, 3-headed bat king, which raised its head and let out a painful howl. Tang Xi seized the opportunity to rush forward, grabbing its claw and swinging it like dough. The iron-armored rhino's soul bone could increase her strength by 300%. With a loud bang, the dark gold, 3-headed bat king was flung 20 meters away and slid down a stone wall. Dark golden smoke suddenly surrounded the dark gold, 3-headed bat king, and its body exploded, instantly transforming into hundreds of small bats. The swarm of bats flapped their wings and gathered on the path in front of Tang San, their sharp teeth continuously gnawing at the stones on the path. Tang San shouted, "Not good. It's going to destroy the road ahead. Let's hurry up." Tang San grabbed the hand of the Hulaina behind him and ran forward. She was trying to help from above. Hulaina jumped in front of Tang San, and a fluffy fox tail sprouted from her curvy backside, growing to a length of 5 meters. She forcefully swung the foxtail forward, sending a large group of bats flying 10 meters away. And soon the small path was completely cleared. The bats regrouped, surrounded by a dark golden mist, and all of them formed the dark golden, 3-headed bat king. Tang Xi snorted coldly, focused on the sapphire on her brooch, and a handgun appeared in her hand. She accurately fired 3 shots at the head of the dark golden, 3-headed bat king. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the bullets pierced through the 3 heads of the dark golden, 3-headed bat king, and its massive body fell into the boiling blood below. Tang San's eyes lit up at the sight of the machine gun in his hands. Could this also be a hidden weapon? It actually has such great power. The dark golden, 3-headed bat king was dead, and Tang Xi landed on the narrow road, retracting his wings, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Tang San saw this and immediately stepped forward, taking out food and water from the soul guide and handing it to Tang Xi, saying, "Let's take a break before we set off." Hulaina also nodded in agreement, saying, "We should consider this as having passed a level. I wonder what else awaits us ahead." Tang Xi stretched lazily and looked at Tang San, hesitating as she said, "Brother, what do you think of the city of slaughter?" Tang San paused for a moment. Having eaten the fire apricot and the star anise ice grass, he was not afraid of the heat, let alone the chronic poison here. However, he looked at the boiling blood plasma and slowly said, "The city of slaughter, it is an evil existence. It has drained the blood and souls of countless people, and it should not exist." After being in the city of slaughter for 2 years, how could Tang San not have thoroughly studied Bloody Mary? The blood plasma here should be the concentrated evil blood of countless fallen beings mixed with poison over the millennia, which can also be said to be the foundation of the city of slaughter. However, he did have a way to destroy this city of slaughter. Such an evil place should not exist. After saying that, Tang San looked at Hulaina and coldly said, "If I'm not mistaken, the support behind the city of slaughter comes from the Spear Hall. Everything here is supplied by the Spear Hall. Are you really just going to let it be, solely to accommodate these fallen beings? Even if Xiao Shi is the saintess of the Spirit Hall, no matter what methods he uses, he will sever Xiao Shi's ties with the Spirit Hall." Tang San didn't know why there was such great hostility towards the Spirit Hall flowing in his bones, as if it had been imprinted from his previous life. After hearing this, Hulaina's expression changed. "I know you have a lot of hostility towards the Spirit Hall, but this is not something I can decide." 133. Hell Road. 5. Tang Xi's face was difficult. She didn't expect her brother to hate the Spirit Hall so much. "Brother, do you know what will happen if the city of slaughter is destroyed?" Tang Xi did not defend the Spirit Hall, but instead asked this question. This was a question that Tang San had not considered. He simply voiced his inner speculation. The fallen here would recreate the world, and with their personalities, it would come to an end. In the end, Tang San hesitated. Tang Xi finished his last sentence for him, saying that this world would see a slaughter even more terrifying than the city of slaughter. This statement resonated with Hulaina. The fallen of the city of slaughter were already depraved and bloodthirsty. Tang Xi was right. Even if the city of slaughter were to be destroyed, these people would eventually bring disaster to the world. Tang San was unwilling to give up and continued to argue that its system was cruel. For example, opening the path to hell required sacrificing the entire city's population as offerings, which meant its existence also went against the natural order. Tang, she shook her head, a hint of melancholy on her face. If there were tea utensils present, she would perfectly embody the image of someone who has seen through the world as troubles. The fallen here are mostly evil people. They have already stained their hands with countless innocent lives before arriving at the city of slaughter. The Spirit Hall was initially created by the angel god, with a mission to eliminate all evil soul masters in the world. Those with deep sins are imprisoned in the city of slaughter, where they can be bound. Although this place is perilous, its essence is good, but it has been corrupted by its system. If improvements were made here, the city of slaughter could also become a place for cleansing evil. Tang Xi refrained from elaborating too much, allowing them to experience it for themselves. This is akin to the comprehension questions in the political section of the college entrance examination. After hearing this, Hulaina's eyes lit up. In her view, Tang Xi was truly talented, able to articulate such profound ideas in a single sentence. As she thought this, Hulaina found Tang San increasingly displeasing. After all, her little she was the most beautiful. Tang San remained silent. These words stirred up huge waves in his heart. Tang San stared at the sinful blood plasma in his mouth, lost in thought for a long time, and slowly said, "Perhaps what you said is right." Tang San turned around, and Tang Xi had already fallen asleep. She was snoring softly. Ha ha. Hulaina and Tang San exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh out loud. An hour later, Tang Xi was awakened, and she rubbed her eyes, still hazy from sleep. Ha ha ha, little sleepyhead, you can sleep so well. Tang San mocked from the side, and Tang Xi instantly woke up and coldly snorted. I clearly just slept for a little while. All right, let's tidy up and get ready to set off. Hulaina said with a smile as she gently rubbed Tang Xi's soft hair. Tang Xi spread her blood butterfly wings and flew in midair. This time, she did not intend to take it seriously, as the second level of the Hell Road was blocked by the ancient beast, the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Its inner core was the key to dispelling Ma Hongjuan's evil fire, so Tang Xi did not plan to intervene in this part of the story. Sure enough, ahead lay a fire-red monster, snake coiled on the road, occasionally flicking its tongue. Its scales were incredibly hard, and along its body, 9 flesh lumps could be seen. Following that, the monster snake emitted a croaking sound from its mouth, resembling a baby's cry. The 9 flesh lumps behind it also began to emit a golden-red glow. The monster snake attacked first, spitting out a fiery red light from its mouth, accompanied by a strong fishy smell, rapidly spreading towards the two. Instinctively, Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer and then used the cloak of chaos technique, while Tang Xi pretended to help but was actually leisurely watching. In no time, the 10-headed fiery sun snake was killed by Tang San, and they successfully obtained its inner core. After this brief interlude, the group continued to move forward. Having passed 2 levels without much danger, Hulaina and Tang San felt a bit more relaxed, maintaining a steady pace as they advanced. If the Hell Road truly only had 3 levels, then they just needed to pass the final test to leave this damn place. The temperature continued to rise, and the dark red liquid flowing in the abyss on both sides gradually became clearer. The terrain seemed to be continuously sloping downwards, and, as they moved forward, the heat they were enduring began to increase gradually. Tang Xi simply released the domain of her left arm soul bone, absolute coldness. The biting cold air clashed with the burning heat, forming a scene of ice and fire. Fortunately, the temperature returned to a bearable normal level. However, what they found even more difficult to adapt to was that the air seemed to contain a special atmosphere. The feeling of oppression became increasingly obvious deep within them, and their own killing intent was released more recklessly. Hulaina gasped for breath, her sense of slaughter becoming more uncontrollable, as a voice in her mind kept telling her to kill the man in front of her. Tang Xi and Tang San both noticed something was off with Hulaina. Her eyes had completely turned blood red, and she held a short sword in front of her chest, but her whole body was trembling as if she were struggling. "You guys go ahead, I can barely control my killing intent." Tang San knocked Hulaina unconscious with his hand and carried her up. Tang Xi pursed her lips, but said nothing as the two continued forward. The 3rd level of this hellish path had no fierce beasts. Instead, it was filled with inner demons. The boiling blood plasma below emitted an evil aura. This aura would provoke those who came here to unleash killing intent, drawing out their inner demons, which would torment their minds and cause them to lose themselves. However, Tang San practiced the Xintian skill and was also empowered by the blue-silver domain, so this had no effect on him. Tang, she is the same, but her body has been transformed by the god of life, so extreme cold or heat has no effect on her, let alone the evil aura in the air. After taking the 5,684th step, Tang San stopped, as the path ended here, with only a blood-red sea in front of him. The blood plasma had gathered here into a small lake, blocking his way, with bubbles surging in the plasma. And the scalding heat made the skin of Hulaina in Tang San's arms turn very rosy. A distance of 1,000 meters seemed like an insurmountable chasm before him. There were no more attacks from any creatures, but the overwhelming evil aura here and the wide chasm of 1,000 meters in front of him had become an almost impossible barrier to cross. Fortunately, Tang, she had wings that could fly. She quickly flew beside Tang San and suggested, "Brother, I can only take one of you over. Let me take Sister Nana first. I will drop her off and come back for you." Tang San nodded in agreement with Tang Xi's opinion and hugged Hulaina in his arms, saying with concern, "Be careful. If you encounter any danger, shout for me at the first moment. I will always rush to your side as quickly as possible." Tang San's words flowed into Tang Xi's heart like a warm current. Sometimes his back felt like a great mountain, filling her with a sense of security. Embracing the unconscious Hulaina, Tang Xi took off towards the faint light ahead, which was the exit from the road to hell to the outside world. Tang Xi Fei was very fast and soon reached the exit. The exit was a silvery white light curtain, which contained the inheritance of the god of death's domain. Tang Xi threw Hulaina in her arms forward, and the surrounding gravitational force of the light curtain pulled Hulaina in. Tang Xi knew that senior sister Nana was safe now. Next, she had to go back to find her brother. The king of slaughter in the shadows silently observed everything, holding a cup of Huangquan dew that emitted steam. The golden red liquid of the Huangquan road reflected the scene of Tang Xi and her companions breaking through the hell road at that moment. The king of slaughter chuckled and said, "King Yin, you are my best physical host. How could I possibly let you leave just like this?" On his way back, Tang, she had a vague sense of foreboding. In the blink of an eye, the king of slaughter appeared above the hell road behind Tang San, raising his right hand, which was imbued with a fiery red light, striking towards the narrow path. By the time he reacted, Tang San instinctively summoned the Haotian hammer. Upon seeing the face of the king of slaughter, Tang San looked at him warily and asked, "King of slaughter, what brings you here?" The fiery red light surged violently along the narrow path, even crackling as if burning rock. More terrifying was the faint red mist enveloping the fiery red light, which undoubtedly contained potent toxins. The king of slaughter smiled faintly and said, "Of course, it's to kill you." If he didn't kill Tang San, would he wait outside to inform that god of slaughter? At that point, he could simply say that Tang San couldn't make it through and died on the hell road. The narrow path was shaking violently, causing many stones to tumble down. Tang San's killing intent surged within him. He wanted to destroy the narrow path, leaving himself with no way to escape. Ahead was a sea of boiling blood plasma, and behind was the precarious narrow path. Tang San quickly took out the flying god crossbow from his soul guide, opened the mechanism, and the flying claws immediately shot towards the stone wall. The flying claws pierced deeply into the stone wall, securing themselves firmly. Tang San retracted the rope, and due to the reaction force, his entire body was flung outward. The king of slaughter raised his hand, unleashing a massive soul power towards the blood plasma, and with a bang, the wave of blood plasma was propelled high into the air over 10 meters. As the boiling blood plasma was about to fall on Tang San, he knew that once it dripped onto a person's body, it would instantly turn into thick smoke. Damn it, success was so close. And Tang San didn't want to give up easily. Absolute zero. Suddenly, a delicate voice came from ahead, and a bone-chilling cold wind blew towards the boiling blood plasma, causing the extreme ice and heat to mix and dissipate into mist in the air. Tang Xi spread her wings and quickly flew towards Tang San brother. Tang Xi was a bit anxious, blaming herself for coming too late. Tang Xi came to Tang San's side, resting his right arm on her shoulder and placing her left arm on her waist. She looked deeply at the king of slaughter in front of them, who also responded with a faint smile. In a low voice, he slowly laughed and said, "Do you think you can still escape?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Tang San whispered in Tang Xi's ear, "Let's hurry. Dad is waiting for us at the cave entrance. He wants us to die here." Tang Xi glared resentfully at the king of slaughter, but the most important thing right now was to escape from the hell road. The blood-red butterfly wings flapped rapidly as Tang Xi accelerated towards the exit. A scorching wave of blood plasma surged towards her, but a pale blue halo spread around Tang Xi, creating a very comfortable feeling and increasing her flying speed significantly. This was Tang San's blue-silver domain. I saw the exit, just a little more, Tang Xi said anxiously. Suddenly, many blood-red vines spread from the stone wall and flew towards her. TSK. Tang Xi let out a dull sound, feeling something wrapping around her ankle, with many small spikes on it. When Tang San looked down, he was shocked to see that it was a 10,000-year-old blood demon vine. There were still 20 meters to the cave entrance. But Tang Xi was completely entangled and unable to move forward. Sorry, brother. A tear flowed from Tang Xi's eye, and then she spun around twice, throwing Tang San forward. No. Tang San looked at Tang Xi in horror as she threw him away. The exit was right in front of him, but at that moment, all Tang San wanted was to stay and face the difficulties together with Tang Xi. The blood demon vine immediately rushed forward, wrapping around Tang Xi, who could not use any soul skills. Tang Xi lifted her head and smiled slightly, saying live well. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Tang San finally darted into the white light curtain. Everything around seemed to be changing. The moment Tang San entered the white light curtain, he immediately felt as if his body had entered a special world. However, he desperately wanted to escape from here, but his body was so tired, so very tired, that in the end, Tang San fainted. Tang Xi was entangled by the vine. The King of Slaughter stepped forward and caressed Tang Xi's delicate face, smiling as he said, TSK, don't struggle. I don't want to hurt this body of yours. After all, it's going to be mine to use later, ha. Tang Xi glared at the King of Slaughter with resentment and shouted, You can't. The King of Slaughter said nothing, simply taking Tang Xi back to the palace. Slap. When Tang San woke up, there was a palm print on his face. As he opened his eyes, he saw Hulaina looking at him anxiously. Don't sleep anymore. Where's Tang Xi? Why didn't she come out with you? This question provoked Tang San, and he immediately sat up, sweat pouring down his forehead. What had just happened was not a dream. Tang San looked around anxiously. His father had said he would come and find him. Dad! Tang San had never been this anxious, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Tears continuously fell from the corners of his eyes, dripping onto the ground and soaking in. Hulaina grew more and more anxious as she grabbed Tang San's shoulders and shook him repeatedly, asking, What happened to Tang Xi? Hurry up and tell me. She was taken away by the King of Slaughter. Tang San's eyes were already moist, and a wave of self-blame surged from the bottom of his heart, even causing him to slap himself. Again like this, he could never protect the ones he loved. He was too weak. Too weak. What did you say? A deep voice rang out as Tang Hao walked over from a distance, the killing intent around him fully unleashed after hearing that Tang Xi had been captured, glaring fiercely at Tang San, as if that killing intent could devour and skin a person alive. In the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter looked at the blue veins on Tang Xi's arm and smirked, saying, If I'm not mistaken, your peony martial soul needs to consume blood to continue its cultivation, right? Tang Xi remained calm throughout, showing no panic when facing the King of Slaughter. Instead, she provocatively said, You want to parasitize on me? Let's see if you have that ability. Tang Xi's ability to say this line is entirely based on her possessing 1% of the God of Destruction's power. However, the body that the King of Slaughter currently inhabits is Tang Chen's body, so she cannot attack the King of Slaughter for now. The King of Slaughter believes she is speaking this way because of the powerful forces behind her, and he laughs maniacally, saying, My body has been nearly completely eroded by me, and the control is in my hands. Even my soul power has reached level 99. Do you think I would fear the forces behind you? At most, I can give up this city of Slaughter because your body represents even greater value. Blame it on your martial soul being an evil soul master. The King of Slaughter's eyes are filled with bloodshot veins, and Tang Xi is suspended in midair, entangled by the blood ghost vines. The blood-red wings spread open, enveloping the two of them, as he bares his fangs and bites down on Tang Xi's throbbing carotid artery. Tang Xi felt disgusted and said fiercely, Get off me right now. Tang Xi's killing intent grew stronger, and the divine power of the angel god that had settled within her immediately awakened. A faint golden light in her veins suddenly burst forth, and when this light touched the body of the King of Slaughter, it was a searing pain. The King of Slaughter instinctively loosened his teeth, as the golden light burned large patches of skin on him, even affecting his consciousness. This was the blessing of the angel god. The angel god was always opposed to his kind of evil soul beast, especially since the holy light of the angel could injure him and greatly reduce his strength. How could a girl with an evil martial soul receive the blessing of the angel god? This was impossible. The head of the king of slaughter felt extremely heavy, and another consciousness within his body began to fight for control. In Tang Xi's eyes, the king of slaughter was holding his head and shaking it continuously, his aura alternating between full of killing intent and fear. Tang Xi stared blankly at the person in front of her, wondering if they had escaped from a mental hospital. Until the movements of the king of slaughter came to a halt, the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him continued to surge. When he lifted his gaze towards Tang Xi, the previous madness was gone, replaced by a solemn and indifferent aura. The current king of slaughter's eyes were filled with complexity, even tinged with sadness. Child, thank you for allowing me to regain control of my body. I know you have many questions right now, but I beg you to use the divine power within you to kill me. Even his voice had shifted from sharp to a hoarse, weathered tone. Tang Xi knows that the current king of killers is controlled by Tang Chen's consciousness. Tang, she quickly formed a plan in her mind and said, I have a way to eliminate the thoughts of the blood-red, nine-headed bat king that is parasitizing you. I can even heal your decaying body and extend your life by at least 5 more years. The king of slaughter's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Tang Xi nodded, but she put forward her condition. However, I have one condition that may limit your freedom for a while, which is to continue being the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter, changing the order here so that it no longer becomes evil. The king of slaughter couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I agree with you. Even without you saying it, I would do the same. Even though my body has been controlled by the blood-red, nine-headed bat king for so many years, the city of slaughter was created by me, and I can't bear to destroy it. Tang Xi wiped a cold sweat for Tang San, thankful that his brother did not plunge into the hellish path with a blood-colored swan kiss and destroy this city of slaughter. Otherwise, their ancestor would definitely have given him a beating. As Tang Xi was about to continue speaking, the king of slaughter suddenly clutched his head, revealing a look of pain. Hurry, the blood-red, nine-headed bat king's evil thoughts have taken control of me again, he said with great difficulty. After uttering these words, his demeanor changed. There was no longer the gentleness he had shown towards Tang Xi. Instead, his eyes were filled with endless madness, and his voice was sharp and filled with malice. I didn't expect the divine power of the angel within you could weaken my control over this body. Since I can't control you, I'll just destroy you. Tang Xi was unable to use her soul skills in the city of slaughter, watching helplessly as the king of slaughter gathered the blood mist in his hands. Aiming it at her, a deep desire to survive surged within her, and she instinctively wanted to unleash the power of the god of destruction to protect herself. However, the more anxious she became, the calmer she felt. Now was definitely not the right time. Tang Hao and Tang San arrived just in time to see the king of slaughter attacking Tang Xi. Hulaina didn't come because she had to wait for the elder from the spirit hall to pick her up. If they had come together, given the strength of the king of slaughter, all 3 of them might have faced a one-way trip. 138 blood-red, nine-headed bat king 2 as Tang Hao was about to step forward. Tang San blocked him, but moved ahead even faster. The 8 spider lances were released, further increasing his speed. A killing intent spread in Tang San's eyes as he gripped the Haotian hammer and charged directly in front of Tang Xi. A dash. Under Tang Xi's astonished gaze, Tang San directly used the Haotian hammer to catch the blood mist. The king of slaughter had a thrilled smile on his face as he gradually increased the intensity of his attack. Tang San felt as if he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blood mist exploded instantly, releasing a shockwave that sent Tang San flying against the stone wall, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Even Tang Hao was knocked back a few steps, and the blood ghost vines entangling Tang Xi were completely destroyed, but she was also pushed back a distance. Blood flowed from Tang Xi's forehead, but her first reaction was to look at Tang San, panicking as she shouted, "Brother!" Tang San selflessly blocked the attack for Tang Xi, her eyes glistening with tears. But in that moment, rage spread within her heart. Tang Hao looked angrily at the king of slaughter, his whole body exuding a fierce killing intent. In the next moment, he wanted to fight the king of slaughter to the death. Even if his soul skills were restricted, so what? Tang Hao was determined to fight him to the bitter end. "Dad, don't go." Tang Xi's did not make Tang Hao stop until Tang Xi anxiously shouted, "If you go, I will immediately commit suicide right now to show you." The words reached Tang Hao's ears, and he stopped in shock, just in time to see Tang Xi holding a dagger glinting coldly against her neck. looking at him resolutely. Why? Tan hao sao that angli. He had never been harsh with Tang Xi, but he was overwhelmed by anger and lost his reason. However, when he saw the dagger on Tang Xi's neck, he felt heartache for her again. I don't want you to lose your life because of me. At least your brother still needs you. Tang Xi stood up silently. At that moment, she had the determination to face death, her hateful gaze fixed firmly on the King of Slaughter as she slowly walked towards him. King of Slaughter, don't you want to kill me? But I am unwilling. If you don't suppress my soul skills, I can definitely defeat you. The determined light in Tang Xi's eyes made the King of Slaughter sneer. Are you daydreaming? How interesting. He suddenly became interested. If he removed the restrictions on Tang Xi and let her use her soul skills, watching her be defeated by him and then revealing that look of despair and pain would surely be amusing. He changed his mind. He wanted Tang Xi to die in despair and pain. The King of Slaughter chuckled mockingly. Since you want to try so badly, I will grant your wish, ha ha ha. Hearing the King of Slaughter's words, Tang Xi turned to Tang Hao and said seriously, Dad, I hope you can believe in me. Tang Hao listened to Tang Xi's words, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He didn't know why, but he stood still, eager to find out what Tang Xi was going to do. The King of Slaughter raised his hand, and a blood-red light infused into Tang Xi. She felt the suppressed chain unlock, as she could freely use her soul skills now. The opportunity had come. In the original story, her brother used the light of the sea god to dispel the evil thoughts of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. I wonder if this light can dispel as well. With every step forward filled with resentment, Tang Xi's body emitted a soul ring that automatically rose from her feet and settled steadily at her waist, until the fifth pink soul ring descended, releasing an aura reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Both the King of Slaughter and Tang Hao were somewhat surprised as they looked at the pink soul ring. They could sense that it was a soul ring from a 100,000-year-old soul beast, yet it also carried an indescribable feeling. This soul ring was gentler than the usual 100,000-year soul rings. The King of Slaughter felt a bit of anticipation for the soul skill that Tang Xi would unleash from that 100,000-year soul ring. But the teasing look in Tang Xi's eyes made him feel something was off. Behind Tang Xi, a huge peony flower bloomed, but it was the fourth 10,000-year soul ring that shimmered. The peony gradually blossomed in midair, and the golden light grew stronger as the peony opened. Holy light of healing. Tang Xi's fourth soul skill is a light bestowed by the angel god, capable of healing any pain. This sacred light pierced the eyes of the King of Slaughter, who fearfully flapped his wings in an attempt to shield himself from it. Behind the King of Slaughter, a blood-red figure was pulled out, surrounded by swirling crimson-black mist. The figure that appeared in the black mist was no longer the King of Slaughter, but a tall man with black hair and black eyes, handsome features and deep-set eyes. This was Tang Chen's true appearance, although his eyes were still blood-red at that moment. Tang Hao was startled when he saw that familiar face. It was his grandfather. However, the blood-red figure behind Tang Chen transformed into a massive blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King let out an angry howl. You dare to toy with me? Tang Hao's gaze suddenly became sharp. A speaking soul beast could potentially have a cultivation level of over 100,000 years. In that instant, the peony flower in mid-air instantly vanished, and Tang Xi was forcefully pressed to the ground by a wave of pressure. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King spread its 3-meter-long wings and flew towards Tang Xi, its claws pressing down hard on her. Ah! The sound of bones breaking was crisp and clear. Tang Hao, filled with rage, instinctively wanted to rush forward, but Tang Chun, with red eyes, summoned the Haotian hammer to block him, clearly indicating that he was being restrained. Tang San lay in the corner, watching the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King press its sharp claws down on his beloved younger sister. In that moment, helplessness, anger, and despair filled his heart repeatedly. But his body could not move at all. His body was broken in several places, and the pain had already spread throughout him. But the heartache continued to torment Tang San's mind over and over again. Xiaoxi, Tang San shouted out in despair with a hoarse voice, tears streaming down continuously. Tang Xi endured the excruciating pain, but couldn't stand up. A mass of dark golden mist suddenly erupted from Tang Xi's body, and the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King was instantly knocked back several dozen meters. Tang Xi has already stood up, and the dark golden-black mist is affectionately approaching her palm. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King trembles all over. He can feel the terrifying power of that black mist, a force more powerful and terrifying than that of the Shura god. Although the dark golden light appears weak, if that black mist attacks him, he will surely perish. Tang Xi smiled faintly, but her eyes were filled with unfathomable indifference. Can you evade an attack that is 1% of the God of Destruction's power? Tang Xi painfully injected the black mist into the body of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, which howled in terror. No, don't. Don't you want my 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? The black mist eroded the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, causing its body to dissipate, and a strong burning sensation spread throughout its entire being. Rather than allowing Tang Xi to absorb its soul ring and soul bone, at least its evil thoughts would still influence Tang Xi. With these evil thoughts, she would quickly grow into a powerful evil soul master, and the blood-red nine-headed Bat King could still affect the fate of the Douluo Continent. However, Tang Xi showed a look of disdain. 100,000-year soul ring? I don't need it. Tang Xi's blatant insult to the blood-red nine-headed Bat King made it clear that even though it was a soul beast of 100,000 years, she looked down upon it. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King laughed wildly, saying, Good. I never expected to be defeated by a little girl like you one day. Since you are determined to kill me, I will definitely not let you have it easy. Boom! A blood-red light erupted, spreading from the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, turning everything in its path into a shade of crimson. A shock wave rapidly expanded from the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even the Stardow forest, far in the distance, shook slightly. Xiao Wu, sitting on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, looked ahead with concern and slowly said, This is... The red light reflected in Tang Hao's eyes as he heavily uttered two words, sacrifice. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King emanated a blood-red glow, its body gradually becoming translucent, with blood burning on it. Tang Hao looked at the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King in confusion. This was the most tyrannical form of sacrifice, soul sacrifice. Once this mode was activated, no one could stop it. Sure enough, even the attack of the God of Destruction was dissipated. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King laughed loudly. Gu Tang Si Ma Li Si O Li. You want to destroy me? Then I will sacrifice my soul to ruin your life. My soul will attach to the 100,000-year soul ring. Every time you use a 100,000-year soul skill, my evil thoughts will devour your consciousness, turning you into a demon that only knows slaughter. A being more terrifying than the king of slaughter. Ha 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 ha. A soul master who only knows how to kill. By then, Tang Xi will become a target for everyone to attack. This is his way of revenge. Tang Xi was momentarily stunned. The blood-red light locked onto her, and the last words of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King filled her with terror. The entire body of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King was burned to ashes, transforming into a blood-red soul ring that fell onto Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony, as if it were intentional. A piece of the Bat King's head soul bone, still emanating a red glow from where it had been burned, instinctively flew towards Tang Xi and automatically fused into her head. A massive force continuously merged into Tang Xi's body, and a malicious evil thought roamed within her as the thrill of slaughter rose from the depths of her heart. When Tang Xi raised her eyes, they were a bloody red, and the murderous intent surrounding her was no less than that of Tang Hao back in the day. But surprisingly, a faint green light was emanating from her heart, and the cool sensation instantly brought Tang Xi back to her senses. A divine power of destruction within her devoured the gray, evil thoughts, and golden strands of light flowed throughout Tang Xi's body, immediately healing the places where her bones had broken. Tang Xi has a trace of divine power from 3 different deities within her body, and these divine powers perform their own distinct functions. However, Tang Xi will never know this. At the moment of awakening, exhaustion surged in her heart, and she instantly fainted to the ground. 141. The conversation of 3 generations of ancestors and descendants. Light rain pattered down. Tang Hao dissuaded Hu Laina from taking Tang Xi away, and in the end, he even lost his temper and drove away Hu Laina and her companions. The tidal Douluo's Moonlight and Gueme. Hu Laina, feeling the pressure from the nearby tidal Duo with a soul power of level 97, namely Tang Chen's cold gaze, could only agree to follow Elder Gue and Elder Ju back to the Wuhuan Hall after ensuring Tang Xi's safety. After all, she still needed to report Tang Chen's appearance to her teacher and others. With reluctance in her eyes, Hu Laina took one last look at Tang Xi before setting off. Tang Chen, Tang Hao, and Tang San were taking shelter from the rain in a cave, with a fire burning in the middle, while Tang Xi was still in a deep sleep. Tang Chen glanced at Tang Hao's haggard appearance and asked with a heavy heart, Hao, what exactly has happened recently? Didn't you inherit the position of the sect leader? In Tang Chen's impression, Hao was exceptionally talented and couldn't possibly have fallen to such a state. Tang San also looked at his father's silent expression, feeling a bit moved. Dad, I've grown up now. Please tell me the truth of these years. Tang Hao looked helplessly into the distance and ultimately voiced the grievances of these years. He recounted everything from his acquaintance with Yin to being hunted by the people of the Spirit Hall, Yin's sacrifice, the Pope's untimely death, and how his elder brother was forced to expel him from his sect, leading to the sect's retreat from the world. Tang San's eyes were blazing with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, Spirit Hall. Tang Chun sighed deeply after listening. His relationship with Qian Daolu from the Spirit Hall was both adversarial and friendly. Now that his son was dead and his sect was forced into hiding, who was right and who was wrong ultimately came down to differing positions. Tang Hao patted his son, who was indignant on his behalf, and said calmly, This is the enmity of our generation. You don't need to carry my hatred to attack the Spirit Hall. Tang San was confused. All the grievances in his heart poured out. Why? The Spirit Hall caused me to be separated from my mother since childhood, and father. You were forced to leave the sect. This kind of hatred. I will never share the sky with the Spirit Hall. Tang San's last 4 words were spoken with a heavy tone, his brows furrowed tightly, and he even couldn't help but unleash the god of death's domain, causing a thin layer of ice to form on the ground. Tang Hao looked at Tang Xi with pain and said, The order to hunt me and Yin was given by the former pope, and he is already dead now. It's useless to pursue it any further. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has helped your sister extend her life. They can put aside their hatred to help us, so why can't we let go of our hatred? Tang San had no choice but to turn his head away and remain silent upon hearing this. Tang Chun nodded in agreement, and then recalled something, taking out a shining soul bone from the soul guide at his waist and handing it to Tang San. Little San, your talent is indeed quite good. This is a soul bone I've accumulated as the king of slaughter, a 40,000-year-old head wisdom soul bone. I believe it should be very suitable for you. Looking at the glowing soul bone, Tang San's hesitation turned into determination. His primary goal now was to become stronger. Great-grandfather, thank you very much. With that, Tang San knelt down sincerely and bowed. Alas, you child. Tang Chen quickly helped Tang San up, saying, We are family. Hurry up and absorb this soul bone. What Tang Chun would not tell Tang San is that if it weren't for Tang Xi absorbing the head spirit bone of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, he might have left this spirit bone to Tang Xi. Since the spirit bone was left to Tang San, and Tang Xi, as his great-granddaughter, had helped him so much, what kind of gift should he give her upon meeting? After Tang San completely absorbed the spirit bone, Tang Xi also woke up, pressing her forehead with a headache. Tang San quickly stepped forward to help Tang Xi up, allowing her to lean against the stone wall. Tang Xi's vision gradually became clear, and Tang San, Tang Chun, and Tang Hao all looked at her with concern. What happened to me? I feel like I had a nightmare where a blood-red, 9-headed Bat King was parasitizing me. Tang Hao and Tang Chun exchanged a complicated glance. Tang Chun said, To be precise, the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King has sacrificed itself to you. Tang Chun finished speaking, and Tang Xi almost spat out a mouthful of blood in shock, asking, Why did it sacrifice itself for me? Is it stupid? Tang Hao pretended to cough a few times and said, Ahem, Xiaoxi, be more respectful. Standing in front of you is your great-grandfather, Tang Chun. But when Tang Xi looked at Tang Chun, he appeared as a middle-aged man, with black hair, black eyes, and handsome features. Tang Xi then glanced at Tang Hao and teased, Dad, why do you look older than great-grandfather? Tang Hao frowned, this unfilial daughter, a cotton-padded jacket with holes. Next to him, Tang Chun and Tang San burst into laughter, especially Tang Chun, who laughed loudly. You really know how to talk. Tang San helplessly thought that it had been many years since he had seen his father in such a state of embarrassment. The 4 of them chatted for a long time about the childhood stories of Tang San and Tang Xi, especially as Tang Xi recounted the image of Tang Hao as a big, drunken man, which left a deep impression. Tang Hao kept patting his chest, comforting himself by saying, I can't hit my little daughter. I can't hit her. I must pamper her even if I have to do it on my knees. After a few hours, Tang Xi stood up, released her martial soul, and said with a faint smile, I think I should be able to heal about 60 to 70% of everyone's injuries. Tang Xi released the bloodthirsty peony, and the soul rings rose one after another beneath her feet, until the 6th soul ring ascended, carrying a strong aura of killing intent. When Tang Xi absorbed this 100, Year soul ring. Her soul power level broke through from level 59 to level 61. The fourth 10,000 year soul ring trembled, blooming like a peony in midair and emitting a golden light. This light felt warm on their bodies. Tang San could feel his broken bones healing, while Tang Hao's internal injuries seemed to be washed over by a warm current, rapidly recovering. A faint golden light surrounded the three of them, and Tang Chan widened his eyes in surprise as the venom on him gradually dissipated, making his body feel lighter and lighter. After a moment, it was only when Tang Xi could no longer sustain the continuous supply of soul power that she withdrew her martial soul and soul skills. Tang Hao looked at the changes in his body with surprise. It's amazing, my internal injuries have actually healed quite a bit. This soul skill is probably even better than that of healing-type soul masters. Tang Xin also nodded in praise, saying that this soul skill is quite good, and my body has improved a lot. This is somewhat similar to the soul skill of the angel god. Tang Xin often fights with Qian Daolu, and the golden light emitted by Tang Xi's martial soul is very similar to the light emitted by Qian Daolu's angelic martial soul. Tang Xi replied with a cheerful smile. Of course, this is a soul ring granted by the angels, the divine soul ring. This surprised Tang San and Tang Hao greatly. They didn't expect Tang Xi to receive a granted soul ring at such a young age. Afterwards, Tang Xi shared her experiences in the spirit hall. Though she concealed some unspeakable secrets, such as the existence of Qian Rinxue and Su Wen's dual divine inheritance. After the four of them discussed some matters, Tang Chun, noticing that it was getting late, reluctantly said, I have to return to the city of slaughter. How are you all? Go ahead. Tang Hao approached in confusion and asked Grandpa, aren't you coming back to Hao Yin sect with us? Tang San also advised from the side, do you really want to go back to such an evil place as the city of slaughter? 143, going to Yuexian. Tang Chen smiled. After all, the city of slaughter was also the result of many years of hard work for him. He would manage it for a while, and once the new generation of the king of slaughter appeared, he would return to the Hao Yin sect. This was Tang Chen's decision, and since that was the case, Tang Hao had nothing more to say. The three generations of grandfather and grandson said their goodbyes here, and afterward, Tang Hao took Tang San and Tang Xi to the Heaven Do Empire. Tang San curiously asked, Dad, where are we going? Tang Hao deeply, a place where you can train. Tang Xi commented on the side, it's a place that learns rules to the death. The three of them struggled along the way until they reached the most prosperous area in the center of Heaven Do City, where Tang Hao stopped in front of a tall building. Tang Xi instinctively followed her father's gaze to look at the building in front of her. It was a 5-story small building, which could be considered quite tall even in Heaven Do City. The first impression this building gave was elegance, with an overall architectural style that seemed somewhat antiquated. The plaque only had 2 simple characters, Yuxian. Wow, the people living here must be very wealthy. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement, looking like a little money-obsessed person, even though she was already quite wealthy herself. Tang San couldn't help but laugh as he walked over and ruffled Tang Xi's hair. When I have the ability, I'll earn money for you to spend. Tang Xi excitedly replied. How should she tell her brother that she is actually richer than him? The people coming in and out here were either dressed in luxurious clothing or had an extraordinary temperament, while Tang San and Tang Hao's attire appeared quite shabby. Even Tang Xi, who had experienced the city of slaughter, could no longer show the original grandeur of her once exquisite dress. All that remained were holes and fading in some areas. After the three entered, the guard reached out to stop them and said sternly, no entry for idle persons. Tang San glanced over coldly, and the killing intent could not help but be released. They weren't even soul masters, so how could they possibly withstand Tang San, who had just come from the city of slaughter, exuding a full body of killing intent? Tang Hao glanced at his son, but said nothing more. Striding into the moon pavilion, Tang San followed closely behind his father, entering the building together. The 2 young men who had been pushed back earlier felt the cold aura emanating from Tang San, and no longer had the courage to step forward and block them. Tang, she made a face and then happily followed behind Tang Hao. It wasn't until Tang San's figure disappeared from sight that they let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that their clothes had already become soaked with sweat. One of them hurriedly ran towards the back of the moon pavilion. As they entered the first floor of the moon pavilion, a faint fragrance greeted them. The shadow wall was carved from high-quality boxwood, exuding a subtle woody scent. In front of the shadow wall, 2 3-meter-tall exotic orchids released a delicate fragrance, and although they had only taken a step into the moon pavilion, it seemed to isolate them from the outside world's distractions. Around the shadow wall was a spacious hall. The floor was laid with gray square tiles that were 1 meter long, and the surroundings were adorned with various expensive wooden furnishings. In front, behind a wide table, several plain, yet graceful young girls stood there. On either side of the table, there were exquisite wooden staircases. Upon seeing Tang Hao and his son, the girls clearly appeared surprised, evidently not understanding why someone dressed like Tang Hao could enter. Tang Hao stepped forward slowly, approaching the table, and said to a tall girl at the forefront, "Tell Yuehua that an old friend has come to visit." The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Old friend? Her eyes were filled with doubt towards Tang Hao. 144 difficulties. Tang Hao had his hand behind his back and said to Yuehua, "When the full moon is incomplete, the old friends come faintly." The girl obediently went to report. Moments later, a noisy sound of footsteps approached, but it was not hurried. Rather, it had a regular rhythm. 4 men came down from the stairs, 2 of whom were the guards from before, and 1 was a man in purple clothing with a proud expression. The girl hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Chief Odell, these 3 say they are looking for the lady." Odell looked at Tang Hao and the others with disdain and said, "You few in tattered clothes still want to associate with the lady? Get out of here." Tang Xi frowned and took a few steps forward before Tang San made a move. Tang Hao said, "Do not kill and do not destroy this place." Tang Xi smiled and said, "Don't worry, father, I'm just trying out my skills." Tang Xi glanced coldly at Ode, who, of course, was not afraid of a little girl. He directly released his soul rings and martial soul. With only 4 soul rings, it indicated that he was just a soul master. Tang Xi concealed her soul rings, but her overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the air. Her eyes were icy as she teleported behind Ode, elegantly bending sideways. She flexed her calf and then unleashed a powerful kick, catching Ode off guard and sending him soaring into the air. Just as he was 3 meters away from the ceiling, she teleported above him and lightly kicked towards his head. A mouthful of blood and teeth erupted from Ode's mouth, and the crisp sound of his skull cracking was audible as his body tilted to the right. Just as Ode was about to crash into a nearby precious sandalwood, Tang Xi teleported behind him, grabbed his collar, and spun him around quickly, even stirring up a gust of wind. As Ode's head was spinning with stars, Tang Xi threw him into the air once more. Tang Xi performed a beautiful backflip using the elasticity of the ground, fiercely kicking her calf towards Ode's abdomen. Just as he was about to land, she caught him again and threw him into the air once more, accompanied by a crackling sound of his bones breaking. This was the skill of the 5th soul ring added to Tang Xi by Xiao Wu, called Explosive Kill 8 Section Throw, instant teleportation. Tang Xi didn't expect that the soul skills condensed from Xiao Wu's soul power transfer onto her would be these 2. Is Xiao Wu worried that she might be bullied by outsiders? But she wants to be a lady so much, ah woo woo woo. Tang Xi kicked Ode into the air 8 times without any chance of counterattack, and finally, Ode crashed to the ground with a thrilling roar. Bystanders were so frightened that they hid away. Where did this violent woman come from? It's really terrifying. Tang San couldn't bear to look. Xiao Xi inherited Xiao Wu's soul skills, and unexpectedly, the usually delicate Xiao, she could unleash the same ferocity as Xiao Wu. What happened here? A crisp voice sounded as a noblewoman in a silver-white palace dress walked down the stairs. Her posture was regal, and her temperament could even rival that of the Pope. Bibi Dong, but she lacked the coldness and had more warmth. The frightened girl hurriedly stepped forward to explain everything. When Tang Yuehua looked at the haggard-faced Tang Hao, she was taken aback, and her emotions broke down at that moment. She trembled as she stepped forward to embrace Tang Hao. "Why did you only come to see me now? I really miss you," Tang Yuehua cried, her shoulders shaking. Everyone who knew Tang Yuehua was surprised. This was the first time the lady had lost her composure like this. 1:45 in the Moon Pavilion, passing the days. Tang Hao patted Tang Yuehua's back and said softly, "I'm back." Tang Yuehua wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Tang San in surprise. He looked a lot like that woman. "Is this your child with her?" Facing Tang Yuehua's confusion, Tang Hao nodded and then spoke. "The girl next to him is my adopted daughter. Her name is Tang Xi. And this little brat beside her is Tang San." Tang San frowned. "Is it really necessary to use that little brat?" Tang Xi revealed a sweet smile. "Pretty sister." Below this sentence made Tang Yuehua laugh. "What's sister?" "I am your aunt." Tang Hao recounted the events of the past few years in detail, and then placed Tang Xi and Tang San next to Tang Yuehua for their studies. Before leaving, he reminded her, it doesn't matter about little San. If little Xi can't learn it, then that's fine. Tang Hao helplessly rubbed Tang Xi's hair and thought, as long as she can learn it naturally, it's fine. I don't expect her to master it anyway. Tang Xi pouted her lips, her face turning red. "Dad, Do you have no confidence in your daughter at all? Tang San approached with a smile and pinched his face. It felt really nice. Tang Hao nodded without hesitation, and Tang Xi expressed her frustration. She must study hard tomorrow. Tang Yuehua couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This father and daughter duo were truly a pair of clowns. The next day, Tang Yuehua led Tang Xi and Tang San into the hall, where more than 10 harps were placed in the middle, and some noble youths were sitting quietly over there, who were also Tang Yuehua's students. When these students saw Tang Xi and Tang San behind Tang Yuehua, they all showed expressions of surprise, wondering how such people were still here. Tang Yuehua introduced lightly. These two are Tang Xi and Tang Yin, who are also your new classmates. Tang Xi smiled slightly at the crowd. Although her clothes were tattered, the pure aura she exuded was striking, especially her beautiful face. Tang San and Tang Xi exchanged glances, and then each walked to a harp to take a seat. Before the graduation ceremony, I will select the most outstanding student among you to represent the entire class in the graduation performance, Tang Yuehua said slowly. A man at the back thought to himself, the representative of the graduates must be Princess Shrek, who, as she is the younger sister of the current crown prince. Tang, she yawned out of boredom. After all, none of this had anything to do with her. She just wanted to get through the days. It was frustrating that even after escaping high school life, she still had to learn these dead rules. What elegance, what intellect! Just hearing those words made her head hurt. Even the guqin she had learned to play was only used to perform some invigorating music. Tang Yuehua stepped on the pedal and began to play a piece, and a beautiful melody sounded. After a moment, the pleasant music stopped, and Tang Yuehua looked at everyone, indicating for them to play. When Tang San started to play, a rough and noisy tune came out, causing everyone to lower their heads and laugh. A short-haired woman with a casual expression thought to herself, they haven't even learned a bit of music theory. Which family could raise such uncultured people? Could they be commoners? Commoners are so easy to bully. Hearing the low laughter, Tang San clenched his fists in frustration, his eyes turning red, and a strong killing intent radiated from him. A negative emotion spread throughout the entire floor, making those around him hug themselves, wondering why it suddenly felt so cold. At that moment, a chaotic tune began to play continuously. Although it was disordered, one could still discern the melody if listened to carefully. Everyone's gaze turned to Tang Xi, who played confidently. Although it wasn't very pleasant, she had already won in terms of momentum. At this point, Tang San calmed down and smiled gently, knowing that his sister was helping him out of the predicament. Indeed, only his sister is good in this world. One can't rely on dad. Every night, while everyone was sound asleep, Tang San diligently read up on court etiquette, while Tang Xi vowed to study hard. Thus, every night, Tang Xi would sneak into Tang San's room, as listening to his dull recitation helped her sleep better and more comfortably. Tang San looked at Tang Xi, who had promised to study hard with him, now lying on the table, snoring. Zzz. Ultimately, with a face full of helplessness, Tang San covered Tang Xi with a blanket and then continued to focus on his studies. While practicing restaurant etiquette, Tang Xi's eyes sparkled as she looked at the table full of food. Wow, so much delicious food. The short-haired girl behind her rolled her eyes in disdain, thinking she really had never seen the world. Then, ignoring her image, Tang Xi directly stabbed a piece of cake with her fork and started to eat it in big bites, slowly chewing and savoring the deliciousness. Though it still fell a bit short compared to the food from the Wuhuan temple. Tang San looked around, pretended to cough a few times, and said, ahem, little sister, image, pay attention to your image. Tang Xi glanced at Tang San with a smiling face, and Tang San felt very pleased, as it seemed that Xiao Shi understood his meaning. But the next moment, Tang Xi lifted her fork and stabbed the cake on Tang San's plate, eating it while saying, brother, if you wanted to eat the cake on your plate next time, just say it directly, no need to give me hints. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Princess Shrek couldn't help but let out a giggle. During the etiquette class, Tang Xi likes to sit in the last row, then close her eyes and doze off. Sitting quietly is even more boring than attending class. After a while, a crisp snoring sound came from the crowd. Huzzy, everyone turned to look at Tang Xi, barely able to contain their laughter. Tang Yuehua helplessly rubbed her forehead, telling herself not to be angry. In the drawing class, under Tang San's efforts, his drawing skills quickly surpassed most of his classmates. However, Tang, she was deep in thought, struggling to figure out what to draw, with a paintbrush clenched in her mouth, frustrated and muttering that drawing was really annoying. Bored, she looked around and smiled when she saw the paint box. She then poured all the paint onto her hands and smeared it, leaving handprints on the paper. Looking at this outstanding work, Tang Xi nodded in satisfaction. A male classmate behind her, seeing what Tang Xi had done, excitedly shouted, "Teacher! Tang, she is daydreaming again in class." Sigh. Tang Xi cast a resentful little expression at the classmate who reported her. "You old six! How could you report me?" Everyone burst into laughter, and Tang Yuehua helplessly pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, ahem, quiet down. Hurry up and draw your own. Tang San has become numb over the years. He has thought about bringing Tang Xi's studies up, but he really can't manage it. His hope for his sister to become a lady has already fallen through, and Tang San is now very disappointed. Tang Xi shyly raised her head to look at Tang Yuehua, then made a funny face while showing a cheerful smile. Seeing this, although Tang Yuehua felt a bit helpless, she was more pleased because she also secretly laughed at Tang Xi's antics. 147 seeking votes a year later, all the nobles would come to attend today's graduation ceremony. Tang San, dressed in a blue palace outfit, held a harp in his arms and followed Tang Yuehua to the center of the hall to begin playing. The enchanting and intoxicating music captivated the audience below, and Shrek looked at Tang San with admiration, her face flushed with a faint pink hue. Tang Xi was quite bored listening nearby. When she saw Shui Qinghe coming over, she excitedly waved her hand. It had been 3 years since she last saw her brother the Crown Prince. Shui Qinghe naturally saw Tang Xi, suppressing the urge to rush over and hug her. He pointed outside, indicating they should go out. The two quietly went outside, and Shui Qinghe hugged Tang Xi, rubbing her little face. "Little Xi, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Did you miss me?" Thanks to Tang Xi, she and her mother had set aside their grudges. If she weren't a girl, she would have already married Tang Xi and wouldn't have let that guy, Su Wen, take advantage of the situation. Tang Xi helplessly patted Shui Qinghe's shoulder and shouted, "Lighten your hold, brother Crown Prince. I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe loosened his grip, still maintaining his elegant demeanor, and smiled apologetically. "Xiao Shi, why don't you return to the Spirit Hall for a while? The Spirit Hall is about to undergo some changes." Shui Qinghe's last sentence was quite serious. Tang Xi nodded and replied, "The teacher also sent someone to notify. It is indeed time to go back for a while." Thinking of this, Tang Xi asked, "How is the Crown Prince prepared?" Shui Qinghe knew what Tang Xi was referring to, so he quietly said in a low voice, "I made some adjustments. He is almost done for. He has poisoned Emperor Shui Yi with slow-acting poison, and his health is deteriorating day by day. Soon, the Heaven-Do Empire will be the world of the Spirit Hall." Tang Xi instructed, "That's good, but you must not let my brother come into contact with him, because my brother is well-versed in pharmacology." Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe's eyes sparkled with light. It's a pity that Tang San is such a talented person. If it cannot be used for their own purposes, they cannot harm him either. After all, he is also Xiao Shi's brother. The two chatted briefly before returning to the hall. As the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe naturally had to visit the owner of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua. Shui Ku was very excited as she introduced her favorite person to Shui Qinghe. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San declined Shui Qinghe's invitation for dinner. And then Shui Qinghe and Shui Ku left. Tang San and Tang Xi both bid farewell to Tang Yuehua. After completing his studies, Tang San returned to find his father, while Tang Xi also went back to the Spirit Hall. As they parted, Tang San looked at Tang Xi's departing figure, feeling a chill in his heart. Everything tragic in his life was caused by the Spirit Hall, yet his father said that the culprit, Qin Xuanji, was already dead. Meanwhile, his sister benefited greatly from the Spirit Hall. What should he do? On her flight to the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi didn't think about any of this. After a week of travel, Tang Xi finally flew from the central area of the Heaven-Do Empire to the outskirts of Spirit City. The guards were momentarily stunned when they saw her unfolding her blood-red butterfly wings, dressed in a dark red gown. How beautiful! As if an elf had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. Tang Xi chuckled lightly and informed His Holiness the Pope that Tang Xi had returned. Tang Xi, the guard, hearing this, did not dare to delay and directly opened the door to let Tang Xi in. After all, she is the Holy Maiden. When Tang Xi flew straight to the door of the Pope's palace, someone had already gone in to report. The large door opened automatically, and a gust of cold wind blew towards Tang Xi. 148 show of strength as Tang Xi entered the Pope's hall, a wave of pressure surged toward her. Inside the Grand Hall, there were only Bibi Dong and Tang Xi. A faint smile played on Bibi Dong's lips as she raised her hand, channeling all her soul power into tangible pressure, wanting to test the extent of Tang Xi's strength over the years. The overwhelming and unmasked pressure descended like a storm, causing Tang Xi to kneel unexpectedly. But right after that, Tang Xi's aura suddenly changed. Her eyes emitted a red glow, and a chilling killing intent radiated outward to counter BB Dong's pressure, the scent of slaughter spreading throughout the entire Pope's Hall. It was at that moment that Tang Xi relaxed her body and stood up almost effortlessly. BB Dong looked over curiously, furrowing her brow in confusion, as the aura just now didn't seem like that of the god of slaughter. Tang Xi had a faint smile on her face and said, "Teacher, my strength is no longer what it used to be." With each step she took, a soul ring rose up, and the suffocating aura was steadily increasing. When the 6 soul rings of the bloodthirsty peony rose, the blood-red soul rings filled the entire hall. BB Dong stood up in surprise, realizing that she was facing a soul emperor above level 60, along with that 100,000 years soul ring. BB Dong retracted her pressure, feeling very pleased, and exclaimed repeatedly, "Good, good. Xiao Shi, you have truly given me so many surprises. You have 3 of those extremely rare 100,000 year soul rings, truly a blessing for my spirit hall." Saying this, BB Dong turned around and asked, "What is your current soul power level?" Tang Xi replied, "I just broke through to level 63. Hearing this, BB Dong burst into laughter. "Not bad. Your talent is undoubtedly the best among the golden generation. If it weren't for that guy, Su Wen, having the divine heritage, he probably wouldn't be able to compare to you." With that in mind, BB Dong was very curious about what Tang Xi's 200,000 year soul skills were like. So, with anticipation, BB Dong said, "Show me your 100,000 year soul skill." "All right, teacher." The 100,000 year soul ring at Tang Xi's waist flickered, and thousands of white threads emerged from behind her. The white threads all gathered in Tang Xi's hands, intertwining to form a dark black handle with a faint green sheen. The white threads wove together, and black mist swirled around them as 9 segments of a whip quickly formed beneath the handle. The 9 whips seemed to move as if they had a life of their own, and a small poisonous stinger grew from the tip of each whip. 5th soul skill, 9-tailed scorpion whip. The 9 whips that grew from the handle resembled the 9 tails of a green scorpion behind its abdomen. Tang Xi gently swung the 9-tailed scorpion whip in her hand, and a terrifying force struck the ground. With a loud bang, the ground visibly sank. BB Dong's eyes shone with light. The 5th soul skill of the lifeline was already so powerful. How much stronger could the 6th soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony be? In the next moment, Tang Xi retracted the martial soul and soul rings of the lifeline, and behind her bloomed a huge pink peony with a deep red center. The soul rings slowly ascended again. The 5th soul ring was light pink, while the next 6th soul ring was a deep blood red, which was the soul ring of the bloodthirsty peony. However, BB Dong could sense that the color of that blood-red 100,000 year soul ring was far deeper than her own 100,000 year soul ring. As the 100,000 year soul ring flickered, a faint red light swept across the ground, instantly causing dozens of peony flowers to bloom on the ground. With the blooming of the peonies, a wave of red light rapidly spread out, and Tang Xi intentionally directed the light wave away from BB Dong. The plants in the Pope's palace trembled in fear, and when they came into contact with that layer of murderous light wave, they quickly withered. After the plants withered, a faint green light emerged from them, all entering Tang Xi's body. Tang Xi explained that my 6th soul skill is life devouring, which, as the name suggests, continuously devours life force, and then replenishes it back into myself. As my life force increases, all my attributes will also increase accordingly. The only downside is that with each use of this soul skill, the feeling of slaughter in my heart will increase by 1 point. BB Dong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Tang Xi always brings such a big surprise to herself. However, Tang Xi opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, but still said, "And this 100,000 year soul ring also adds a very terrifying domain." BB Dong asked curiously, "What is that domain? Let's hear it." Tang Xi uttered these words, "killing domain." In that instant, a surge of murderous intent was suddenly unleashed. Tang Xi's eyes were blood red, and her body emanated a blood-colored glow that was not dazzling, but instead instilled a sense of fear in anyone who glanced at her. BB Dong found this feeling very strange, until she realized that she couldn't use her soul skills, and then she suddenly understood that this was the sensation unique to the City of Slaughter. In the City of Slaughter, no soul skills could be used. Only soul power and soul bone skills were allowed. She never expected that Tang Xi's domain had such an effect, which truly surprised her. But soon, Tang Xi retracted her soul rings and domain, beads of sweat pouring down her forehead. Every time she used this domain, She found it hard to control the urge to kill. Just as Bibi Dong was about to excitedly speak, Tang Xi preemptively said, "Moreover, my head soul bone skill is using half of my own mental power as the threshold. Anything below this value can be parasitized or confused, while anything above will cause prolonged and intense dizziness." Bibidong's eyes lit up, and she took a few excited steps forward, saying, "So that means even a titled Douluo you can handle?" Tang, she shook her head helplessly. "I still don't have the strength to confront a titled Douluo head-on, but escaping from several titled Douluo's pursuit is still manageable." Bibi Dong excitedly confirmed again, "Really?" Tang Xi quickly nodded. She had already downplayed her true strength. So the teacher shouldn't be able to notice, right? It's possible that with her real strength, she could kill a titled Douluo. After all, she still hadn't shown her handguns and gunpowder yet. Bibi Dong was very pleased and took out a leg bone, emitting a faint glow from the soul guide. The soul bone was crystal clear with dark golden patterns. This right leg bone of a shadow beast emperor with an 80,000 year cultivation is for you. Bibi Dong had given each member of the golden generation a soul bone. So little, she shouldn't be lacking either. Tang, she looked at the soul bone with surprise and said with a smile, "The teacher is really nice. After Tang, she absorbed this soul bone. Her overall strength rose to a new level. She experimented a bit, and the skills of the soul bone are two. One is invisibility, and the other is concealing her own aura. It can be said that this is a soul bone that pairs very well with ambushes." Tang, she bid farewell to her teacher and then thought about going to find Su Wen. After all, it had been 4 years since she last saw him. 150 Su Wen was about to have a nosebleed. Tang, she arrived at Su Wen's dormitory door, looking at the closed door. With a cheerful smile, she flashed and used teleportation to enter the room. It must be said that Su Wen's room is really large, with a wardrobe, floor-to-ceiling windows, a study area, and a flower room. Tang, she did not see Su Wen in this room, but she heard the sound of dripping water coming from the bathroom, and the bathroom door was even half open. Tang, she suddenly had a bad thought, so she used her soul bone skill to suppress her aura, then quietly sneaked into the bathroom. The first thing that caught her eye was a water basin with a layer of thin mist floating above the warm water. Sitting in the basin was Su Wen. He had slender eyebrows, a high nose, and his eyes showed no emotion, but the translucent red in his gaze was captivating. His skin had a subtle sheen, and beneath the mist, his 8-pack abs were revealed, with a wide shoulder and narrow waist that made one's imagination run wild. Tang, she was stunned, her face gradually turning red, like a boiled shrimp, unsure of what to do. Should she leave immediately? But feeling guilty, she wanted to take a look. Staying made her feel shy. Suddenly, Su Wen stood up, his clean and neat dark purple-silver hair reflecting a faint glow. When Tang, she sensed Su Wen's gaze directed towards her, she panicked and wanted to escape, but the ground was too slippery. With a splashing sound, she fell into the pool, and in her panic, she even forgot to turn invisible. Su Wen was about to get angry and deal with the intruder when he froze upon seeing that stunningly beautiful face. That very pretty face, with small lips and skin as delicate as milk, a white and tender face with a hint of baby fat, and eyes that looked like a startled fawn. "Tang Xi?" Su Wen said with a slightly flushed face, his gaze involuntarily drifting to her soaked clothes and the slight hints of spring exposed. His heart racing uncontrollably as he turned his head away in embarrassment. Tang, she felt a bit dizzy. Such a seductive scene made her swallow hard in a daze. "Ahem." Su Wen, blushing, pretended to remind her, but the redness had already spread to her ears. Tang, she was startled and immediately wanted to get up. When Tang, she's clothes touched Su Wen's skin, Su Wen felt a wave of heat. It's over. I can't face anyone now. I need to hurry and leave." Tang, she felt too embarrassed to face anyone, so she hurried out of the pool and wanted to explain, "I really didn't mean to. If you want to take responsibility, well, that's not impossible. Forget it. Anyway, he doesn't like me either," Tang, she thought to herself. Little did she know, this statement stirred ripples in Su Wen's heart. Su Wen's heart became chaotic, but she was too nervous to say a word. Just as Tang, she was about to leave, she unfortunately slipped again and fell into the pool. Su Wen quickly rushed forward and hugged Tang, shouting, "Be careful." But this time, Tang, she was completely in contact with Su Wen's skin, and she could feel the warmth on her back. A tingling sensation spread through her heart and felt a bit itchy. Tang Xi's face puffed up in anger. This feeling was hard to endure, since she wouldn't live long anyway. She might as well be bolder to avoid leaving any doubts. Tang, she turned around after realizing something, looking at Su Wen with tearful eyes, her hands touching his skin. Su Wen felt very anxious, even frozen in place. His mind was filled with the earlier seductive scene, and every passing second felt like torture. Tang Xi boldly stood on her tiptoes at the edge of the pool and took a bite out of the lips she had been longing for day and night. Boom! Su Wen felt a soft, tingling sensation deep in his heart, along with an overwhelming emotion that was hard to conceal. He was kissed. 151 Wait until I become a god. Then I will marry you. The two changed into bathrobes and sat on the edge of the bed, back to back. Tang Xi's face turned red all over. What was she just doing, huh? Why couldn't she help but kiss him? Was she really that eager? The atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward, and Su Wen, blushing, asked, "Have you been well all these years?" Tang Xi replied softly, "Yes. After undergoing the trials of the dual gods, I have successfully extended my lifespan to 25 years. This means that I will still die after 25. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, his fists clenched tightly and trembled slightly, and he fell silent. Tang Xi sensed that the atmosphere was off and turned to look at Su Wen, who had fallen silent. Seeing his expression, Tang Xi felt a pang of heartache and climbed behind him, gently patting his shoulder to comfort him. "I'm fine. I can still live for several more years, can't I?" Suddenly, Su Wen seemed to be provoked, grabbing Tang Xi's wrist and turning around to tightly embrace her, as if he wanted to merge her into his very bones. Just a second ago, he had been shy, but now he had thrown himself at her, prompting Tang Xi to laugh. He looked just like a little wolf dog, appearing cold on the outside, but caring deeply inside. However, what Tang Xi wanted was a love that came from the heart, not one born out of guilt. Su Wen had a determined look on his face, his eyes suddenly sharp. "Wait for me. I can guarantee I'll become a god before I turn 25. After becoming a god, I can take you to the divine realm and let you live as long as the heavens." The idea sounded beautiful, but Tang Xi couldn't forget what the god of life had said. Souls from other realms are not allowed to exist in this world, and no divine oracle would accept her as a successor. Even if she ascended to the divine realm, she would die due to heart problems. Without the protective fortune like Tang San and Su Wen, she could only stay in this world for a short 25 years, but she was already content. Tang Xi patted Su Wen's trembling shoulders, not interrupting Su Wen's promise, but instead happily said, "I'll wait for you." Su Wen released Tang Xi, his eyes red and a hint of fierceness between his brows. This was the second time she had seen Su Wen so out of control. Su Wen seriously said to Tang Xi, "I like you, Tang Xi. Can you be with me?" As a condition, he added, "If Tang San doesn't hinder the development of the spirit hall, I won't kill him." At the same time, Su Wen felt very nervous. He could temporarily let Tang San go. After all, the spirit hall had such a deep hatred for Tang San, and he didn't believe Tang San would remain inactive. Tang Xi smiled helplessly. Did she have any choice regarding this question? But deep down, she felt a pang of bitterness because Tang Xi revealed a sweet smile. "And I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. I am willing." After saying this, Tang Xi stepped forward and gave a kiss. At this moment, they were both already 20 years old. Su Wen blushed and said, "Not yet. When I become a god, I will marry you." He aimed to give her a beautiful future with marriage in mind. He wanted both the world and his beloved. At the same time, Tang Xi felt deep guilt. After 5 years, what she brought to Su Wen would probably only be endless pain. Was it right or wrong for her to provoke Su Wen like this? The next day, in the papal hall, 2 rows of guards stood on the sides, with the leaders from various regional subchapters, the 4 great leaders, the Golden Generation, and the dignitaries affiliated with the Wuhuan Hall, along with Tang Xi, gathered in the hall. Bibi Dong quietly sat on the papal chair, and once everyone had arrived, she stood up and slowly said, "Today, I want to announce 3 important matters regarding the future of the Wuhuan Hall. The first matter, after the approval of the higher-ups, I officially announce Su Wen as the first successor to the Pope. Everyone knows Su Wen's strength. He is now a level 68 Soul Master and possesses a 100,000-year soul ring." Upon hearing Bibi Dong call his name, Su Wen stood up, but his expression remained cold, only softening when he looked at Tang Xi. The crowd gasped in surprise. A 100,000-year soul ring. At such a young age, he was already a level 68 Soul Master with a 100,000-year soul ring. His future as a title Douluo was a certainty. Seeing the astonished gazes from everyone, Bibi Dong was very pleased to announce the next major matter. The second matter is to launch the soul hunting operation, capturing soul bees for breeding and implementing a soul power sharing experiment. The third matter is that starting tonight, we will control the remaining forces. Those who comply will prosper, and those who resist will perish. Su Wen will lead this operation and can freely mobilize the title Douluo of the Papal Hall. This essentially hands over part of the Wuhuan Hall's power to Su Wen. A glimmer of light shone in Su Wen's eyes, and a chilling, murderous intent spread from the depths of his gaze. Afterward, Su Wen stood up and said, "This operation can only succeed, not fail. The one who contributes the most will be rewarded with money, power, even soul bones, and herbs that can enhance physical quality." His words won cheers from everyone present. The other three members of the Golden Generation smirked because they had also tasted the herbs, and all three had even broken through to level 65. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Su Wen was great, but he always wore a cold face, making him less endearing. After spending some time in the Wuhuan Hall, Tang Xi bid farewell to Bibi Dong and headed to Shrek Academy to reunite with her partners. In Tiando City, Shrek Academy, the academy had not changed much on the outside, but its internal facilities had become more complete. 5 years had passed, and it had become a prestigious high-level Soul Master Academy in the Tiando Empire. Ever since the Shrek 8 monsters shone brilliantly in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Competition 5 years ago, defeating numerous strong enemies. Especially after sharing the championship with the Wuhuan Hall Academy's Golden Team at the last moment, Shrek Academy had gained immense fame. Its reputation even surpassed that of the Tiando Royal Academy. When the news of their victory returned, Emperor Shui immediately fulfilled his promise and conferred titles to the Shrek 8 monsters. Unfortunately, none of the 8 monsters returned to the academy, forcing the Tiando Imperial family to give up on winning them over. However, Emperor Shui recognized Shrek Academy's outstanding teaching capabilities, especially after being reminded by Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, about the importance of Master to Shrek Academy. To retain Master, Emperor Shui personally visited Shrek Academy to seek an audience. Without using any temptations, he moved Master with his sincerity, and Master agreed to temporarily settle in Tiando City, but would not leave Shrek Academy. Emperor Shui conferred Master as the Grand Master of the Empire Soul Masters and granted him the title of Count. When needed, he would send Soul Masters from the Imperial family to Shrek Academy for Master-esque guidance. Simultaneously, the Empire allocated special funds for the expansion of Shrek Academy. Reunion at Shrek 1. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear with no clouds. A gentle, warm wind, carrying a slight heat, enveloped Shrek Academy. Many students in the distinctive green uniforms were seen bustling around in the academy. The once criticized poop green uniforms had now become the iconic attire of Shrek Academy, and young Soul Masters took pride in wearing such uniforms. At this moment, 2 individuals, a man and a woman, arrived at the front of Shrek Academy. They both appear to be around 20 years old, with the young man slightly older and the girl looking younger. The young man had long golden hair cascading behind him, with a pair of striking eyes and an excited expression on his face as he stared at the unique monster carving on the Academy's gate plaque. The girl had a cold face, exuding an extremely fiery aura. Her perfect figure contrasted sharply with the chill on her face, giving her a strong allure. In contrast to the young man's white attire, she wore a black long dress that covered most of her snow-white skin. The golden-haired young man sighed. Time flies. It's been 5 years in the blink of an eye. I wonder how they are doing. The girl spoke little. We'll know once we see them. Beneath her icy demeanor, her beautiful big eyes also held a hint of excitement. 2 patrolling Shrek Academy students had already noticed the pair standing in front of the Academy's main gate, discussing among themselves. One of the students walked up and said, "What brings you here? Please do not block our Academy's entrance. If you are here to apply to our Academy, you are too late. The time has passed." The golden-haired young man smiled. "Junior, you are very diligent. However, I believe I no longer need to return to the Academy for a refresher. Please inform the Dean that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing have returned. I think the Dean will welcome us." This pair of strikingly good-looking young man and woman were none other than Dai Mubai, the evil-eye white tiger, the leader of the Shrek 8 monsters, and Zhu Zhuqing, the nether cat, the 7th member. 5 years had passed, and they had not forgotten their promise from 5 years ago, even though they still had much to do in the Star Luo Empire. But how could they forget the 5-year period they had initially promised? The years spent living in Shrek Academy would leave a deep mark on their lives. The student snorted coldly. "You are Dai Mubai? I am still Tang Xi. You have already impersonated seniors 28 times. Humph, but this time the impersonation is quite convincing. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, this junior has quite the temper, daring to be rude to our boss Dai. You are quite bold." A sarcastic voice came from one side, attracting the attention of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Under the shade of the tree, beside the academy gate, a big fat man stood there, looking at them with a mocking expression. This guy was tall and had the appearance of being 8 feet tall and having an 8-foot waist. He was tall and hefty, with a round head sporting a mohawk hairstyle in red and a lewd smile on his face. Despite his significant changes, Dai Mubai recognized this fat man at a glance. The little fat man had grown into a big fat man. Wasn't he the fourth of the 8 monsters, the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun? Damn, you fatso. You've gotten fatter. Dai Mubai strode towards Ma Hongjun, who laughed heartily, spreading his large arms and crashing into him. The two hugged fiercely, and the cracking sounds from their bones indicated how forceful their embrace was. Dai Lauda, why are you still so violent? Actually, I was going to hug Zhu Qing. Came a scream. Okay, I was wrong, let me go. Another patrolling student from Shrek Academy had also come over, mumbling, you're really good at acting this time. Better than the previous times. Acting like you're all that. Ma Hongjun shot back, finally breaking free from Dai Mubai's bare hug. A powerful, thick, and violent pressure suddenly erupted from him. The two patrolling students, who were not outstanding academy disciples and only had the strength of 30-level soul masters, immediately turned pale and hurriedly backed away under Ma Hongjun's overwhelming pressure. Ma Hongjun threateningly compared his round fist, saying, with my strength, do I still need to learn? The students, frightened, immediately ran inside to find teacher. 5 years without seeing you, fatso. Your lewdness hasn't diminished, but your arrogance has increased. A clear voice approached. Ma Hongjun, not caring about showing off, turned around sharply, and upon seeing the newcomer, he immediately opened his arms and rushed over. Wow, Rongrong has turned into a big beauty. Let me hug you. Ning Rongrong had also grown up, wearing a long green dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her beauty was different from Zhu Zhuqing's. Zhu Zhuqing's beauty was cold and radiant, while hers was a gentle and rounded beauty, exuding a special nobility. Just like her martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even though she was not yet 20, she already had a dignified aura. Fatty, go to hell. A sharp blade of air stopped Ma Hongjun in his tracks as Zhu Zhuqing, like a phantom, rushed past him and embraced Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai placed his large hand on Ma Hongjun's thick shoulder, saying, damn fatty, still trying to take advantage, huh? Although Xiao Ao is a food system soul master. If you touch Rongrong, he will fight you to the death. Ma Hongjun sighed, thinking, I consider myself handsome and a talented individual. Why is there no beauty interested in me? Looking at all of you paired up, I'm so jealous. Speaking of Xiao Ao, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cry, Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao left for 5 years to train outside to match his identity, and there's still no news. He's just a food system soul master. He can't avoid dangers on this journey. If given another chance, she only wanted Xiao Ao to come back. Who made our Rongrong cry? A clear voice rang out. Ning Rongrong stopped crying and looked up towards the source of the voice. A young man over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and perfectly proportioned, appeared in their sight. Dressed in elegant blue, he exuded a unique, noble aura with every gesture. His handsome face wore a moderate smile, and his dark blue hair fell gracefully over his shoulders, with sapphire-like eyes filled with a special brilliance. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who already had someone in their hearts, couldn't help but be stunned by this young man. They found that there was not a single flaw in him. Ning Rongrong noticed that he was wearing the 24 bridge Mingwenite that belonged to her third brother and instantly became furious. The person in front of her must have killed her third brother and was trying to impersonate him. Tang San experienced a lot of debate, but unexpectedly, a few people directly took action. When Dai Mubai's fist touched Tang San's shoulder, it only lightly grazed him. Dai Mubai laughed heartily and said, Ha, little San, your changes are quite significant. The few of them had already seen through Tang San's identity early on. They just wanted to put on a show and tease him. Zhao Wujin rushed to the academy's entrance, shouting angrily, who dares to cause trouble in our academy? Zhao Wujin glanced at Dai Mubai and the others, stunned, and rubbed his eyes, exclaiming, Ha, the little monster is back. Saying this, Zhao Wujin opened his arms, wanting to embrace him, while the fatty excitedly stepped forward and hugged Zhao Wujin, saying, Hee, teacher, I've missed you so much. The nearby students were astonished. It was indeed the Shrek's 7 devils. Ning Rongrong's mood was somewhat low, and she turned to Tang San, asking, Third brother, is little Shi okay? And little Wu, I think I heard someone calling for me. A clear voice caught everyone's attention. A light blue figure appeared in their line of sight, and a familiar yet stunning face made them widen their eyes. Ning Rongrong immediately stepped forward to hug Tang Xi, saying, I haven't seen you in 5 years. I've missed you so much. Tang Xi struggled a bit to hold Ning Rongrong, who seemed to have gained some weight. Soon after, Zhu Zhuqing also came to Tang Xi's side. a slight smile on her lips. Welcome back. Tang San helplessly rubbed his forehead and thought to himself, goodness, you attracted everyone's attention the moment you appeared. Ma Ongjun, on the other hand, curiously looked around Tang Xi and grinningly asked, Hey, Xiao Shi, what level is your soul power now? Dai Mubai stepped forward and patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, laughing, Stop looking. Among us, your cultivation level is the lowest. Tang San smiled and replied, My soul power is already at level 60. In a little while, I'll be looking for my 6th soul ring. When I separated from Xiao Shi 2 months ago, I remember her soul power was at level 62. Wow. Ma Hongjun cast an envious glance at Tang Xi, as his own soul power was only at level 59. My soul power and Zhu Qing's are also at level 60. Even Rong Rong's is the same. Indeed, the most talented among us is Xiao Shi. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Not bad. You little monsters. Your strength is already so formidable. Tang Xi weakly raised her hand. I absorbed a soul bone not long ago, and now my soul power is already at level 64. The silence in the atmosphere spread at this moment, and Ma Hongjun was the first to react. You've leveled up 2 levels in just 2 months. This is too incredible. Tang Xi helplessly scratched her head. She couldn't exactly say she was about to break through to level 65. The Shrek Academy, a small house in the backyard garden. Tang San and the others all took their seats. Flinder sighed, not expecting that Xiao Ao was so stubborn, actually going out to face the world on his own for 5 years. Tang Xi smiled and replied, Don't worry, Dean. Xiao Ao will naturally have his own opportunities. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Erlong asked, Xiao Shi, what about Xiao Wu? How's she doing now? What have the people from the Spirit Hall done to her? This has always been a concern for Lu Erlong. Tang Xi thought for a moment in distress. Looking at everyone who was tense, and Ning Rongrong, who was even more frightened, asked anxiously, could it be that Xiao Wu really turned into a soul ring? Sister Xiao Wu, I sent her back to the Stardow Forest. Upon hearing this, the stone in Lu Erlong's heart finally relaxed. Tang San walked over and stood beside Tang Xi, ruffling her hair. He smiled and praised, My little Xi is amazing. She developed a method to obtain a soul ring without killing soul beasts, which is why the Spirit Hall let Xiao Wu go. What? 156 Shrek Reunion. Foreseeing everyone looking stunned, Tang Xi recounted her experiences during that time. However, the soul power sharing experiment is still in development and is only effective on soul beasts with over 100,000 years of cultivation. She is still researching it. Soon, everyone began to share their experiences over the past 5 years. Tang San returned to the Haoyan sect in the past 2 months and talked about the difficulties posed by those elders and the 3 conditions. The 3 conditions were to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, to become a titled Douluo within 10 years, and to kill the head of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. When it came to the last condition, Tang San looked at Tang Xi with some difficulty. Tang Xi smiled and said, Don't worry, brother. In the face of absolute strength, those elders will compromise. Besides, the Spirit Hall is no longer what it used to be. Tang San felt comforted by Tang Xi's warm words, but still advised, Silly sister, Dad doesn't want you to get involved in the sex affairs because it's too complicated here. You shouldn't meddle. Flinder generously said, Time flies so fast. Do you have any plans for what comes next? Hearing this, Dai Mubai looked affectionately at Zhu Qing, tightly holding her hand. I plan to stay with Zhu Qing for a while before returning to the Star Luo Empire. After all, Dai Mubai is currently the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Qing has also become a princess. Ma Hongjun immediately flattered Flinder. As for me, of course, I want to stay in the academy and help the dean. Dai Mubai teased, You say you're helping, but your real goal is to chase girls, right? Ha ha ha. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, I plan to return to the sect in a while. It was now Tang Xi and Tang San's turn, and everyone's gaze turned to the pair of siblings. Tang San was the first to speak. I plan to find Xiao Wu in a few days and take it one step at a time. When it was Tang Xi's turn, she replied with a playful smile. As for me, it's a secret, a secret. Laughter erupted at the scene, and Ning Rongrong snorted, What other secrets do you have that you won't let us know? Anyway, you'll see. Tang Xi made a silly face. Gradually, she fell silent inside. The future? When the partners become gods, she will be able to leave this world too, right? Flinder looked at everyone with a lewd grin. Since you're here, let us contribute more to the academy. Dai Mubai helplessly rubbed his forehead. We've all graduated, Dean. Do you still want to take advantage of us? The bulletin board of Shrek Academy displayed a large headline. Shrek's 8 monsters returned to battle Dean and teacher Zhao Wujia. The students became excited. Ah, Shrek's 8 monsters. Oh my god. Finally, I can see my goddess Tang Xi. Ah, this is so rare. Let's go take a look. Everyone rushed to the surrounding forest. The forest of Shrek Academy had undergone several years of transformation. It was no longer just its original state. Many simulated training areas had been established, and it had been replanned. In the center of the forest, a huge playground had been built, surrounded by green trees. The playground was covered with blue silvergrass. Compared to the past, the number of students in the academy had increased significantly, and they also had the mission of cooperating with the imperial family, making this playground versatile in its use. Early on, a large number of students had gathered around the green playground, patiently waiting. The current number of students in Shrek Academy was about 1,000, not including the tasks assigned to the academy by the royal family, which were trained uniformly by the master. The spacious playground was already filled with people. Although these students could not compare to the original talents of the Shrek 8 monsters, they were still carefully selected by the academy, at least of above-average aptitude. When they arrived at the playground, Lu Erlong was already standing in the center, speaking loudly. Teachers in charge of each class, please manage your students. You can cheer, but chaos is not allowed, and entering the playground is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences if affected by soul skills. As the vice principal, Lu Erlong was known for her strictness. Not to mention the students, even the teachers were afraid of her. Under her command, the classes lined up orderly on the playground, quietly waiting, and even the noisy discussions gradually quieted down. At this moment, the master had already brought Tang San and the others into the playground. The masks on the 7S faces, along with the master leading them, undoubtedly announced their identities. In an instant, the previously silent playground erupted into a boiling sea of excitement. Cheers erupted like a volcanic explosion, and the master and Lu Erlong exchanged smiles. Soon, Tang San and the others arrived at the center of the playground. Hello, senor. No one organized it, but a huge welcome erupted in the playground. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, excitedly stepping forward, thinking he posed in a cool way, but the girls in the audience looked somewhat disdainful. Their gazes completely focused on Tang San's noble and elegant aura. Flinder and Zhao Wujia had already stepped onto the playground. Flinder leaned closer to Zhao Wujia and whispered, "You attack first. I'll see the opportunity to help you." Zhao Wujia had a dark expression. Why is it always me getting hit? The two began to unleash their martial souls, Flinder-S being an owl, while Zhao Wujia's was a powerful golden bear. As the martial souls and soul rings revealed, everyone's eyes immediately turned excitedly toward Tang San and the others. Flinder shouted to the students below, "Today's match is not just for your entertainment. It's to let you know what kind of strength those who graduate from Shrek possess." Flinder turned and walked toward Tang San and the others, raising his hand. "Little monsters, announce your levels." Dai Mubai shouted. Dai Mubai, level 63, strong attack system Battle Soul Emperor. The White Tiger martial soul instantly activated. Following him were Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San, level 60 control system Battle Soul Emperor. Ma Hongjun, level 59 strong attack system Battle Soul King. Ning Rongrong, level 61 support system Battle Soul Emperor. Zhu Zhuqing, level 60 agility attack system Battle Soul Emperor. Next was Tang Xi's martial soul, with white threads floating around her. Tang Xi, level 64 main control system, support system Battle Soul Emperor. The soul rings spiraled up from her feet until the striking fifth soul ring appeared, revealing surprise among the crowd, except for Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened. This is a 100,000-year soul ring. Flinder glanced at the 100,000-year soul ring and felt a bit intimidated. Little she is so impressive. The students below became even more excited, shouting crazily, "Shrek! Shrek! Shrek!" Lu Erlong inserted 3 incense sticks into the ground and shouted, "Withstand the full force attack from the dean and teacher Zhao within the incense sticks. The match begins." As soon as Lu Erlong finished speaking, Zhao Wujia's gaze suddenly became sharp. He stomped his left foot and shouted, "Fifth soul skill, gravity compression." The purple whirlwind generated by his soul power instantly pressed down on the 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters. And the pressure that came at them felt like a mountain pressing down hard on the 7. Zhao Wujia confidently shouted, "Next, I will defeat you one by one." Saying this, Zhao Wujia clenched his fist and charged forward with a punch. Tang Xi smiled slyly, her armor and soul bone fully activated, with the soul bone taking on 75 of the pressure. Tang Xi stood up and fought then. A figure flashed by, and Tang Xi met that fist. Bang! All of his soul power was fully unleashed at that moment, and Tang Xi's punch was surprisingly on par with Zhao Wujia's, who was an 81st level assault type, Soul Douluo. A few seconds later, both of them grunted and stepped back 2 paces. Taking advantage of this moment, Dai Mubai moved forward and unleashed his 4th soul skill. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless stars flashed in the sky, and then meteors rained down toward Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia struggled to retreat 5 meters, using his hands to block the meteor shower, and then instantly dissipated this attack with a soul power shield. The pressure on the others vanished in an instant, and Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward to summon the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The 9 treasures are famous, 3 are soul. A dazzling array of colorful light entered Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Tang Xi in succession. A gentle flow of soul power continuously surged into the bodies of these 6 people. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and quickly moved forward to flank Zhao Wujia, while Tang San slapped his palm forcefully against the ground. Blue-silver prison. Golden blue-silver grass surged up from the ground, forming a cage that trapped Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia smirked, gathering a thick soul power in his palm and slamming it forward, causing the blue-silver prison to shatter like a bubble. Up in the air, Flender leaned down and said, "I'm here too." Tang Xi stood in front of everyone, and the soul bone skill on his head was activated immediately. His blood-red eyes fixed directly on Flender, and an invisible red wave floated in the air. Flender instantly felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, which lasted for 10 seconds, making it difficult for him to control his direction even while flying, causing him to crash around aimlessly. Tang San said to Ma Hongjun beside him, "Fatty, now's the time." Ma Hongjun nodded, his fists bursting with intense flames, causing the ground to tremble slightly. 5th soul skill. Phoenix Meteor Shower. Boom! Suddenly, the ground erupted with scorching magma, and a fiery red phoenix soared above Flender, dropping large chunks of magma rocks toward him. Flender widened his eyes and was ultimately struck down in a rather embarrassing manner. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Wujin. Tang San said, "Attack Teacher Zhao with all your might." Ning Rongrong nodded, and the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in her palm emitted dazzling light. The 9 treasures are famous. The 5th enhances attack, and the 6th enhances attributes. Rongrong's 5th soul skill is attack amplification, while her 6th soul skill is attribute amplification. Both beams of light were infused into Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's body instantly became majestic, and he drew a cross shape in the air. 6th soul skill, White Tiger Break Kill. The cross-shaped attack immediately struck toward Zhao Wujin, accompanied by an intense sense of strangulation. Zhao Wujin instinctively crossed his fists in front of him, using soul power as a shield. Immovable King Kong Shield. However, this attack instantly shattered the shield, sending Zhao Wujin flying. He struggled to rotate halfway in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, her nails transforming into sharp claws as she attacked Zhao Wujin dozens of times. Ghostly Slash. A black figure flashed through the air several times, leaving Zhao Wujin somewhat unsteady until Zhu Zhuqing finally ceased her assault. Lu Erlong teased, "Oh my, these little guys are really not holding back. There's still a stick of incense worth of time." Flender and Tang San exchanged glances. Flender raised his eyebrows and signaled with his eyes. Tang San helplessly used his soul power to send a message. "Dean, if we keep fighting, it won't be good for our relationship, right? Can we negotiate a truce?" Zhao Wujia secretly gestured to Flander to agree quickly, thinking, "I can't keep fighting." Flander was a bit confused, so he could only smile and then used his soul power to send a message. "All right, let's leave it at that for now." Flander activated his soul power to create a strong whirlwind, and Tang San and the other 6 pretended to be instantly frightened. Dai Mubai said in fear, "Dean Flander, stop. We concede." Flander proudly retracted his soul power and martial soul, landing steadily on the ground. "You were able to defeat teacher Zhao Wujia, which shows that you have considerable strength. Let's end today's performance here." The students below immediately cheered excitedly, "Shrek! Shrek! Shrek!" Tang Xi helplessly rubbed her forehead, feeling that she hadn't had enough fun before it all ended. The last few people bid farewell to each other and left Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong decided to stay at Shrek Academy for a few more days, while Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai returned to the Star Luo Empire. Tang Xi and Tang San agreed to head to the Star Do Forest to search for Xiao Wu. The headquarters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is located deep in the mountains, surrounded by lakes. In the dead of night, black-clothed individuals lurking in the depths were waiting for an opportunity to act, each having a soul power level of at least level 60. Su Wen hid in the darkness, his blood-red eyes glinting coldly, like a poisonous snake quietly waiting for its prey to take the bait. Su Wen raised his hand to give a signal, and the others received the command to attack the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. But Su Wen had ordered that they should not kill. Moments later, Su Wen spoke to the demon slayer behind him, saying, "You go capture Yu Engine. Gui Bao and Ni Huang, you assist the demon slayer. Remember, I just need them alive." The demon slayer smirked and said excitedly, "It's been a long time since I felt this exhilarated." This time, they dispatched 7 titled Douluos to take control of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. They were Demon Slayer at level 96, Gui Bao at level 95, and Ai Huang at level 94, He Tun at level 93, Shi Miao at level 92, and Mo Xiong at level 92. Overnight, smoke and gunpowder filled the air. As a fiery red Ai Huang flew in the sky, its falling feathers instantly igniting in every corner. Ai Huang Douluo was very pleased with her masterpiece. The disciples fled in panic, while a group of black-clothed individuals severely injured the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but did not kill them. Su Wen smiled and stepped forward, his soul power fluctuating violently, revealing 6 soul rings, with the 6th blood-red soul ring being the most eye-catching. 6 soul skill. Black hole devour, Su Wen said calmly, his clear voice echoing throughout the entire sect. Instantly, black mist erupted from Su Wen's body, covering the entire sect, forming a wall of mist over 100 meters high around the sect, and the wall mist gradually took on the shape of a black hole, which had a frenzied pulling force nearby. The black hole devourer could absorb attacks initiated by soul skills and could naturally tear apart a person's body, causing many disciples trying to escape to be consumed by this black hole. Several hours later, the demon slayer brought Yu Jintian before Su Wen. At this moment, Yu Jintian was wearing light silver armor, large streaks of blood flowing from his forehead, looking pale and utterly powerless. Yu Jintian gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and stared at Su Wen with a venomous gaze. "What do you want from our spirit hall?" "Ha," Su Wen said, gripping his sharp dual sword, "of course. We want to control the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Upon hearing this, Yu Jintian laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. You spirit hall want to control our sect? That's simply a delusion." Behind Yu Jintian were many sect disciples, who were now heavily injured to varying degrees and could no longer use soul skills to resist. Yu Jintian's arrogance ignited the rebellious spirit of the entire sect, and they shouted, "We will never submit. We will never submit. We will never submit." The Mo Xiong Douluo beside them stepped forward and said, "Saint's son, do you need me to kill him?" Then, the Mo Xiong Douluo cast a disdainful glance at Yu Jintian, thinking that this person was too arrogant. Su Wen coldly smiled, "Why kill? I have a method that will make him suffer more than death." A wave of cold sweat broke out among the sect disciples, as the temperature around Su Wen suddenly dropped, and the destructive aura that was different from killing intent was fully exposed, creating an unbearable sensation of suffocation and impending death. Su Wen walked up to the disciple who shouted the loudest, raised his knife, and blood splattered. A head rolled to the ground before Yu Jintian's eyes. Yu Jintian's pupils widened in shock, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Just kill me. Don't involve the people of my sect." So when will you choose to submit or die? The disciples of the sect hesitated in fear. Su Wen coldly scanned the group of disciples and then raised his knife again, killing another person. "If you hesitate for a minute, I'll kill 5 people until your sect no longer exists." This devilish voice echoed repeatedly before everyone. This time, Su Wen chose to kill a child. The mother holding the child saw Su Wen approaching step by step, her face filled with terror as she kept retreating, until she finally couldn't help but cry out, "Don't kill my child. I'm willing to submit. Please don't kill us." Hearing this, Su Wen was satisfied and walked away, but there were still a few stubborn ones who refused to submit. "Huh, you Spirit Hall are not good people. Even if I die, I want to submit." Su Wen ignored them entirely, and the black mist around him surged, instantly pouncing on the few stubborn ones, who soon turned into a puddle of goo. Such ruthless methods made everyone present tremble. Su Wen then said, "As long as you obey the Spirit Hall and are willing to serve the Spirit Hall, I can guarantee money, status, and power. I can promise you everything." Some people began to waver. Su Wen signaled to the demon slayer Da, who understood and walked over to Yu Jintian, raising his hand to sever his meridians. Ah! A series of miserable cries came from Yu Jintian, his face showing pain as he opened his eyes wide in unwillingness. The demon slayer gathered soul power in his hand and then delivered a heavy blow to Yu Jintian's forehead. Roar! The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit behind Yu Jintian manifested, crying out in agony, ultimately shattering. Yu Jintian was not only crippled in his hands and feet, but also had his martial spirit destroyed, now reduced to a useless person. From a high-status soul master to a cripple, this was the greatest humiliation to a soul master, especially the sect master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. With the sect master crippled, there was no one left to protect the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Finally, some could no longer withstand the pressure and knelt down, begging for mercy. I am willing to submit to the Spirit Hall. More and more voices joined in. I am willing to submit to the Spirit Hall. I am willing to submit to the Spirit Hall. Su Wen smiled and instructed, take Yu Jintian into custody, and all those who submit will begin special training. Those who do not obey will be killed without exception. Su Wen flicked his sleeves and left, while all the titled Douluos exchanged glances. Their saint's son was indeed ruthless. But this also indicated that the prosperity of the Spirit Hall was about to come. Tang San and Tang Xi were wandering through the Douluo forest. Suddenly, Tang San stopped and said, there are things, or rather, beings nearby that instill fear in the blue silvergrass. Tang Xi felt a sweat on her forehead. Could it be Elder Gui and Elder Ju? She and her brother were currently in the survival range of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo forest. If they were capturing high-level soul beasts, they shouldn't be using title level elders. Unless the Spirit Hall was eyeing another 100,000-year soul beast. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Tang Xi grasped Tang San's wrist and slowly said, it should be someone from the Spirit Hall. Let's not alert them for now. My right leg soul bone has a skill to conceal our presence, so make sure not to let go of my hand. Tang San looked at Tang Xi's serious expression, but her fair little face resembled that of a small adult. So, Tang San couldn't help but pinch her soft cheeks. Our little she has finally grown up, and she can consider things so thoroughly. Tang San smiled contentedly, while Tang Xi pouted in dissatisfaction. Ugh, don't pinch my face. It makes me so mad. Why does everyone like to pinch my cheeks? Then, Tang San focused his mental energy, and the originally scattered blue-silver domain began to solidify, gathering and releasing in one direction, causing the linear distance of the probe to rapidly increase. When he concentrated all his energy in one direction, the probe, which was about 1,500 meters long, quickly fed back the information within the range to Tang San's brain in the blink of an eye. This time, he finally saw the target that the blue silvergrass had warned him about. More than 20 people were quietly advancing through the woods, gradually approaching Tang San's location. With the assistance of the blue silvergrass, Tang San could clearly see the presence of these 20-plus people, and when he recognized their appearances, he couldn't help but be taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He counted carefully and found that there were a total of 26 people. Tang San said solemnly, there are a total of 26 people ahead, but there are 3 titled Douluos and many other experts, including the Golden Generation members who Laina, Yin, and Shiyue. 3 titled Douluos. Tang Xi pondered, I know their purpose now. They want to capture the 100,000-year soul beast. If we follow them, we can quickly find Sister Xiaowu. As she spoke, a faint light emitted from Tang Xi's right leg, enveloping the two of them. Their bodies gradually became transparent. This was Tang Xi's soul bone skill, invisibility. The two followed behind the group for 2 days, and at that moment, a gentle voice came from ahead. Welcome to the Douluo forest. Suddenly, the ghost Douluo, who was walking at the front, stopped in his tracks. Upon hearing this voice, even though he had been concealing himself, Tang San's body trembled slightly. 5 years had passed, and he finally heard that enchanting voice again. Who else could it be but Xiaowu? Ju Douluo flashed and arrived beside Ghost Douluo. The two exchanged a glance, and Ju Douluo signaled to the powerful soul masters behind them. The formation of 20 soul sages immediately changed, tightening into a circle, surrounding the 3 members of the Golden Generation. The Golden Sea Turtle Douluo stood at the back, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The scene of 20 soul sages simultaneously releasing their martial souls was absolutely astonishing. In an instant, the air within 100 meters around them violently distorted, and brilliant soul rings appeared on their bodies. The group continued to advance, passing through a dense forest, and their vision suddenly opened up. The pupils of everyone from the Spirit Hall contracted almost simultaneously because what lay before them was a scene of indescribable beauty. A clear little lake made the air more humid, reflecting the towering trees around it, with sunlight illuminating everything, making everything appear crystal clear in the water's reflection. On one side of this captivating scene, an extraordinarily tall figure quietly crouched there. A pair of large eyes, glowing softly, looked down at the group from the spirit hall across the lake. It seemed as if everything around her was centered on her. At that moment, she resembled a forest goddess, quietly standing on the shoulders of the imposing Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape itself did not release any oppressive aura, but just crouching there gave a feeling of weight as heavy as a mountain. The golden sea turtle Douluo excitedly curled the corners of his mouth, the 100,000-year soul beast. The Titan giant ape truly lived up to its title as the king of the forest. This was the target we were going to attack. Now that the soul power-sharing experiment had advanced to the point where it could arbitrarily strip the soul beast of its cultivation without its consent, it meant that as long as they captured it, the spirit hall could have a small number of people with soul rings comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo stepped forward first. Ju said, "Old Ghost, and I will hold the Titan giant ape back. Old Ghost, wait for the right moment to attack." Xiao Wu understood everything, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. It turned out that the spirit hall was coveting the 100,000-year soul ring of the Titan giant ape. After 5 years of changes, Xiao Wu remembered everything. But her feelings toward the spirit hall had become much more complicated. She had once hoped that the soul power-sharing experiment could allow soul beasts and humans to coexist peacefully. But the greed of the spirit hall went far beyond that. The Titan giant ape, Ming, revealed a trace of disdain in his eyes. Facing the charge of the two titled Douluos, he shook his shoulder, and Xiao Wu, who had been standing on it, soared into the air, falling towards its back. Just as Xiao Wu left, it moved as well. The king of the forest was indeed the king of the forest. It instantly exploded with a speed completely disproportionate to its massive body, charging directly at Ghost Douluo in the air. When the Titan giant ape lunged at him, everything around became tense, and his body felt as heavy as if filled with lead. His previously fleeting speed suddenly decreased. Everything in front of him seemed to slightly distort. This was actually a domain, a gravity-controlled domain. Ghost Douluo struggled to say this. The Titan giant ape angrily swung a fist, and Ghost Douluo's pupils widened as he immediately released his phantom form. His body gradually became transparent, and the shadows around him increased. Ghost Douluo's phantom form could nullify all physical attacks. Boom! Unfortunately, the Titan giant ape's fist sent Ghost Douluo flying into the arms of the people from the spirit hall. Ju Douluo stood on the water surface, suddenly turning his gaze toward Xiao Wu behind the Titan giant ape. That rabbit had such a close relationship with the Titan giant ape. Perhaps they should capture her to threaten it. A sense of crisis emanated from beneath the lake. A splash of water transformed into a brilliant light, instantly submerging the extraordinary sky-soaring chrysanthemum. The air suddenly became humid, and a giant bull's head, over 4 meters in diameter, suddenly emerged from the water. The extraordinary sky-soaring chrysanthemum struck it, but was rebounded back. It should be noted that this chrysanthemum was currently in its martial soul true form. The green scales and the incredibly large body soared into the sky. This giant creature with a bull's head and a snake's body opened its mouth and sprayed. A blue light swept across everyone, and the speed of all the members of the spirit hall slowed down. This was the dull domain of the sky blue bull python, intended to prevent enemies from escaping. Xiao Wu urged, "We didn't kill me when you captured me before, and now I don't want to attack you. Please leave the Star-Dove forest." The 3 titled Douluos all wore mocking expressions, with Ju Douluo looking particularly dismissive. It was only natural for soul masters to capture soul beasts. Letting you go was merely out of consideration for our saintess Tang Xi. Are you going to admit defeat? Absolutely not. The final move. Ghost Douluo suddenly shouted. A color different from the usual black suddenly erupted from his body. It was a brilliant silver flame that rose into the air almost instantly. At the same moment, Ju Douluo beside him also erupted in a layer of golden flame. In that instant, the 9 soul rings on both of them almost simultaneously lit up, enhancing the brilliance of the gold and silver flames on their bodies. Facing each other, their 4 hands clasped, Ghost Douluo and Yueguan's bodies suddenly fused together. The 18 soul rings on them instantly condensed into a large golden and silver light ring that quietly flew out. Old Ghost, you attack these 200,000-year soul beasts, and the rest go capture that rabbit as leverage. Ju Douluo's tense voice fell from the golden and silver light ring. In the next moment, the light suddenly retracted. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape both gained a layer of golden and silver aura, firmly being restrained within that small area. Strangely, the range in which the titan giant ape was restricted was even in the air, demonstrating how powerful the martial soul fusion skill formed by the golden and silver rings was. Seeing that the Ming and Air Ming were trapped, Xiao Wu looked at everyone from the spirit hall with resentful eyes. Did you really need the 100,000-year soul beast to fill the greed in your hearts? But no one would heed Xiao Wu's cries. The 20 soul masters quickly rushed forward, their martial souls dazzling behind them. Tang San panicked for a moment and rushed out without hesitation. With his left hand, he touched the soul guide, and two mother and son soul-chasing death orbs appeared in his hand. Tang San threw the object in his hand fiercely towards the 20 soul masters. Two mother-child soul-devouring pills were instantly released, and amidst the explosion, a cloud of smoke rose between him and Xie, with countless tiny poisonous needles flying out, immediately enveloping the 6 soul saints in front. With a series of muffled groans, the 6 soul saints in front of Tang San fell to the ground instantly. At such close range, being hit by the poisonous needles from a mother-child soul-devouring pills, even a deity could not save them. Who? Hulaina exclaimed. At the same time, Tang San's body flickered like an illusion, and countless hidden weapons were unleashed from his hands. The back of his clothing suddenly ripped open, revealing the 8 spider lances shining with blue-gold light. It's Tang San. Hulaina looked warily at the person in front of her, with an ominous premonition in her heart. Is that little she here as well? The golden sea turtle Douluo emitted a blinding white light from beneath his feet, and hundreds of ice spikes shot towards the Ming and Air Ming. Roar! Although the Ming and Air Ming had tough skin and flesh, they still felt uncomfortable from the sensation of being pricked by the needles, letting out a muffled cry. The golden sea turtle gathered power again, the golden light in his hands growing stronger. Xiao Wu charged forward with the determination to die, as she could not let that group harm the Ming and Air Ming. Xiao Wu was now at level 59, but if she withstood the attack from a tidal Douluo, she would be lucky to survive without losing half her life. The blue-silver grass on the ground crazily stretched out, finally wrapping around Xiao Wu's waist, halting her steps. A phantom of the golden sea turtle suddenly appeared, expanding to nearly 5 meters tall, with its head and feet retracting inside. It quickly spun, creating a violent wind, charging straight at the Ming and Air Ming. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with the sight of the Ming and Air Ming being immobilized, and she shouted unwillingly no. In a forced battle, the 5th soul skill, Snow Dance Radiance. White silk threads wrapped around the sea turtle, followed by a blinding light, as both the silk threads and the sea turtle dissolved simultaneously. The 5th soul skill, Snow Dance Radiance, was one of the 2 soul skills from the 100,000-year soul ring of the 9 profound green scorpion, capable of dissolving a soul skill attack. The other soul skill was the 9-tailed scorpion whip. Even more astonishing was that the 5th soul ring around Tang Xi's waist, the owner of the blood-red butterfly wings, was continuously flickering. Tang Xi displayed the 5th soul ring of the line of life martial soul, which was unexpectedly at the 100,000-year level. The deep crimson halo illuminated the land, and when the golden sea turtle Douluo saw Tang Xi's stunning face, he stopped his attack. The golden sea turtle Douluo explained that this action was specifically authorized by His Holiness the Pope and requested that Her Highness the Saintess not interfere. He emphasized the last sentence. Tang Xi holds an important position in the Spirit Hall, just based on the research of soul power sharing. She has earned the respect of the title Douluo. Xiao Wu's pupils widened, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. It's Xiao Xi. Her dear Xiao, she has come back to see her. Tang San pulled the blue-silver grass hard, bringing Xiao Wu into his embrace. When Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, her tears instantly couldn't be held back. This was the lover she had been longing for day and night. Xiao Wu emotionally called out, Sange. In midair, Tang Xi's gaze was sharp, and the temperature around her suddenly dropped. The 9 Xian Green Scorpion's left arm, soul bone skill, absolute 0. The temperature within a kilometer instantly dropped to over -200 degrees, and thick ice formed on the ground. Tang Xi consciously froze the feet of everyone except Tang San and Xiao Wu. In an instant, everyone in the Spirit Hall found it difficult to break free, including that golden sea turtle Douluo. Tang Xi said to Tang San, Brother, you take Xiao Wu away first. The people from the Spirit Hall dare not lay a hand on me. Okay, Tang San responded and pulled Xiao Wu to run back. At that moment, The golden sea turtle also broke free from the ice, his face filled with incredulous anger. Tang Xi, as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, you actually dared to privately interfere with the orders of His Holiness the Pope and openly oppose us. Where do you place the Spirit Hall? The golden sea turtle Douluo was furious, his soul power surging uncontrollably. Tang Xi smiled and said, I'll handle the teacher. If you really want to fight, you're still not my match right now. A 64th level Soul Emperor actually dared to speak arrogantly to a titled Douluo. The golden sea turtle Douluo laughed heartily, Since that's the case, I won't go easy on you, little girl. As he spoke, the golden sea turtle Douluo controlled the turtle shell to operate rapidly in his palm. He spread his arms, and the turtle shell continued to expand, eventually transforming into sharp green fragments that rushed towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi stood still, smiling at everything around her. At that moment, the golden sea turtle couldn't help but laugh heartily, realizing that he was so scared he couldn't even move. But just as the green debris was about to collide with Tang Xi, her figure suddenly vanished from the air. He was stunned because he couldn't sense Tang Xi's soul power aura, unless she had some soul skill to conceal her presence. A shadow blocked the sunlight above him, and the golden sea turtle Douluo instinctively looked up, only to find that Tang Xi had appeared above him at some point, holding a long, thin silver needle aimed directly at his eyes. In that instant, fear flooded his mind, while Tang Xi merely smiled slightly, spun in the air, and retracted the silver needle, along with the many hidden weapons in her hands. Tang Xi laughed and said, Elder Sea Turtle, I was being merciful. If I hadn't retracted my hand in time, your eyes would have been blinded long ago. Tang Xi's relaxed tone was like a devil's urging deathly whispers in the ears of the golden sea turtle Douluo, making him shudder with goosebumps. Forget it, I admit defeat. The golden sea turtle Douluo helplessly conceded, as who told Tang Xi to be favored by His Holiness the Pope. It was best to go along with her. Tang Xi was lost in thought when suddenly, the golden and silver halos around Ming and Air Ming began to shake violently. Boom! At that moment, the halos shattered, and Ming and Air Ming stretched their bodies one after another. Air Ming took a deep look at Tang Xi before rushing in the direction where Xiao Wu had left, with Ming following closely behind. As the golden and silver halos dissipated, Yu Guan and Gue Mei appeared in midair and landed, their expressions not looking very good, clearly exhausted of soul power. What happened here? A crisp voice came from afar, and a man in a black robe stood in the air, lifting his hat to reveal an exquisite profile. It was Su Wen. Su Wen glanced at the others who were frozen, frowned, and the black mist beside him instantly enveloped those who were frozen. Before long, the ice melted away. The three titled Douluos faced this holy sun, the next Pope's heir, and respectfully bowed, calling out, Holy Sun. Tang Xi pouted her lips, wondering why that family, as fellow disciples of the same teacher,